Chapter 11. The Bestowal of Virtue. Since we have agreed upon this, allow me to commence with my discourse, spoke Shanxing Tongtian with an expression of utmost seriousness. The path of the sword can be delineated into 11 realms, each representing the depth and elevation of a swordsman's comprehension of the sword's essence. These realms are initial awareness of sword intent, fundamentals of swordsmanship, emergence of sword intent, manifestation of sword realm, sword chi like a rainbow, sword intent unfettered, boundless sword realm, unity of man and sword, clarity of sword heart, heart following intent, and ultimately, the harmonious convergence of heaven and earth. Shanxing Tongtian spoke slowly, his gaze profound and distant, as if penetrating the layers of void before him, reaching the very essence of the sword path. Now, I shall begin with the first realm, initial awareness of sword intent. Clearing his throat, he continued. His voice, steady and unhurried, bore an irresistible allure, akin to a magnet, drawing Yi Lingfeng's full attention. As Shanxing Tongtian delved deeper into the sword path, the previously tranquil aura surrounding him began to shift. An invisible pressure subtly spread, rendering the air around them dense as lead. Suddenly, sharp rays of sword light flickered forth from his being, akin to resplendent meteors streaking across the night sky, dazzling and mesmerizing. The power of the sword within Shanxing Tongtian surged, and in that moment his sword intent erupted without reservation. These sword intents wove and intertwined in the air, forming a magnificent and vibrant net of swords. Had Shanxing Tongtian not consciously restrained this formidable sword intent, Yi Lingfeng, seated before him, would likely have been reduced to mere dust in an instant. As time passed, Shanxing Tongtian finally conveyed the entirety of his understanding of the sword path to Yi Lingfeng. At this juncture, the powerful sword intent surrounding him gradually receded, restoring the initial calm. Well, I have finished my discourse. What are your thoughts? Shanxing Tongtian inquired with a smile, his face alight with pride as he regarded Yi Lingfeng, his gaze brimming with anticipation for a response. Yi Lingfeng, smiling, regarded the proud Shanxing Tongtian, slowly shaking his head. His smile exuded an air of mystery and composure that was difficult to decipher. Noticing this reaction, Shanxing Tongtian's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Yi Lingfeng, and he asked earnestly, What does this head shake signify? Do you disagree with my insights into the sword path? Yi Lingfeng gently waved his hand, shaking his head once more, and replied in a calm tone, Not at all, esteemed senior. I merely believe that your exposition on the sword path seems rather incomplete. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Shanxing Tongtian's face, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling slightly as he said, Oh, are you suggesting that this young lad possesses even deeper insights? Pray, share them with me for my earnest contemplation. His words were tinged with skepticism and doubt. However, undeterred by Shanxing Tongtian's condescension, Yi Lingfeng stood tall, confidence radiating from him as he nodded affirmatively and declared, Since you, senior, exhibit such interest, allow me to present my humble thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lingfeng began to articulate his unique understanding of the sword path. In truth, the realms of the sword extend far beyond the 11 you mentioned. There are a total of 12 realms. Let me elucidate, beginning with the first realm, initial awareness of sword intent. This realm signifies the moment of first glimpsing the path, where one begins to perceive and comprehend sword intent. Thus, Yi Lingfeng expounded upon various discourses on the sword path he had encountered in his previous life, integrating the diverse interpretations of swordsmanship by renowned authors online, articulating them one by one. Initially, as Shanxing Tongtian listened to Yi Lingfeng's exposition, his brow, once relaxed, began to furrow with doubt and confusion. However, as time progressed and Yi Lingfeng's elucidation became increasingly profound, a striking transformation occurred in Shanxing Tongtian's demeanor. The initial skepticism gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of astonishment that illuminated his face. This astonishment swiftly morphed into profound shock, causing Shanxing Tongtian to widen his eyes, his countenance awash with incredulity. The 12th realm of the sword path, the supreme realm, which embodies the essence of the true self, signifying the necessity to comprehend the fundamental nature of the sword. The sword serves as a weapon of offense, and, as its wielder, the ultimate goal is to master it entirely, bending it to one's will. Yi Lingfeng's words flowed like a crystalline stream, continuously entering Shanqing Tongshan's ears. As Yi Lingfeng's explanations deepened with clarity and coherence, Shanqing Tongtian could no longer suppress the excitement and yearning within him. He promptly sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, fully immersing himself in the understanding of the sword path that Yi Lingfeng imparted. At that moment, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. As Yi Lingfeng completed his exposition of the 12th realm of the sword path, celestial light descended from the heavens, radiant and resplendent, akin to myriad golden rays piercing the firmament, illuminating the entire world. Simultaneously, countless golden lotus blossoms erupted from the earth, unfurling in a splendid array of colors, breathtakingly beautiful and awe-inspiring. Moreover, a torrent of virtuous golden clouds surged forth like a tidal wave, forming an expansive, boundless sea of golden clouds that enveloped the horizon. Today, in the primordial realm, the path of the sword has been completed, and thus, the celestial virtue is bestowed as a reward. At that instant, a voice of immense authority and grandeur resonated throughout the primordial world, akin to a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies. This voice, solemn and profound, imbued with boundless power and enigmatic energy, echoed into every corner. Those mighty beings of the primordial realm, who had been deep in meditation, were instantly roused by this sound. They unleashed their formidable abilities, projecting their consciousness with urgency, eager to discern the nature of the extraordinary occurrence. Chapter 12. The Gathering at Mount Buzhou. By the heavens! Yi Lingfeng gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the densely clustered, star-like golden clouds of virtue shimmering in the sky, and the thick, vibrant aura of auspiciousness swirling around him like a colorful mist. Inwardly, he lamented, "I merely wish to impress Shanqing Tongtian a little. How did it result in such an earth-shattering spectacle?" His previously triumphant expression transformed into one of incredulity, muttering to himself, "This is truly disastrous. I fear I might be utterly exposed. Alas, had I known it would turn out this way, I would not have dared to show off recklessly." At this moment, Yi Lingfeng's heart was flooded with regret and anxiety. He was acutely aware that his seemingly trivial actions had irrevocably altered the trajectory of Shanqing Tongshan's future. Such a change could very well disrupt the meticulously crafted plans of Hongjun Laozu. The mere thought sent chills down Yi Lingfeng's spine. What if I were to be directly eliminated by Hongjun Laozu because of this? The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, and he could not help but shudder, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After all, for someone of his meager strength, facing a being such as Hongjun, who stood at the pinnacle of the three realms, was akin to an ant confronting an elephant, utterly insignificant and powerless. With a slight misstep, he could easily meet a tragic end. Shattered to pieces, his soul dispersed. Yi Lingfeng gazed up at the sky, his face etched with profound concern, secretly praying, "Now, I can only hope that Hongjun is not the outright villain depicted in most primordial novels. Otherwise, with my strength and circumstances, I would surely be facing a dead end. May the heavens have mercy and grant me a sliver of hope." Meanwhile, far away on Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his features, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that Tongtian has completed the sword path's laws? How is this possible? This is something countless powerful beings failed to achieve after the creation of the world by the Father God." Beside him, Taiji Laozu exhibited an envious demeanor, exclaiming, "I never imagined that my third brother would possess such astonishing fortune. Kulme, let us hasten to see what has transpired." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the location of Tongtian. Concurrently, at Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi expressed his admiration aloud. "I cannot believe that my friend Tongtian has comprehended the complete sword path laws. truly deserving of the title of Pangus, true lineage. Such talent and enlightenment are indeed admirable. Shortly thereafter, Han Yun addressed Zenyuanzi, saying, "My friend, we cannot miss this momentous event. Let's promptly go and witness it." "Such a grand affair must certainly be observed," Zenyuanzi replied, nodding in agreement. Thus, the two transformed into streaks of light, hastening towards Tongshan's direction. On another front, at the western spirit mountain, Zhuanti regarded Jin, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "Senior brother, the manifestation of the perfect laws of the great Tao is currently unfolding before us, a spectacle that is truly rare and awe-inspiring. Shall we not venture forth together to witness this extraordinary event?" Upon hearing these words, Jin nodded slightly in agreement, responding, "Excellent." Thereafter, the two transformed into streaks of light and made their way toward the location that had stirred such a tempest. "Good heavens! They have all arrived." Yi Lingfeng widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the suddenly materialized figures of Ta Qing Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi. This sight kindled within Yi Lingfeng an overwhelming urge to make a hasty retreat. At that moment, a streak of red light flashed across the horizon, and the red cloud immortal descended upon auspicious clouds, arriving before Ta Qing Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi in the blink of an eye. With a beaming smile, he clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Congratulations to both of you, esteemed Dao friends. The Tontian Taoist has achieved sudden enlightenment today, and with the immeasurable merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao, he shall undoubtedly succeed in breaking through to the saint realm." Before his words had fully settled, a gentle breeze swept through, and the immortal Zhen Yuanzi floated gracefully to their side. He too approached Ta Qing Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi, bowing with a smile, and remarked, "Indeed, the Tontian Taoist possesses extraordinary talent and has comprehended the complete and unblemished Sword Tao, an accomplishment that is truly enviable." Ta Qing Laozi offered a faint smile, nodding gently as he replied, "My third brother's fortune in attaining such an opportunity is entirely due to his profound blessings and relentless cultivation. It is indeed a manifestation of his own destiny." Having spoken, his gaze slowly swept over the assembled crowd, emanating an aura of profound tranquility. Yuqing Yuanshi let out a heavy snort, laced with disdain and jealousy, stating, "Humph, it is merely good fortune." Though his voice was not loud, the dissatisfaction it contained was unmistakably clear. Beside them, Red Cloud and Zhen Yuanzi exchanged glances, each surprised to find a hint of astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. They simply could not comprehend why Yuanshi would express such a sentiment towards Tontian, as the strength and insight demonstrated by Tontian could hardly be attributed solely to luck. At that moment, two figures gradually approached from the western horizon, none other than the future western saints, Zhuanti and Jin. Zhuanti was the first to arrive, hands clasped together, a warm smile gracing his face as he praised, "The Tontian Taoist truly embodies the essence of Pangu. Such insight is truly beyond our reach." Leaving us humbled, Jin followed closely behind, his face radiating an expression of sincerity as he echoed, "Indeed, our understanding pales in comparison to that of the Tontian Taoist, akin to the glow of fireflies overshadowed by the brilliance of the full moon, infinitely lesser." Yet, in the face of such unreserved admiration, Ta Qing Laozi merely stood there, his demeanor unruffled, as if all of this were of no concern to him. In stark contrast, Yuqing Yuanshi's countenance grew increasingly grim with each word spoken by Zhuanti and Jin, nearly darkening to the point of dripping. Red Cloud and Zhen Yuanzi observed the starkly contrasting reactions, their confusion deepening. They could not fathom why Yuanshi, a fellow member of the Three Pure Ones, would display such vehement resentment towards the accomplishments of his own brother, nor could they discern whether there lay ulterior motives behind the seemingly sincere praises of Zhuanti and Jin. As they caught sight of the barely perceptible upward curl of Zhuanti and Jian's lips, Red Cloud and Zhen Yuanzi felt the scene grow ever more enigmatic. Chapter 13. Reactions from all sides. Within the Panga Temple of Mount Buzhou, Di Jiang observed the events unfolding around Yi Lingfeng with a complex expression. as a primordial ancestor. Though they did not cultivate the primordial spirit and attained enlightenment through physical means, their understanding of the Tao and the merits of the heavenly Tao differed from that of the celestial beings. Yet they were acutely aware of the significance of these merits. The complete comprehension of the Sword Tao by the Ta Ching Taoist, drawing forth the blessings of the heavenly Tao, was undoubtedly a monumental event in the vastness of the primordial world. This Tom Tian has not shamed our Father God, however. Achieving sainthood through the Sword Tao still pales in comparison to our ancestral witches who attained Tao through strength. Di Zhang muttered softly, his voice low yet resonating with an aura that seemed to penetrate the heavens and earth. Zhu Jiuyin spoke slowly. Elder brother, do not underestimate the significance of attaining sainthood through the Sword Tao. This is a first in the creation of heaven and earth, and in the future, many shall surely follow suit. Di Jiang scoffed disdainfully. The Tao of strength is the ultimate Tao. Our lineage of ancestral witches need not concern ourselves with such matters. However, despite his words, a tinge of unease lingered within Di Jiang's heart. The other ancestral witches began to murmur amongst themselves, with Gong Gong snorting in disdain. What if he becomes a saint? Our ancestral witches confront heaven and earth with our own strength. Why should we fear him? Meanwhile, Zhu Rong laughed heartily. Regardless, the primordial world is about to become lively again. Let us see what kind of waves the Tontian Taoist can stir after achieving sainthood. Hutu stood quietly to one side, her heart attuned to all beings. Though she was not overly concerned with these conflicts and matters of sainthood, she understood their profound implication for the dynamics of the primordial realm. On the other side, within the demon court, the demon Emperor Di Jun sat upon a lofty throne, gazing at the golden clouds of merit with a grave expression. As the sovereign of the demon race, commanding countless demon beings, he was acutely aware of the significance of merit in enhancing power and solidifying the status of the demon clan. The celestial Taoist had comprehended the complete path of the sword, attracting the favor of heavenly merit. It seemed that the demon race needed to exercise greater caution, lest other forces seize this opportunity to grow stronger. He secretly pondered how to leverage this situation to procure greater benefits for his people. Tai toyed with the chaos bell, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Is it merely merit? Once our demon race flourishes, what is there to worry about? However, the ascension of the celestial Taoist indeed posed a variable. He needed to find an opportunity to test the limits of his power. A fierce light flickered in his eyes, revealing his warrior spirit. He did not fear the celestial Taoist ascension, but rather felt invigorated by it. The demon master Kuanping spoke ominously. The celestial Taoist ascension is not a good omen for our demon race. Emperor Jun's expression shifted to one of gravity. Let us observe the situation before making any conclusions. Our demon race must rely on its intrinsic strength. Buzhou contemplated for a moment. We must prepare countermeasures in advance to guard against unforeseen changes. From the time Panga vanquished the 3,000 primordial demons to the shattering of the creation jade plate during the opening of the heavens, the 3,000 laws of the wilderness had been rendered incomplete, preventing the beings of the wilderness from walking the path of the laws to enlightenment. Fortunately, the Tao ancestor created the path of the three corpses, granting sentient beings a new avenue to achieve enlightenment. To think that today, the celestial Taoist could independently comprehend the complete path of the sword was truly a cause for celebration. Hongyun expressed his blessings with a face full of joy. Indeed, the actions of the celestial Taoist are astonishing and unprecedented. His achievements would allow future beings who embarked on the path of the sword to directly approach the great Tao. Such merit was indeed immeasurable. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, a look of admiration on his face as he echoed, "Look, the heavenly merit is about to descend." Jiayin gazed skyward, his face betraying an undeniable hint of jealousy as he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Zhuanti focused intently on the golden clouds of merit drifting down from the heavens, secretly contemplating. If such abundant merit were to descend upon me, I could certainly attain the status of a saint immediately. At this thought, his gaze grew increasingly greedy, fixating on the resplendent golden clouds of merit. Oh dear, it seems today the wilderness shall witness the emergence of another saint, Hongyun remarked with a face full of envy. At that moment, the cascading golden clouds of merit and Hongyun's earlier words intensified Yuqing Yuancher's jealousy, even sparking thoughts of returning to Kunlun Mountain at once. As the eyes of the onlookers filled with envy and resentment, the heavenly merit surged through the sky like a river descending from the heavens, ultimately enveloping Yi Lingfeng entirely. What is happening? Why has heavenly merit fallen upon him? Hongyan exclaimed in disbelief. Shouldn't this be the heavenly merit of the celestial Taoist? Zhen Yuanzi echoed, equally astonished. The unexpected turn of events left everyone speechless, unable to articulate a coherent response. Within the Panga Shrine on Mount Buzhou, the ancestral witches were equally astounded to see heavenly merit descend upon Yilingfeng. Emperor Zhang's sun-like eyes widened in disbelief. What does this mean? How could the heavenly merit be misattributed? Shoyong, too, appeared incredulous, muttering, Strange, strange. Such peculiar occurrences have never transpired in the wilderness. Buddha furrowed her brow, expressing concern. This matter may incite numerous variables. We must remain vigilant. In the demon court, Emperor Jun abruptly rose from his throne. His expression dark as thunder. What on earth is happening? How could heavenly merit fall to that insignificant insect? The demon master Kuimping, with a calculating glint in his eyes, remarked ominously, could it be that some powerful force is manipulating this insignificant insect? Bai Zhe pondered for a moment. This situation is enigmatic. We must deliberate carefully and refrain from hasty actions. Meanwhile, in the Blood Sea, the old ancestor of the underworld found it even harder to accept. Bellowing at the heavens, heavenly Tao is unjust. Why should this mere insect receive such merit? In an instant, the entire wilderness was engulfed in shock and confusion due to this unforeseen development. As for Yilingfeng, Yuqing Yuanshi gazed at the merit clouds enveloping him, his expression turning peculiar. Until now, everyone's attention had been solely on the celestial Taoist, completely overlooking Yilingfeng's presence. Yuqing Yuanshi, with a countenance as dark as storm clouds, approached Yilingfeng step by step, his voice booming. You insignificant insect. What means have you employed to attract such invaluable merit clouds? If you do not clarify this matter today, do not blame me for being ungracious. Just as Yuqing Yuanshi prepared to take action, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated. Chapter 14. Nuwa's explanation. Greetings, Lady Nuwa. Hongyan, Zhen Yuanzi, Taiji Laozu, along with the Western figures Zhuanti and Jiayin, all bowed in unison upon recognizing the newcomer. Their movements synchronized and their demeanor respectful. Lady Nuwa nodded gently, acknowledging the group with a subtle smile, as if she could perceive the essence of all things in the world. At that moment, Yuqing Yuanshi, who had remained silent until now, furrowed his brow and questioned, What do you mean? Why is this heavenly merit attributed to him? His words were filled with confusion and discontent. Lady Nuwa's brows knitted slightly as she replied, This is because the path of the sword was completed by him. Thus, the heavenly merit naturally descends upon him. With that, she directed her gaze toward a figure not far away, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Upon hearing this explanation, Hongyan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment as he blurted out, What? The path of the sword was actually completed by this human? He could hardly fathom how an insignificant human could possess such profound insight and wisdom. Zhen Yuanzi, too, wore an expression of shock, shaking his head and whispering, How can this be? This person has only just emerged into the world, yet he possesses such deep understanding of the great Tao. Could it be? At this point, he involuntarily glanced at the figure that had captivated everyone's attention, Yilingfeng, pondering the underlying reasons. Taiji Laozu slowly gazed at Yilingfeng, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes before returning to his usual composure. He mused inwardly, recognizing that with such talent and wisdom, the dynamics of the wilderness were bound to undergo significant changes. With a slight shake of his head, he sighed softly. The youth is formidable. The youth is indeed formidable. Among the Western figures, Jiayin wore a grave expression, hands pressed together as he murmured, Amitba. I never expected such a prodigy to emerge from this wilderness. I wonder if there might be a connection between him and our Western teachings. The figure of the purity sage flashed with a glimmer of intrigue, a subtle smile playing upon his lips as he contemplated, If I could recruit this young man to the West, the flourishing days of our Western teachings would surely be at hand. Within the Panga temple atop Mount Buzhou, the ancestral shamans were taken aback by the explanation provided by the goddess Nuwa. Di Jiang, the foremost among the 12 ancestral shamans, who was usually steadfast and resolute, could not contain a thunderous snort, echoing like a storm within the sacred hall. How can a mere human race fulfill the path of the sword and receive celestial merit? This is utterly unprecedented. His colossal form surged with chaotic energies, akin to a tumultuous tide, resonating with his inner fury and astonishment. Gong Gong, known for his tempestuous temper, was now in a fit of rage. He brandished his fists, resembling heavy sandbags, and shouted vehemently, There must be some trickery involved. Could it be that Nuwa is favoring this individual? His eyes blazed with fury, as if he were moments away from confronting Nuwa directly. Zhurong, with a face full of indignation, scoffed, Humph. We ancestral shamans have fought countless battles and endured great trials in this primordial land. Yet we have never encountered such an opportunity. What virtue or capability does this human possess? Flames roared around him, distorting the air with searing heat, as if his discontent were about to erupt in a fiery display. Meanwhile, the calm figure of Huta furrowed her brow and spoke with a measured tone. Let us not act impulsively. There may be deeper truths to this matter. Her voice was soothing yet imbued with a stabilizing force, though her eyes betrayed a clear concern. Concurrently, in the distant and majestic demon court, the resplendent palace shimmered under a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an air of authority. The regal demon emperor sat upon his throne, his expression dark and foreboding, reminiscent of the sky before a tempest. He coldly remarked, "A figure of such caliber has emerged from the human race. It appears we demons must reassess their standing." His gaze was deep and frigid, contemplating the future strategies of the demon race. Tai gripped the chaos bell tightly, his primal artifact glowing with inscriptions. He ground his teeth and declared, "Whoever this individual may be, if they dare threaten our demon race, they shall find no refuge." His tone was resolute and commanding. As the chaos bell trembled slightly, sensing its master's wrath, the demon master Kuanpung, standing nearby, wore a sinister smile and suggested, "Your Majesty, it would be prudent to eliminate this child before he becomes a formidable force, thereby preventing future troubles." His voice was akin to the chilling call of an owl in the night, instilling fear. Buzhou, appearing anxious, hastily interjected, "We must not act rashly. Let us observe how events unfold before making a decision." Buzhou, ever astute, understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that hasty actions could lead to unforeseen consequences. At this moment, the entire primordial realm was engulfed in shock and unease due to Yi Lingfeng's acquisition of celestial merit. Whether they were solitary cultivators hidden in the depths of the mountains or influential factions occupying territories, discussions were rampant behind closed doors. Various forces schemed in secret, some contemplating how to win Yi Lingfeng to their side, while others pondered how to suppress this suddenly rising human prodigy. In an instant, the dynamics of the primordial world grew increasingly opaque, as if an invisible net was slowly unfurling, with Yi Lingfeng at its center. Absurd. The jade-pure primordial one roared in fury, his voice akin to rolling thunder, reverberating through the heavens and earth. This child has only just emerged after a millennium. How could he possess such abilities? The jade-pure primordial one had always held disdain for Yi Lingfeng, and this revelation about the path of the sword being completed by him was utterly intolerable. Upon hearing his words, Nuwa's expression shifted dramatically. Her brows furrowed, and her phoenix eyes glinted with authority as she fixed her gaze upon the jade-pure primordial one, her voice laced with immense dignity and wrath. "Insolence. I am a saint, and you dare show me disrespect." Her thunderous admonition seemed to embody the might of the cosmos, conjuring a powerful storm that shook the surrounding space. In that instant, the jade-pure primordial one felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. Before he could react, he was sent flying as if severed from a string, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. "Please, goddess, temper your wrath," cried Hong Yun, Jin Yuanzi, and the others. Their faces blanched as they hurriedly bowed to Nuwa. They understood well the inviolable authority of a saint, and the recklessness of the jade-pure primordial one was beyond measure. "We implore your forgiveness, my lady," Tai Ching Laozi interjected urgently, bowing deeply to Nuwa. "My brother acted out of impulse and has offended you. Please grant him your mercy." His countenance was sincere, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. He knew that should Nuwa truly become enraged, the consequences would be dire. And to protect the jade-pure primordial one while preventing further escalation of their conflict, he had no choice but to humble himself. Nuwa's expression softened slightly upon hearing Tai Ching Laozi's words. She glanced at the fallen jade-pure primordial one and coldly huffed, "For today, I shall spare you for the sake of your elder brother." Chapter 15. The Gathering of the Golden Wheel of Merit. At this moment, Yi Lingfeng had entirely withdrawn his attention from the heated debate among the powerful beings surrounding him, utterly oblivious to their discourse. The instant he received celestial merit, he wasted no time, immediately sitting cross-legged upon the ground and commencing the gathering of his own golden wheel of merit. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Yi Lingfeng was an avid reader of novels. Because of this, he understood that while merit is indeed a precious asset, celestial merit cannot be directly employed to enhance one's cultivation. Although he was not entirely certain of this assertion's validity, in this situation, he felt no hesitation or doubt, resolutely choosing to utilize the celestial merit to forge his golden wheel of merit. He recognized that while this approach might not grant him immediate strength, It could very well become pivotal in saving his life during critical moments, especially now that he had attracted the attention of the venerable Hongjun. With such an abundance of merit at his disposal, even someone as formidable as Hongjun would likely think twice before flouting the celestial laws and recklessly extinguishing his life. Time passed, though the duration was uncertain, and gradually, a radiant glow began to emanate from behind Yi Lingfeng, who remained seated in tranquil meditation. Initially faint, the light grew increasingly brilliant over time, eventually coalescing into a resplendent halo, akin to the sun. This halo radiated boundless brilliance and warmth, as if capable of dispelling all darkness and coldness from the world. The purity sage gazed intently at the luminous halo forming behind Yi Lingfeng, a look of profound regret washing over his features as he murmured, "This child has indeed concentrated such a vast amount of merit into this golden wheel. It is truly a pity. It is indeed a lamentable waste. One must recognize that such immense merit could have been harnessed to elevate one's cultivation to the point where Yi Lingfeng might have directly ascended to the great Luo realm. Yet, it has been so effortlessly condensed into the seemingly resplendent but ultimately limited merit golden wheel by Yi Lingfeng. How could one not feel a sense of regret? Indeed, it is a pity. This celestial merit, if utilized for cultivation, would undoubtedly result in remarkable progress. Instead, he has opted for this conservative path." Hongyun shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and sighed. Perhaps this child is overly cautious, missing a splendid opportunity for advancement. Jiayin brought his hands together in prayer and spoke slowly. "Amitabha, perhaps this child has his own considerations, yet this choice seems excessively conservative." Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted disdainfully. "Foolish. Such a vast amount of merit squandered so recklessly cannot lead to greatness." Taiji Laozi's expression remained calm as he remarked, "Each follows their own path. Yet this method is indeed surprising. Let us observe how he copes in the future." In the realm of the demon court, Emperor Jun's gaze was profound as he intoned, "This youth, being so short-sighted, is unlikely to achieve great feats." Tai scoffed, "Utterly foolish. Not realizing the potential of using merit to enhance strength. What is there to fear?" Within the Panga Hall, Huda gently shook her head. Perhaps he is compelled by the current circumstances to take such a reluctant course of action. Gong Gong bellowed, "What a fool, utterly squandering this rare celestial merit." Zhu Rong laughed heartily, "Ha ha. This youth lacks the courage, destined to achieve little." The crowd buzzed with discussions regarding Yi Lingfeng's actions, intertwining emotions of regret, confusion, and disdain. Nuwa furrowed her brows, pondering, what is the true issue with celestial merit? "Greetings to Lady Nuwa. I am the younger generation Yi Lingfeng, and I respectfully salute all esteemed elders." After Yi Lingfeng carefully stored the condensed merit golden wheel, he turned to the gathering, clasping his fists and bowing respectfully. "Ah, no need for excessive courtesy," Nuwa replied gently, her gaze soft as she regarded Yi Lingfeng, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded. "Friend, you are too modest." Hongyun interjected first, beaming with a hearty laugh as he returned the salute. Zhen Yuanzi, standing behind him, echoed, "Indeed. It is our fortune to be acquainted with such a young friend." Taiji Laozi stroked his long beard, nodding with a smile, "Young friend possesses exceptional talent. Great achievements surely await in the future." Guangzhou and Jiayin exchanged glances before speaking in unison. "Amitabha, well said, well said. Your actions today are truly admirable." However, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, a cold snort broke the tranquility. It was Yuqing Yuanshi, his expression icy as he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Lingfeng, remaining silent yet unmistakably conveying his contempt. Fortunately, aside from Yuqing Yuanshi, the rest of the assembly remained courteous, displaying a friendly demeanor towards Yi Lingfeng. "Humph, what else with the snorting? I am not bowing to you, so stop acting so high and mighty." Yi Lingfeng furrowed his brows, his face adorned with disdain as he cast a sidelong glance at Yuqing Yuanshi, brimming with dissatisfaction. The reason Yi Lingfeng harbors dissatisfaction towards Yuqing Yuanshi lies in his perception of Yuqing's overwhelming arrogance. This individual possesses a level of hubris that borders on disdain for all those around him, as if he regards the entirety of humanity with contempt. Particularly during the time of the Fengshen, Yuqing Yuanshi committed actions that were utterly disgraceful. He ruthlessly turned against his own disciple and shamelessly conspired with outsiders against his brethren. Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's inner thoughts, the exquisite Nuwa could not suppress a smile, finding the situation amusing. When Yuqing Yuanshi beheld the provocative and disdainful expression on Yi Lingfeng's face, he seemed to instantly grasp the latter's sentiments, causing his face to flush with rage, akin to that of a liver. However, in the presence of Nuwa, he could not unleash his fury and was forced to stifle his indignation, burying his resentment deep within. As Yiling Feng and Yuqing Yuanshare exchanged glances filled with disdain, a powerful sword aura suddenly erupted from the figure of Shanqing Tongtian, drawing the collective gaze of onlookers with an invisible force. Nuwa quickly shielded Yiling Feng upon witnessing this. At this moment, the crowd's attention converged on Shanqing Tongtian, revealing a tapestry of complex emotions on their faces. Their eyes reflected surprise, admiration, confusion, and an ineffable shock. It was unexpected that Tongtian possessed such audacity. Hong Yun's countenance was filled with admiration as he spoke with profound respect, acknowledging that this decision was astonishing, achievable only by one with great courage and resolve. Indeed, if it were me, I might not have dared to act thus, Zhen Yuanzi subtly concurred, his own gaze revealing appreciation for Shanqing Tongtian's boldness, moved by this act of renewal. Nuwa, what is happening with Senior Tongtian? Yiling Feng inquired, a look of bewilderment adorning his face as he gazed at the enveloping sword aura surrounding Shanqing Tongtian. Unable to contain his curiosity regarding the extraordinary spectacle before him. He is undergoing a renewal, Nuwa replied gravely, her expression earnest as she regarded Yiling Feng. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with a sense of gravity, as if she were imparting a matter of great importance. What? A renewal? Yiling Feng's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Nuwa's words. Indeed, in ancient times, Master Hongjun imparted 3 methods to achieve sanctification: the path of force, the path of severing the 3 corpses, and the path of virtue. Nuwa began to elucidate, her words flowing like a gentle stream into the hearts of the audience. Among these, the path of force stands as the most formidable. However, due to the incompleteness of the laws in the primordial world, this path could not be realized. Thus, sentient beings were left to pursue the latter 2 paths, with even Master Hongjun following the path of severing the 3 corpses. A hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes as she recalled that ancient and enigmatic era. Today, as the sword path has been completed by you, Tongtian is now forsaking the path of severing the 3 corpses to renew his pursuit of the path of force, Nuwa explained to Yiling Feng, illuminating the profound reasons behind these events. Then it seems Senior Tongtian's path is indeed becoming increasingly expansive, Yiling Feng mused, enlightened by this revelation. Yiling Feng was taken aback, unable to fathom why Shanqing Tongtian would so decisively relinquish his celestial position. Indeed, though he would experience a significant decline in his realm by recultivating the Grand Tao, his future would undoubtedly eclipse that of the rest of us. A glimmer of envy flickered in Nuwa's eyes, her tone laced with yearning. She understood that once Shanqing Tongtian succeeded, he would reach an unprecedented pinnacle on the path of cultivation. Taiji Laozu observed the recultivating Shanqing Tongtian with a complex expression, harboring both admiration for his courage and trepidation for the uncertainties that lay ahead. In the eyes of Yuqing Yuanshi, envy mingled with an unmistakable hint of jealousy. As a fellow member of the 3 Pure Ones, he felt the weight of pressure from Shanqing Tongtian's audacious decision. Amidst the murmurs of the gathered crowd, Shanqing Tongtian's realm swiftly ascended to the consummate stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Shortly thereafter, the 3 flowers began to coalesce above his head, emanating a mysterious radiance, each blossom encapsulating formidable power. With the successful formation of the first Tao flower, he felt as though he had shattered a layer of shackles, effortlessly breaking through to the initial stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. In no time, the second Tao flower emerged, its gentle luminescence illuminating the surrounding space, propelling his cultivation to the mid-stage of Deluo. Upon the successful formation of the third Tao flower, his realm surged forward, instantaneously reaching the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the petals of the 3 flowers were formed from sword energy, taking on a golden, sword-shaped appearance. The petals shimmered with a keen brilliance, seemingly imbued with boundless sword intent. Shanqing Tongtian's Tao flowers were of 9 grades, with 9 signifying completeness. Thus, only Tao flowers of the 9th grade or higher could attest to the fruition of the primordial Tao. At that moment, the once clear sky became shrouded in ominous thunderclouds. The clouds churned ominously, resonating with thunder, as if heralding an impending catastrophe. This was the primordial thunder tribulation. It appeared that Tongtian Daoist was on the verge of transcending to the primordial realm. Hongyan gazed at the tumultuous thunderclouds, his voice tinged with both astonishment and excitement. He recognized that the primordial realm was a coveted stage for cultivators. Now that Shanqing Tongtian was about to challenge this realm, how could one not be thrilled? Who would have thought that the world of Hong Wang would witness the emergence of the primordial Tao fruit once more? Zhen Yuanzi sighed, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Since the dragon and Han calamity, the world of Hong Wang had not seen the appearance of the primordial Tao fruit for a long time. Shangqing Tongtian's breakthrough might usher in new transformations for the realm. Taiji Laozu echoed this sentiment, reflecting on the past while marveling at the present. Then, an innumerable torrent of thunder began to strike towards Shangqing Tongtian, akin to a surging tide, each bolt brimming with destructive power that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Yet, Shangqing Tongtian remained seated, unmoved, as if the terrifying thunder was merely a gentle breeze brushing against him. Just as Yilingfeng pondered how Shangqing Tongtian would withstand the thunder tribulation, he witnessed four swords erupting from within Shangqing Tongtian, darting like lightning to the heavens above him. The sword tips converged, forming a cross shape, and began to rotate incessantly above his head. The four swords radiated an overwhelming aura, exuding the essence of dominion over the universe. Thus, all the thunderbolts that were destined to strike Shangqing Tongtian were intercepted by these four swords. My goodness! Could this be the legendary four swords of extermination? Yilingfeng gazed in astonishment at the four celestial swords soaring in the sky, his eyes brimming with wonder. He had long heard of the legendary prowess of the four swords of Zhujian, but witnessing their might firsthand left him with an indelible impression. Indeed, these were the innate treasures known as the four swords of Zhujian. Nuwa nodded gently, her own eyes reflecting a profound reverence for the swords. How remarkable! Yilingfeng exclaimed enviously, his heart filled with an intense yearning for power, inspired by the formidable presence of the four swords of Zhujian. As time progressed, the chaotic thunderous tribulation was effortlessly dispelled by the four swords, allowing Shangqing Tongtian to successfully ascend to the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. At that moment, he emanated a powerful and harmonious aura, as if he had become one with the universe. Ha ha ha, what a delight! Truly delightful! Shangqing Tongtian opened his eyes and laughed heartily towards the heavens, his voice resonating with joy and satisfaction. After enduring numerous hardships, his successful breakthrough filled him with an uncontainable exhilaration. Brother Tongtian possesses great courage, indeed, to forsake the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm to begin anew, Hongyan remarked. Bowing respectfully to the awakened Shangqing Tongtian, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The bravery and resolve displayed by Shangqing Tongtian deeply impressed him. It is all thanks to my young friend Yilingfeng. His teachings on the path of the sword have entranced me, leading me to unwittingly embark on this journey of renewal. Shangqing Tongtian replied with a smile, his gaze filled with gratitude. The appearance of Yilingfeng had opened a new door for his cultivation. Congratulations, Brother Tongtian. A bright future awaits you, Zenyuanzi, along with Jane and Jointy, approached to offer their heartfelt congratulations. Shangqing Tongtian chuckled joyfully, his face radiating happiness. This opportunity won't have is entirely due to the support of my friend Yilingfeng. Were it not for his assistance and guidance, I might never have attained such a precious opportunity. With that, Shangqing Tongtian felt a surge of emotion, his heart brimming with appreciation for Yilingfeng. Nearby, Hongyan, upon hearing Shangqing Tongtian's words, smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should express our gratitude to Brother Yi. Of course. Shangqing Tongtian nodded repeatedly, his voice steady and resonant, each word imbued with deep acknowledgement and sentiment. He then began to walk slowly towards Yilingfeng, his pace measured yet imbued with an indescribable solemnity. Upon reaching Yilingfeng, the previously stern expression on his face was now replaced with one of utmost seriousness. Shangqing Tongtian slightly bent at the waist, his movements deliberate and resolute until he formed a perfect 90-degree angle. With his hands clasped in a respectful gesture, he lowered his head deeply, offering a formal salute to Yilingfeng as he spoke. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your enlightening teachings. His tone was imbued with sincerity, leaving no room for doubt regarding his gratitude. The onlookers were taken aback by Shangqing Tongtian's profound display of respect towards Yilingfeng. In the realm of cultivation, such a deep bow held significant meaning, typically reserved for venerable elders, signifying the highest regard and respect. Among peers, one would ordinarily offer a simple clasped hand greeting, while juniors would bow to their elders or teachers. Thus, it was evident that Yilingfeng held a status in Shangqing Tongtian's heart that transcended that of ordinary friendship, even surpassing the bonds typically shared among equals. At that moment, Yuqing Yuanshi, witnessing Shangqing Tongtian's gesture, could not suppress a cold snort. His icy gaze sweeping over both Shangqing Tongtian and Yilingfeng, betraying his discontent. In contrast, Taiching Laozu's expression appeared somewhat complex, as if he were pondering a significant matter. Senior Tongtian, please rise. Your grand gesture overwhelms me with trepidation. I would not wish to cause you any embarrassment, Yilingfeng implored, filled with a mix of astonishment and humility. Upon witnessing this, Yilingfeng hastily approached with brisk steps, extending his hands to gently assist Shangqing Tongtian to his feet. Shangqing Tongtian erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, young friend, do not be modest. The complete teachings of the sword path you have imparted to me are a kindness akin to rebirth. To me, you are as a mentor. This gratitude is truly deserving of such reverence." Upon hearing this, Yiling Feng hastily waved his hand, responding with a humble demeanor. "Oh, no, no, Senior Tongdian. You mustn't say such things. You are of the same generation as our revered Holy Mother. How could I possibly presume to consider myself your junior? If this were to spread, I fear I would be hunted down by the great figures of the entire primordial realm." Yiling Feng was acutely aware that the profound gratitude expressed by Shanqing Tongtian, accompanied by such extravagant gestures, was indeed a genuine manifestation of heartfelt emotion. However, he was also cognizant of the intricate dynamics at play. Should he recklessly accept such reverence, it might provoke discontent and envy among other prominent figures, thereby inviting ceaseless troubles upon himself. Shanqing Tongtian seemed to grasp this nuance as well, for after a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. "In that case, shall we regard each other as peers from now on? I wonder how my young friend feels about this proposition." A glimmer of sincerity and anticipation shone in his eyes, as if he earnestly hoped for Yiling Feng's acquiescence. "No, no," Yiling Feng replied. "How could a junior like myself, lacking in merit, dare to engage in equal discourse with a venerable elder?" Yiling Feng continued to wave his hand, his demeanor resolute and devoid of any hesitation. "My friend, there is no need for such modesty. With your remarkable talents, engaging with us as peers will only serve to inspire mutual growth." At that moment, Laozi of Taqing suddenly stepped forward, his voice calm and steady, imbued with an irresistible authority. Yuqing Yuanshe, upon witnessing this, displayed an expression of disbelief. His eyes wide in astonishment as he stared intently at Laozi, as if he were a stranger. He could hardly fathom why his elder brother would utter such words. Indeed, we too are eager to engage with you as equals," Chandan Hong Yun and Jin Yuan Zi, their faces adorned with sincere smiles, their eyes reflecting admiration and respect for Yiling Feng. "Would you be willing to join us in the West? My brother and I are keen to share the sacred mountain with you," said Jian earnestly, his gaze revealing a glimmer of hope and longing, as if he genuinely wished for Yiling Feng's affirmative response. "Jian, are you attempting to entice the leader of my human race before my very eyes? Showing such disregard for my authority?" Before Yiling Feng could utter a word, Nuwa stepped forward, her voice as cold and authoritative as ice, sending shivers down the spine. Jian hastily offered a conciliatory smile, explaining, "Mistress Nuwa, you have misunderstood. I merely hold great respect for this young friend and meant no offense." His face was adorned with a sycophantic grin, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance. Nuwa huffed dismissively, choosing to ignore him. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Yiling Feng, stating earnestly, "That you are my creation, your intellect rivals that of our innate beings. Thus it is entirely appropriate for us to engage as equals." Her expression was one of sincerity, with a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. "Ha. Now even your revered mother goddess has given her consent. My friend, it is time for you to acquiesce," exclaimed the celestial master of pure yang, his laughter resonating with joy and contentment. Yiling Feng scratched his head in resignation and replied, "In that case, I shall humbly comply." A sense of relief washed over the crowd, as if a significant matter had finally reached a resolution. Only Yuqing Yuanshe, witnessing the unanimous agreement of the others, cast a cold glance at Yiling Feng, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment and bitterness, yet utterly powerless to change the course of events. "My friend, I have no means to repay you for imparting the profound way of the sword. I can only offer a few spiritual treasures. If you do not mind, feel free to choose at your leisure." At that moment, Shanqing Tongtian addressed Yiling Feng again, his gaze imbued with a sense of generosity and magnanimity. "Is that truly so? If I were to choose the 4 swords of extermination, would that be acceptable?" Yiling Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he immediately spoke, a glimmer of anticipation and yearning evident within his gaze, as if he had long coveted the 4 swords of Zhuxian. Chapter 18. Refusal to accept the 4 swords of Zhuxian. Ha, of course. Take them. The voice of Shanqing Tongtian resonated with laughter. He then gracefully waved his right hand, executing the motion with effortless fluidity, a single, continuous action. In that fleeting moment, everyone looked up in unison, only to witness the 4 swords of Zhuxian, which had been suspended high in the sky, suddenly drawn by an enigmatic force, soaring through the air with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the 4 exquisite swords came to a steady halt before Yiling Feng, their blades shimmering with a cold radiance. The sword hilts were aligned upward, arranged in a perfect row, resembling disciplined soldiers awaiting their master's inspection with utmost reverence. Upon witnessing such a scene, Yiling Feng could not help but feel a momentary shock, his heart filled with astonishment. He widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at the unfolding events before him. Never did he anticipate that Shangqing Tongtian would exhibit such magnanimity, offering him the renowned Zhuzhen Four Swords without hesitation. For a fleeting moment, Yilingfeng found himself at a loss, bewildered by the generosity displayed. Standing nearby, Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi also looked on in utter amazement at Shangqing Tongtian. After exchanging glances, they both revealed expressions of profound admiration. Clearly, they were genuinely moved by Shangqing Tongtian's deep sense of loyalty and his extravagant gift. In stark contrast, however, were Zhuanti and Jane. Upon witnessing Yilingfeng's imminent acquisition of the Zhuzhen Four Swords, their eyes gleamed with avarice, reminiscent of famished wolves eyeing a delectable lamb, eager to seize the four treasured swords for themselves. Tongtian, have you lost your mind? To bestow the Zhuzhen Four Swords upon him for such a trivial matter? At that moment, Yuqing Yuanshi could no longer contain his inner fury, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed at Shangqing Tongtian. Yet, in the face of Yuqing Yuanshi's accusations, Shangqing Tongtian maintained an unruffled demeanor, responding with solemn seriousness. Second brother, the grace of imparting the Tao is no trivial matter. How can their spiritual treasures be compared? His words were resolute and undeniable, reflecting his profound appreciation for loyalty and his steadfast adherence to righteousness. Upon hearing this, Yuqing Yuanshi's expression darkened further, his voice thunderous. You are utterly foolish. The Zhuzhen Four Swords possess immense power. How can they be so casually given away? What place does that leave for us, your brothers? Shangqing Tongtian gazed calmly at Yuqing Yuanshi, slowly articulating, second brother. You are so fixated on the gains and losses of spiritual treasures that you overlook the preciousness of friendship. Lingfeng helped me comprehend the Tao. This debt of gratitude is profound. Is there any wrongdoing in gifting him a sword? He paused before adding, moreover, the Zhuzhen Four Swords belong to me. To whom I give them is none of your concern. Yuqing Yuanshi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face flushed crimson, lips trembling yet unable to form a coherent response. He was rendered speechless by Shangqing Tongtian's incisive retort, trembling with rage, his furious gaze fixed on Shangqing Tongtian. At that moment, Yilingfeng finally regained his composure from the shock. He first observed Shangqing Tongtian's righteous stance, then turned his attention to Yuqing Yuanshi. A smirk gracing his lips as he mockingly remarked, Indeed, this is not your possession. Why such agitation? Do you wish to claim it for yourself? Yuqing Yuanshi, already seething with anger, found Yilingfeng's sardonic words only stoked the flames further. He leaped from his seat, pointing a finger at Yilingfeng, roaring, You insolent wretch! How dare you be so disrespectful? I shall teach you a lesson today, so that you may understand the vastness of heaven and earth. As he prepared to unleash his divine powers upon Yilingfeng, a sudden, crisp, and resonant cold snort echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see the goddess Nuwa beside Yilingfeng, her face as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of frost. With just a slight snort, she diffused Yuqing Yuanshi's previously imposing aura, rendering him as silent and motionless as a deflated balloon. Upon witnessing that Nuwa had rendered Yuqing Yuanshi speechless, Yilingfeng decided to disregard him and turned his attention to Shangqing Tongtian. Tongtian, my friend, I was merely jesting. I would not dare accept such a treasure, Yilingfeng said, bowing slightly. Shangqing Tongtian responded with a hearty laugh. Lingfeng, my young friend, do not be so modest. The gift of this sword is given with my utmost willingness. If you refuse it, you would indeed be spurning my sincere intentions. Tongtian, I truly appreciate your kindness. But such a precious artifact would be more of a curse than a blessing for me, Yilingfeng replied earnestly, waving his hands in refusal. Upon hearing this, Shangqing Tongtian's face immediately registered confusion, prompting him to inquire, Oh, what do you mean by that? Yilingfeng let out a deep sigh and elaborated, Tongtian, are you not aware of the simple truth that a common man is innocent, yet possesses a jewel is guilty? Should I accept this rare treasure? It is likely that my life would be plunged into peril. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted sideways, landing on the figures of Zhuanti and Jiang, whose eyes glimmered with avaricious green light, fixated on the four swords of Zhuxian. Yilingfeng's mind was as clear as a mirror. The four swords of Zhanxian, though possessing boundless power and being rare in the world, truly depend on whose hands they rest and to unleash their full potential. With his current strength and cultivation, even if he were to possess these swords, it would merely be a waste, as he would be unable to fully harness their might. More importantly, should he dare to accept the four swords of Zhanxian today, he would inevitably become a target for manipulation and schemes among the many powerful beings in the primordial world. This includes not only Zhuanti and Jiang, but even the two brothers of Tongtian, Taiqing Laozu and Yuqing Yuanshi, who would also harbor covetous desires. At that moment, the silent Nuwa finally spoke. Tongtian, your friend Ling Feng speaks truthfully. This treasure, rather than a blessing for him, may indeed bring forth endless calamity. In my view, it would be wise for you to swiftly put it away." Upon hearing the words of Yi Ling Feng and the goddess Nuwa, Tong Tian glanced at Zhuan Ti and Jiayin beside him, nodded, and then stored away the 4 swords of Zhanxian. Thus, although the 4 swords cannot be gifted to a friend, I shall present another treasure instead. As Tong Tian finished speaking, he waved his hand, and several spiritual treasures appeared before Yi Ling Feng. Chapter 19. Joyfully acquiring 2 treasures. Before him lay the 6 soul banner, the Qingping sword, the purple lightning hammer, the heart-piercing lock, as well as other spiritual treasures that would one day be renowned among Tong Tian's future disciples. Yi Ling Feng found himself ensnared in profound indecision. His gaze flitted back and forth among the celestial treasures, his expression wavering with uncertainty. Choose one. After all, Tong Tian's treasures are plentiful. At that moment, Nuwa spoke again, her voice gentle yet tinged with a hint of urgency. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Yi Ling Feng contemplated carefully and found merit in her reasoning. After considerable reflection, he ultimately settled on a divine treasure. "I shall choose this purple lightning hammer." Yi Ling Feng extended his finger, pointing towards the golden hammer before him, which was enveloped in purple arcs of electricity. A glimmer of determination and affection shone in his eyes. "Is this the one I desire?" he inquired. "My dear Ling Feng, I have the 6 soul banner and the Qingping sword." The brows of Tong Tian slightly furrowed, as if he wished to elaborate further on his other more formidable spiritual treasures. "There is no need to elaborate any further, my friend Tong Tian. This is the one I wish to take." Yi Ling Feng, fearing that Tong Tian would continue to persuade him, hurriedly interjected, his gaze reflecting resoluteness, and his expression as steadfast as granite. Observing this, Shangqing Tong Tian could only swallow the words he had on the tip of his tongue, nodding helplessly as he said, "Well, since my friend Ling Feng cherishes this treasure so dearly, let it be bestowed upon you." Yi Ling Feng slowly extended his hands, solemnly accepting the purple thunder hammer. In that instant, a warm and overwhelming power coursed through his arms and spread throughout his entire being, as if thunder roared within him. A wave of joy surged forth, instantly filling his heart, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. "With matters here concluded, I shall return to Kunlun Mountain to thoroughly contemplate the path of the sword. In the future, should you, my friend Ling Feng, require assistance, feel free to seek me out at Kunlun Mountain." Qing Tong Tian offered a respectful gesture to Yi Ling Feng, his wide sleeves fluttering gracefully in the wind, embodying the carefree and grand demeanor of a master of his caliber. "Very well, I shall certainly do so," Yi Ling Feng replied, bowing in gratitude. "Take care, my friend Ling Feng. My brother and I must also take our leave. You are always welcome to visit Wuzhuang Temple for tea and philosophical discourse," said Hongyan and Xinyuanzi as they approached side by side, both bowing respectfully. Hongyan's smile was sincere, while Xinyuanzi's expression remained composed, their words earnest and heartfelt. "Friend Ling Feng, our Western Spirit Mountain also warmly welcomes your visit at any time," Jiayin added, stepping forward to bow as well. "Oh, I shall consider it," Yi Ling Feng replied. Though his thoughts diverged, who would be foolish enough to venture there? Would I even be able to return? Yi Ling Feng bid farewell to the crowd in succession, his gaze unwaveringly following their figures until they vanished beyond the horizon. Once their silhouettes were completely out of sight, he slowly turned, directing his attention towards Nuwa. His expression slightly solemn, and clasping his hands together, he said, "Your Highness, I wish to discuss a matter with you. If it pertains to my reluctance to assume the role of a leader among the human race, then I shall refrain from speaking." Nuwa's countenance remained as tranquil as water, her beautiful eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all, as though she had already discerned Yi Ling Feng's innermost thoughts. "Ah, that is not the matter at hand. What I wish to address is regarding the relocation of the human race." Yi Ling Feng hastily gestured to clarify, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead, fearful of any misunderstandings. "Relocation of the human race? Why must they move? Is this place not suitable?" Nuwa's delicate brows furrowed, her eyes filled with perplexity, her fair visage reflecting her confusion. "Alas, it is not merely unsuitable, it is fraught with peril. Should Mount Buzhou collapse in the future, with the frail constitution of the human race, continuing to reside here would be a stroke of fortune if we are not exterminated." Yi Ling Feng silently lamented within, yet articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity. The proximity of the human race to the witch race poses a significant threat, for the latter is inherently combative. Remaining in this vicinity serves no beneficial purpose for the future development of our kind. The might and belligerence of the witch race frequently place the vulnerable human race on the precipice of peril, a persistent source of anxiety for Yi Ling Feng. "What? The Buzhou mountain is to collapse? How could this be?" He mused incredulously, for Buzhou Mountain was formed from the spine of the great Pangu. Who would dare to bring it down? Upon hearing Yiling Feng's inner thoughts, Nuwa felt a jolt of shock, although she endeavored to maintain her composure. A flicker of alarm danced in her beautiful eyes. For a long time, Yiling Feng's prophecies had proven unfaltering, and based on this trust, she chose to believe these astonishing words. Indeed, you present a valid point. Where do you propose we relocate the human race? Nuwa inquired, suppressing the tumult within her heart, her gaze betraying a hint of anticipation. Undoubtedly, to Shoyong Mountain, for the treasure of our race's fortune resides there. We cannot allow the Kongtong seal to fall into others' hands. Otherwise, not only would our fortune be divided, but it would be akin to grasping the very throat of the human race. Yiling Feng quietly contemplated in his heart that Shoyong Mountain represented the future hope of the human race. Your Majesty, I have heard of a mountain range called Shoyong Mountain, where the scenery is pristine and devoid of other great clans, making it a suitable place for human survival. Therefore, I wish to relocate the human race there. In truth, Yiling Feng was utterly ignorant of the actual conditions of Shoyong Mountain. To persuade Nuwa to agree, he had to hastily fabricate this reason, feeling a tumult of anxiety within, silently praying to pass through undetected. Was the fate of the human race a treasure that should not fall into the hands of others? Indeed, it could not. Nuwa sensed the unspoken thoughts of Yiling Feng, contemplated deeply, and nodded slightly, her expression grave. The fate of the human race was of utmost importance and could not be compromised. Very well, in that case. Prepare for the migration of the human race to Shoyong Mountain. Nuwa finally assented, her voice calm yet carrying an air of responsibility. Understood, Your Majesty. I shall summon the human race and prepare for the relocation, Yiling Feng replied, his face alight with joy, nodding emphatically as he turned to leave with determination. Wait a moment, Nuwa suddenly called out, her voice as melodious as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, halting Yiling Feng in his hurried steps. Is there anything else? Your Majesty? Yiling Feng paused, turning back with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with confusion. This is a primordial spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers. Within it exists a world of its own, where you can encompass the human race, making the migration far more convenient. I shall bestow it upon you today. With that, Nuwa elegantly waved her jade hand, and in an instant, a scroll depicting landscapes gradually materialized from the void, hovering before Yiling Feng. The scroll illustrated majestic mountains and meandering rivers, with ethereal clouds weaving through, resembling a true realm, exuding an aura of mystery and grandeur. You are giving this to me? Yiling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment, his voice involuntarily rising a notch. Indeed, it is a gift to you, Nuwa replied, her lips curving into a gentle smile, affirming with a slight nod, her gaze filled with expectation. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yiling Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, his voice quivering slightly with excitement as he respectfully clasped his hands together. He then swiftly tucked away the map of mountains and rivers before turning to depart. Observing Yiling Feng's joyful retreat, a faint smile graced Nuwa's lips, her eyes shimmering with satisfaction and hope, as if through him. She could already envision the splendid and radiant future of the human race unfolding. Subsequently, Yiling Feng sought a tranquil cave, where he rapidly refined all the primordial spiritual treasures he possessed using his own merit power, and then he directly sought out his two elder brothers. Chapter 20. Nuwa accompanies to Shoyong. Upon locating his two elder brothers, Yiling Feng's expression turned grave, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. He spoke earnestly, esteemed brothers. The situation is dire. I implore you to set forth immediately and summon all our kin. We, the human race, must hasten our departure from this place. Yiling Feng spoke with unwavering conviction, his expression grave and an unusual aura radiating from him. Despite their hearts brimming with questions, his two elder brothers swallowed their inquiries, nodding in tacit agreement. Without uttering a word, they turned and hastened towards the gathering place of their kin, ready to summon the others. In a short while, the clansfolk arrived from all directions, clustering densely in one spot. As they exchanged glances, their faces were etched with confusion and unease, and whispers filled the air, laden with trepidation towards the unknown. Yiling Feng stood atop a high platform, his gaze sweeping slowly over the gathered clansmen. He then raised his voice, speaking with calm authority. Fellow clansmen, I have just returned from the presence of the Holy Mother. The location we currently occupy is perilously close to the Witch Clan, and if this continues, it will be detrimental to the advancement of our human race. Therefore, after careful deliberation, we have resolved to relocate as a whole. As these words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Among them, a middle-aged man stepped forward, raising his voice in protest. But, leader, This place has been our ancestral home for generations. To move so suddenly into the unknown may bring countless challenges. Moreover, the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. To where shall we migrate? Yiling Feng maintained his composure, unwavering in his resolve, and responded with piercing clarity. There is no need for concern. I have received the guidance of the Holy Mother and have identified a suitable place for our human race to thrive in peace. As we all know, our kind remains relatively weak, while the power of the witch clan looms large. If we continue to dwell in close proximity to them, disaster is inevitable in due course. For the sake of our future, this relocation is imperative. Upon hearing Yiling Feng's words, although the crowd harbored lingering doubts, they could not conceive of a better alternative at that moment, and so they silently lowered their heads, refraining from further discourse. Upon witnessing this, Yiling Feng spoke. Now, everyone, please form an orderly queue and enter this map. Within the map of mountains and rivers, a world unto itself exists. You may rest assured and await within the map. Once we arrive at our new abode, I shall release you all. With that, he waved his right hand, summoning the enigmatic map of mountains and rivers. The scroll gradually unfurled in the air, radiating an extraordinary and gentle light. Under the guidance of Yiling Feng's two elder brothers, the human race, with hearts filled with trepidation, began to enter the map of mountains and rivers in succession. In no time, the crowd moved in an orderly fashion, their figures gradually merging into the luminous glow. Once all the humans had entered the map, Yiling Feng chanted softly, delicately retracting the map of mountains and rivers. After ensuring the safety of his kin, he approached the cave of Nuwa with a heart full of reverence, intending to bid her farewell. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cave, he noticed a clever and charming young boy alongside a graceful woman clad in a vibrant red dress, standing on either side of the cave. Upon seeing the figure of Yiling Feng, the boy and the woman immediately bowed in unison, their voices crisp and respectful. Who might you be? Yiling Feng inquired, his face etched with curiosity. The boy looked up and replied cheerfully, reporting to you. My name is Ling Zizi, a servant of the goddess. The woman in the red dress then gently spoke, reporting to you. My name is Ji Feng, the goddess's steed. What? Ling Zizi? Is that not the future renowned Neza? This is indeed a formidable character. Upon hearing the name of the young child, Yiling Feng gazed at the peculiar figure before him, utterly astonished, his face betraying an expression of surprise. There is no need for excessive formalities. I have come specifically to pay my respects to the Holy Mother. Might she be within her abode? Regaining his composure, Yiling Feng hurriedly returned the gesture, his words earnest and sincere. You have arrived. Has the human race been adequately secured? Just as Ling Zhuzi and Jin Feng were about to respond, Nuwa seemed to materialize out of thin air, appearing before Yiling Feng in an instant. Her tone was gentle yet tinged with concern as she inquired. Upon encountering Nuwa, Yiling Feng promptly clasped his hands in reverence and respectfully proclaimed, I pay my respects to your majesty. The entire human race has been incorporated into the map of mountains and rivers. I have come here specifically to bid you farewell. Nuwa inclined her head slightly, a gentle smile gracing her features as she responded, since the human race is securely settled, it is time to prepare for departure. With that, Nuwa turned her gaze towards the Golden Phoenix and softly called, Golden Phoenix. Yes, your majesty. The Golden Phoenix, understanding immediately, let out a resounding cry. In an instant, its radiance intensified, and with a magnificent phoenix call, it expanded dramatically into an immense phoenix, majestic and imposing as it hovered in the sky, surrounded by flames, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Excuse me, your majesty, are you also coming along with me? Yiling Feng, astonished by the spectacle before him, widened his eyes in disbelief and inquired of Nuwa. With a solemn expression and unwavering gaze, Nuwa nodded earnestly, stating, Indeed, as the mother of humanity, it is my duty to protect the human race. Wherever the human race ventures, I shall follow. Could it be that this is not the true Nuwa? How can she claim to accompany and protect humanity? Yiling Feng's eyes widened, his disbelief evident as he stared intently at Nuwa, sensing his unspoken thoughts. Nuwa's expression turned serious as she inquired, What is this expression? Do you not wish for my protection over the human race? No. I absolutely wish for it. And I hope for it immensely, Yiling Feng quickly gestured to clarify. In that case, let us set forth, Nuwa declared, turning to stride toward the soaring Golden Phoenix. What a splendid turn of events. With the divine protection of Nuwa, perhaps the terrifying calamities that loom over humanity will be averted. Furthermore, Nuwa shall not lose the fortune and reverence bestowed upon her by the human race, the rightful heirs to the future of this world. Yiling Feng gazed at the silhouette of Nuwa, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy, invigorated by the prospect of what lay ahead. Initially, he had assumed that after relocating the human race, Nuwa would embark on the establishment of her own domain. To his astonishment, she intended to accompany him, continuing her guardianship over humanity. This unexpected resolution imbued him, as the leader of the human race, with newfound confidence in altering their destiny. As Yilingfeng reveled in his elation, rejoicing in Nuwa's commitment to protect humanity, she seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly, she turned, her expression one of shock as she fixed her gaze upon him. What? The human race is to become the central figure in the dominion of the heavens? How can this be? Nuwa, despite her status as a sage, known for her grace and solemnity, found it difficult to suppress her astonishment, her regal demeanor faltering. Within Nuwa's understanding, it was almost inconceivable that the human race, currently a diminutive and overlooked entity in the primordial world, could possibly ascend to such prominence. Overshadowed by the might of the witch clan and the rampant dominance of the demon clan, the revelation struck her like a thunderclap, reverberating through her very core. Chapter 21. Arrival at Shoyong Mountain, Your Highness. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Yilingfeng inquired, perplexed by Nuwa's unusual expression. The unexpected question jolted Nuwa back to reality. She paused for a moment, then swiftly regained her composure, responding with urgency. Oh, nothing of consequence. Let us proceed. With that, she gracefully ascended, her ethereal form akin to drifting willow fluff, landing steadily upon the broad back of the golden phoenix. Leaning slightly forward, she directed her gaze toward Yilingfeng, who remained on the ground. Come aboard. We must hasten to Shoyong Mountain, Nuwa instructed earnestly, her demeanor serious. Having grasped the significance of the human race's destiny, she now recognized the invaluable nature of their fortune and thus urged him onward. Am I to join you? Yilingfeng questioned, pointing at himself, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, come aboard. The golden phoenix travels swiftly, Nuwa replied, nodding patiently as she elaborated. Upon hearing this, Yilingfeng found it quite reasonable. He then ascended onto the back of Jinfeng, positioning himself behind the spiritual orb. Do not feel overly constrained. Come sit beside me, Nuwa remarked upon noticing Yilingfeng standing at the rear. Though a sense of trepidation lingered in Yilingfeng's heart, he complied and gradually settled down. The magnificent golden phoenix unfurled its colossal wings and soared into the sky, racing towards Shoyong Mountain. During the flight, Yilingfeng felt no trace of the wind's caress, as if he were seated upon the ground, utterly motionless. After a while, he found himself involuntarily glancing at the goddess Nuwa beside him. There she sat, poised and graceful, exuding an air of divine authority that was both majestic and unassailable. Her exquisite visage appeared sculpted by the finest artisans, her skin radiant and smooth as jade. And under the soft glow that enveloped her, she emanated an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Yilingfeng couldn't help but secretly admire the beauty and nobility of the goddess Nuwa. At the same time, he felt a twinge of shame for his covert gaze. He wished to avert his eyes, yet he seemed to be ensnared by some mysterious force, making it difficult to break free. Yilingfeng contemplated inwardly. The goddess Nuwa is indeed breathtakingly beautiful, truly one of the few female immortals in the vast wilderness. Just as Yilingfeng was engulfed in his tumultuous thoughts, it seemed that the goddess Nuwa sensed his turmoil and gently turned her head to gaze at him. Yilingfeng was suddenly engulfed by a wave of panic, hastily lowering his head, daring not to meet the gaze of Lady Nuwa. His heart raced to his throat. What if Lady Nuwa discovered me? Would she cast me down? However, Lady Nuwa merely smiled gently, showing no hint of reproach, which allowed Yilingfeng's anxious heart to find some semblance of calm. Yilingfeng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, Nuwa did not hold it against him. He endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions within him, turning his gaze towards the distant scenery, attempting to divert his thoughts from the enchanting visage of the goddess Nuwa. Yilingfeng silently admonished himself. Yilingfeng, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Focusing on the journey is of utmost importance. Yet, the image of the goddess Nuwa seemed to be deeply etched in his mind, refusing to fade away. This individual harbored quite a complex array of thoughts. Yet his discerning eye was commendable. A faint smile graced Nuwa's lips as she mused internally. Soon, the golden phoenix transported Yilingfeng and his companions to the vicinity of Shoyong Mountain. Goddess, I shall take my leave now to arrange matters for the human race, Yilingfeng declared as soon as they alighted. Very well, you may go. I shall wander nearby and seek a suitable place to establish a sanctuary. Nuwa replied with a gentle nod. Yilingfeng swiftly turned and departed, fully aware of the urgent need to ensure the proper settlement of the human race. Meanwhile, Nuwa leisurely strolled around Shoyong Mountain in search of a suitable location. Amidst his bustling endeavors, Yilingfeng occasionally found himself reminiscing about Nuwa's enchanting smile, causing ripples of unusual emotion within his heart. However, he swiftly suppressed these sentiments, dedicating himself entirely to the affairs of the human race. Meanwhile, after Yi Lingfeng's departure, Nuwa began to calculate the whereabouts of the precious treasure of human fortune, the Kindling seal. How peculiar. Why can't I find it? Could it be that he was mistaken? Nuwa pondered as she continued her calculations. Never mind, let him seek it on his own. Ultimately, he shall be the one to wield it. I shall focus on establishing my own sanctuary. After a prolonged period of divination, yielding no results, she resigned herself to the outcome, ultimately departing with her spiritual pearl and golden phoenix to create her own domain. On Yi Lingfeng's end, upon discovering a spacious area, he immediately summoned the map of mountains and rivers, liberating the multitude of human beings depicted within. Leader, is this our new dwelling? One curious individual from the human race inquired, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, this place is called Shoyong Mountain, vast and abundant with both mountains and waters, replete with ample sustenance, and devoid of other major clans. It is a blessed land for the flourishing of our kind, Yi Lingfeng elucidated gently. Upon hearing his words, the humans erupted into jubilant cheers. Observing the exuberance of the crowd, Yi Lingfeng's face beamed with a gratifying smile. Subsequently, he and his two brothers immersed themselves wholeheartedly into the arduous task of settling the human populace. In the midst of their labors, Yi Lingfeng was astonished to discover that the humans had yet to master the use of fire, continuing to live a primitive existence reliant on raw sustenance. It seems I must guide my elder brother on how to kindle a fire, he mused, a slight frown creasing his brow. Alas, I had initially aspired to lead a languid life, yet here I am as the leader, compelled to strive towards altering the dire future of our race. Yi Lingfeng gazed at the bustling clansman in the distance, murmuring to himself. Though his tone bore a hint of resignation, it was imbued with an unwavering resolve. To be human is to embrace the fervor of one's kin. How could one justify traversing this world without experiencing such fervor at least once? Yi Lingfeng clenched his fist, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute, as if declaring his oath to the heavens. Chapter 22. Kindling Fire. How could I not find it? Could it be that this place is not the Shoyong mountain of my memories? Yi Lingfeng's brow furrowed, his heart filled with confusion and uncertainty. During this time, he had turned the entire Shoyong mountain upside down with his cultivation, even going so far as to expend spiritual energy to activate his spiritual eyes, meticulously searching every inch without overlooking a single corner. Yet, strangely, the Kindling seal, a treasure symbolizing the fortune of humanity, seemed to have vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. Alas, it seems futile. Yi Lingfeng sighed deeply, contemplating that it would be best to assist his elder brother in kindling the fire first. After a fruitless search, Yi Lingfeng resolved to change his course, fully aware that improving the living conditions of humanity was of utmost urgency. He could not allow his kin to continue living as primitive beings, enduring a life of hardship and savagery. Yi Lingfeng harbored his own calculations, having acquired an immense amount of merit from the previous endeavor of the all-encompassing sword path. He did not intend to compete for the portion of merit that the three ancestral figures of humanity would claim. At this moment, what he desired more was to guide his elder brother, Shoyong, in discovering the secrets of fire, thus assisting him in obtaining the merits that were rightfully his. Elder brother, come and witness my new discovery, Yi Lingfeng exclaimed, holding a golden-brown, succulent leg of lamb, exuding a tantalizing aroma, as he hurriedly approached Shoyong. The leg of lamb was visually enticing, with the fat glistening under the sunlight, releasing an irresistible fragrance. Brother, is this a leg of lamb? Why does it smell so delightful? Shoyong inquired, his face a canvas of curiosity, eyes reflecting both bewilderment and astonishment. He reached out to accept the roasted lamb leg that Yi Lingfeng offered, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. The rich aroma caused him to swallow involuntarily. Please, take a bite, Yi Lingfeng urged, a confident smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he watched Shoyong. This flavor, Shoyong remarked. As he took a bite, the tender, juicy meat unfurling in his mouth, the complex texture igniting his taste buds instantaneously. His eyes widened in delight. Although he found himself momentarily at a loss for words to describe this exquisite taste, it did not hinder his immersion in this unprecedented culinary delight. Isn't it exceptionally fragrant and delicious? Doesn't it far surpass the flavors you have experienced before? Yi Lingfeng eagerly inquired, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he awaited an affirmative response. Indeed, it is delicious, absolutely scrumptious. Did you prepare this? Shoyong hastily nodded, his face alight with surprise and admiration, his gaze towards Yi Lingfeng brimming with curiosity. No, I found this. Follow me. Yi Lingfeng smiled mysteriously and turned to lead Shoyong to a goat that had been roasted by wildfires. The goat lay quietly on the ground, its skin charred to a delectable crisp, emanating a distinctive aroma. How could this prey have transformed in such a manner? Swearin bent down, leaned closer to the roasted goat, and inhaled deeply. Curiosity itched across his face as he turned to Yilingfeng with questions. In response, Yilingfeng began to gradually guide Swearin to recognize the presence of fire. How splendid! With this newfound element, we could prepare our prey, enhancing the flavors of our sustenance. Swearin gazed at the flames dancing upon the wooden stick, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, its utility extends far beyond this. By nightfall, it will serve to warm us, shielding us from the biting cold. Moreover, it will illuminate our surroundings, dispelling darkness and ensuring our safety." Yilingfeng patiently elucidated the characteristics of fire and its myriad applications in daily life to Swearin. As Swearin listened, his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. He astutely recognized that this seemingly ordinary element would undoubtedly herald a monumental transformation for humanity, serving as a pivotal factor in altering the fate of the human race. "Brother, this phenomenon is so wondrous. We must harness it wisely," Swearin declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze reflecting an indomitable resolve. Yilingfeng remarked, "Brother, while this is indeed a remarkable thing, it poses significant challenges for our kin who lack cultivation. It can even be exceedingly perilous. If only we could discover a method that would allow everyone to wield it with complete mastery and access it at will." Upon hearing this, Swearin fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, it has been over a millennium since humanity's emergence, and now, over half of our kin are mere mortals devoid of cultivation. For them, fire resembles a double-edged sword, capable of bestowing blessings while simultaneously unleashing calamities. Subsequently, Yilingfeng began to meticulously guide Swearin in the art of creating fire by friction. Initially, Swearin endeavored numerous times, yet each attempt ended in failure. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart and persistently experimented with various types of wood. Branch after branch was rubbed together in his hands, his sweat soaking his cheeks. At last, when he switched to a branch known as firewood, a miracle unfolded. As he continued to apply vigorous friction, a spark quietly appeared, swiftly followed by a flickering flame. Fire had finally been ignited. "Splendid! I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded," Swearin exclaimed. His face flushed with exhilaration as he gazed at the roaring flames, his jubilant voice echoing through the valley. Yilingfeng stood quietly to the side, observing the flickering flames, a contented smile gracing his face. Within that smile lay both the joy of his brother's success and the hopeful aspirations for the future of humanity. At that moment, the sky suddenly blazed with brilliance as a dazzling golden beam descended from above, enveloping the figure of Swearin in its radiance. Following this, golden clouds of merit began to swiftly converge in the heavens, surging forth like a tumultuous tide. Yilingfeng gazed at the magnificent golden clouds of merit filling the sky, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that this was heaven's recognition and reward for Swearin. Before long, the clouds of merit transformed into radiant streams, cascading down towards Swearin. 8 portions of merit descended upon him, one portion merging into the flames he held, while another floated gently to land upon Yilingfeng. The flame, now imbued with a portion of merit, underwent a wondrous transformation, becoming a sacred fire that radiated divine light. The merit that rested upon Yilingfeng was effortlessly absorbed into his golden wheel of merit, enhancing its brilliance. As 8 portions of merit continuously surged into Swearin's being, a miraculous transformation began. His once ordinary skin became translucent, emanating a gentle glow. Furthermore, his cultivation soared like a tidal wave, swiftly ascending from the mid-stage celestial to the late-stage celestial, achieving perfection in the celestial realm, and then reaching the initial phase of true immortal. In the blink of an eye, Swearin broke through a significant boundary, and the momentum of his advancement showed no signs of abating, propelling him forward with relentless vigor. Soon, he shattered the barrier of Golden Immortal, swiftly traversing the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, ultimately achieving the initial stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, at which point his frenzied ascent gradually subsided. Chapter 23. The Emergence of the Kongong Seal. Congratulations, brother, on your remarkable acquisition of merit and significant advancement in cultivation. Yilingfeng exclaimed with a beaming smile, his tone filled with exuberance as he congratulated Swearin. Hearing these words, Swearin turned, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he grasped Yilingfeng's hand and replied, "I owe all of this to your guidance, dear brother. Were it not for you, I would likely still be groping in ignorance." His gaze was sincere and fervent, as if he sought to convey the depth of his gratitude. In that moment, Swearin was acutely aware that all he now possessed was undoubtedly a result of Yilingfeng's deliberate guidance. Yilingfeng gently waved his hand and remarked, "Brother, you are being too modest. This is merely a blessing that stems from your own fortune. I have only offered a slight suggestion." However, Swearin resolutely shook his head and replied, "Brother, do not be overly humble. Without your guidance, how could I have conceived of the remarkable endeavor of igniting fire through friction? This accomplishment benefits all of humanity, and your contribution should rightfully be acknowledged as paramount." Hearing the words of Swearin, Yiling Feng expressed a sense of helplessness as he said, "Let us dispense with any further pleasantries between brothers." Swearin chuckled heartily and replied, "Very well, I shall no longer engage in formalities with you. However, this kindness shall forever be etched in my heart." Subsequently, Yiling Feng guided his second sister, Zi, to commence the crafting of garments using the hides of their hunted prey. Soon, under Yiling Feng's meticulous guidance, humanity's inaugural leather garment was successfully created. As a result, Zi attained celestial merit, undergoing a profound transformation and achieving the esteemed realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. At long last, she was liberated from the tattered grass skirt and adorned in proper attire. Yiling Feng gazed at the first garment of merit worn by the Zi clan, his face alight with excitement as he spoke animatedly. Shortly after the attire of the human race became widely adopted, Yiling Feng once more began to guide his third brother, Yu Chao, in the endeavor of constructing treehouses. Under Yiling Feng's meticulous guidance, Yu Chao swiftly succeeded in erecting the first wooden dwelling of humankind atop a grand tree. Following this achievement, a blessing of merit descended, enabling Yu Chao to successfully ascend to the realm of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal. However, at the very moment Yu Chao attained this merit and broke through to become a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from a valley within Shoyong Mountain. The thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as if it sought to rend the very heavens and earth asunder, startling countless birds into flight and sending the creatures of the forest into a state of panic and unrest. Yiling Feng abruptly lifted his head, gazing towards the direction from which the dragon's chant resonated. Above the valley, a magnificent golden dragon of fortune soared gracefully. The dragon radiated a dazzling golden light, its scales shimmering. With each undulation of its majestic form, it stirred the surrounding space, creating ripples that cascaded outward. Yiling Feng was taken aback, his expression turning grave as he murmured to himself, The Kongong seal, a treasure of the human race, has emerged." He was acutely aware of the significance of the Kongtong seal for humanity, as it was the key to suppressing the fate of the human race. Yiling Feng dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. He transformed into a streak of light and swiftly made his way toward the valley from whence the dragon's roar emanated. As Yiling Feng's figure sliced through the heavens like a bolt of lightning, he arrived at the valley's edge in an instant, where a rich and ancient aura greeted him, imbued with the weight of time and the vibrant essence of mysterious power. Upon entering the valley, he beheld ethereal mists that danced like celestial nymphs, gently entwining every corner. These mists were not mere white vapors, they shimmered with a faint, rainbow-hued glow. Sunlight pierced through the cloud cover, refracting dreamlike colors that adorned the entire valley like a scene from a fairy tale. The valley floor was paved with an extraordinary jade, its natural patterns forming enigmatic designs that seemed to whisper the secrets of antiquity. The jade emitted a gentle radiance, illuminating the valley and enveloping everything within its soft glow. At the heart of the valley stood a colossal stone platform, crafted from black basalt, its surface etched with runes that resonated with those inscribed upon the Kongong seal, emanating a powerful wave of energy. The Kongong seal hovered above the platform, its brilliance intensifying, the runes shimmering and pulsating as if communicating with the cosmos. Encircling the platform were a ring of ethereal trees, exuding an unusual fragrance. These trees, with their stout and upright trunks, possessed a translucent bark through which one could glimpse the vibrant spirit liquid flowing within, akin to lifeblood. The foliage was lush, with heart-shaped leaves glimmering at the edges in golden hues. When the breeze passed through, the leaves rustled softly, as if chanting ancient melodies. Beneath the spirit trees lay a vibrant sea of blossoms, each flower unique in form, some like bursting fireworks, others resembling dancing butterflies, and still others akin to delicate lanterns. Each bloom released a distinctive fragrance, intertwining to create an intoxicating bouquet. Countless spirit butterflies flitted among the flowers, their wings shimmering with iridescent colors that beautifully contrasted with the floral expanse. On one side of the valley, a crystal-clear spiritual spring meandered gracefully. The water glistened in a pale blue hue, reminiscent of the sky, imbued with rich spiritual energy, with visible bubbles of essence perpetually rising from the depths. The spring source was a magnificent crystal mountain, radiating a soft glow, where countless crystal ores sparkled like stars in the night sky. Strangely, why had he searched for so long without finding this valley? Yiling Feng's gaze wandered through the valley, his heart filled with awe at its marvels and mysteries. It became clear to him that the valley would only reveal itself once the three ancestors of the human race returned to their rightful places. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the significance of it all. With this understanding, he gradually approached the stone platform and, with a mere gesture, summoned the Kindling seal into his hand. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. I must hasten to find Nuwa. Yilingfeng understood that with the emergence of the Kindling seal, the Grand Master Taiji would undoubtedly feel its presence, perhaps even arriving imminently. Thus, he needed to hasten his journey to Nuwa to safeguard the Kindling seal. How infuriating! Who has intercepted my path to enlightenment? In the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, the Grand Master Taiji suddenly opened his eyes, sprang from his meditation mat, and with a visage full of fury, he shouted vehemently before transforming into a stream of light and vanishing from sight. Chapter 24. The struggle for the Kindling seal. As Yilingfeng stepped out of the valley, before he could fully savor the surrounding fresh air, a figure abruptly appeared before him, resembling an insurmountable towering peak. Fellow cultivator, the object of my enlightenment resides in your possession, does it not? The speaker was none other than Laozi of Taishi, his countenance austere, his eyes glinting with a chilling brilliance akin to an unfathomable icy abyss. Fixated upon Yilingfeng as if attempting to see through him, Yilingfeng felt a chill in his heart, yet his expression remained composed. With a serious demeanor, he replied, "This place belongs to my human race. What brings the Taoist friend's path to enlightenment here?" Yilingfeng's expression was solemn as he gazed unwaveringly at the Taijin Laozi. Yilingfeng never anticipated that he had just obtained the Kindling seal when Laozi of Taiji swiftly pursued him. In that moment, Yilingfeng was consumed by anxiety, fervently praying for the swift emergence of Nuwa. He was acutely aware that with his current capabilities, he stood no chance against Laozi of Taiji. If Nuwa did not arrive soon, the Kindling seal would undoubtedly fall into someone else's grasp. "My friend, it would be prudent to entrust it to me. Otherwise..." Laozi's brow may furrow into a deep crease, and a flicker of barely perceptible ruthlessness may flash in his eyes, his tone laced with an implicit threat. There was no need for further discourse with such a trivial insect. Action was the only recourse. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another figure appeared beside Laozi, moving with an uncanny swiftness. Yilingfeng raised his gaze and felt an ominous premonition wash over him. His heart sank as he recognized the figure approaching, Yuqing Yuanshi. Memories of past grievances surged forth, and Yilingfeng understood that this encounter would likely end in calamity. True to his fears, Yuqing Yuanshi did not grant Yilingfeng a moment to speak. With a sudden, forceful gesture, he raised his palm, which blazed with radiant energy, gathering a torrent of overwhelming power. In an instant, a colossal energy hand, accompanied by a scorching wave, surged forth with the force of thunder, aimed directly at Yilingfeng. The speed was akin to lightning. Yilingfeng barely perceived a shadow before the energy hand loomed perilously close. In this moment of life and death, Yilingfeng, without hesitation, prepared to summon the pure world White Lotus for protection. Just then, a sharp energy sword shadow seemed to howl forth from the abyss, appearing before him in an instant. The sword shadow shimmered with runes, exuding a chilling aura of destruction, as it pierced directly toward the energy hand with earth-shattering might. A deafening roar erupted, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, as the energy hand collided with the sword shadow. In that split second, brilliance erupted, blindingly bright as the sun, rendering it impossible to behold. Intense energy fluctuations radiated from the point of impact, surging outward like a tsunami, wreaking havoc in all directions. The tempestuous scales resembled countless razor-sharp blades, reducing the surrounding mountains and forests to mere plains within mere moments. Towering trees were uprooted and shattered in midair, transforming into a cascade of splinters, resembling a vast snowfall of wood, drifting gently downwards. The rocks beneath were not spared. They cracked and splintered under the onslaught of this dreadful power. Massive boulders were sent soaring, only to be mercilessly crushed by the residual waves, turning to dust. Is this truly the casual strike of a quasi-saint? Yilingfeng gazed in shock at the terrifying scene where thousands of miles had been instantaneously leveled. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Shoyong Tongdian, who stood before him like a guardian deity, he would have surely been reduced to ashes. "Please, my brothers, show mercy," Shoyong Tongdian implored respectfully, clasping his hands in front of Yuqing Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi. "How dare you, Tongdian? You would challenge me?" Yuqing Yuanshi glared furiously, his eyes ablaze with wrath, roaring at Shoyong Tongdian, his voice echoing like rolling thunder, vibrating the very air around them. "I beg for your understanding, my brother. Yilingfeng has bestowed upon me the gift of enlightenment. I cannot stand idly by." Shoyong Tongdian earnestly explained to Yuqing Yuanshi. "Humph. What does his enlightenment mean to me? No one shall save him today." Yuqing Yuanshi sneered contemptuously, a derisive curve forming at the corner of his mouth as he bellowed. With that, he unhesitatingly summoned his most potent spiritual treasure, the Panga banner. In an instant, the banner radiated with blinding light, its ancient runes twisting as if alive, exuding an overwhelming momentum that could cleave the heavens. Since you insist on taking action, I must ask for your forgiveness for the offense. Shangqing Tongtian realized that Yuqing Yuanshe was resolute in his intent to eliminate Yilingfeng. With no other choice, he promptly summoned the 4 swords of extermination. The 4 strands of sword energy crisscrossed, forming an impenetrable net of blades, flickering with icy brilliance and suffused with murderous intent. Yilingfeng, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. If you are willing to relinquish what I seek, I shall offer compensation, spoke Tai Ching Laozi, who had remained silent until now, his tone carrying an unmistakable air of authority. Tai Ching, it is not that I am unwilling to part with this object, but it is a vessel that contains the fortune of our humanity. If I were to surrender it, the fate of our people would undoubtedly suffer. How can I, as the leader of my kind, face my countless kin? Yilingfeng's gaze was resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat, as he responded with unwavering determination. Brother, why waste words with this mere insect? You shall impede Tong Tian, and I will assist you in eradicating him. Yuqing Yuanshe's countenance was grave, his eyes betraying a profound intent to kill, as he addressed Ta Ching Laozi. This matter pertains to my path, since my friend insists on withholding it. Do not blame me for my actions. Having spoken, Ta Ching Laozi directly summoned the Taiji diagram. The diagram began to rotate slowly, the interplay of black and white energies merging harmoniously, reminiscent of the yin and yang duality, imbued with infinite mysteries and formidable power. Insect, today marks your demise, declared Yuqing Yuanshe as he prepared to wield the Panga banner for a lethal strike against Yilingfeng. Lingfeng, I shall hold them off. You must hasten to seek Lady Nuwa, conveyed Shangqing Tongtian, his voice tinged with urgency and resolve. Who dares to lay a hand upon the human race within my domain? Just as the 3 pure ones stood on the precipice of conflict, a chilling voice suddenly resonated. Lady Nuwa appeared as if descending from the heavens, radiating a gentle luminescence as she materialized beside Yilingfeng. Her brows furrowed, her eyes shimmering with fierce intent, she admonished, I have arrived at last. I wondered what kept her. Had she delayed further, I would have been left to gather my remains. Upon seeing Lady Nuwa at his side, Yilingfeng exhaled deeply, a sense of helplessness flooding his thoughts. I apologize for my tardiness. I was preoccupied with establishing my domain and thus failed to perceive the events occurring here. Lady Nuwa expressed her regrets with a countenance full of sincerity towards Yilingfeng. Chapter 25, The Emergence of the Tao Ancestor. As it turned out, Lady Nuwa had been diligently harnessing the powers of space, endeavoring to carve out a secluded realm of her own, which would serve as her exclusive domain. It was precisely due to her complete immersion in this monumental task that she had been oblivious to the tumultuous occurrences surrounding Yilingfeng. Only when the earth-shattering assaults from Shangqing Tongtian and Yuqing Yuanshe caused violent tremors in the surrounding space did she become acutely aware of the situation at hand. I am unworthy. My lady, your intervention to rescue me is already a tremendous grace. Yilingfeng was momentarily taken aback by the sudden apology from Nuwa. After a brief pause, he quickly regained his composure and responded. Upon witnessing the ethereal presence of Nuwa, who appeared as if a celestial being had descended, both Qing Tongtian and Laozi of Taiji dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence and promptly offered their respectful salutes. Meanwhile, Yuqing Yuanshe stood by with a countenance so dark it seemed capable of squeezing out water, his expression exceedingly grim. Why have you two, Tai Qing and Yuqing, without reason, taken action against my human race? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, do not blame me for being ungracious, Nuwa declared with her brows furrowed, her face radiating authority. Madam, I come with no intention of offense. It is merely that Lingfeng Daoist intercepted my path to enlightenment, which is why I have come to seek it back, Laozi of Taiji replied earnestly, his expression grave. This object is indeed a treasure of the human race's fortune and rightfully belongs to them. How can it become yours? Furthermore, with regard to unclaimed items, whoever first acquires them should rightfully possess them, Yilingfeng asserted resolutely, his demeanor unwavering. While this object is indeed a treasure of the human race's fortune, it is simultaneously my path to enlightenment. I beseech you, Taoist Lingfeng, to show mercy and grant it to me. I am willing to exchange it for a precious innate spiritual treasure, Laozi of Taiji implored, his tone imbued with sincerity and anticipation. Absolutely not. Even if you were to present the Taiji diagram today, I would never consent to an exchange, Yilingfeng stated solemnly, his resolve unshakable. Yilingfeng was acutely aware that although the Kongdong seal was merely a treasure of acquired merit, it possessed the formidable authority to elevate or dethrone emperors in the future. Hence, it was imperative that the Kongdong seal remained firmly in the hands of the human race. Upon hearing Yilingfeng's resolute declaration, Laozi of Taiji furrowed his brow tightly. descending into profound contemplation. After a moment, he turned his gaze towards the goddess Nuwa, harboring hopes that she might mediate the situation. My friend. Nuwa spoke solemnly and with unwavering conviction, you must take your leave. This artifact belongs to humanity and shall never be relinquished to you. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Laozi of Taiji found himself engulfed in intense turmoil. The object of his enlightenment was tantalizingly close, and the thought of relinquishing it was utterly inconceivable. Yet, he understood that confronting a sage would yield no chance of victory. Just as Laozi found himself ensnared in this perplexing dilemma, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Akin to a specter, reigniting a glimmer of hope within him. Greetings, Master. The sudden appearance of the cloaked Taoist elicited expressions of reverence from all except Yilingfeng, who stood in astonishment. Master? Could it be that this is the venerable Hongjun? Upon hearing the words of Nuwa and others, Yilingfeng's face transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Salutations to the Tao ancestor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yilingfeng hurriedly bowed in respect. However, the venerable Hongjun did not utter a word. Instead, he fixated on Yilingfeng with a chilling glare, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable, as if manifesting in sharp blades that mercilessly scrutinized Yilingfeng. Gulp. Upon sensing the chilling intent to kill, Yilingfeng felt a bone-deep cold enveloping him, as if he had suddenly plunged into an ancient ice cavern. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Alas, it appears that today is undoubtedly a day of doom. The venerable Hongjun seems intent on eradicating me entirely. Yilingfeng's heart was filled with helplessness and sorrow, silently lamenting his plight. He pondered over possible strategies, yet found himself with no avenue of escape. At this moment, Enwa stepped forward, attempting to speak on Yilingfeng's behalf. Silence, Enwa. Do you not realize your transgressions? Hongjun Laozu thundered, his face a mask of fury as he directed his ire towards her. Unperturbed, Enwa replied, if I have erred, I humbly request you to enlighten me, esteemed teacher. Humph. Having attained the status of a sage, you ought to remain above worldly affairs, yet you have repeatedly intervened, disrupting the primordial order. What punishment do you deserve for such offenses? Hongjun Laozu's expression was grave, his gaze piercing as it bore down on Enwa. Esteemed teacher, I implore you to see clearly. Since my ascension to sainthood, I have never interfered with the normal order of the primordial world, Enwa retorted without hesitation. Humph. Do you dare to quibble? You, who preach to and protect humanity, now obstruct the path of Taijing. Is this not a disruption of order? Hongjun Laozu's countenance was filled with rage, his tone stern and unyielding. Tao ancestor, I find it difficult to concur with your perspective. As the mother of humanity, it is my duty to safeguard and guide our kind. Furthermore, the treasures of fate belonging to humanity cannot simply be seized by others, Enwa responded firmly. At that moment, Yilingfeng suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming loudly. He was acutely aware that he might meet his end today, yet he cast aside all reservations, summoning the courage to challenge Hongjun Laozu. Yilingfeng was acutely aware that he might not survive the day. Thus he boldly stepped forward to confront the venerable Hongjun without reservation. Infuriated by Yilingfeng's words, Hongjun let out a thunderous rebuke. In the very next moment, the previously clear and serene sky was inexplicably shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. Yilingfeng was abruptly hurled away by the furious roar of the venerable Hongjun. His body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater and shrouding the area in dust and debris. Yilingfeng felt as though his very insides had been shattered, his organs seeming to shift from their rightful places. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered in the air like a blooming flower of crimson. Subsequently, he began to gasp violently, each breath akin to tearing at his own flesh, a torment beyond measure. Seeing this, Enwa and Tongtian swiftly flew to his side. Enwa's face was etched with worry, her eyes brimming with boundless concern. She bent down gently to support Yilingfeng, allowing him to rest against her. Her touch was tender and cautious, as if cradling an immensely precious treasure. Do not forsake the human race. They are your future, Yilingfeng managed to utter with great difficulty. His voice was faint and raspy, each word a monumental effort. Yet within his gaze lay a resolute conviction, as though he were imparting his final wishes to Enwa. Hongjun emitted a cold snort, preparing to strike again. Suddenly, in the sky, a pair of enormous golden-purple eyes slowly opened. These eyes resembled two colossal suns, radiating blinding light that illuminated the darkened heavens. They were imbued with an aura of majesty, as if capable of perceiving all things in the world. The eyes fixed their gaze upon Hongjun, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire realm in an instant. In the serene and tranquil Wuzhuang Temple, Hongyun was leisurely engaged in a game of chess with Zhenyuanzi. The board a battlefield of black and white pieces in a stalemate. Abruptly, an inexplicable force surged within the cosmos, reminiscent of primordial chaos, heavy and enigmatic. The white piece poised to fall from Hong Yun's hand clattered onto the board. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. His voice betraying an unmistakable panic as he exclaimed, "Is this the Eye of the Tao? How can this be?" Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted dramatically. His previously calm demeanor now marred by astonishment. His brow furrowed deeply as he muttered, "What in the world is happening? How could the Tao itself take notice?" The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound unease as they turned towards the source of the ominous aura, their hearts laden with trepidation. Far away atop the resplendent spiritual mountain in the west, Junti and Jiayin sat serenely upon lotus platforms, radiating a peaceful Buddhist light. Their consciousness extended like invisible tendrils, silently monitoring the movements of the human realm. Upon sensing the powerful disturbance, Junti furrowed her brow, her face a mask of surprise and confusion as she spoke. It was merely a minor conflict. Why would it provoke the direct attention of the Tao? Jiayin's gaze was profound, as if he could see through the fabric of reality. With a serious expression, he replied, "We do not yet understand the purpose of the Tao's eye. If it is to annihilate Yilingfeng, then he is undoubtedly doomed. However, if it is to protect him, then he must be extraordinary. We must find a way to summon him to our west, to bolster our strength." Junti quickly inquired, "Brother, what do you believe is the likelihood of either scenario?" Jiayin slowly shook his head, his expression grave as he stated, "The intentions of the Tao are not for us to easily fathom. Let us observe the developments carefully and refrain from rash actions." Within the towering, ornate palace of the demon clan, a gathering of formidable demon beings convened under brilliant lights. Observing the upheaval in the human realm, they erupted into fervent discussions. The demon emperor Dijuan sat in a high seat, his demeanor haughty and disdainful as he scoffed, "Umph. A myriad dares to confront the Tao ancestor. Truly unaware of the consequences, he is unworthy of pity." Tai nodded in agreement, echoing, "Umph. Thinking he can disrespect the Tao ancestor simply because of a modicum of merit. He is merely courting death." The demon master Kuenping's eyes sparkled with cunning, a smile curling at his lips as he remarked, "Once this child perishes, the human race will be leaderless and utterly decline, a splendid opportunity for our clan." However, Bays wore a grave expression, narrowing his eyes as he pondered. "This matter may not be so simple. The appearance of the Tao's eye surely carries profound implications. We must not let our guard down." Dijuan, impatient, snorted dismissively. "What does it matter? Before the Tao ancestor, this insignificant human ant cannot stir any significant waves. He is but a mere jester." Meanwhile, amid the imposing Pango Hall of Mount Buzhou, the ancestral shamans convened to deliberate important matters. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept through, causing the shamans to rise and look towards the entrance. The ancestral shaman Shoyong paused in astonishment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! This lad has guts. Daring to confront Hong Jun. He is a man worth saving." Gong Gong frowned, his expression serious as he quickly stated, "Indeed, he possesses courage, but his strength is too lacking. He is likely to meet a grim fate shortly." Shoyong, undeterred, continued unabashedly, "Umph, Gong Gong, you lack vision. This lad's audacity to face the Tao ancestor is admirable." Buddha remained calm, her head bowed in contemplation as she slowly remarked, "Regardless, we should first ascertain the reason behind the emergence of the Tao's eye and act with caution." Xuan Yuan's demeanor was cold, his voice icy as he stated, "The human race is inherently weak. This lad's prospects are grim." Xiangli's eyes flickered with curiosity as he said, "If he can survive this tempest, he might warrant our attention." Tianwu, with a serious expression and a hint of worry in his eyes, remarked, "He has offended Hong Jun. Even if we wish to help, our hands may be tied." Zhu Meng raised his fist, exclaiming loudly, "What is there to fear? Let us confront that old Hong Jun. Our shaman clan is not to be trifled with." The ancestral shamans exchanged their views, each voicing their opinions. Yet their gazes remained fixed on the unfolding events in the human realm, awaiting the final outcome. Back in the human realm, as the eye of the Tao observed Hong Jun for a moment, it suddenly unleashed two powerful chaotic divine thunders. The Tao ancestor was struck by lightning. "How is this possible?" Hong Yun exclaimed in disbelief. As Hong Yun cried out in astonishment, Zhen Yuanzi stood frozen in shock, his dust brush slipping from his grasp with a thud as he stammered. "The eye of the Tao has descended divine punishment upon the Tao ancestor for the sake of our friend Lingfeng. Who is this Lingfeng, truly?" Hong Yun paced back and forth, a grave expression on his face as he murmured, "I do not know, but from the Tao's actions, it seems our friend Lingfeng is far from ordinary." High upon the spiritual mountain, Junti and Jiayin gasped in unison at this spectacle. Junti's eyes were wide with astonishment as she exclaimed, "The Tao ancestor is being punished. This has never occurred since the dawn of creation. With hands clasped together and a grave expression, he slowly remarked, "It appears that Yi Lingfeng shares an unimaginable connection with the Tao. We must act swiftly to summon him to our Western realm." Upon finishing his statement, the two exchanged glances, each recognizing the urgency and determination reflected in the other's eyes. Inside the grand hall of the demon court, the previously raucous discussions abruptly ceased. Leaving the crowd in stunned silence at this astonishing spectacle, Dijun widened his eyes, the disdain on his face vanishing instantaneously, replaced by profound shock. He abruptly stood, nearly toppling the table before him, exclaiming, "The Tao ancestor has been struck by the Tao." Tai, equally astonished, could only stare, his mouth agape. In the midst of this, the demon master Kunping experienced a fleeting moment of panic, though he quickly regained his composure, murmuring, "The situation has become intricate. We must reassess the implications of the human race's transformation." Bai Zhe sighed heavily, his brow furrowed with concern. "I mentioned that this matter was not simple. Now that the Tao has intervened, it seems the human race is indeed formidable." Within Panga Hall, the ancestral witches were equally astounded at the unfolding scene. Zhu Rong, flushed with excitement, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Excellent. Today, Hangjun has met his match. This young man has truly avenged us." Di Zhang's brows knitted tightly in concern as he stated gravely, "This matter is exceedingly strange. Having once aligned with the Tao, Hangjun is now punished by the eye of the Tao, indicating profound significance." The deity Huda's expression grew increasingly solemn, and after a moment of contemplation, she advised, "Regardless, our witch clan should maintain cordial relations with the human race to avoid conflict." Shuaming's eyes flickered with tension as he spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "If the Tao truly begins to assist the human race, our witch clan will struggle to dominate the primordial realm." Xiangliang clenched his fists, excitement shimmering in his gaze. "What does it matter? Even with the assistance of the Tao, they cannot rival our witch clan." Tianwu nodded heavily, declaring, "Indeed, we, the witch clan, are the progeny of Pangu, destined to be the sovereigns of the primordial world." Jumeng wielded his weapon, shouting, "Yes, the witch clan is invincible." After the chaotic divine thunder struck, Hangjun remained unscathed, aware that the two bolts were merely warnings. As anticipated, the voice of the Tao resonated throughout the primordial expanse. "You, as the heavenly Tao, you must not act against those who possess great virtue." This pronouncement, imbued with immense pressure and undeniable authority, clearly reached the ears of every living being. Upon hearing this, Hanjuan's countenance darkened, his previously tranquil mind now rippling with unease. Despite his inner reluctance, he recognized the futility of opposing the Tao's decree and, suppressing his fury, respectfully clasped his hands in acknowledgement, "I shall abide by the edicts of the Tao." Chapter 27. The Clash of the Two Saints. Meanwhile, Nuwa cradled the gravely injured Yi Lingfeng, her expression fraught with anxiety. With a delicate wave of her hand, crystalline three-light divine water appeared in her palm, which she carefully administered to Yi Lingfeng. Miraculously, the once shattered veins and severely damaged organs began to mend under the nurturing properties of the divine water, and his condition gradually stabilized. Seeing that Yi Lingfeng had escaped the clutches of death, Nuwa gently set him down, rose to confront Hangjun, and sternly inquired, "Tao ancestor, he merely spoke the truth. Why must you seek to end his life?" Her words incited Hangjun, still reeling from the lightning strike, to erupt in fury, his hair bristling as he thundered, "Preposterous! Do you dare question your master?" Before he could finish, a powerful aura emanated from him, crashing toward Nuwa like a tidal wave. Unfazed, she widened her beautiful eyes and retorted with equal fervor, unleashing her own sacred power to counter Hongjuan's. At that moment, Yi Lingfeng, now awake, was taken aback by Nuwa's fearless stand against Hangjun on his behalf. His heart swelled with shock and gratitude as he pondered, "Nuwa has gone to such lengths for me." Suddenly, as the two sacred powers collided in the air, it felt as if an invisible hand had violently shaken the very fabric of the primordial world. The earth trembled violently, fissures spreading like spider webs. The sea, as if summoned by some arcane force, began to surge backward, unleashing towering waves, and the skies. Thunder as thick as a water barrel fell like rain, the roars deafening, and colossal tornadoes rampaged across the land, obliterating all in their path. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in apocalyptic panic, with all living beings trembling under this terrifying force. Observing this chaos, Laozi of Taiping was left in astonishment, muttering, "Is this the power of the saints? How truly terrifying it is." Meanwhile, Yuqing Yuancher's eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixated on Nuwa and Hangjun, whispering, "I must become a saint. Only by attaining such status can one wield such world-shattering power." Shangqing Tongtian, with a grave expression, shook his head slightly and sighed. Those beneath the saints are mere ants. It seems this assertion is not false. In the face of a saint's power, we are indeed insignificant. Within Wuzhuang Temple, Hongyun expressed his concerns. What shall we do? If the two saints truly engage in battle, will not all beings in the primordial realm face annihilation? Zhen Yuanzi, equally helpless, sighed. If the saints are to engage, we can only watch with our current strength. I can only hope that the Eye of the Tao intervenes once more. Otherwise, the primordial lands may witness unimaginable devastation. In the Panga Hall of Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan wore solemn expressions as they gazed at the terrifying scene outside. Di Jiang spoke gravely, with such overwhelming saintly might. I wonder if our 12 capital heavenly gods can withstand it. Zhu Jiaoyin shook his head slowly, his expression heavy. Brother, even our 12 capital heavenly gods may struggle against such saintly power. The might of the saints far exceeds our imagination. Shuaming's gaze deepened, a frown creasing his brow as he stated, the situation in the primordial realm is becoming increasingly convoluted. We must proceed with caution and avoid being drawn into this conflict. Tianwu contemplated for a moment before replying, let us observe for now. I refuse to believe that Hongjun would disregard the lives of the primordial beings. The 12 ancestors shared their opinions, yet their focus remained steadfastly on the tumultuous situation, each preparing internally for any unforeseen developments. Amidst the chaotic cosmos, Nuwa and Hongjun faced each other, the tension palpable. Just as the standoff persisted, with energy swirling violently around them, the enigmatic Eye of the Tao unleashed two blinding purple divine thunders. Hongjun felt acutely that this time, the divine thunder bore significantly greater force than before. While it did not harm him, the warning it conveyed was more profound. Both Nuwa and Hongjun, having received the Tao's admonition, felt a chill run through them. Instantly comprehending the deeper implications behind the divine thunder, and they hastily retracted their overflowing sacred auras. With a shadowy countenance, Hongjun resembled a stormy sky, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he fixed his gaze upon Nuwa, declaring, Nuwa, how dare you defy me so? Today, I shall teach you what it means to honor one's master and the Tao. As the words fell, the venerable Hongjun did not wait for Nuwa to respond, but abruptly waved his hand. In the next instant, the figures of Hongjun and Nuwa dissipated like foam, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, leaving behind only a tranquil void, as if they had never been there. Once the silhouettes of Nuwa and Hongjun faded, the eye of the great Tao in the sky slowly closed, and the world fell silent once more. Simultaneously, in the minds of Taiji Laojun and Yuqing Yuanshi, the icy transmission of Hongjun echoed, this child is an anomaly of heaven and earth, destined to threaten the primordial world in the future. You two must swiftly eradicate him. Whoever succeeds in this will receive my immediate assistance in attaining sainthood. Upon hearing this message, Taiji and Yuqing were initially taken aback, only to reveal two entirely different expressions. Chapter 28, The Holy War in the Endless Star Sea of Chaos. A sudden and violent spatial fluctuation emerged. Soon after, the figures of Hongjun and Nuwa materialized like phantoms within the vast, boundless chaos. How is this possible? How can there be such a vast disparity? Nuwa's eyes widened, her face etched with disbelief, her voice trembling with incredulity. She found it exceedingly difficult to accept the reality before her. Both had ascended to the realm of saints. Yet she had been forcibly drawn into this infinite sea of chaos by Hongjun without any means of resistance. Humph! I am the Tao of the primordial, and I possess the ability to draw you out of the primordial realm. Were it not for your status as a saint of merit, I could suppress you with a mere flick of my hand, Hongjun declared with an air of arrogance, confidence radiating from his demeanor, as if he held absolute dominion over his own strength. Hongjun, what is your true intention in bringing me here? Nuwa inquired coldly, her expression dark as if frost could form from her very presence. Humph! You should be aware that that human, a mere insect, is an anomaly that should not exist in this world, Hongjun stated impassively, as if presenting an undeniable fact. How detestable! I shall never allow you to succeed. Nuwa realized in an instant that Hongjun had summoned her here to eliminate Yiling Feng without hindrance. As her words fell, waves of spatial ripples resembling flowing water surged around her body, mysterious and powerful. Do not waste your efforts. As long as I am here, you cannot return. Hongjun maintained his confident demeanor, as if everything lay within his control. How detestable! Do not blame Nuwa for her offense. Nuwa shouted in fury, then without hesitation, summoned her red embroidered ball and hurled it fiercely at Hongjun. Humph! You overestimate yourself. A trace of disdain flickered in Hongjun's eyes as he swiftly struck out with his right hand, summoning a colossal energy hand that formed instantly, crashing down upon Nuwa's red embroidered ball with overwhelming force. At the moment of collision, the entire chaotic star sea trembled. The energy unleashed was 1,000,000 times more intense than the simultaneous eruption of numerous supernovae, centered at the point of impact. A blinding radiance surged outward in a circular wave, consuming everything in its path with ruthless light. Under the onslaught of this brilliance, countless star realms faced utter annihilation. Those stars, once shining brilliantly in the cosmos, shattered into nothingness upon contact with the light. A massive planet disintegrated into its most fundamental particles, vanishing within the vast chaos almost instantaneously. As the planet was destroyed, the very fabric of space within that star realm could not withstand the pressure. Cracks resembling a spider's web appeared, swiftly expanding at a visible pace. Following this, a deafening roar echoed as the space was violently torn apart by an invisible hand. The fractured space gave rise to a terrifying spatial storm, where countless razor-sharp rifts traversed with wild abandon. These rifts could effortlessly cleave any material in two. Even a Daluo Jingxian would be as fragile as paper before such spatial fissures. Thick torrents of chaotic energy erupted from the shattered space, resembling enraged primordial beasts rampaging through the chaotic star sea. In their wake, remaining planets were swallowed whole, torn apart into innumerable fragments by the sheer force of the turbulence, subsequently reduced to cosmic dust. The surrounding time also began to spiral into chaos, alternating between acceleration, reversal, and stasis. In this temporal turmoil, some planets were destroyed only to be restored in the next instant, only to be devoured by the storm again. In other areas, the speed of light slowed dramatically, transforming once fleeting beams into a slow, surreal spectacle. Nuwa's red-embroidered ball flickered uncertainly under this overwhelming impact, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Meanwhile, Hongjuan's massive energy hand began to show signs of distortion and deformation, revealing the sheer terror of the forces at play. Hongjuan's expression shifted slightly. He had anticipated easily overpowering Nuwa, yet he never expected that she, as a mere saint of merit, could withstand his blow. He had previously dismissed her, for he had already reached the 7th level of sainthood. However, after experiencing that collision, he finally grasped the distinction between a saint of merit and a saint of the Tao, though his realm surpassed Nuwa's by 5 levels. The disparity in combat strength was not as immense as he had previously believed. Nevertheless, being the Tao of the Primordial, his composure quickly returned. With a cold snort, he ascended an aura, preparing to unleash his power once more to completely suppress Nuwa. Seizing the moment of chaos, Nuwa gritted her teeth, forming seals with her hands, attempting to harness the power of the spatial storm to find an opportunity to escape. She understood well that if she remained trapped here, not only would Yuling Feng's life be in jeopardy, but the human race would also face utter destruction. Humph! Hongjuan's cold snort resonated, as if emanating from the depths of a frigid abyss, filled with boundless chill and authority. In the next moment, his aura surged violently, power coalescing in his palm. A devastating force poised to strike down upon Nuwa with the might of a cataclysm. In the following second, the red-embroidered ball, which had barely managed to withstand the energy hand, instantly lost its power of resistance, hurtling back towards Nuwa under the overwhelming force. Then, the crimson hydrangea, carrying its lingering power, struck heavily against Nuwa. She trembled violently from the impact, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her complexion turning as pale as paper. Yet, her gaze remained resolutely firm, akin to an everlasting flame, radiating defiance and tenacity. Just as Hongjun Laozu was about to strike again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Nuwa, a mysterious and unfathomable force suddenly emerged from the boundless void. This force appeared as a formidable shield, exuding an ancient and powerful aura, steadfastly intercepting Hongjun Laozu's seemingly inevitable attack. Who dares to thwart my endeavors? Hongjun Laozu roared in fury, his eyes wide with rage, as if a volcano ready to erupt. His furious shout reverberated through the chaotic star sea, causing the surrounding stars to tremble slightly, reflecting the extremity of his wrath. Chapter 29, Crisis. As Hongjun Laozu's thunderous shout faded, the Eye of Tao descended once more upon the vast chaos of the star sea. Its gaze was as cold as ice, piercing through like an eternal glacier, mercilessly fixated on Hongjun Laozu. You, as the embodiment of the Tao, you repeatedly violate its principles, brazenly attacking those of great virtue. Now, I summon the 99 heavenly tribulation as punishment. The authoritative voice of the Tao boomed with gravitas, resounding like a great bell throughout the chaotic star sea, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. Hongjun Laozu's countenance darkened, as if ink were to drip from it. Yet, faced with the Tao's retribution, he could only choose to endure in silence. The 99 heavenly tribulation rapidly coalesced, the purplish-black lightning darting through the dense clouds like a frenzied dragon, each bolt exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating everything. As the first bolt of tribulation struck down, Hongjun Laozu hastily summoned all his magical power to resist it. However, the might of this tribulation far surpassed his expectations, instantly shattering his hastily erected defenses. His body was then wounded, charred marks appearing upon his skin. Yet, being Hongjun Laozu, and having already united with the Tao, his injuries healed in the blink of an eye. With each successive bolt of tribulation descending, the space around Hongjun Laozu began to fracture under the onslaught of this ferocious power, revealing shocking rifts in reality. His robes became tattered and disheveled amidst the relentless storm of lightning. As the final bolt prepared to descend, Hongjun Laozu summoned every ounce of his strength, yet still appeared utterly disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his headpiece in disarray. "Curse you!" he shouted in despair, suddenly raising his head to gaze at Nuwa, and then his figure vanished into the chaotic sea. Meanwhile, Taiji Laozu, upon receiving Hongjun Laozu's transmission, fell into deep contemplation. Upon hearing the message, Yuqing Yuanshir's eyes erupted with extreme excitement. Taiji Laozu pondered privately, recognizing that his path to enlightenment lay before him. If he could seize it, he would attain clarity regarding his own Tao and break through the shackles that had long hindered him. Moreover, from the recent punishment of Hongjun Laozu by the Tao on behalf of Yilingfeng, he sensed that Yilingfeng's identity was far more complex than it appeared. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to forego direct action against Yilingfeng. Thus, Taiji Laozu spoke, "Friend Lingfeng, relinquish to me the object of my enlightenment, and I shall depart immediately." Upon hearing this, Yuqing Yuanshir's expression darkened considerably, filled with displeasure, as he retorted angrily, "Elder brother, the master has spoken. If you are unwilling to act, I shall intervene. Simply assist me in blocking Tongdian." Without waiting for Taiji Laozu's consent, Yuqing Yuanshir launched a fierce assault against Yilingfeng. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing a barrage of piercing light that shot forth like a volley of lethal arrows, whistling sharply as they bore down upon Yilingfeng. Tongdian, without hesitation, stepped forward to shield Yilingfeng once more. Seeing this, Yuqing Yuanshir's eyes flared with rage as he shouted at Tongdian, "Tongdian, do you truly wish to defy the heavens?" Tongdian's expression was grave, filled with helplessness as he slowly replied, "Second brother, I cannot bear to watch him perish before my eyes." "Humph, then do not blame me for being ruthless." Yuqing Yuanshir thundered, hastily forming seals with his hands, channeling his immense magical power. In an instant, a powerful force surged forth like a roaring tsunami, sweeping toward both Tongtian and Yilingfeng. Remaining calm, Tongtian gently waved his Qingping sword, releasing a dazzling sword chi that instantly formed an unyielding barrier, firmly resisting Yuqing Yuanshir's overwhelming force. The collision produced a deafening roar. "I implore you, elder brother, to assist me." Seeing Tongtian intercept him, Yuqing Yuanshir turned to Taiji Laozu for help. Taiji Laozu furrowed his brow slightly, inwardly reluctant to become embroiled in this intense conflict. However, for the sake of his own enlightenment, he sighed deeply and stepped forward to stand in front of Tongtian. "Thank you, elder brother. As long as I eliminate this ant, I shall achieve the status of a saint." With Taiji Laozu willing to intervene, Yuqing Yuanshir envisioned the glorious moment of his own sanctification and hurried past Tongtian toward Yilingfeng. Tongtian, initially intending to continue his obstruction, was thwarted by Taiji Laozu's Tai Chi diagram. Seeing Yuqing Yuanshir rushing toward Yilingfeng, he grew anxious and quickly pleaded with Taiji Laozu, "Elder brother, please halt. I shall persuade friend Lingfeng to surrender your object of enlightenment. Please spare his life." Taiji Laozu shook his head helplessly, stating, "It is too late." He understood that Yuqing Yuanshir, with his singular focus on achieving sainthood and the enticing offer made by Hongjun Laozu, would never let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. Today is your day of demise," Yuqing Yuanshir declared as he struck down toward Yilingfeng with a mighty palm. An immense energy hand loomed over Yilingfeng, poised to crush him. "Old dog Yuanshir, if you seek my life, it shall not come easily." Yilingfeng shouted furiously, swiftly summoning his 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. The lotus materialized above his head, encompassing him in its immense energy bloom. As the colossal energy hand descended upon the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, a brilliant light erupted, shaking the very foundations of the primordial world. Though the energy lotus successfully blocked this lethal strike, cracks began to form upon its surface. Yilingfeng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with boundless hatred. "What? Is that the innate supreme spiritual treasure, the Pure World White Lotus?" Yuqing Yuanshir exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 30, The Arrival of Humanity. Humph. Such an insignificant ant. How dare it possess such a treasure? It should be handed over to me for control. A glimmer of undeniable greed flickered in Yuqing Yuanshir's eyes as he spoke malevolently. "Humph. Shameless wretch, Do not disguise your avarice with such despicable excuses. If you desire it, come and take it. Yiling Feng wore a cold smile, his words laced with mockery and disdain. Ha ha ha, mere insect. Do you truly believe that with just that pure world white lotus, I cannot contend with you? Yuqing Yuanshi laughed boisterously, his laughter brimming with contempt for Yiling Feng. I shall now shatter your defenses, allowing you to witness the staggering chasm that exists between a mere insect and a quasi-saint. Upon finishing his words, Yuqing Yuanshi stood firmly in the void, and with a mere thought, summoned his treasured jade rui. He then raised the jade rui high above his head and, with a force akin to thunder, brought it crashing down upon Yiling Feng below. In an instant, a colossal energy jade rui, formed from a convergence of tremendous power, materialized in the heavens. This jade rui radiated a dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a terrifying oppressive aura that instilled dread. Upon witnessing this, Yiling Feng realized that his pure world white lotus would likely be unable to withstand such a formidable strike. Without hesitation, he summoned the purple lightning hammer bestowed upon him by the Supreme Celestial. Damn it, let us go for broke. At worst, he could always return. Yiling Feng gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fierce determination, akin to a cornered beast poised for a desperate final stand. Just as the colossal energy jade scepter was about to descend, he channeled every ounce of his magical power into the purple lightning hammer without reservation. In an instant, the hammer radiated a brilliant glow, its luminous brilliance akin to the blinding sun, transforming into a massive purple thunder hammer. Kill! Yiling Feng bellowed with all his might, then propelled himself forward like a released arrow, striking fiercely at the jade scepter. The next moment, the two immense energy entities collided in midair, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. A surge of violent energy rippled outward from the point of impact, expanding in a circular wave in all directions. Where it passed, the fabric of space shattered like a broken mirror, horrifying fissures rapidly spreading as if to tear the world asunder. Nearby mountains were instantly flattened by the shockwave. The hard rocks, resembling fragile paper, were effortlessly lifted, swept up in the energy storm, creating a rain of stone that blotted out the sky. The ground itself seemed to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand, forming a vast funnel-shaped pit, the walls of which were centered into a glass-like substance by the intense heat, emanating an eerie sheen. The clouds above were dispersed by this force. The once pristine white clouds vanished, replaced by a roiling black mushroom cloud that surged upwards. A blinding light erupted from the point of collision, several times more radiant than the sun, piercing the eyes and seemingly capable of scorching the very soul. The thunderous roar of the energy clash reverberated through the heavens, akin to a multitude of thunderclaps or the roars of ancient behemoths, causing ears to ring with pain, and even the weaker beings were rendered senseless. Blood streaming from their orifices, their souls shaken to the core. Under this cataclysmic force, the laws of space around began to distort. Time appeared to freeze, then whirl at breakneck speed, at times creeping so slowly that each second felt excruciatingly long, and at others racing by in a dizzying blur. Some beings trapped in this area found their bodies contorted and deformed within the chaotic temporal laws, with some vanishing entirely without a trace. Under the force of the impact, Yiling Feng's body was propelled like a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably soaring backward as blood gushed from his mouth, staining his garments in crimson. His form resembled a meteor plummeting from the heavens, enveloped in an inexhaustible force as he crashed heavily to the ground. Where he landed, the earth, already ravaged by energy shocks, was instantly torn open, creating an unfathomable chasm that rapidly spread outward, causing the ground to undulate like waves. Countless colossal stones were violently thrust from the depths, shattering in midair into myriad tiny fragments, akin to a grand display of stone fireworks, yet fraught with lethal peril. Centered around Yiling Feng's point of descent, the earth within a radius of several miles caved in instantaneously, forming a vast, bowl-shaped depression. At this moment, his body bore numerous cracks, and the sound of his bones creaking sent chills through the air. He lay quietly at the bottom of the deep pit, covered in a thick layer of dust, utterly immobilized. Only the occasional twitching of his fingers testified to his lingering vitality. Nearby, his pure lotus and purple lightning hammer lay dimmed and fallen upon the ground. Humph! Presumptuous ants, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Today, I shall witness who still dares to come to your rescue. Yuqing Yuanshi stood aloof, surveying the disheveled Yiling Feng in the pit with an expression of utter disdain. At this moment, Yiling Feng was battered and bruised, blood staining the earth beneath him. Yet his defiant gaze remained fixed upon Yuqing Yuanshi. However, before Yuqing Yuanshi could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sudden, resounding shout. I will. A powerful voice resonated from afar, echoing like thunder across the sky. And we all will. Do not think you can harm our leader. In the next instant, A dense mass of people surged forth from the horizon, resembling a tumultuous tide rushing towards Yilingfeng's vast pit. They crowded together so tightly that their sheer number was astonishing, quickly surrounding the deep pit where Yilingfeng lay, leaving no space for even a sliver to escape. "Elder brother, you should not have come." Yilingfeng gazed at the individuals who had gathered by his side and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Brother, you are the leader of our human race, and more importantly, you are our kin. How could we not come?" Among the crowd, Sui Ren voiced his thoughts with fervor, his eyes brimming with determination and indignation. "Indeed, leader, we shall never stand idly by while you are tormented by this villain." A resolute young man clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. "Fear not, everyone. Together, we shall avenge our leader." Another cried, raising his arm high, and the crowd responded with fervent enthusiasm. Yuqing Yuanshe surveyed the throng of people, a hint of disdain creeping onto his face. "Humph. A bunch of oblivious fools, do they dare to impede me?" The crowd roared again. "Even in death, we shall protect our leader." At that moment, an elderly figure stepped forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Yuqing Yuanshe. "You wicked one, preying on the weak. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we will not allow you to succeed." "Ha ha ha. And what can you do? With your feeble might? Like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly deluded." Yuqing Yuanshe bellowed with arrogant laughter. "Brothers, charge." With that rallying cry, the masses surged toward Yuqing Yuanshe. Yilingfeng gazed at the multitude who fought valiantly for him, his heart brimming with emotion. He yearned to rise, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Yuqing Yuanshe emitted a disdainful snort, brandishing his jade scepter, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged toward the crowd. The foremost individuals were instantly propelled backward, yet those behind them showed no sign of retreat, resolutely pressing forward. In that moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and anguished wails. Chapter 31. Trapped in despair in the name of the leader. "I command all human beings to cease." Observing his fallen compatriots, Yilingfeng summoned every last ounce of strength, his voice hoarse and desperate as he cried out. This utterance seemed to drain him of all vitality, and he was soon racked with violent coughs, each spasm accompanied by torrents of blood. Upon hearing Yilingfeng's fervent shout, the assembly of humans immediately halted their advance toward Yuqing Yuanshe. Nevertheless, many had already succumbed to the fatal blow dealt by Yuqing Yuanshe, lying on the ground in excruciating agony. "Brother, are you all right?" Sui Ren hurriedly approached, crouching to gently assist Yilingfeng into a sitting position, his eyes filled with concern and urgency. "Elder brother, we are no match for him. Such reckless defiance will only lead to the needless sacrifice of our kin." Yilingfeng's expression was one of utmost seriousness. Each word he uttered seeming to come with great difficulty, yet his tone was remarkably resolute. After speaking, he bore the excruciating pain and once again directed his gaze towards the lofty presence of Yuqing Yuanshe in the heavens. "Yuqing Yuanshe, you seek to slay me. But should you dare to strike against my kin, I fear that the very Tao itself would not spare you." Yilingfeng gazed intently at the audacious Yuqing Yuanshe, his expression earnest and devoid of any trepidation. "Ha ha ha, mere ants. What qualifications do you have to speak of the great Tao in my presence?" Yuqing Yuanshe laughed heartily, his voice brimming with disdain and contempt. "Humph. Yuqing Yuanshe, you should recognize that the emergence of humanity from the primordial chaos is a significant achievement. Should you dare to slaughter the human race today, you would be acting against the heavens. Do you truly believe you will escape unscathed?" Yilingfeng's countenance was serious. Despite his weakened aura, his words resonated with conviction. "Humph. Are you threatening me?" Yuqing Yuanshe narrowed his eyes, his tone icy as he addressed Yilingfeng, a hint of chill evident in his gaze. "And if I am? If you doubt my words, feel free to test me. Should you truly dare to strike, I assure you that divine retribution will befall you." Yilingfeng's face was etched with solemnity as he spoke with great difficulty, each word seemingly extracted from between clenched teeth. Upon hearing Yilingfeng's words, Yuqing Yuanshe was instantly reminded of the pronouncements made by the heavenly Tao at that time, and he quickly calculated in his mind. This calculation left him utterly astonished. He realized that if he were to truly strike down the human race, not only would he be unable to attain the status of a sage, but he would also be met with boundless karmic retribution, potentially subjecting himself to torment unto death by this backlash. "Very well, I can allow them to depart, but you must hand over my brother's path to enlightenment." Yuqing Yuanshe said reluctantly, his face betraying his unwillingness. "No, we shall not leave. We are willing to share life and death with our leader." The members of the human race immediately protested, their voices brimming with determination and resolve. "In the name of our leader, I command the entire clan to enter the Mountains and Rivers Society map." As Yilingfeng spoke, he struggled to summon the map of mountains and rivers from within him. The map radiated a faint yet enigmatic glow, as if awaiting the entrance of the human race. "Brother," the swearing clan leader began, eager to convey more, but was abruptly interrupted by Yilingfeng. "Eldest brother, do you truly wish for the extinction of our kind?" Yilingfeng inquired, his expression grave. His voice soft yet imbued with strength. "The entire human race must enter the map of mountains and rivers," the swearing clan leader declared, gritting his teeth and suppressing his anguish with a loud cry. Subsequently, the members of the human race began to enter the map in succession. When only the swearing clan leader remained, Yilingfeng summoned the Kindling seal from within, allowing it to hover before him. "Eldest brother, this is the treasured artifact of our people, the Kindling seal. Take it, and remember to safeguard it with all your might." Yilingfeng conveyed a message to Swearin, his voice frail yet imbued with hope for the future of humanity. Observing this, Swearin trembled as he accepted the Kindling seal, his face a portrait of bewilderment as he gazed at Yilingfeng. In the next moment, Yilingfeng directly activated the map of mountains and rivers, drawing Swearin into it as well. "Map of mountains and rivers, hasten to seek Lady Nuwa," Yilingfeng commanded, and immediately, the map transformed into a streak of radiant light, racing towards the horizon. "Hence, you seek your own demise." Upon realizing the situation, Yuqing Yuanshi swiftly retaliated, striking at Yilingfeng once more with the jade talisman in his hand. Yilingfeng gazed at the colossal energy gem, imbued with the power to annihilate worlds, hurtling towards him, yet a serene smile graced his features. However, in the next instant, his expression darkened, for the Kindling seal, which he had entrusted to Swearin, unexpectedly returned to him. "What on earth? Why are you coming back?" Yilingfeng exclaimed, his face contorted with fury. Before him, the Kindling seal transformed into a gigantic golden dragon, which, upon seeing the descending gem, let out a furious roar. It charged at the gem, but after merely a fleeting moment of resistance, the golden dragon was dispersed by the gem's overwhelming power, reverting back to the Kindling seal and landing upon Yilingfeng. "Damn it, how frustrating. After all my efforts, I still couldn't protect the treasure of humanity's luck," he lamented, a look of regret etched across his face. The massive energy gem, having scattered the dragon of human fortune, continued its relentless assault towards Yilingfeng, who found himself resigned to fate. With a heavy sigh, he braced for impact. Boom! With a deafening roar that shook the very earth, the immense energy gem struck the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, a violent surge of energy erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward in all directions. The earth caved in dramatically, forming a bottomless chasm, while debris shot skyward like a fountain, only to rain down like a torrential downpour. The surrounding space twisted and contorted under the sheer force of the energy, as if it might collapse at any moment. The powerful shockwave swept through, obliterating mountains into dust, evaporating rivers, and casting a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. The ground trembled violently, with countless fissures spreading like a spider's web, threatening to tear the world apart. Magma from beneath the surface surged forth, creating a sea of flames. In the sky, the atmosphere darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, as if the heavens themselves were enraged by this cataclysmic blow. A blinding light rendered vision impossible, and the intense heat turned everything to ash. The once vibrant earth now bore no trace of life. Welcome, fellow Taoists, to speculate who shall come to the rescue next. Chapter 32. Hanjin takes action. Mirans dare to toy with me. Such actions are utterly deserving of their demise. Once calm had returned, Yuqing Yuanshi's spiritual energy surged, his gaze cold and menacing as it fixated on the spot where Yilingfeng had just stood, his icy stare seemingly capable of freezing the air itself. "Yuanshi." A steady voice, carrying an air of authority, resonated from the heavens above. Yuqing Yuanshi suddenly looked up, a fleeting hint of panic crossing his face. Upon recognizing the figure, he immediately turned and bowed deeply, his expression transforming into one of delight as he exclaimed, "I pay my respects, teacher." His humble demeanor starkly contrasted with the ruthlessness he had displayed moments earlier. "Yuanshi, I demand your life." Before Hong Jun could respond, a graceful figure streaked through the sky like lightning, brimming with unrelenting fury. It was Nuwa, her eyes wide with determination. Without uttering a word, she waved her hand, sending forth the radiant red embroidered ball, infused with world-destroying power, hurtling towards Yuqing Yuanshi. Yuqing Yuanshi's countenance shifted dramatically, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes as he instinctively raised the gem to defend himself. Yet, that seemingly indestructible gem, upon contact with the red ball, shattered like brittle twigs, soaring away in a graceful arc, lost to the void. The red ball then struck Yuqing Yuanshi squarely in the chest. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed across the cosmos as Yuqing Yuanshi was sent hurtling backward, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, leaving a ghastly trail of blood across the vast expanse. The robe, embroidered with celestial bodies and brimming with profound Tao essence, disintegrated under the tremendous force, transforming into countless strips that danced through the air. Beneath, his skin bore the marks of bruises, intricate cracks radiating from his chest like a spider's web. He resembled a delicate porcelain artifact, perilously close to shattering. Coughing violently, he spat a mouthful of blood, which instantly transformed into a mist, mingled with fragments of internal organs. His once secure hairpiece was sent flying, while his hair flowed wildly, resembling water plants thrashing in a storm, presenting a pitiful sight. With a thunderous crash, Yuqing Yuanshi plummeted onto a towering spiritual mountain, his body striking the ground like a meteor, creating a colossal crater. The surrounding rocks shattered from the impact, as innumerable boulders rained down, raising clouds of dust. Lying at the bottom of the pit, his limbs contorted and his bones felt as if they had been shattered. Every inch of him ached, and he could only gasp for breath. His face was etched with pain and disbelief, unable to comprehend that the usually gentle Nuwa could unleash such fury upon him. As Nuwa's brows furrowed, preparing to unleash another artifact for a fatal strike against Yuqing Yuanshi, the ever-watchful Hongjun finally spoke. His expression grave, his voice deep yet authoritative, he commanded, "Nuwa, cease. That human has not perished at the last moment. I intervened and successfully saved him." Upon finishing, Hongjun gently waved the celestial whisk in his right hand, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Everything within the vast expanse ravaged by Nuwa and Yuqing Yuanshi's fierce clash began to revert, as if the button for time reversal had been pressed, restoring all to its former state. The mountains and forests have been rejuvenated, their trees lush and verdant. The rivers once again surge forth, their waters rippling gracefully. The earth has regained its former tranquility and flatness, and even those frail beings who perished in the battle have returned to life, frolicking and chirping as if the cataclysmic clash had never transpired. At this moment, Yiling Feng lies peacefully with closed eyes, ensconced within a translucent bubble suspended in midair. This bubble emanates a gentle radiance, enveloping him like an egg cradling a glimmer of hope. As everything returns to its original state, the bubble surrounding Yiling Feng begins to slowly fragment, allowing his body to drift gently downwards, landing softly upon a patch of tender grass. Nuwa, upon spotting the fallen Yiling Feng, is consumed with urgency and swiftly darts towards him. Her movements are both delicate and swift as she gently elevates his head, resting it upon her thigh. With utmost care, she retrieves a diminutive jade vial from her bosom, containing the last remnants of her precious Sanguang divine water. Removing the cork, she delicately dips her fingertip into the elixir and gradually administers it to Yiling Feng's lips. Under the miraculous influence of the Sanguang divine water, the gravely injured Yiling Feng stirs slightly, his eyelashes quivering before he gradually opens his eyes. His gaze is still somewhat dazed, but upon recognizing Nuwa's concerned visage, a warm current surges within him. He struggles to rise, yet his body, weakened and feeble, betrays him, allowing only a faint whisper to escape his lips. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. Is it worth it, what you have done?" Nuwa gazes at Yiling Feng, her eyes brimming with tenderness and compassion, and softly inquires, "I do not know, but certain actions, if left unfulfilled, may leave my heart's path forever incomplete." Yiling Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he resolutely declared, "Let this not happen again." Nuwa gently caressed Yiling Feng's forehead, her tone tender as she urged him. Upon hearing Nuwa's counsel, Yiling Feng nodded slightly in agreement. Well, Nuwa is truly gentle, and she exudes such a delightful fragrance. Being able to be so close to the goddess Nuwa makes this injury worthwhile. Lying on Nuwa's soft, snow-white thigh and inhaling the faint, enchanting scent emanating from her, Yiling Feng couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. It seemed Nuwa sensed Yiling Feng's inner musings, her face subtly flushing with a hint of embarrassment, and though she felt somewhat helpless, curiously, she was devoid of anger, instead harboring a trace of hidden delight. At that moment, two figures tore through the sky, arriving in an instant. It was Taiching Laozu and Shanqing Tongdian. They approached Hongjun with utmost reverence, bowing respectfully. The primordial Hongjun turned his gaze toward the severely wounded Yuqing Yuanshi in the pit and spoke calmly. As his words fell, the gravely injured Yuqing Yuanshi found himself involuntarily drawn by an unseen force, soaring before Hongjun. "Master." Yuqing Yuanshi's face was a mask of fury as he prepared to voice his grievances and indignation, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Hongjun raised a hand, interrupting him. Chapter 33, The Compensation of Yuanshi. As one of the Pangasanqing, how can you be so narrow-minded and arrogant, capable of inflicting harm upon the human race? Nuwa's recent strike serves as a minor lesson for you. Let this matter conclude here. Hong Juan's expression was grave, his tone laced with sternness. Yuqing Yuanshi appeared anxious, his lips parting as he attempted to defend himself. Master, it was not you. However, before he could finish, Hong Juan's voice rang out, fierce and commanding. Silence. Have you not recognized the gravity of your mistake? The authority in his voice made the very air tremble. Yet, before Hong Juan's words had fully settled, Yilingfeng, lying on the ground, immediately felt displeased. What? Is this to be left unresolved? Yuanshi has committed such atrocious acts without any recompense. Would my injuries be in vain? This cannot stand. With that thought in mind, Yilingfeng commenced his performance. Oh, my elbow feels as if it has been crushed beneath the weight of 1,000 boulders. Yilingfeng shouted loudly while secretly observing the reaction of ancestor Hong Jun. He then exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, my bones feel as if they might fall apart." Following this, he clutched his waist and twisted his body, crying out, "Oh, my lumbar disc. The pain is so intense that I might faint." Ultimately, he rolled on the ground, lamenting, "Oh, every part of me aches. Surely, I am on the brink of death." Upon hearing Yilingfeng's heartfelt cries, Nuwa felt a mix of exasperation at his antics. Yet considering that he had nearly perished at the hands of Yuqing Yuanshi, she found no fault in his behavior. Thus, she stepped forward, her voice as melodic as silver bells yet imbued with undeniable firmness. This matter cannot simply be resolved. If Yuqing Yuanshi does not provide compensation, I shall not let it rest. After speaking, she fixed a determined gaze upon ancestor Hong Jun, her eyes conveying a resolve that suggested if this issue was not properly addressed, she would not relent. Upon hearing the words of Yilingfeng and Nuwa, ancestor Hong Jun appeared before Yilingfeng like a wisp of smoke, descending slowly. Nuwa, sensing this, instantly became vigilant, her spiritual energy subtly circulating as a precaution. However, ancestor Hong Jun seemed oblivious to her tension and approached Yilingfeng with a serious expression. Suddenly, ancestor Hong Jun threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Splendid. A clever lad indeed. Speak. What compensation would satisfy you to resolve this matter? His boisterous laughter resonated, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble slightly. Upon hearing these words, Yilingfeng's eyes flickered with a glimmer of surprise. Yet uncertainty clouded his expression as he inquired with a face full of bewilderment, "Is any form of compensation acceptable?" Just moments ago, he had learned from Inwa that his life had been saved by the venerable Hong Jun Laozu. Although he remained perplexed as to why Hong Jun Laozu had intervened on his behalf or why he was willing to speak for him, he could not afford to let this remarkable opportunity to strike at Yuanshi slip away easily. With his hands leisurely clasped behind his back and a gentle smile adorning his face, Hong Jun Laozu responded, "Speak your desires, as long as they are not excessively unreasonable. I shall grant them." Upon hearing this, Yilingfeng's eyes sparkled like stars and his mind raced with thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Then I shall require the Panga banner. Without it, I cannot rise from this injury today." The Panga banner is among the most supreme innate treasures of the entire primordial realm, possessing boundless power. If he were to obtain it, his strength would surely surge. "Dream on," exclaimed Hong Jun Laozu, who had yet to respond, while Yuqing Yuanshi, standing nearby, erupted in fury, his face flushed crimson as he bellowed. The Panga banner was his lifeline. He valued it more than his own life, and how could he possibly part with it so easily? Hearing Yilingfeng's demand, Hong Jun Laozu sighed in resignation and patiently explained, "You should understand the future significance of the Panga banner to Yuanshi. Thus it would be wise for you to seek an alternative." Yilingfeng, though somewhat disheartened, understood that one cannot force matters. He pondered for a moment. Then his eyes sparkled with inspiration as he spoke. "Then I shall request the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner." This Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner was an exceptionally formidable innate spiritual treasure, renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. "You shall not think of it," the Yuqing Yuanshi exclaimed, his frustration evident as he stomped his foot and shouted once more. However, before he could finish his sentence, Hong Jun Laozu raised his hand to interrupt. "Very well. I shall grant you the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner." Hong Jun Laozu's expression was earnest, his voice imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. Upon hearing Hong Jun Laozu's declaration, Yuqing Yuanshi's face instantly transformed, a look of disbelief washing over him, as if he could scarcely trust his own ears. "You need not elaborate. Simply relinquish the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner," Hong Jun Laozu stated with grave seriousness, his gaze sharp as lightning directed at Yuqing Yuanshi, conveying that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Yuqing Yuanshi clenched his teeth tightly, the muscles in his face quivering slightly. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to summon all his strength, reluctantly conjuring the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow Banner. As the yellow banner emerged, a heavy, earthy yellow radiance burst forth, suffused with boundless defensive power. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun Laozu sent the central Wuji apricot yellow banner floating gently towards Yilingfeng, akin to a delicate butterfly. Gazing at the palm-sized banner before him, exuding a mysterious aura, Yilingfeng felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Initially, he had hoped to acquire merely a rudimentary innate spiritual treasure, never imagining that Hongjun Laozu would bestow upon him this exquisite innate treasure. The acquisition of such a precious artifact truly surpassed Yilingfeng's expectations. "Young man, shall we consider this matter of causality resolved?" Hongjun Laozu inquired with a warm smile. A hint of appreciation for Yilingfeng apparent in his expression. Yes, Yilingfeng replied, since my esteemed friend Yuqing has shown such sincerity, I shall generously overlook past grievances. Yilingfeng wore a smile upon his face, a grin laced with a hint of cunning, as if reveling in his own triumph. Suddenly, Yuqing Yuanshe could no longer contain the pent-up frustration and fury within him. Combined with his still healing injuries, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, staggering slightly as he struggled to maintain his balance. Chapter 34. Extortion of Taiji. Enough. Young man, do not push it too far. Let this matter rest here. Hongjun Laozu furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Yilingfeng, an expression on his face that mingled exasperation with a touch of admiration for the youth. Very well. I shall heed the esteemed Dao ancestor's words. Yilingfeng quickly quelled his triumphant demeanor, donning a mask of respectfulness, nodding earnestly as he spoke, resembling an obedient junior, though a hint of mischief lingered in his eyes. Master, what shall become of my path to enlightenment? At that moment, a steady voice disrupted the brief tranquility. Taiji Laozu, clad in a flowing azure robe and wielding a whisk, stepped forth. His visage was gaunt, radiating reverence as he clasped his hands in salute to Hongjun Laozu. His words imbued with genuine concern for the matter of enlightenment. Hongjun Laozu stroked his beard thoughtfully, then slowly turned his gaze toward Yilingfeng, his eyes holding a depth of meaning that rendered the atmosphere palpable with tension. The Konggong seal must not be entrusted to you. It is an artifact that governs the fate of humankind and must remain solely within our grasp. Yilingfeng instantly straightened his back, his face resolute, and his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Taching Laozi, his tone devoid of any room for negotiation. He was acutely aware of the significance of the Konggong seal to the human race and would not concede an inch. Upon hearing Yilingfeng's words, Taching Laozi furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the tenacity of this young man. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he bowed again and said, "This matter concerns my path. I implore you, my friend, to acquiesce." His voice was serene yet imbued with unwavering determination. Taching, your path does not hinge solely on this artifact. It merely serves as a guide. Your true path lies within the human race. At that moment, the ever-observant Hongjun Laozu spoke once more. His voice measured yet resonating with profound mystery, stirring the hearts of those present. Please, esteemed teacher, offer your guidance. Taching Laozi hastily bowed, his expression filled with reverence and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He held Hongjun Laozu's words in the highest regard, hoping for further enlightenment. This matter is beyond my intervention. You must seek him now, Hongjun Laozu said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gestured toward Yilingfeng. Him? Taching Laozi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in disbelief as he turned to look at Yilingfeng. He had never anticipated that his path to enlightenment would be so closely intertwined with this young human. Indeed, he is the leader of the human race. Your path must gain his approval. Hongjun Laozu's expression turned serious as he nodded solemnly, reiterating his point with an undeniable tone. What? I need his approval? Taching Laozi's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice involuntarily rising a notch. Behind him, Yuqing Yuanshe and Shanqing Tongtian exchanged astonished glances, as if they had heard the most fantastical tale. Precisely, for the majority of the human race's fortune now rests upon this young man, and the Konggong seal has recognized him as its master. You must impart your teachings to the human race to attain enlightenment. Thus, you must secure his approval. Hongjun Laozu continued patiently, his words weaving a tapestry of understanding among the listeners. Upon hearing Hongjun Laozu's explanation, Taching Laozi's expression grew exceedingly complex, secretly relieved that he had not offended Yilingfeng moments before. Just as he was contemplating, Hongjun Laozu's voice resounded once more. Very well, you may deliberate amongst yourselves. I shall refrain from further discourse. Oh, by the way, you have performed admirably. Continue your efforts, and this artifact shall be your reward. As he spoke, a radiant glow emanated from Hongjun Laozu's hand, conjuring an ancient cauldron of palm-sized proportions, which he tossed gently, allowing it to hover before Yilingfeng. The primal treasure. Qian Kuanding? The three pure ones in Nuwa gazed at the ancient cauldron, which radiated a mysterious light, their eyes brimming with astonishment, unable to contain their exclamations. This is for me? Yilingfeng also wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide with surprise and uncertainty as he inquired, his face a canvas of joy and confusion. What? You do not desire it? Hongjun Laozu smiled broadly, playfully teasing, yet his gaze was filled with paternal affection. Of course I want it. How could I possibly refuse? It would be a grave disrespect to decline a reward from the venerable Dao ancestor. Yilingfeng reacted swiftly, hastily sitting up. His hand seizing the Qian Kuanding with lightning speed, fearful of it being snatched away. A radiant smile adorned his face, while his heart was already bursting with joy. Though Yilingfeng was unaware of the reasons behind Hongjun Laozu's decision to bestow upon him this innate treasure, he recognized the illogic of refusing such a generous gift presented before him. After accepting the Qian Kuanding, Yilingfeng performed a profound bow to express his gratitude. Observing this, Hongjun Laozu's lips curled into a faint smile, and then his figure gradually became ethereal, slowly vanishing before the crowd, leaving only a resonant, ethereal laughter echoing through the woods. Lingfeng Daoist, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier, and I hope you can forgive me regarding my path to enlightenment, said Taqing Laozu, gathering his thoughts and approaching Yilingfeng with utmost sincerity. However, Yilingfeng, not allowing Taqing Laozu to finish his words, abruptly closed his eyes and reclined on the ground once more, embarking on his captivating performance. Oh dear, my elbow, he exclaimed, dramatically twisting his body. Oh dear, my crown bone. Each utterance grew progressively louder, as if he were indeed grievously injured. Oh dear, my lumbar disc. This proclamation left the audience momentarily stunned, only to quickly regain their composure. Pooh. Nuwa, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, her melodious giggles resonating in the forest, instantly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Shanqing Tongtian, witnessing the scene, could only shake his head in exasperation, a faint smile gracing his features. Conversely, Taqing Laozu and Yuqing Yuanshare exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they never anticipated Yilingfeng's brazen demeanor. Daoist friend, just speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Taqing Laozu, feeling quite helpless, inquired with a furrowed brow, inwardly lamenting the arduousness of their negotiation. Well, since you are so straightforward, I shall be candid as well. I seek the southern Ledi flame flag that you possess. Yilingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, gazing intently at Taqing Laozu. His face etched with seriousness, while a glimmer of cunning and determination flickered in his eyes. Initially, Yilingfeng envisioned Taqing Laozu as a protector of the human race, akin to Nuwa. However, upon reflection, he realized that once Taqing Laozu became a saint of the heavenly Tao, he would be bound to obey the celestial will, unable to defy it. Thus, during the calamity faced by humanity, Taqing Laozu would merely be a passive observer. Consequently, Yilingfeng contemplated that acquiring a magical artifact might ultimately prove more advantageous for the human race. Chapter 35, The Teachings of Taqing at this moment. Taqing Laozu regarded Yilingfeng before him. Although he harbored numerous considerations, the pursuit of his own path to enlightenment left little room for prolonged deliberation. With a swift motion of his robe, a brilliant radiance flashed, and the southern flame banner hovered in midair. The banner emanated a fierce, blazing light, causing the surrounding void to shimmer subtly. Take it. Taqing Laozu's voice resonated deeply, succinct and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, as if this resolution had been meticulously weighed in his mind for an extended period. Yilingfeng lifted his gaze, beholding the southern flame banner suspended before him. At that moment, it was no larger than the palm of his hand, yet it subtly emanated a majestic aura capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth. A surge of joy filled his heart as he unhesitatingly beckoned. The spiritual treasure descended like a weary bird returning to its nest, instantly settling into the palm of his hand, which he grasped with assurance. My friend, have you also obtained your precious artifact? I wonder when I shall have the opportunity to impart teachings to the human race? The old Taiji, observing Yilingfeng secure the spiritual treasure, revealed a flicker of urgency in his eyes and promptly inquired. He was acutely aware that the matter of imparting teachings not only pertained to his own fortunes within the human realm but was also intricately linked to his own path to enlightenment. Please return for now. Once I have properly arranged matters for the human race, you may come back, he instructed. Yilingfeng's expression was solemn, his tone resolute, and his gaze conveyed a profound concern and sense of responsibility towards the human race. Upon hearing Yilingfeng's response, the brows of Taqing Laozu furrowed into a deep frown. He pondered to himself, wondering how much more time would be consumed by this delay. Was the path to enlightenment not destined to be indefinitely prolonged? Our human race remains ensnared within the boundaries of the mountains and rivers, with some still wounded by the strike of Yuqing Yuanshe. How can you expect them to heed your teachings now? Yiling Feng observed the expression of the Grand Master Ta Ching, which revealed his unease, causing Ye's own demeanor to grow solemn. He emphasized, "Very well. We shall return to Kunlun Mountain and await further developments." Although Ta Ching felt a tinge of reluctance upon hearing Yiling Feng's words, he acknowledged the underlying wisdom and could only let out a resigned sigh, responding accordingly. With that, he gracefully swept his long sleeves, accompanied by Yuqing Yuanshe, as a radiant aura enveloped them, and in an instant, they vanished before Yiling Feng, leaving behind only a faint ripple of spiritual energy in the void. "Young one, you possess remarkable talent. Do visit me at Kunlun Mountain for a philosophical discussion when you have the time," said Shangqing Tongtian, his face adorned with a warm smile and a glimmer of admiration in his eyes as he addressed Yiling Feng. His voice rang out cheerfully, as if the previous discord had never transpired, only resonating with appreciation for the rising star before him. "Thank you, my friend, for your timely assistance." Yiling Feng expressed with heartfelt gratitude, bowing respectfully to Shangqing Tongtian. He understood well that without his intervention, preserving the precious Kongdong seal would have been a near impossibility. "There is no need for such formality, then I shall take my leave," Shangqing Tongtian declared. And in a flash, his figure transformed into a streak of light, soaring across the sky like a shooting star, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ah, what a relief. This injury was not in vain. Not only have I successfully safeguarded the human race's treasured fortune, the Kongdong seal, but I have also fortuitously acquired 3 innate spiritual treasures. Yiling Feng let out a long sigh, a satisfied smile illuminating his face, secretly reveling in his fortune. "Is your head resting comfortably?" At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice floated into his ear, akin to a golden oriole emerging from the valley, crisp and delightful. Yiling Feng instinctively replied, "Indeed, it is quite comfortable to rest upon. Not only is it soft, but there is also a faint, refreshing fragrance." With his eyes closed, he reveled in this delightful sensation, entirely oblivious to the identity of the speaker. However, the next moment, Yiling Feng suddenly came to his senses and abruptly opened his eyes, only to find Nuwa gazing at him with a half-smile, her breathtaking beauty mere inches away, rendering him momentarily speechless. Her eyes resembled a clear, deep spring, seemingly capable of penetrating into his very soul. Her skin, as flawless as snow, appeared delicate and radiated a gentle glow, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. "Well, do you not intend to rise?" Nuwa inquired, her gaze fixed upon Yiling Feng, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting, as if she found his reaction exceedingly amusing. "I beg your pardon, esteemed goddess. I did not mean to offend. Please forgive me." Yiling Feng hurriedly rose to his feet, bowing his head and clasping his hands, his face awash with shame, his voice trembling ever so slightly. He was filled with regret, lamenting his own indiscretion in the presence of the revered Nuwa. "Let us depart," she suggested, a delicate smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of blossoms flourishing in the warmth of spring, alluring and comforting. With graceful steps, she began to walk away, leaving behind a faint trail of fragrant air. Yiling Feng raised his gaze towards the slowly departing figure of Nuwa, a peculiar sensation welling up within him, as he observed her silhouette receding into the distance. He couldn't help but sigh internally. Alas, she is a revered sage, elevated far above the likes of me, a mere golden immortal. The chasm between us is insurmountable. I might as well resign myself to being a humble bystander. Yet, it seems that even the desire to retreat into simplicity must be postponed. First, I must assist the human race in navigating through this cataclysm safely, after which I can seek a tranquil haven to embrace my languid existence. Yiling Feng cast a glance at the map of mountains and rivers that Nuwa had just returned to him, his face etched with helplessness as he murmured to himself. Upon finishing his words, Yiling Feng began to channel the mystical energies within him, gradually unfurling the map of mountains and rivers. A gentle radiance flickered, and the figures of the human race materialized before him. Some bore expressions of weariness, while others were marked by wounds. Yet each gaze was imbued with a profound hope for the future. Yiling Feng first joined his 2 elder brothers to tend to the clan members injured by Yuqing Yuanshe. Subsequently, they commenced the reorganization of the human race's way of life. They led their kin in constructing dwellings, gradually restoring everything to its former state. Through their collective efforts, the human tribe once again witnessed the rise of curling smoke from cooking fires, brimming with vitality and vigor. Once all was set in order, they awaited the arrival of Laozi to impart his teachings. At last, Taching Laozi descended upon the human race once more, imparting the way of the golden elixir. With Yiling Feng's consent, Taching Laozi accepted Xuandu as his personal disciple. Xuandu, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable roots, would benefit greatly from Taching Laozi's guidance, allowing him to progress further along the path of cultivation than he could within the human race. Thus, Yulingfeng did not intervene. As for why Yulingfeng refrained from allowing Taching Laozi to teach other profound paths to the human race, he understood well that the myriad doctrines of the primordial world were far too arduous for the postnatal humans to comprehend. With their fragile foundation, the human race struggled to grasp the esoteric techniques of the great paths. Hence, Yulingfeng resolved to draw inspiration from the novels he had read in his previous life, employing the power of virtue to derive a cultivation method uniquely suited for the human race, allowing them to shine with their own distinctive brilliance in this primordial world. Chapter 36. The completion of martial arts in the vast, unfathomable chaos sea beyond the 33 heavens, within the Zishu Palace, Hongjun Laozu, clad in a Taoist robe and surrounded by auspicious light, sat serenely upon a cloud bed, his countenance tranquil and his gaze profound, as if perceiving the mysteries of all existence. Hongjun, do you truly believe that you can turn the tide with that anomaly? Suddenly, a voice filled with fury and resentment reverberated through the Zishu Palace. Another Hongjun Laozu materialized out of thin air, his visage contorted, eyes ablaze with wrath, emanating an eerie aura that starkly contrasted with the serene presence of the first. Ha ha ha, I know not, but his emergence has already placed you under constraint, disrupting your schemes. The original Hongjun Laozu laughed heartily, his mirth echoing through the palace, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble slightly. Humph, merely a temporary advantage. Once I find the opportunity, I shall eradicate him. A glint of ferocity flickered in the eyes of the second Hongjun Laozu, his gaze sharp as a blade in the cold night, instilling fear. You cannot kill him. Your rules do not permit it, the original Hongjun Laozu asserted confidently, shaking his head, his tone unwavering. He regarded the other with an air of detached composure. While I may not act directly, I can employ others to do so. Next time, I will surely obliterate him. The second Hongjun Laozu seethed with rage, his voice laced with bitterness and determination, as if he had already devised countless plans for murder in his mind. Have you not already set Yuanshi into action? Yet, in the end, did he not fail? The original Hongjun Laozu replied with a broad smile, unhurried in his demeanor. His smile bore a hint of mockery, as if reminding the other of his previous defeat. Humph, that waste, Yuanshi, is more failure than success. Had it not been for your interference, I would have succeeded, the second Hongjun Laozu retorted, his expression dark as if it could drip with malice. His anger at Yuanshi's failure palpable, along with his resentment towards the original's meddling. Ah, that child is an anomaly, it shall not be so simple to erase him. The original Hongjun Laozu reiterated with unwavering confidence, his belief in the anomaly illuminating a path to victory in his mind. Humph, we shall see. The second Hongjun Laozu declared ominously, his expression grim as he uttered his final words. His silhouette gradually dissipated into a swirl of black mist, leaving behind a threatening remark that lingered in the Zishu Palace. Very well, let us await the outcome, the original Hongjun Laozu responded with a hearty laugh, his mirth resonating with boldness and confidence, as though victory were already within his grasp. In the distant territory of the Shoyong mountain, Yulingfeng stood tall in a green robe. At this moment, he held in each hand a palm-sized flag, radiant with shimmering light and exuding a mysterious aura. Yulingfeng's face broke into an excited smile, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. He had already acquired 2 of the 5 innate flags, with just 3 more. He would be able to assemble them all. When the innate 5-element formation was unleashed, even a sage would find it difficult to breach, wouldn't they? Yulingfeng murmured to himself, his voice brimming with anticipation and longing, as if he had already envisioned himself traversing the vast wilderness, empowered by the innate 5 elements' great array. First, I shall refine them for my own use, thus augmenting my means of survival. Yulingfeng's gaze was resolute, his mind calculating quietly. He understood well that in this perilous primordial world, an additional measure of strength equated to a greater assurance of survival. After Yulingfeng finished speaking, he settled into a cross-legged position, channeling the magical energy within his body to commence the refinement using the power of his own merits. His hands swiftly formed intricate seals, as streams of golden merit energy surged forth from his palms, merging into the innate spiritual treasures, without concern for the consumption of merits. The 3 newly acquired innate treasures were soon refined to completion. The 3 treasures radiated a brilliant light, intimately connected to Yulingfeng's essence, as if they had become an integral part of his being. Now, he could begin the profound exploration of martial arts. Yulingfeng sheathed the innate spiritual treasure he had refined, taking a deep breath as he devoted all remaining virtues to the intricate formulation of martial arts. With his eyes closed, he immersed himself in a state of ethereal tranquility. using his own body as a template to devise the most suitable martial arts technique for the human race. He meticulously examined his meridians, acupoints, dantian, and purple palace, endeavoring to uncover a unique path to cultivation. In the primordial chaos, time flowed slowly, unmeasured. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had quietly elapsed. Yilingfeng, now awake, opened his eyes to reveal a glimmer of brilliance. He brushed off the thick layer of dust that had settled upon him and stood, stretching his limbs. At last, he had completed his endeavor. Although he had only progressed to the level of the heavenly Tao, it represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. Yilingfeng's face radiated joy as he exclaimed with excitement. After a millennium of diligent research, coupled with the assistance of virtues, he had successfully formulated a martial arts technique tailored for the human race. This technique encompasses 18 realms, the highest of which can attain the level of the heavenly Tao. These 18 realms are body refinement, qi induction, meridians, qi, communication of acupoints, ethereal clarity, divine travel, transcendence, dust-free, earth level, heaven level, divine concealment, law manifestation, ascending to heaven, entering sagehood, and inquiring the Tao. Among these 18 realms, the first 8 are classified as the realms of the mortal body, while the 9th realm, transcendence, signifies the state of a human immortal. This technique encapsulates Yilingfeng's blood, sweat, and wisdom. He firmly believes it shall herald hope for the ascendance of the human race. This millennium of formulation not only enabled him to devise the martial arts technique, but also facilitated his direct breakthrough to the perfected state of martial arts manifestation, the consummate stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yilingfeng clenched his fist with palpable excitement, reveling in the formidable power coursing through him. He could distinctly sense the immense strength contained within his being, as if a single punch could shatter the very heavens and the earth. It was time to venture forth and impart the art of martial prowess to humanity. Upon concluding his words, Yilingfeng stepped out of the cave with resolute strides, imbued with an air of confidence. He understood the weight of his mission: to impart this martial arts doctrine to humanity, thereby empowering them in this primordial world. When Yilingfeng found himself among the likes of Swerin and others, he discovered that the venerable Taiji Laozu was also present. Clad in a flowing Taoist robe, Taiji Laozu radiated a gentle demeanor, surrounded by a subtle aura of celestial light. "Greetings, esteemed Taiji," Yilingfeng said, cupping his hands in respect, a smile gracing his face, his demeanor humble and courteous. "Greetings, Lingfeng," Taiji Laozu reciprocated with a bow, his own smile illuminating his features, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. "Lingfeng, your timing is fortuitous. I have concluded my teachings to humanity and have attained enlightenment on the path to sanctity. Thus, I wish to establish a doctrine for humanity. May I inquire if this is permissible?" Taiji Laozu asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yilingfeng listened to the words of Ta-Ching Laozi and resolutely shook his head. His gaze was unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. "Why is this so? I establish teachings in the name of humanity, which greatly benefits the fortune of the human race." Ta-Ching Laozi furrowed his brow and remarked, a hint of confusion and perplexity etched upon his face. Yilingfeng was acutely aware that this would enhance the fortune of the human race. However, simultaneously, Taiji Laozu would seize a greater portion of that fortune. At present, the human race had yet to assume the role of the main protagonist on the celestial stage, making it difficult to discern the implications. Once the human race ascended to that pivotal role, the fortune accrued by Taiji Laozu would be substantial. The future of the human race is fraught with uncertainties, and Yilingfeng must contemplate the long-term development of humanity. Friends may establish teachings among the human race, yet they must refrain from doing so in the name of humanity. Yilingfeng spoke with unwavering determination, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He gazed at Taiji Laozi, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of responsibility and commitment towards the human race. Chapter 37. The sanctification of Taiji Laozi furrowed his brow slightly. His eyes filled with curiosity as he inquired of Yilingfeng before him, "What name do you believe would be fitting for the establishment of a new doctrine?" His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with contemplation and hope regarding the path of founding a new teaching. Yilingfeng's lips curled into a gentle smile as he composedly spoke, "As a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor, you bear the significant responsibility of disseminating the great Tao and educating all beings. Why not establish a school in the name of the Tao?" Upon hearing these words, Taiji Laozu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky. He tenderly stroked his beard, nodding appreciatively, exclaiming, "Excellent. This name is splendid, as it not only highlights the legacy of my teachings but also encapsulates the profound truths of the great Tao." His words were laden with recognition and joy for this name, as if he could already envision the flourishing of Taoism across the vast wilderness. spreading the great Tao far and wide. As soon as he finished speaking, Taiji Laozu eagerly commenced preparations for the establishment of the sacred teaching. His demeanor was solemn, and spiritual energy surged around him. Every gesture exuded a deep reverence and awe for the great Tao. He faced the heavens, his expression grave, and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Heavenly Tao above, I, Taiji Laozu, hereby establish a teaching named Taoism, dedicated to the dissemination of the great Tao and the education of humanity. May the heavenly Tao bear witness." His voice was steadfast and powerful, reverberating through the cosmos like a resounding bell, conveying his unassailable resolve to the boundless firmament. In that instant, a thunderous and magnificent sound erupted, reminiscent of a roar from the depths of the universe, echoing into the ears of every being in the primordial world. The entire realm seemed to tremble, and soon thereafter, extraordinary phenomena unfolded across the heavens. Auspicious energies permeated the sky, while rich violet mist surged forth from the east like a roaring river, enveloping the firmament in an aura of mystique and nobility. Simultaneously, layers of golden clouds of virtue amassed in the sky, radiating a soft yet resplendent glow, harmonizing beautifully with the golden lotuses that suddenly bloomed on the earth. The golden lotuses unfurled, each petal crystalline and translucent, exuding a delicate fragrance that intertwined with the golden clouds above, creating a dreamlike tableau. Amidst this awe-inspiring spectacle, the virtue gradually divided into three portions. One layer, akin to gentle spring rain, evenly fell upon all of humanity, bestowing blessings and protection upon them. Another layer, like lively beams of light, softly descended upon Yilingfeng, while the final 8 layers, resembling surging torrents, converged upon Taiji Laozu. Yilingfeng was filled with astonishment and delight, silently reflecting, to think that my casual remarks could yield such abundant merit. Upon receiving the 8 layers of merit, the figure of Taiji Laozu seemed infused with a formidable power. His aura surged instantaneously, propelling him through the realm of quasi-saint, effortlessly breaking through to the first level of sainthood. Subsequently, his cultivation soared like a rocket, advancing through the second and third levels of sainthood, until it gradually came to a halt in the mid-stage of the 3rd level. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Taiji Laozu, sweeping across the entire primordial world like a tidal wave. This force was so potent that it rendered many beings breathless. Countless creatures found their legs weakening and were compelled to kneel. Even Yilingfeng himself felt an unprecedented strain under such terrifying pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his legs trembling slightly. Observing the surrounding human clan, apart from a few with slightly higher cultivation who struggled to remain standing, the rest had already succumbed to the burden, collapsing to the ground. Just as the crowd was engulfed in immense suffering, fortune favored Yilingfeng, who possessed numerous magical artifacts. He swiftly summoned the central Wajixiang Huangqi, and in an instant, a yellow light curtain enveloped the area, sheltering the human clan within. Under this protective barrier, the individuals of the human race finally felt the weight lift, no longer tormented by the formidable pressure. They gazed upward, witnessing the golden light gradually dissipate, revealing a colossal saintly manifestation that slowly emerged across the celestial expanse. Upon closer inspection, the visage of this saintly figure was strikingly similar to that of the present Taiji Laozu, his countenance benevolent, his gaze profound, radiating an aura of sanctity and majesty. They rejoiced in congratulating Taiji Saint for successfully attaining enlightenment. Yilingfeng was the first to regain his composure, clasping his hands in a respectful salute towards Taiji Laozu. His voice resonated with reverence and congratulations, echoing throughout the realm. He offered his heartfelt wishes for Taiji Shingren's successful enlightenment. Almost simultaneously, voices from powerful beings across the primordial world arose, creating a magnificent chorus that celebrated Taiji Laozu's ascension to sanctity. At that moment, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian appeared like 2 streams of light, instantly arriving in the realm of humanity to congratulate Taiji Laozu. Their faces radiated joy, their eyes filled with admiration and blessings for Taiji Laozu. With a gentle smile, Taiji Laozu, exuding warmth, raised his hand to signal the crowd to refrain from formalities. He then turned to Yilingfeng, his eyes brimming with gratitude, saying, "This achievement owes much to your support. Should you have any requests in the future, feel free to seek me at Kunlun Mountain." His words carried a promise, enveloping Yilingfeng's heart in warmth. Subsequently, Taiji Laozu directed his attention to Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian, his expression earnest as he urged, "My dear brothers, I have established my teachings and attained sanctity. What are you waiting for to assume your rightful places?" His words seemed imbued with a mysterious power, illuminating the minds of Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian. In an instant, clarity dawned upon them, revealing their paths to sanctity. With a solemn demeanor, Yuqing Yuanshi faced the heavens and proclaimed, Heavenly Tao above, I, Yuqing Yuanshi, hereby establish a teaching named Xuan, dedicated to elucidating the heavenly Tao for all beings of the primordial realm. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. His voice was fervent and earnest, reflecting an unwavering pursuit of the sacred status. Following suit, Shangqing Tongtian vowed, Heavenly Tao above, I, Shangqing Tongtian, hereby establish a teaching named Jia, aimed at providing a glimmer of hope for the beings of the primordial realm. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. His tone was bold and impassioned, embodying fearless courage and responsibility. In response, a resounding voice of the heavenly Tao echoed, as if affirming and blessing their declarations. Soon after, the sky above the realm of humanity was enveloped in clouds of merit, thick as a grand quilt, wrapping the land in its embrace. Golden rain of merit began to fall, each droplet shimmering like pearls, infused with potent merit power. Under the nurturing of this golden rain, life surged anew, painting the earth with vibrant vitality. Flora and fauna flourished, bursting forth in splendid colors. Rivers and lakes sparkled, exuding the essence of life. The physical forms of the human race were also sanctified by this golden rain of merit. As Yuqing Yuanshi completed his reception of merit, he smoothly ascended to the second level of sanctity. At that moment, Shangqing Tongtian found himself in a profound inner conflict. It was known that by relinquishing the laws, he could immediately ascend to become a heavenly Tao saint, a temptation both immense and irresistible. Yilingfeng keenly perceived the entanglement of Tongtian. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to offer some guidance. After all, as long as Tongtian persisted on the path of the laws and enlightenment, not only would his prowess grow even more formidable in the future, but he would also be liberated from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Thus, he would be able to assist himself without reservation in times to come. Tongtian, my friend, if you trust me, continue to adhere to the path of the laws and enlightenment, Yilingfeng proclaimed loudly, raising his voice to convey this message to the upper clear Tongtian. Upon hearing Yilingfeng's words, upper clear Tongtian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to face him. His gaze directed intently toward Yilingfeng. A flicker of doubt and hesitation crossed his eyes, for the allure of immediate sanctification was indeed overwhelming, akin to resplendent stars that drove countless cultivators to fervently pursue it. After a brief period of reflection, Tongtian finally inquired, Yi, my friend, why do you urge me so? This immediate sanctification is a rare opportunity sought after by numerous cultivators, an aspiration that remains elusive. Yilingfeng smiled faintly, and a mysterious yet confident aura suddenly emanated from him. He spoke slowly, Friend Tongtian, while the path to instant enlightenment may appear to offer a swift ascent, the disparity in combat prowess between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Indeed, achieving enlightenment through the laws is exceedingly arduous, fraught with countless dangers and challenges. Yet, once successful, the power attained will far surpass that of the former, allowing for complete freedom and unrestrained expression. This is the true path of transcendence. Upon hearing these words, Tongtian felt a stirring in his heart. He was inherently proud and unwilling to be bound. Yet the alluring shortcut to instant enlightenment had persistently flickered before him, causing him to momentarily grapple with inner conflict and struggle. What you say makes perfect sense. My friend Yi, I have dedicated my life to the pursuit of the Great Way. How could I forsake my principles and ideals for the sake of a fleeting shortcut? Tongtian's gaze gradually grew resolute, and his magical energy began to surge, forcefully suppressing the restless primordial purple energy within him. Ultimately, he resolved to bravely continue along the path of enlightenment through the loss. Third brother, this matter is of great significance. I advise you to think it over carefully. Spoke Taqing Laozi, who was nearby. Eldest brother, there is no need for further words. I have made my decision to adhere to the path of the loss, replied the earnest Tongtian. Very well, Taqing Laozi acknowledged, understanding that persuasion would be futile, and he could only nod in resignation. Yilingfeng, witnessing the scene, could not help but reveal a smile of contentment. Subsequently, Shangqing Tongtian gathered his own merits, yet chose not to utilize them for a breakthrough in realm. Humph, truly foolish to heed the words of an ant and forsake such a rare opportunity. You will surely regret this decision in due time, scoffed Yuqing Yuanshi, his face etched with disdain as he taunted Shangqing Tongtian. Ha ha, having made my decision, I shall never harbor regrets, even if I remain forever unable to transcend, replied Shangqing Tongtian, his countenance exuding nonchalance as he laughed heartily. At this critical juncture, as Yilingfeng conversed with Tongtian, numerous powerful entities across the primordial realms were keenly observing the unfolding events. Upon learning of this matter, the demon races Dijuan and Tai erupted into raucous laughter on the Sunstar. Dijuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, expressing his derision for Tong Tian and Yi Lingfeng, deeming them utterly ignorant. To forsake such a splendid position of a saint, only to tread a path fraught with challenges and thorns, Tong Tian's cultivation will inevitably stagnate. If such a precious opportunity were to descend upon our demon race, we would seize it without hesitation to achieve the status of a saint. At that point, who would dare to contend with our demon race in the entirety of the primordial world? Tai nodded, his eyes brimming with contempt. Indeed, Tong Tian's actions are akin to self-sabotage. By the time he comes to regret his choices, it will be far too late. Within the ancestral witch palace, Gong Gong laughed heartily, declaring, "This Shaqing Tong Tian possesses a measure of admirable resolve, unlike certain individuals who only know how to take shortcuts and shy away from real challenges." Zhurong nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Tong Tian's audacity in making such a choice is truly commendable." The other ancestral witches also displayed expressions of admiration. In the depths of the Nether Blood Sea, Patriarch Mingyi's eyes burned with jealousy, nearly driving him to madness as he exclaimed, "How foolish is Shaqing Tong Tian to abandon this rare opportunity for sanctification. It is utterly detestable. Why was such an opportunity not granted to me?" At Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyan both revealed expressions of regret upon witnessing Tong Tian's actions. Though Tong Tian's choice is praiseworthy, it is still too impulsive. Zhen Yuanzi gently shook his head, sighing. "Indeed, Tong Tian is too driven by emotion," Hongyan concurred. Who would have thought that Tong Tian would truly heed Yi Lingfeng's words? How utterly ridiculous. Quinty of the Western Spiritual Mountain sneered. Tong Tian's forsaking of the saintly position is indeed a tremendous boon for our Western prosperity, Dredging remarked, his face aglow with delight. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Quinty inquired, his expression filled with confusion and urgency. With the temperaments of Tai Qin and Yuqing, they shall never gather disciples widely. How many would be willing to follow the path of Tong Tian, who is yet to achieve sanctification? If you and I were to establish our own teachings and attain saintly status, would not the prosperity of our Western realm be imminent? Jiejing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ha ha ha, brother speaks wisely. What are we waiting for? Let us establish our teachings as well." Quinty replied, equally exhilarated. "Excellent. By the heavenly Tao above, I, Quinty, and Jiejing hereby establish a teaching named the Western Sect, solely for the revitalization of the West. May the heavenly Tao witness this." Quinty and Jiejing simultaneously vowed to the heavenly Tao, their voices resonating through the heavens, imbued with boundless sincerity and determination. With the resounding voice of the heavenly Tao, a plethora of merit clouds appeared in the sky above the west, radiating golden light and vibrant auspicious colors. Observing this, both Quinty and Jiejing displayed expressions of fervor, as if they were on the cusp of touching the realm of saints. However, upon receiving all the descending merits, they soon realized that they lacked sufficient merit to achieve sanctification. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Quinty exclaimed, his face a mask of anxiety, tinged with a hint of panic. "Do not fret, brother. I may have a method worth trying," Jiejing replied, his expression grave as he fell into contemplation. "What method? Please, brother, share?" Quinty urged, his eyes alight with anticipation. Without responding verbally, Jiejing began to issue grand vows, and in an instant, the heavens shifted and the wind stirred. Indeed, the heavenly Tao once again bestowed merits, prompting Quinty to join in with his own grand vows. After both had issued 48 grand vows, they successfully broke through and became saints of the heavenly Tao. In that moment, the Western Spiritual Mountain was aglow with brilliance. The air filled with auspiciousness that permeated the entire Western world. Countless beings sensed this powerful aura and bowed in reverence. At this juncture, Yuqing Yuanshi gazed upon the newly ascended saints, Quinty and Jiejing, and his sense of superiority swelled within him. A mocking smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze to Shaqing Tong Tian, coldly remarking, "Humph. Even those two from the West have attained sainthood. Do you now realize how foolish your actions were?" His tone conveyed an air of disdain, as if he stood atop the world, looking down upon others. Shaqing Tong Tian remained unperturbed, his expression resolute as he met Yuqing Yuanshi's gaze. "Humph. And so what? I firmly believe my choice is without error." Upon hearing this, Yuqing Yuanshi could not help but sneer derisively, his laughter laced with contempt. "Even your elder brother has conformed to the destiny of the heavens and achieved sainthood. Yet you remain obstinately ignorant. Do not wait until it is too late to lament your fate." He seemed convinced that Shaqing Tongtian's choice was misguided, while his own path was the sole righteous one. Shaqing Tongtian's gaze remained steadfast, like the brightest star in the night sky, unwavering. Paths divergent do not align. The road my elder brothers tread is not the one I seek. I aspire to realize my own path to the primordial unity, even if it is strewn with thorns. His words resonated with conviction, as if declaring his determination to the entire primordial world. At that moment, Yilingfeng stepped forward, admiration evident on his face as he addressed Shanqing Tongtian. Friend Tongtian speaks wisely. I am willing to lend you my assistance in achieving your path to primordial unity. Upon hearing this, Yuqing Yuancher's eyes widened in fury, his expression akin to an impending volcanic eruption. You, a mere insignificant insect of the golden immortal realm, have no right to speak so boldly here. In his eyes, Yilingfeng was but a trivial figure daring to be so brazen before him. Yet Yilingfeng remained unfazed, a faint smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of disdain. What concern is it of yours if I speak boldly? His gaze brimmed with provocation, as if to declare to Yuqing Yuancher that he would not be intimidated by his authority. Impudent! You have repeatedly sought to incite my third brother. Today, I shall rid him of this bane, Yuqing Yuancher proclaimed, his fury reaching a boiling point. No sooner had the words left his lips than he unleashed the oppressive aura of a sage, crashing down upon Yilingfeng like a surging wave. The very fabric of space trembled in its wake, as if it might be torn asunder at any moment. TCH, you speak as if you truly care for Tongdian. Yet all you have done is mock him. Have you offered a single word of counsel? Yilingfeng wore a scornful expression, unperturbed by the overwhelming pressure that surrounded him, his words dripping with derision toward Yuqing Yuancher. Insect, how dare you sow discord among brothers? Today, I shall not let you go. Yuqing Yuancher, filled with indignation, bellowed in response. With his roar, he summoned his most formidable artifact, the Panga Banner, which emanated a cataclysmic aura, as if intent on annihilating the world itself. He intended to eradicate Yilingfeng in a single stroke with this banner. Stop. At this critical juncture, 3 urgent cries pierced the air. One came from Shanqing Tongdian, his voice laden with anxiety and concern, another from Taching Laozu, steady and authoritative, and the last from the suddenly appearing Nuwa, whose melodious voice carried an undeniable gravitas. Who dares to raise a hand against the human race? Nuwa declared, her presence radiating a gentle yet potent light, resembling a guardian of humanity. Nuwa, I am now a sage as well. Do not presume I still fear you, Yuqing Yuancher retorted, his face flushed with rage, yet he showed no signs of retreat, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Second brother, stand down, Taching Laozu said gravely, his gaze revealing a hint of helplessness as he regarded Yuqing Yuancher. Brother, how could you side with Yilingfeng? Yuqing Yuancher exclaimed, astonished, as if unable to believe his own eyes. I owe a karmic debt to Lingfeng. Taching Laozu explained with a resigned sigh. Humph. Yuqing Yuancher glared at Yilingfeng with palpable resentment before reluctantly retracting his Panga banner. His eyes betrayed an unwillingness and fury, as if to convey that this matter would not be settled so easily. Second brother, Lingfeng merely spoke in jest. Please do not take it to heart, Shanqing Tongtian interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension and prevent further escalation of the conflict between Yilingfeng and Yuqing Yuancher. Who said I was merely jesting? I indeed possess the means to assist you in attaining the realm of Hongyuan. Yilingfeng wore a serious expression, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination and confidence, as if he truly held the secrets to attaining the Tao of primordial unity. Upon hearing this, Yuqing Yuancher could not contain his scorn. Laughter laced with derision for Yilingfeng. Ignorant fool, if you possess such capabilities, how could you still be merely a golden immortal? To him, Yilingfeng's words were utterly preposterous, a nonsensical fantasy. Nuwa shook her head slightly, offering a gentle admonition. Yilingfeng, do not act out of impulse. Attaining the Tao of primordial unity is not a trivial matter. Her voice was soft yet imbued with genuine concern and caution for Yilingfeng. Taiji Laozu also expressed his disbelief, stating, Lingfeng, my friend, such monumental matters should not be spoken of lightly. Although Shanqing Tongtian appreciated Yilingfeng's previous support, he too was skeptical at this moment, remarking, Lingfeng, your intentions are noted, but this endeavor is fraught with difficulty. A hint of hesitation flickered in his gaze. For the attainment of the Tao of primordial unity was intricately linked to his own fate and the future of the entire Jiejiao, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. Meanwhile, the myriad demons in the demon court scoffed at Yilingfeng's declarations. Emperor Jun, with a face full of disdain, exclaimed, a mere golden immortal dares to prattle about aiding a saint and comprehending the Tao of primordial unity. It is simply laughable. His voice was saturated with arrogance and mockery, deriding Yilingfeng's audacity. Tai joined in the ridicule, saying, how long has the human race existed? To boast so brazenly is beyond folly. His laughter was sharp and piercing, filled with contempt for Yilingfeng. Amidst the blood sea, the old ancestor of the underworld, Mingi, coldly remarked, Humph, an ignorant wretch, spouting nonsense without fear of repercussions. His voice was chilling, echoing with the dread of the netherworld. sending shivers down one's spine. In the Panga shrine, the Wu clan's Gong Gong widened his eyes in disbelief, shouting, "Has this lad gone mad?" Attaining the Tao of primordial unity is no simple feat. His tone was rough and unrefined, brimming with skepticism towards Yilingfeng. Zhiro shook his head, asserting, "Do not heed his ramblings. It is nothing but the delusions of a madman." His tone was laden with disdain, as though Yilingfeng's statements were merely a farcical jest. Far to the west, Jiayin clasped his hands together, slowly stating, "The Tao of primordial unity cannot be achieved through human effort." Kading echoed his sentiment, adding, "It seems I have misjudged. This youth is excessively arrogant, and there is no affinity between him and the West." A glimmer of disappointment shone in his eyes, as if all previous expectations he held for Yilingfeng had now been irrevocably shattered. Chapter 40. Tongtian's breakthrough. Yilingfeng gazed resolutely at the somewhat hesitant Shangqing Tongtian, steadily cradling a piece of purple gold tea leaf in his hand. He spoke with utmost seriousness. "Friend Tongtian, first take this into your mouth. Shortly, I shall elucidate the sword path for you once more, and then you shall channel all your merits into the process of deduction and analysis. I believe, with your foundation, you should be able to achieve a successful breakthrough." His voice was calm and powerful, imbued with an undeniable confidence, as if at that moment he had already foreseen the brilliance that would follow Tongtian's ascension. In Yilingfeng's hands, the chaotic enlightenment tea was adorned with golden patterns resembling ancient runes, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura of chaos, as if it were a gift from the very dawn of existence. Shangqing Tongtian gazed at the tea leaves, harboring doubts in his heart, yet upon witnessing Yilingfeng's earnest demeanor, he ultimately extended his hand to accept it. "Very well, since my friend Lingfeng has spoken, I shall also partake in this trial. Regardless of whether I achieve a breakthrough, I owe it to my friend." Taking a deep breath, Shangqing Tongtian's voice carried a sense of determination as he resolved to entrust this pivotal moment of fate to Yilingfeng. Seated in meditation, he focused his mind, initiating the process. Yilingfeng's voice was gentle yet powerful, serving as an intangible guide. He then closed his eyes, rapidly recalling all the knowledge of swordsmanship he had encountered in his previous life. Whether the profound essence of sword techniques or the rudimentary principles of swordplay, he recited them all. The previously obscure theories of swordsmanship flowed from his lips with newfound clarity and vitality. As Yilingfeng articulated these concepts, Shangqing Tongtian shut his eyes tightly, immersing himself in the intricate analysis of swordsmanship. He summoned the vast reservoir of merit power he had accumulated, intertwining it with the sword knowledge being imparted by Yilingfeng. Under the wondrous influence of the chaotic enlightenment tea, ripples began to spread across his consciousness, and the stagnation of his realm began to loosen. The aura of Shangqing Tongtian ascended steadily, each breakthrough accompanied by violent fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world. In the sacred grounds, fierce winds howled and sand swirled, as if celebrating the emergence of this burgeoning power. Could it be? Is he truly beginning to break through? How is this possible? The previously serene expression of Yuqing Yuanshi was now filled with shock and disbelief, his eyes wide as he fixated on the direction of Shangqing Tongtian's breakthrough, as if witnessing something that defied comprehension. What on earth is this tea? What miraculous efficacy does it possess? Taiji Laojun furrowed his brow, his eyes glimmering with contemplation as he murmured softly, attempting to unravel the mystery of the chaotic enlightenment tea from his own understanding. Meanwhile, Nuwa observed Yilingfeng with a complex gaze, her eyes reflecting both astonishment and an ineffable sense of wonder, as if, in this moment, she glimpsed a new humanity brimming with infinite possibilities. As for Yilingfeng, he remained oblivious to the external reactions, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet he remained fully focused on guiding Shangqing Tongtian through the final breakthrough. His voice, though hoarse from prolonged speaking, retained a resolute strength, as if he were battling the numerous obstacles inherent in this process of ascension alongside Shangqing Tongtian. As the merit power within Shangqing Tongtian waned, waves of potent sword intent swirled around him. These sword intents danced like ethereal spirits or raged like wild beasts, with myriad sword shadows swirling in the void, each imbued with the capacity to annihilate the heavens and earth. However, these sword shadows bore no ill effects on Yilingfeng and Shangqing Tongtian. Instead, they radiated an aura of intimacy. The sound of sword cries reverberated, echoing throughout the primordial world as if heralding the rise of a formidable individual. At that moment, the four swords of exterminating immortals and the Qingping sword flew from Shangqing Tongtian, their blades shimmering with brilliance, circling around Yilingfeng and Shangqing Tongtian. The swords emanated waves of excitement, gratitude, and joy, as if these artifacts too were celebrating Tongtian's breakthrough and expressing thanks to Yilingfeng for revealing the path of the sword. Soon, Every sword-shaped artifact in the primordial world began to tremble in response. As if acknowledging Shanqing Tongtian's advancement and paying homage to this individual poised to attain the status of a mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Finally, with a resounding cry, Shanqing Tongtian's aura surged to an unprecedented height. The pressure of the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal enveloped the realm, causing the entire primordial world to tremble in its wake. The earth quaked slightly, and the mountains and rivers appeared diminished beneath this overwhelming force, while the clouds above were torn asunder, revealing the endless void. I, Tongdian, have grasped the true essence of swordsmanship today, achieving the rank of mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Shanqing Tongtian's voice resonated like a great bell, filling the heavens and earth with pride and joy. In this moment, he stood atop the pinnacle of the primordial world, having become yet another mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. How is this possible? Yilingfeng truly succeeded? In the far-off western spirit mountain, Zhuan Ti's once kind visage was now etched with disbelief, his voice trembling slightly from shock. No matter what means we employ, this child must belong to my western sect or else. As he spoke, a glimmer of deep malice crossed his eyes, as if he were already plotting how to draw Yilingfeng under the banner of the western sect. That diminutive human truly succeeded? How can this be? In the demon court, Emperor Jun abruptly rose from his throne, disbelief flashing in his eyes, causing the artifact in his hand to tremble with agitation. This detestable ant possesses such capabilities. Dong Huangtai's face contorted with rage, his aura in disarray, clearly incensed by Yilingfeng's actions. This child must be eliminated, otherwise he will surely become a great calamity for my demon race. The ominous expression on the face of the demon master Kuanping was accompanied by a chilling murderous intent, as he regarded Yilingfeng as an imminent threat to the demon race's supremacy. Let us erase him. I shall not permit any existence that threatens the dominance of the demon race. Dong Huangtai's countenance darkened, his voice filled with resolution, as if he had already resolved to rid himself of Yilingfeng. To eliminate this child will not be an easy task, Bai Zhe lamented, his brow furrowed. Fully aware of Yilingfeng's current strength and influence, recognizing that easily disposing of him would be a formidable challenge. Within the Panga Temple, the reactions of the ancestral witches varied, yet all struggled to conceal their astonishment. Buzhou, the typically composed mother of the earth, was momentarily stirred. She regarded the overwhelming pressure emanating from Shanqing Tongtian's breakthrough, contemplating. This human, Yilingfeng, possesses such means to assist Tongtian in attaining the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. It is indeed remarkable. Her gaze was filled with introspection, as she pondered the implications of Yilingfeng's emergence for the witch clan. In my view, it is merely luck. Ancestor Shoyong scoffed, his face displaying an air of arrogance, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge Yilingfeng's capabilities. Even if he breaks through, what then? My witch clan fears no one. Gong Gong, with an air of indifference, vigorously swung his massive axe, as if proclaiming the might of the witch clan to the entire primordial world. At Wanshou Mountain, the ancestor of the Red Cloud at Wuzhuang Temple exclaimed in shock. Lingfeng has truly succeeded. It is almost beyond belief. His face was awash with astonishment, the whisk in his hand trembling slightly from excitement. My friend, his success may indeed be a good thing for you, remarked Zenyuanzi, stroking his beard with a smile, his eyes glinting with wisdom, as if he had already foreseen the opportunity therein. Oh, what does this have to do with me? Hongyun inquired, his face a canvas of confusion, utterly perplexed by the meaning behind Jin Yuanzi's words. Is it not true that your understanding of the primordial purple qi has yielded no results? Why not seek counsel from Taoist Lingfeng? Jin Yuanzi replied with a gentle smile, his voice imbued with warmth and encouragement. Ah, indeed, Hongyun exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. I must certainly consult him at the next opportunity. A glimmer of hope shone on his face as he envisioned the possibility of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, far within the Blood Sea, the ancient ancestor of the Mingi, upon witnessing the successful breakthrough of Shanqing Tongdian, felt his eyes redden with fury. How infuriating! Despite my relentless efforts, I cannot even transcend to the realm of the saints, while Shanqing Tongtian effortlessly ascends to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal realm with mere words. Where is the justice in this? His voice reverberated with bitterness and rage, stirring the Blood Sea into tumultuous waves as if echoing his plight. Chapter 41. The reactions of the crowd at this moment. Yilingfeng gradually emerged from his state of intense concentration. He gazed at the imposing figure of Shanqing Tongdian, now radiating boundless majesty following his breakthrough, and felt a surge of gratification within. He knew that his bold maneuver had indeed borne fruit. Congratulations, Taoist Tongtian, on your breakthrough to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Yilingfeng's lips curled into a smile, his tone imbued with sincerity and earnestness. Shangqing Tongtian gazed at Yiling Feng with fervent gratitude in his eyes, fully aware that without Yiling Feng's unwavering support, he might never have transcended to such an extraordinary realm. Brother Ling Feng, your great kindness needs no words of thanks. From this day forth, let us address one another as brothers, Shangqing Tongtian proclaimed with solemnity and gravity. Nonsense. A mere ant has no qualification to call us brothers, interrupted Yuqing Yuanshi, unable to contain himself, his voice laced with disdain. Why should it be unacceptable for Brother Ling Feng, with his astounding talents, to be considered our brother? Shangqing Tongtian retorted, his expression defiant. Humph. He is merely a golden immortal, a product of the acquired phase, and has no standing to compare with our innate divine beings and the esteemed sages, Yuqing Yuanshi scoffed, his face radiating arrogance and contempt towards Yiling Feng. Indeed. My brother's statement holds truth. Brother Ling Feng is but an acquired entity, having existed for merely a few millennia. Yet, have you considered that he has managed to break through to the golden immortal realm without harnessing the power of merit or engaging in rigorous cultivation? Within just a few millennia, he has successfully comprehended a path of his own. Meanwhile, we, the innate beings, have traversed countless epochs without even touching the threshold of the great Tao. I ask, how many in the vast expanse of Hongwang can rival him? Shangqing Tongtian asserted gravely. Upon hearing Shangqing Tongtian's words, not only did Yuqing Yuanshi fall into silence, but even Taiching Laozu and Nuwa, along with all the mighty beings closely observing the scene, were plunged into deep contemplation. After a moment of silence, within the demon court, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a growing and resolute murderous intent. This child must not be allowed to remain. His potential for growth is utterly terrifying. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a dire threat to our demon clan. Emperor Jun's voice was as cold as ice, filled with resolve. Tai nodded, his expression dark and brooding. You speak truly, brother. Regardless of the painful cost, we must eradicate him completely, ensuring he has no opportunity to continue his ascent. The demon master Kuenping hurriedly suggested, Your Majesty, why not deploy our elite forces to set an ambush and strike decisively while he is unsuspecting? Buzhou quickly interjected, No, we cannot. Lady Nuwa is by his side and will surely protect Yiling Feng with all her might. Moreover, this matter will attract intense scrutiny from all sides. We must proceed with caution and devise a foolproof plan. Tai clenched his fists tightly, seething. I refuse to believe we cannot find a suitable opportunity to eliminate him. Simultaneously, in other factions, the ripples of discontent surged forth due to Shangqing Tongtian's remarks. On the western Spirit Mountain, Jian and Juanti were conspiring against Yiling Feng with insidious plans. Brother, this Yiling Feng is far too enigmatic. If he cannot be utilized for our western cause, he must be removed, Juanti expressed with urgency. Jian clasped his hands together, pondering for a moment before responding, Patience. Let us observe the actions of others before we act. Meanwhile, in the Pango Hall of the Witch Clan, discussions among the ancestral witches persisted without pause. This Yiling Feng may become a pivotal figure in altering the balance of Hongwang. We must remain vigilant, Di Jiang cautioned gravely. Why concern ourselves? We shall meet force with force, responded Gong Gong dismissively. But we must remain cautious. We cannot underestimate this individual, Shoyong advised. The Witch Clan must never become enemies with the human clan, or we may invite dire consequences. Buddha spoke solemnly, My sister is correct. Our kin must avoid provoking the human clan. Di Jiang nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. In the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Hongyun and Zenyuanzi exhibited complex expressions. Had it not been for Tongtian's words, I would have never realized how extraordinary Brother Ling Feng truly is, Zenyuanzi said, astonished and incredulous. Indeed. It appears we innate beings are not as remarkable as we believed, Hongyun sighed, a hint of melancholy and self-deprecation evident in his demeanor. Chapter 42. Spreading martial arts among the human clan. Yiling Feng's face was dark with frustration, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he gazed at the venerable Tongtian. A wave of speechlessness washed over him, and he clasped his fists, saying, Brother Tongtian, your flattery truly leaves me astounded. With you around, I might find myself sent away at any moment. His tone was a blend of resignation and jest. Upon hearing this, Tongtian threw back his head and laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the forest and causing the leaves to rustle. Ha ha ha. My dear brother, you are too modest. I merely admire your heroism. It is fate that has brought us together. With that, he patted Yiling Feng on the shoulder, his face radiating with pride. Upon witnessing the scene, Yiling Feng found himself utterly at a loss, rolling his eyes heavenward in exasperation, contemplating. This elder brother is truly exuberant to an overwhelming degree. Yet, who could have anticipated that through such exchanges, under Yiling Feng's reluctant demeanor, he would be forcibly recognized as a brother by Shangqing Tongtian, setting the wheels of fate into motion. Once the six saints had taken their places and departed on their clouds, Yilingfeng, consumed by urgency, hastened to seek out his elder brother, Swearin. There, he found Swearin with a grave expression, his gaze resolute. With hands clasped in salute, he solemnly declared, "Brother, I have endured countless hardships to forge a cultivation method uniquely suited to our human race, with the fervent desire to pass it on, enabling our people to rise amidst the brutal wilderness of this world." Upon hearing this, Suerin's eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with excitement and joy. Grasping Yilingfeng's hands tightly, his voice trembled slightly with exhilaration. "Is that true? That is splendid. Brother, you are indeed a great talent for our human race." Yilingfeng nodded slightly, his expression earnest as he declared, "I kindly ask you, dear brother, to gather all the innate members of our clan. I shall impart this profound technique to you, and you will then disseminate it throughout the entire human race, granting every clansman the opportunity to strengthen themselves. Understood? I shall go at once and ensure that everyone is summoned without exception." Swearin responded, and like a gust of wind, he hurried off to assemble the human populace. Shortly thereafter, in the vast expanse of the open ground at Shoyong Mountain, thousands of innate human beings convened, densely filling the entire area with their presence. Yilingfeng, clad in a simple robe, sat upright upon a lofty stone platform, his demeanor solemn as he surveyed the gathered assembly below. With a resonant voice, he proclaimed, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, it is evident that during this period, you have discerned the challenges we face. Despite the teachings passed down by the sages, the path remains elusive and arcane, akin to navigating upstream against a torrent, exceedingly arduous. Thus, I have devoted a millennium to craft a method tailored specifically for our human race. Today, I shall impart this knowledge to you, and I implore you to embrace it with utmost sincerity, lest my efforts be in vain." Upon hearing these words, the crowd exhibited expressions of reverence, their eyes shimmering with hope as they collectively exclaimed, "Thank you, leader." Their voices resonated harmoniously, soaring to the heavens, as if declaring the indomitable resolve of humanity to the cosmos. Just as Yilingfeng was poised to impart his teachings, far away on Kunlun Mountain, Yuqing Yuanshe, possessing extraordinary perception, became aware of the unfolding events. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips, and with a tone laced with disdain, he remarked, "Humph. Does he truly believe that mastering the sword's path grants him the authority to overlook all else? To devise his own method is nothing more than a desperate bid for attention in this primordial realm, utterly presumptuous." Simultaneously, within the demon court, Emperor Jun, seated upon a resplendent throne, scoffed at the news, his voice icy. "What can a mere golden immortal accomplish? The method he has crafted is of no consequence, merely superficial." Tai concurred, adding, "Indeed, how deluded," failing to recognize his own limitations. The Kunping demon master chimed in with a mocking tone. Can he truly create his own techniques? Such ignorance of one's place is astonishing. It is absurd that humanity places their trust in him. It is sheer folly. The sage's teachings are already difficult to master. How could his methods be any better? He is merely leading the youth astray. Yet, oblivious to the deluge of skepticism and ridicule from the outside world, Yilingfeng remained undeterred. Even if he were aware, he would respond with a serene smile, unperturbed. At this moment, his singular focus was to strive with all his might to elevate the collective strength of humanity, ensuring that they would possess a greater chance of survival amid the impending tumultuous calamities and the myriad perils that lay ahead. The human body is an innate Tao body, fashioned by the goddess Nuwa in the likeness of the primordial Pangu. Upon Pangu's demise, his body transformed into this vast and boundless primordial world. Thus, our forms are akin to mysterious microcosms, encapsulating the exquisite evolution of the Tao within. Yilingfeng embarked on a journey of enlightenment, his voice resonant and powerful, each word seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries. He commenced by elucidating the anatomical structure of the human race, followed by the principles of martial cultivation. With unwavering focus, he gestured passionately, rendering the intricate methods of practice both accessible and comprehensible. This discourse lasted an entire millennium. On stage, Yilingfeng spoke earnestly while the audience, entranced, found themselves immersed in this wondrous realm of cultivation. Some even began to unconsciously apply his teachings, embarking on their own paths of practice. These practitioners marvelously discovered that Yilingfeng's teachings were not only simple and tailored to their needs but also remarkably effective, yielding results far superior to the esoteric doctrines of the sages. As Yilingfeng uttered his final word, a radiant light enveloped the heavens and earth, painting the cosmos in vibrant hues. Immediately thereafter, auspicious purple energy flowed from the east, filling the peaks of Shoyong Mountain with a divine aura. Countless golden clouds of merit cascaded from the sky, descending like a breathtaking tapestry upon the gathered humanity. How could this be? Had the heavenly way acknowledged the methods conceived by this youth? Yuqing Yuan, sure of Kunlun Mountain, widened his eyes in disbelief, his hand trembling involuntarily with the dust whisk. "Ha! Indeed, my younger brother excels," exclaimed Shanqing Tongtian, his face alight with joy, grinning as if he had received the greatest boon himself. With this youth among them, the future of humanity was boundless. Taching Laozi stroked his beard, reflecting deeply, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future of the human race. "I am now thoroughly convinced. Humanity is destined to be the protagonist of the heavenly realm. With you, the rise of humanity is inevitable." Nuwa, with a mixture of helplessness and a trace of comfort, murmured softly to herself. Meanwhile, in the western spirit mountain, Zhuanti squinted his eyes, a glimmer of greed sparkling within, addressing Jiejing. "Brother, this youth must join our western teaching, even if it means offending Nuwa or standing against the world." "Indeed. Even if we must forcibly recruit him, he is vital to the development of our western teachings," Jiejing replied resolutely, his tone leaving no room for dissent, as if he envisioned the splendid future that awaited Yiling Feng within their fold. Chapter 43. Yiling Feng's disappointment upon the vast expanse of the human realm. Yiling Feng tirelessly propagated the martial way, captivating all who encountered the profound power and wisdom it embodied. As the spark of martial arts swiftly spread throughout humanity, Yiling Feng reaped a significant bounty of heavenly merit, his celestial realm advancing to the Tai Golden Immortal stage over the course of this millennium of teaching. Now, with martial arts firmly established, the future of humanity's development lay entirely in their own hands. At last, I can return to the long-desired life of a languid existence. Atop a lofty mountain, Yiling Feng gazed at the distant village inhabited by the human race, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he murmured to himself. His eyes reflected both the satisfaction of fulfilling his mission and a yearning for a leisurely and comfortable life. Yet, fate seemed to delight in playing tricks on him. Just as Yiling Feng believed he could finally relax and indulge in the long-awaited tranquility, an unexpected visitor arrived, abruptly ending his journey of leisure before it had truly begun. "Lord Lingfeng, the goddess Nuwa summons you." A luminous orb of light, transformed from Lingzuzi, floated into Yiling Feng's abode, addressing him as he rested with closed eyes. Lingzuzi, what business does the goddess Nuwa have with me?" Yiling Feng slowly opened his eyes, his face a canvas of confusion as he pondered the purpose behind Nuwa's summons. "I do not know, the goddess did not inform me. Only instructing me to fetch you," Lingzuzi replied, shaking its head with a hint of bewilderment. "Alas, this is truly troublesome. Can I have a moment's respite?" Yiling Feng thought with a heavy heart, a fleeting glimmer of frustration crossing his visage. However, he also understood that since Nuwa had sent for him, he could hardly refuse. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Yiling Feng could only let out a resigned sigh as he followed the spirit pearl. The spirit pearl led Yiling Feng to a spatial curtain emanating a mysterious glow, and without a moment's hesitation, it stepped boldly into the shimmering portal. Yiling Feng took a deep breath and stepped into this realm of the unknown. Upon entering the luminous curtain, he found himself in a secluded space, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time, breathtaking in its beauty. In the distance, rolling hills rose majestically, cloaked in lush greenery. Nearby, clear waters meandered gently, revealing the rocks beneath. Ethereal mists and colorful clouds danced gracefully in the soft breeze, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Extraordinary creatures, some quenching their thirst by the brook, others frolicking in the woods, roamed freely in sheer contentment. At the heart of this celestial realm, a colossal palace floated effortlessly, exuding an air of grandeur. Yiling Feng arrived at the palace gates and looked up, where he beheld the three prominent characters Hua Wang Palace, their strokes vigorous and powerful, strikingly eye-catching. Yiling Feng gazed at those three characters, lost in thought for an extended period. A complex and deeply disappointed expression etched itself upon his face, as a wave of bitterness surged within his heart. The palace of Nuwa? It is truly laughable that although Nuwa resides among humanity, her heart remains with the demon clan. Yiling Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, and in that moment, his perception of Nuwa subtly shifted. "Lord Lingfeng, what troubles you?" Lingzuzi inquired, gazing at the dazed Yiling Feng with a look of confusion, unable to comprehend his sudden disarray. "It is nothing, Lingzuzi. Refrain from calling me Lord in the future," Yiling Feng replied, regaining his composure, his expression serious and his tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. "Then what should I address you as?" Lingzuzi asked, perplexed, her eyes wide with bewilderment as she regarded Yiling Feng. "You may call me Lingfeng or simply refer to me as Taoist friend," Yiling Feng stated earnestly, a unique glimmer in his eyes. "I dare not. Such familiarity might incur the lady's displeasure," Ling Zhuzi quickly interjected, a hint of concern crossing her features. Your manner of address is inconsequential to her. Let us proceed. I have matters to attend to shortly. Yiling Feng said with a grave expression, his tone tinged with impatience. Though Ling Zhuzi did not comprehend the rationale behind Yiling Feng's words, she chose not to press further and instead guided him deeper into the palace. Oh no, how could I have overlooked this? Within the palace, Nuwa stood abruptly, remorse etching her face as she silently berated her own negligence upon hearing Yiling Feng's unvoiced thoughts. Your Highness, Lord Ling Feng has arrived. Ling Zhuzi's voice soon echoed at the entrance of Nuwa's chamber. Allow him to enter, Nuwa responded promptly, gathering her thoughts in an effort to steady the tumult within her heart. Yiling Feng slowly entered the hall, his interest in everything within it having dissipated. The opulent decorations and exquisite furnishings appeared to him as mere fleeting illusions. All he desired was to hasten his departure and return to his own realm. Leader of the human race, Yiling Feng pays his respects to the goddess Nuwa. He stated with a grave countenance, bowing deeply. It was his first time paying homage to Nuwa since his emergence into existence, and he spoke with an unusual solemnity, his voice tinged with a hint of detachment. Upon witnessing this, Nuwa felt a twinge of pain in her heart, as if something had pierced her deeply. Confused and unsettled, she could not comprehend the source of her discomfort. Please rise, Nuwa said, her voice slightly strained, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. May I inquire, Your Highness, why I have been summoned? Yiling Feng continued with a serious tone, his words carrying a coldness that suggested an invisible barrier had formed between them. The day before yesterday, the Demon Clan's Emperor Jiang sent someone to request my presence in the Heavenly Palace to preside over a celestial wedding. I wish to take you along, Nuwa explained slowly, a glimmer of anticipation evident in her gaze. Once again the Demon Clan seeks my participation in their festivities? Truly. The Empress of the Demons is unwavering in her dedication to her kin, he replied, skepticism lacing his tone. Yiling Feng thought disdainfully, a trace of mocking cold laughter flitting across his face. Your Excellency, you of the Demon Clan are a great lineage of the Primordial era. I am but a mere Tai. To attend would only bring you shame, so I shall refrain from such pretentiousness, Yiling Feng coldly remarked, his tone imbued with an unmistakable air of rejection. Upon hearing his words, Nuwa felt a surge of anger. She had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for her authority, and her fury ignited in an instant. Your Highness, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Yiling Feng declared before turning resolutely towards the palace exit, his steps unwavering and devoid of hesitation. Chapter 44. Arrival at the Demon Court. Yiling Feng, halt this instant. Nuwa's brows furrowed in ire, her eyes ablaze with indignation as she bellowed like a thunderclap towards his retreating figure. Yet, Yiling Feng appeared oblivious, his pace unyielding and hurried, as he continued to stride towards the hall's exit without a backward glance. In the flickering candlelight within the hall, his silhouette exuded an air of resolute determination. Humph! Nuwa, witnessing this, could not suppress a cold snort, her voice laced with an overwhelming authority and discontent. Subsequently, with a delicate wave of her hand, an invisible yet formidable force surged forth towards Yiling Feng. In that fleeting moment, he felt himself ensnared by an indomitable binding power, rendering him immobile. As though trapped by an unseen web, Yiling Feng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as his spiritual energy surged wildly, exerting every ounce of his strength in an attempt to break free from this confinement. His eyes shimmered with an indomitable light, legs pushing against the ground with force, arms flailing in a desperate bid to shatter the binding power that held him captive. Yet, no matter how he struggled, his body remained as if nailed to the spot, utterly motionless. Humph! Do you dare to leave? I shall witness your escape, Nuwa declared with a triumphant expression, gliding gracefully before Yiling Feng, a smile gracing her lips that radiated a sense of assured victory, as if proclaiming her absolute control over the situation. What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? Why am I being restrained? Yiling Feng's face flushed with anger, his countenance aflame with indignation, voice laced with reluctance and inquiry. I merely wish for you to accompany me to the demon realm, Nuwa replied, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. Absolutely not, Yiling Feng retorted without a moment's hesitation, his tone resolute, his expression a testament to his stubbornness, as if defending his final line of resistance. That is not for you to decide. Nuwa's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet her expression bore an undeniable air of authority that brooked no dissent. Why must you force me against my will? Yiling Feng sighed heavily, his eyes filled with resignation and bitterness, his voice tinged with a profound sense of helplessness. Today, I shall impose my will upon you, for you are no match for my strength, Nuwa declared with a self-satisfied laugh, her voice echoing through the hall. Infused with the confidence and audacity of a true powerhouse, Yilingfeng opened his mouth to protest further, but Nuwa waved her delicate hand once more. A surge of even greater binding power enveloping him in an instant. In that moment, he felt as though his throat had been constricted, his vocal cords sealed, rendering him utterly mute. Golden Phoenix, let us set forth to the demon court, Nuwa commanded, her voice ringing clear and authoritative, embodying the essence of a sovereign. In an instant, a resounding phoenix cry shattered the tranquil air, slicing through the silence like a razor. Soon after, a magnificent golden phoenix, radiating with vibrant hues, appeared, its enormous wings stirring a tempest of spiritual energy as it soared to the palace. With a gentle wave of her hand, Nuwa sent Yilingfeng spiraling onto the back of the golden phoenix, as if he were but a leaf caught in a tempest, utterly at her mercy. Yilingfeng was enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness, rendered immobile and stripped of his ability to articulate his thoughts. Resorting instead to the silent expression of his deep-seated discontent and indignation through tightly closed eyes. The golden phoenix, bearing Nuwa and Yilingfeng, traversed the boundless sea of clouds like a fleeting ray of light, swiftly arriving at the demon court. As one gazed upon the court, magnificent palaces, resplendent in gold and azure, floated amidst the ethereal layers of cloud, resembling celestial abodes. The glazed tiles of the palaces shimmered under the sun's embrace, radiating dazzling brilliance that made it difficult to behold. At that moment, both inside and outside the palaces, an atmosphere of jubilance prevailed, festooned with lanterns and decorations, creating a scene of exuberance. Vast crimson lanterns hung high, gently swaying in the breeze, casting a celebratory glow. Multicolored silks danced in the air like vibrant rainbows. Figures of the demon race flitted busily among the clouds, shouldering exquisite gifts or cradling blooming flowers, their faces aglow with joy as they made the final preparations for the grand wedding. The golden phoenix gracefully descended before the palace of the demon emperor. Nuwa, with elegant poise and delicate steps, led Yilingfeng to the palace gates. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai, flanked by numerous powerful figures of the demon race, all standing in orderly formation before the hall, bowing respectfully. Their voices harmonized in a resounding chorus that echoed through the skies. Please, no need for formalities, Nuwa responded with an air of calm, offering a slight nod. Her voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. Your Majesty, thank you for gracing us with your presence to officiate my wedding. I kindly request that you proceed to the inner hall to make the necessary preparations, Emperor Jun said, his face aglow with joy, his admiration and gratitude for Nuwa evident in his eyes. Very well, Nuwa acknowledged with a gentle nod, then turned her gaze towards Yilingfeng, her expression filled with warmth and concern. This is my human tribe's leader, Yilingfeng. Please ensure his comfort. Rest assured, Your Majesty. We shall attend to Taoist friend you with utmost care, Emperor Jun promptly vowed, thumping his chest in earnest assurance. Satisfied with his response, Nuwa nodded and addressed Yilingfeng. Regarding the matter of the Wa Emperor, I shall provide you with an explanation once the wedding concludes. For now, please take a moment to sit. Her gaze was sincere and tender, as if she could perceive the discontent and uncertainty dwelling within Yilingfeng's heart. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Yilingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Gazing into Nuwa's sincere and resolute eyes, he felt a swirl of confusion about her intentions. Nevertheless, he found himself nodding in agreement. Compelled by an unseen force, Nuwa's face blossomed into a smile of relief, radiating warmth and gentleness akin to the sun in spring. Subsequently, Emperor Jun, accompanied by a multitude of formidable beings from the demon clan, ushered Nuwa forward with great grandeur towards the rear hall. You are the leader of the human race, remarked the Eastern Emperor Tai, casting a disdainful glance at Yilingfeng, his eyes brimming with animosity and contempt. What guidance do you offer? Yilingfeng replied calmly, his tone unperturbed as though he were unfazed by the hostility emanating from Tai. Humph. Follow me, Tai scoffed, his voice laced with arrogance and disdain, before turning to stride into the hall. Upon arriving at the grand palace situated at the heart of the heavenly palace, Eastern Emperor Tai halted. The palace stood with imposing grandeur, its intricately carved beams and flying eaves showcasing opulence and authority. Each detail radiated magnificence, marking it as the most splendid edifice within the entire celestial realm. Here, a grand wedding ceremony was destined to unfold. This is the venue for entertaining the 6 sages and the primordial deities, Eastern Emperor Tai declared, his face aglow with pride as he elevated his chin, the arrogance evident in his demeanor as though he were flaunting the unparalleled glory of the demon clan. Just when Yilingfeng anticipated that Tai would usher him inside, the Eastern Emperor abruptly pivoted, leading him instead to a side hall. Please, this shall be your designated area, Tai said, a smirk playing on his lips. The expression seemingly mocking Yi Lingfeng's presumption. What do you mean by this? Yi Lingfeng's countenance darkened, his expression swiftly transforming into a pallid hue, with flames of fury igniting within his eyes. His voice emerged low and stifled, akin to the muffled thunder preceding a tempest. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai's gaze flickered with a hint of derision as he leisurely remarked, "What? Do you genuinely believe you can stand shoulder to shoulder with those innate divinities and sages? You are merely a minor leader of the human tribe. Being allowed to linger in this peripheral hall is already a courtesy extended by Lady Nuwa." He chuckled softly. "Indeed, you are correct. I possess no merit to enter the main hall." Yi Lingfeng wore a smile upon his face, yet within that expression lingered a subtle hint of self-mockery and profound significance, as if he were contemplating something of great import. "Humph. At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness," remarked Dong Huangtai, his countenance brimming with pride, his laughter resonating with arrogance and derision. Yi Lingfeng suppressed his fury, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, if they won't let me in, at least show me something of worth. Humph. Continue to be arrogant. Soon the witch clan will come knocking, and then the real spectacle will unfold." According to Yi Lingfeng's recollections from his past life, during the celestial marriage of the demon clan, the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan were said to descend from the heavens, which was a primary reason for his lingering presence. At this moment, the side hall, while lavishly adorned, stood in stark contrast to the opulence and revelry of the main hall. Within the main hall, the array of delicacies was truly a rarity in the world. The dishes presented included the fabled dragon liver and phoenix marrow, complemented by exquisite jade cups filled with celestial nectar. In comparison, the fare in the side hall paled significantly. Although there were some mountain delicacies and spiritual fruits, neither their quality nor rarity could hold a candle to the sumptuous offerings of the main hall. Yi Lingfeng was filled with indignation as he surveyed the rudimentary surroundings. His fists were clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale. However, recalling Nuwa's promise and the spectacle that was about to unfold, he managed to restrain his temper, slowly taking a seat to await the events ahead, with a glimmer of forbearance and anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 45. Tog Tian departed in anger. Yi Lingfeng strolled into the side hall, his gaze casually sweeping the surroundings before settling in an inconspicuous corner where he gradually took a seat. Beside him lay several plates of fresh fruits, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. He picked up a glistening grape and placed it in his mouth, savoring its juice as it burst forth. In this seemingly tranquil atmosphere, his eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation, as if he were awaiting the commencement of a spectacular performance. Just then, a melodious voice echoed from outside the hall, disrupting the serenity within. Shortly thereafter, a captivating female spirit entered, leading several figures into the hall. An alluring aura emanated from her, each step imbued with an enchanting charm and irresistible allure. Hearing the commotion, Yi Lingfeng, filled with curiosity, raised his head. In an instant, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Shadudu, you have arrived as well," Yi Lingfeng exclaimed, springing to his feet, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy as he called out towards the entrance of the hall. At the forefront stood a young and handsome man, who, upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's shout, was momentarily overcome with embarrassment, a blush creeping from his cheeks to the roots of his ears. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself, hastening to stand before Yi Lingfeng, cupping his hands in salute with a humble demeanor. "Shen-du, I greet my elder brother." "Ah, no need for such formality. We are all brothers here," Yi Lingfeng replied, his face radiant with a smile, the corners of his lips curving upwards to reveal a set of pristine white teeth as he spoke warmly. "Brother Shen-du, this is..." At that moment, a slightly plump figure approached Shen-du with small, hurried steps, a look of confusion etched upon his round face as he inquired. Shen-du chuckled awkwardly, his smile tinged with a hint of embarrassment and resignation. He then turned to the few individuals behind him and introduced them methodically. "This is my elder brother, Yi Lingfeng, a man of free spirit and ease." "Oh, so you are the esteemed Lingfeng Taoist. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," the Taoist duo above the Jiejiao said, clasping his hands together and bowing slightly in respect towards Yi Lingfeng. Subsequently, Shen-du patiently introduced Yi Lingfeng to several of his fellow disciples from the Jiejiao. With each introduction, Yi Lingfeng greeted them enthusiastically, and they reciprocated with equal warmth, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. However, as Shen-du was about to continue introducing the remaining individuals, Yi Lingfeng glanced up to find that the others bore haughty expressions, their nostrils flared and faces adorned with disdain and arrogance. Yi Lingfeng instantly understood the identity of the other party and, without hesitation, spoke out to intervene. Enough, enough. There is no need for further introductions. I have no desire to become acquainted with them. As Yi Lingfeng spoke, he waved his hand with an agile and decisive motion, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Xiandu displayed a hint of helplessness on his face. He sighed softly, well aware of Yi Lingfeng's temperament, and chose not to press the matter further, quickly returning to his usual composure. The disciples whom Yi Lingfeng had declined to acknowledge were instantly flushed, their faces resembling ripe tomatoes. One among them, unable to contain his fury, stepped forward and questioned, "What do you mean by this? Do you look down upon those of the Chan teaching?" His voice carried a blend of anger and indignation. Yi Lingfeng's lips curled ever so slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smirk as he fearlessly replied, "Yes. And what of it?" Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming aura of martial prowess, akin to that of a great Luo realm, erupted from Yi Lingfeng's being, plunging the entire side hall into an unexpected silence. At that moment, neither the disciples of the Chan nor the Jie sect had yet ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Thus, when they sensed the pressure emanating from Yi Lingfeng, they were taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation that he had indeed reached such heights. Observing the scene, Taoist Duobao swiftly stepped forward to mediate, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he earnestly implored, "Let us not allow discord to mar our gathering. Today's assembly is a celebration. Why must it come to this?" Xiandu promptly clasped his hands toward Yi Lingfeng, saying, "Brother, I beseech you, for my sake, do not pursue this matter further." He alone was privy to the underlying tensions between Yi Lingfeng and the Yuqing primordial beginning, and thus he fully comprehended Yi Lingfeng's actions. Yi Lingfeng let out a snort, choosing to remain silent out of respect for Xuandu. The disciples of the Chan sect also grunted, feeling reluctant yet, upon sensing Yi Lingfeng's formidable strength, they dared not provoke him further and could only suppress the fury that simmered within their hearts. Yi Lingfeng chose to disregard them, extending his hand to grasp Xuandu's arm, his face regaining its former warmth. "Shadudu, pay them no mind. Come, tell me how you have been lately." Xuandu offered a wry smile and shook his head, responding helplessly, "Brother, I am well. I have been diligently following my master in training, which has been rather uneventful." The group settled into their respective seats, and a palpable awkwardness enveloped the hall, the air thick with an unspoken tension. "Please, share with me the details of your recent training. I would like to offer some guidance," Yi Lingfeng said earnestly, his eyes reflecting genuine concern and anticipation. At that moment, within the main hall, Dong Huangtai exuded warmth, his face aglow with a radiant smile as he personally led the Sanqing into the chamber. Beside him, the three figures possessed diverse expressions, yet each radiated an air of otherworldly grace. Upon entering, Shangqing Tongtian's gaze was sharp, swiftly surveying the surroundings. With a furrowed brow, he turned to Dong Huangtai, his expression tinged with worry. "Has Sister Nuwa not yet arrived?" His voice carried hints of both confusion and expectation. "Lady Nuwa has long since arrived. She is presently in the rear hall preparing for the celestial marriage," Dong Huangtai replied with a smile, his countenance still bright, albeit tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. "Did Sister Nuwa not bring anyone along?" Shangqing Tongtian's frown deepened, his curiosity intensifying. "She did bring someone, a human," Dong Huangtai stated, his face reflecting puzzlement. "Where is this human? Is he with Sister Nuwa?" Shangqing Tongtian's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing of the human's presence, as if he had uncovered a rare treasure. "Oh, he is not with Lady Nuwa. I have arranged for him to stay in the side hall," Dong Huangtai remarked casually, his tone laced with indifference. "What? You only placed him in the side hall?" Shangqing Tongtian exclaimed, his voice rising, his face a canvas of shock and dissatisfaction. "Why not? He is merely at the Taiyu realm. Being allowed into my demon court's side hall is already a courtesy extended on account of Lady Nuwa. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to enter," Dong Huangtai retorted with disdain, his eyes betraying a flicker of contempt and arrogance. "Ha ha ha, what a fine demon clan." Shangqing Tongtian scoffed before turning sharply and striding out of the main hall, his silhouette imbued with a mix of anger and resignation, his laughter echoing within the chamber, lingering long after he had departed. Chapter 46. Tongtian arrives recently. My master has been imparting the teachings of the Taiji Dao, from which I have greatly benefited, successfully elevating my realm to the consummate Tai stage, Xuandu declared with pride illuminating his countenance. "Did he speak to you of the path of non-action, or the path of Taiji?" Yi Lingfeng inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. "Both. My master has thoroughly elucidated both paths for me," Xuandu explained, believing Yi Lingfeng feared that the venerable Laozi of Taiji might withhold knowledge by only imparting one doctrine. In the future, focus solely on his Taiji teachings. As for the path of non-action, You must avoid it at all costs, Yi Lingfeng said with utmost seriousness. Yi Lingfeng distinctly recalled that in the future, the Ta Ching Laozi, due to his practice of the doctrine of non-action, would become increasingly indifferent. Everything he did would merely align with the heavenly principles, ultimately rendering him a complete puppet of the celestial order. Yi Lingfeng fervently wished that the future Xiandu would not transform into a heartless and unfeeling entity, utterly indifferent to the plight of humanity. Why is that? Xiandu inquired, a look of perplexity etched upon his face, his brows furrowing into a shape, eyes brimming with confusion, as he asked with urgency. To dare critique the path of the sage is the hallmark of the ignorant and the fearless. Suddenly, a voice, dripping with disdain, pierced through the atmosphere of dialogue like a sharpened blade. Yi Lingfeng raised his head at the sound, only to behold the figure of the Taoist master Guangchengzi seated opposite him, his face replete with arrogance and disdain. The corners of his mouth curling upwards in a subtle, yet mocking arc. Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened in an instant, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger as he fixed his gaze on Guangchengzi, stating bluntly, "We brothers are conversing. What right do you have to interrupt? If you dare to persist, do you believe I won't strike you?" Guangchengzi, taken aback by Yi Lingfeng's outburst, experienced a surge of blood to his face. Alternating between pale and flushed, his countenance reddening like a ripe tomato. He rose abruptly, trembling finger pointing at Yi Lingfeng, mouth opening and closing in vain as fury rendered him speechless. "What? Do you wish to fight? I am more than willing to oblige," Yi Lingfeng replied nonchalantly, standing leisurely, his aura subtly rising, his eyes radiating a fearless provocation. "Brother Lingfeng, I too wish to understand why," he continued, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and charged. Duo Baodaran, seated to Yi Lingfeng's left, sensed the impending conflict and hurriedly interjected to divert the conversation, attempting to defuse the escalating tension. However, amidst the back-and-forth exchanges, a voice resonated from the doorway, instantly shattering the taut atmosphere. "Brother Lingfeng." Everyone turned to the entrance, where a figure clad in a flowing azure robe entered, exuding a unique celestial aura. The disciples of the Chan sect displayed expressions of utter surprise, as if witnessing something extraordinary, while those from the Jia sect wore varied expressions, some astonished, others perplexed, and a few tinged with skepticism. "Ah, Brother Tongdian, what brings you here?" Yi Lingfeng inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Of course, I have come to seek you," Shaching Tongtian replied with a warm smile, approaching Yi Lingfeng with a light-hearted step, his laughter resonating. "What do you seek me for?" Yi Lingfeng asked, warmly offering his seat to Shaching Tongtian, still puzzled. Yet, Shaching Tongtian did not rush to answer nor take the offered seat. Instead, he abruptly turned, his gaze landing on the dazed Duo Baodaran. Before anyone could react, he kicked Duo Baodaran, sending him flying, and boldly took his place, muttering, "Did you not see your master has arrived? You couldn't even rise to offer your seat." It is truly disheartening. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Shangqing Tongtian's unexpected actions, remaining rooted in place. After a while, Xuandu hurriedly stood, respectfully bowing to Shangqing Tongtian. "Xuandu pays respects to Master Shangqing." "Ah, it is still you, Xuandu, who understands etiquette," Shangqing Tongtian remarked, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "We pay respects to our teacher, we have been remiss, and we hope for your admonishment." At this moment, the Jia sect disciples, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly approached Shangqing Tongdian, kneeling in unison. "Rise, and henceforth learn more from your senior brother. Do not let anyone say my Jia sect is a group of uncouth individuals." Shangqing Tongtian instructed while casting a meaningful glance at the Chan sect disciples across the room, his gaze imbued with a hint of warning and authority. "We pay respects to Master Shangqing." The Chan sect disciples, though begrudgingly, also stood to bow. "No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Please, be seated." Shangqing Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Tongdian, shouldn't you be in the main hall? What brings you here?" Yi Lingfeng asked, his curiosity piqued once more. "Humph. The demon clan dares to place you here. This is simply intolerable," Shangqing Tongtian said, his face contorted with fury, eyebrows knitted tightly, eyes ablaze with indignation. "What can I do? My strength is insufficient," Yi Lingfeng replied with a wry smile, shaking his head helplessly. "Come, I shall take you to the main hall. Let us see who dares to obstruct us," Shangqing Tongtian declared, rising with an imposing demeanor, his celestial energy surging, prepared to stand up for Yi Lingfeng. "There is no need. I am not here to attend a wedding. I merely wish to witness a grand spectacle, and it matters not from where I observe." Yi Lingfeng replied calmly, shaking his head indifferently. "A grand spectacle? What spectacle?" Shangqing Tongtian asked, his curiosity evident, eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Brother, please be patient, I assure you. You shall not be disappointed," Yilingfeng replied, a smile gracing his lips, eyes glimmering with mystery, as if guarding a grand secret. "Very well. I shall remain to accompany you," Shanqing Tongtian said, settling comfortably into Duo Bao Doran's vacated seat. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Duo Bao could only stand behind Shanqing Tongtian, looking quite aggrieved. "Brother, you are not returning to the main hall?" Yilingfeng asked, surprise flickering across his face. "Return for what? It is delightful here with you. Why would I leave?" Shanqing Tongtian replied with a smile, his expression filled with brotherly affection. "Ha ha ha, then do stay and share a drink with me. It is just the remedy for my boredom." Yilingfeng laughed heartily, his laughter resonating, dispelling the last remnants of tension in the hall. "It is indeed more comfortable with you, dear brother. Being with them is simply exhausting," Shanqing Tongtian remarked with an air of ease. The others present, apart from Xuandu, gazed at Yilingfeng and Shanqing Tongtian with expressions of astonishment and confusion, utterly unable to believe that Yilingfeng dared to address Shanqing Tongtian as a brother. Chapter 47. Taiji has arrived, brother. What were you discussing earlier? It nearly escalated into a confrontation, Shanqing Tongtian inquired, curiosity etched on his face as he scanned the others. "Oh, it was nothing. Just a casual conversation," Yilingfeng dismissed lightly. Reporting to the teacher. Just now Brother Lingfeng was discussing the way of non-action of Master Taiji with Brother Xuandu, Duo Baodaran, who stood behind Shanqing Tongtian, quickly stepped forward to inform him respectfully. "Ah, you still remember etiquette. This is your uncle Lingfeng, not merely a brother. I see you are itching for a reprimand," Shanqing Tongtian scolded Duo Bao. His brow furrowed in displeasure. "Ah, I apologize, teacher, uncle, please forgive Duo Bao's impoliteness." Duo Bao hastily bowed, his expression filled with trepidation. "From now on, remember, this is my younger brother. He is your uncle," Shanqing Tongtian stated with a serious demeanor and a grave tone. Seeing this, Yilingfeng smiled and graciously remarked, "No harm done, no harm done. Duo Bao's actions were merely unintentional." Qing Tongtian snorted softly and replied, "For the sake of my younger brother today, I shall spare him for the time being." Duo Bao then secretly exhaled in relief and cautiously raised his eyes to Yilingfeng, a glimmer of gratitude evident within them. "My dear brother, were you just discussing my elder brother's path of non-action?" Qing Tongtian inquired, his face full of curiosity, his gaze fixed intently on Yilingfeng. "Indeed, I was just advising Xuandu not to pursue the path of non-action espoused by the esteemed Taoist of Ta Ching." Yilingfeng responded gravely, nodding his head in affirmation. "And why is that? Is there an issue with my elder brother's path of non-action?" Qing Tongtian questioned, his expression turning serious, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. "How should I put it? The pace of cultivation along this path is indeed rapid. However, it ultimately leads to a dead end," Yilingfeng stated, his demeanor solemn and exceedingly serious. "What? A dead end? How can that be?" Qing Tongtian exclaimed, his astonishment causing him to rise from his seat and speak loudly. The members of Xuandu and the disciples of the Jie sect were equally taken aback, while those from the Chan sect displayed expressions of disdain. "Indeed, a dead end. This path is almost entirely contrary to the essence of cultivation," Yilingfeng reiterated with a grave expression, nodding once more in seriousness. "My younger brother, please elaborate on this matter in detail," Qing Tongtian urged eagerly. "The path of non-action emphasizes non-desire and non-contention. Let us first consider non-contention. For us cultivators, what is the purpose of cultivation if we do not contend? We, as practitioners, are inherently engaged in a struggle against heaven for longevity, against earth for resources, and against others for opportunities. If one does not contend, how can one ever attain the Tao? Meanwhile, non-action requires the relinquishment of all desires and aspirations. Yet, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are innate to all beings. If one truly reaches the state of having no desires and letting go of everything, would you still be the person you once were?" Yilingfeng articulated slowly, his tone steady and powerful. As Yilingfeng's words fell, the entire side hall was enveloped in profound silence, with everyone lost in deep contemplation. After a prolonged pause, Shanqing Tongtian finally nodded slowly and remarked, "What my younger brother has articulated is indeed quite reasonable. It seems I must convey this to our elder brother." Xiandu also displayed a look of realization, stating, "Your words, dear brother, are akin to a refreshing draught of wisdom. I am enlightened." Although the disciples of the Chan teaching still wore expressions of disdain, they refrained from uttering further objections. At that moment, footsteps echoed once more from outside the hall, and shortly thereafter, two individuals entered. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, Yilingfeng and the members of the GS sect were taken aback, their expressions etched with astonishment. In contrast, the followers of the Chan sect donned expressions of schadenfreude, as if eagerly anticipating the commencement of a theatrical spectacle. Fellow Lingfeng, I have heard your remarks on the path of Wu Wei from outside the hall, intoned the venerable Laozi of Ta Qing, his demeanor grave and his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Lingfeng. Goodness, is this an inquiry for retribution? How unfortunate. Did my offhand comments truly reach his ears? Yi Lingfeng mused inwardly, his countenance devoid of words. Ha ha ha, brother Ta Qing, it is a misunderstanding, a mere jest. Please do not take it to heart, he replied, a sheepish smile plastered across his face. My dear brother, I find Lingfeng's words quite reasonable, chimed in the Lord of Shangqing, intending to defend Yi Lingfeng. However, he was swiftly halted by a raised hand from Laozi of Ta Qing. The Chan sect members reveled in the unfolding drama, their eyes glimmering with anticipation, hoping fervently that Laozi would chastise Yi Lingfeng, or even better, eliminate him, thus quenching their pent-up frustrations. With a solemn demeanor, Laozi of Ta Qing approached Yi Lingfeng, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply, earnestly expressing, I am grateful to you, dear friend, for illuminating my shortcomings. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, only regaining his composure after a considerable pause. Dear Taoist Tai Qing, you are being overly modest. My words were merely casual musings and should not be taken to heart, he said, hastily stepping forward to assist the venerable Tai Qing. One need not be so humble. Your comprehension of the Tao surpasses even that of us sages. Your recent remarks have illuminated my understanding, revealing significant flaws in my own path, replied Tai Qing with a solemn expression and sincere tone. Upon hearing Tai Qing's words, Shangqing Tongtian beamed with delight, while the disciples of both the Chan and Jia sects displayed expressions of astonishment. Who, they wondered, was this esteemed junior uncle, who not only shared a brotherly bond with the master, but also commanded great respect from the granduncle? Daobao Daoist regarded Yi Lingfeng with keen curiosity, as if attempting to unravel the depths of his character. Master, please take a seat, said Xuandu, promptly offering his place to Tai Qing, allowing him to sit beside Yi Lingfeng. Observing this, Tai Qing graciously accepted and settled into Xuandu's former position. Friend Lingfeng, might you share your insights as well? I would be immensely grateful, Tai Qing inquired with an earnest demeanor. Yi Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Taoist Tai Qing, you flatter me. My thoughts are but fleeting impressions and may not hold true accuracy. Since you wish to hear more, I shall dare to elaborate further. I am eager to share the details. Taoist Tai Qing's gaze was sincere. Yi Lingfeng pondered for a moment before speaking. The principle of non-action advocates for harmony with nature. However, excessive acquiescence may lead one to lose their ambition. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous, and if one merely passively accepts, it is likely that significant achievements will remain elusive. Furthermore, all things in the world are in a state of flux, and an unwavering pursuit of non-action may render one incapable of adapting to this ever-changing landscape. Shangqing Tongtian nodded in agreement. What my younger brother says is quite reasonable. Dear elder brother, you must contemplate this carefully. The great purity Laozi, seemingly deep in thought, remarked, what my fellow Taoist has said has greatly inspired me. Yet, the rectification of the Tao is no simple endeavor. Yi Lingfeng smiled and remarked, the exploration of the Tao is inherently a lengthy endeavor. As long as you, esteemed Taoist Ta Qing, are earnest, you will undoubtedly discover a more refined path. Taoist Ta Qing and Taoist Shangqing, please accompany me to the main hall, for that is where you shall be properly received. At that moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi, who had been standing for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. To the main hall? I dare not go, he replied, his face filled with displeasure. Chapter 48. The anger of Dong Huang Tai Yi. Why not, fellow Taoist? Is it due to our inadequate hospitality? Dong Huang Tai Yi said, his brow furrowed tightly, his demeanor stern, and his tone imbued with a questioning undertone. Humph. The threshold of your main hall is simply too high for me to cross, Shangqing Tongtian retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips, devoid of any mercy. Do you truly intend to lower your status and remain here? Dong Huang Tai Yi's expression darkened sharply as he realized that Shangqing Tongtian's actions were in defense of Yi Lingfeng. Sharing the hall with my brother Lingfeng does not diminish my status in the slightest, Shangqing Tongtian declared solemnly, his gaze unwavering and his demeanor earnest and serious. Very well, then please do as you wish, Dong Huang Tai Yi replied, his expression as frigid as ice, his tone exceedingly indifferent. He knew that if Shang-Qing Tong Tian insisted on staying, he was powerless to change that. However, he could never bring himself to invite Yi Lingfeng to the main hall. Thus, he turned his attention to Ta Qing Lao Zi and continued, Taoist Ta Qing. Since Taoist Shang-Qing insists on remaining, I ask that you return with me. I find it quite agreeable to remain here. You may return alone. Ta Qing Lao Zi said, lightly waving his whisk, his expression calm as water, his tone serene yet resolute. Ha ha ha, splendid. Brother, stay here and share a drink with me and Brother Lingfeng. Shang-Qing Tong Tian laughed heartily, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Dong Huang Taiyi's countenance darkened instantly, as if drenched in ink. The demonic power within him surged ominously, conjuring a fierce wind that rendered the surrounding air oppressive. Do you both truly wish to proceed in this manner? He asked, his voice low and thundering, laced with unmistakable anger and resentment. As he cast his gaze back and forth between Ta Qing Lao Zi and Shang-Qing Tong Tian, seemingly searching for any sign of wavering resolve. Taoist, please refrain from further urging, Ta Qing Lao Zi said, again gently waving his whisk, his expression remaining unperturbed. My friendship with Taoist Lingfeng is profound, and this tranquil place suits my heart's desire. Shang-Qing Tong Tian crossed his arms, a frosty smile gracing his face as he added, What? Do you, Dong Huang Taiyi, intend to confront my brother and me? Filled with seething anger, Dong Huang Taiyi struggled to suppress his fury in the presence of the two great sages. Taking a deep breath, he managed to contain the raging fire within him and coldly retorted, If that is the case, then do as you please. With that, he forcefully waved his sleeve and strode out of the hall. Damnable, damnable. It is all that wretched human, Dong Huang Taiyi, he muttered to himself, his tone laced with hatred. As Dong Huang Taiyi arrived at the entrance of the main hall, he encountered Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun just exiting. Esteemed Taoists, where are you headed? He inquired, his brow furrowing in suspicion and his tone unwelcoming. We heard that Taoists Ta Qing and Shang-Qing are in the side hall, so we wish to visit for a discussion, Hong Yun replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor warm. Dong Huang Taiyi snorted disdainfully, Is that so? When did you grow so fond of each other? His displeasure at Ta Qing Lao Zi and Shang-Qing Tong Tian's presence with Yi Lingfeng was already palpable. And now seeing Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun intending to join only fueled his anger further. To be frank, we are mainly seeking counsel from Taoist Lingfeng regarding some matters, Zhen Yuanzi stated earnestly, his expression sincere. That damned human, Dong Huang Taiyi, he hissed through clenched teeth, his eyes seething with resentment. Do you have some misunderstanding with Taoist Lingfeng? Hong Yun asked, his expression serious and questioning. Humph. There is no misunderstanding. Since you both wish to go to the side hall, do not blame my demon clan for inadequate hospitality, Dong Huang Taiyi warned ominously. His tone dark. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, disregarding Dong Huang Taiyi's words, and turned to make their way towards the side hall. Damn it. That accursed human. I will surely kill you, Dong Huang Taiyi thought, his expression fierce as the formidable sunfire within him surged, scorching and relentless, indicating his fury had reached its peak. At that moment, within the side hall, Yi Lingfeng sneezed several times in succession. What is happening? Is someone plotting against me? He pondered, rubbing his nose. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the hall, and soon Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun entered. Greetings to esteemed Taoists Ta Qing, Shang-Qing, and Yi Lingfeng, they said, bowing in respect upon entering. Greetings, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, Yi Lingfeng responded, rising to return the greeting. Why have you two come here? Shang-Qing Tong Tian asked curiously, his eyes filled with inquiry. We have some personal matters we wish to consult with Taoist Lingfeng. Zhen Yuanzi replied with a warm smile and a kind tone. Oh, you two have come to seek counsel from Taoist Lingfeng? Ta Qing Lao Zi exclaimed in surprise, his expression astonished. Could it be that Taoist Ta Qing is also? Hong Yun said, his eyes wide with amazement. Haha. It seems everyone has something to seek from Brother Lingfeng. Shang-Qing Tong Tian laughed heartily, his laughter resonant and joyful. Yi Lingfeng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Esteemed friends, your kind words are truly appreciated. May I inquire about the matter that brings you here? Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward and said, Lingfeng, to speak candidly. My brother and I have come to seek your wisdom regarding the path of Hong Yun. You must be aware that I, along with several esteemed companions from Tai Ching, have obtained the primordial purple energy. While my companions have successfully transcended, I find myself unable to discern the opportunity for my own enlightenment. Thus, I beseech you to share your insights on the path that lies before me. Hong Yun stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Yilingfeng pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Regarding this matter, I do possess some knowledge. Is that so? We would be immensely grateful if you could share your insights, Hongyun replied, his face alight with excitement and his eyes brimming with anticipation. Although I am aware of certain aspects, I cannot disclose them here. Yilingfeng shook his head, his expression serious and demeanor solemn. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun exchanged a glance filled with confusion, yet they still respectfully inquired, then, esteemed Feng, where might we go to learn more? Yilingfeng surveyed his surroundings and spoke. Very well, once the matters here are resolved, I shall accompany you to Wuzhuangguan. Thank you, esteemed Feng, replied the two brothers. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi, with smiles and respectful gestures. Chapter 49, Conflict. At this moment, within the resplendent main hall, fragrant smoke curled in the air. Aside from the figure of the primordial heavenly master, the rest were all members of the demon clan. Their expressions varied. Some whispered among themselves while others sat upright. Filling the hall with an unusual atmosphere, Dong Huangtai sat majestically in the main seat, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear. He gripped a wine cup tightly, drinking incessantly as if the liquid within were not divine nectar but the blood of his enemies, each sip imbued with boundless wrath and resentment. His eyes burned with a fierce fire, as if he wished to reduce the world to ashes. Suddenly, amidst the tense and oppressive atmosphere, a small demon rushed into the hall in a flurry. This diminutive creature trembled visibly, clearly shaken. It fell to its knees, voice quivering as it reported, "Your Majesty, the Western two saints have just arrived." The little demon cautiously glanced at Dong Huangtai, whose face was dark and foreboding, before hastily lowering its head once more. What of the Western two saints? Dong Huangtai's voice resonated like an echo from the depths of hell, icy and spine-chilling. They went straight to the side hall. The little demon stammered, its voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangtai's fury reached a boiling point. He suddenly crushed the jade cup in his hand to dust. In the next moment, a raging flame, akin to an enraged beast, surged towards the small demon. The creature had no time to utter a cry before being engulfed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Infuriating. They truly overstepped their bounds. Dong Huangtai erupted, rising to his feet, his presence akin to a tumultuous sea, rendering all present unable to meet his gaze. He strode towards the side hall, each step resonating like the beating of hearts, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. Upon reaching the side hall, he found the two disciples of the Chan sect standing with faces full of anger, their eyes fixed intently on the Western two saints, who appeared utterly unfazed by their surroundings. "Dear friends, might you grant me the courtesy of joining me in the main hall to witness the ceremony? My elder brother's wedding is about to commence." Dong Huangtai forced down his wrath, striving to maintain a semblance of calm in his tone. Though a smile adorned his face, it was more grotesque than a frown. "Humph. I shall not go. As long as Brother Lingfeng is there, I shall remain. I wish to drink with him," declared the upward clear Tong Tian, his tone laced with disdain, mocking Dong Huangtai. His gaze revealed an unwavering determination. As if nothing could alter his decision, Dong Huangtai's brow furrowed, his fury ignited further, akin to being doused with oil. He turned his gaze to Yilingfeng, his murderous intent nearly palpable, as if he wished to devour him whole. Regret gnawed at him. Originally, this celestial marriage of Dijuan was a rare opportunity to elevate the demon clan's prestige by inviting the five saints to witness. Yet now, due to his arrangement of Yilingfeng in the side hall, the four saints, alongside Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, had all followed suit, shattering his plans completely. "Human race, I now acknowledge your eligibility to enter the main hall," Dong Huangtai begrudgingly declared to Yilingfeng, his voice laced with reluctance, as though uttering those words caused him immense distress. Upon hearing Dong Huangtai's statement, all eyes in the hall turned to Yilingfeng, filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to witness his response. "Why do you all gaze at me? My name is not human race. I am Yilingfeng." Yilingfeng spoke with an air of tranquility, his tone laced with a hint of jest. His eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any trace of fear or tension. "Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed." Upon hearing Yilingfeng's response, Shangqing Tongtian could not help but burst into laughter. His mirth echoed within the grand hall, shattering the previously tense atmosphere. "Do not be so brazen. It is already a privilege for you to be granted entry into the main hall." Dong Huangtai gritted his teeth, veins standing out on his forehead. His heart brimmed with humiliation and fury, feeling that his dignity had been gravely challenged. Yilingfeng merely shrugged and casually remarked, "I do not require such an honor. It is quite pleasant here." His tone was both calm and resolute, as if he were unfazed by the threat posed by Dong Huangtai. The crowd was taken aback. unable to fathom his audacity to openly defy Dong Huangtai. To them, Dong Huangtai was the leader of the demon clan, wielding unparalleled power and authority that most would not dare to antagonize. You seek death. Dong Huangtai erupted, his body enveloped in raging flames, his aura surging like a tempestuous tsunami, bearing down upon Yi Lingfeng. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent, as if he aimed to slay Yi Lingfeng on the spot. Dong Huangtai, if you dare to lay a hand on my brother, I shall not hesitate to obliterate you, shouted Shaching Tongtian, his voice resonating like a great bell, vibrating through the entire side hall. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure emanated from Shaching Tongtian, crashing toward Dong Huangtai like a relentless wave. At that moment, Taiqing Laozu, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun, along with the two saints from the west, silently rose, their expressions filled with vigilance as they regarded Dong Huangtai. The entire hall fell into a profound silence, so still that one could hear a pin drop. Only the trembling figure of Dong Huangtai and his heavy breaths broke the stillness, his face a mask of fury and resentment. Yet under the overwhelming pressure from Shaching Tongtian, he dared not stir. Brother Tongtian, what has incited such fury? At that moment, the gentle yet authoritative voice of Nuwa suddenly echoed in the hall. Her presence was akin to that of a celestial being descended to earth, instantly appearing before the assembly, her face adorned with a hint of confusion and concern. In the next instant, the demon clan's Dijuan, accompanied by the demon master Kunping, Shi Huang Fushi, and the 12 great demon saints, successively materialized within the hall. Their expressions were grave, as if they had already sensed the severity of the situation. Humph. Dong Huangtai intends to harm my brother Lingfeng, Shaching Tongtian declared, his face etched with anger, pointing at Dong Huangtai, his eyes ablaze with fury. What? Dong Huangtai, what is the meaning of this? Nuwa's voice rose with indignation as she confronted Dong Huangtai, her tone imbued with an authority that demanded respect. Your Highness, please temper your anger. There must be a misunderstanding. At this juncture, Dijuan stepped forward, bowing as he spoke, his expression laced with urgency, attempting to quell the brewing storm. Indeed, sister, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter, Fushi chimed in, emerging to support Nuwa, his gaze revealing a tinge of worry, hoping to defuse the crisis. Humph. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Shangqing Tongtian's aura suddenly erupted, his robe billowing as a gust of wind surged forth. Dong Huangtai, you have always held my brother Lingfeng in contempt, relegating him to this desolate hall, utterly disregarding him. We could no longer bear to witness this, hence our presence here. Shangqing Tongtian's countenance darkened, his discontent palpable as he recounted the events in detail. Nuwa listened in silence, her previously tranquil demeanor swiftly transforming into one of icy resolve, her presence turning formidable. Good. Dong Huangtai, I specifically instructed you to treat him with utmost respect, and this is how you repay my trust? Her voice was chilling, each word laced with an inexhaustible fury, her gaze piercing like a blade aimed directly at Dong Huangtai. Yet, Dong Huangtai exhibited no sign of trepidation, standing tall with a hint of arrogance, defiantly retorting, Your Highness, the main hall is a place reserved for the esteemed innate deities. He is but a mere human. What fault is there in placing him in the side hall? His words echoed throughout the grand hall, steeped in disdain. Tai, cease your words. Upon hearing Dong Huangtai's remarks, Dijuan's heart sank, sensing the gravity of the situation. He rushed forward, attempting to cover Dong Huangtai's mouth, his eyes reflecting urgency and dread. Good. Since you so casually dismiss my human kin, then you may seek another to preside over this celestial marriage. Nuwa's fury turned to mockery, and as her words fell, she flashed to Yi Lingfeng's side. Turning to him, her expression softened as she gently said, Let us depart. It is time to go home. Her tone brimmed with tenderness and determination, as if, in that moment, Yi Lingfeng was her utmost concern. Hold on. Just as Nuwa prepared to leave with Yi Lingfeng, Dijuan suddenly cried out, his voice strained with tension and anxiety, causing him to tremble slightly. Nuwa halted her steps and slowly turned, her face stern as she inquired, Dijuan, what more do you wish to say? Her gaze exuded an undeniable authority, making Dijuan involuntarily shiver. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, Dijuan replied, Your Highness, you are undoubtedly the mother of humanity. However, do not forget, you were first the empress of the demon clan before becoming the mother of humanity. As he spoke, he locked eyes with Nuwa, searching for any sign of wavering in her resolve. Very well. I had intended to announce this matter after presiding over the celestial marriage. But it seems there is no longer a need, Nuwa said with a composed demeanor, her gaze steadfastly fixed upon the heavens. By the decree of the heavenly Tao today, I, Nuwa, hereby declare my withdrawal from the demon clan. Henceforth, there shall be no Empress Nuwa of the demon clan, only the mother of humanity." Her voice rang out with clarity, each word resonating like the toll of a great bell, echoing through the universe. Her countenance was solemn, radiating an undeniable authority. At the instant Nuwa concluded her proclamation, the very heavens seemed to tremble. A dark stream of energy surged skyward from the direction of the demon clan, representing their fortune, which diminished by a significant margin. Meanwhile, a golden radiance erupted from the realm of humanity, their fortune flourishing like a rapidly growing sapling, increasing substantially. As the assembly absorbed Nuwa's earth-shattering declaration, they stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by an enchantment, momentarily rendered speechless. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths slightly agape, their faces etched with incredulity. The elite of the demon clan, who once held a modicum of reverence and reliance on Nuwa, now appeared as though their souls had been lost. Those formidable demons, who typically brandish their might, now seemed to have their spines extracted, their bodies trembling slightly. They understood that Nuwa's decision was akin to a sudden tempest, destined to irrevocably alter the trajectory of fate for both the demon and human clans. The once proud and austere countenance of Dong Wangtai was now grotesquely contorted, his eyes were bloodshot, and the muscles of his face twitched uncontrollably. He could scarcely fathom that his steadfastness would lead to such dire consequences. He opened his mouth to utter something, but his throat felt as if it were choked with cotton, producing not a sound. Dijuan was filled with regret, realizing too late that had he known Nuwa would be so resolute, he would never have allowed Dong Wangtai to act in such a manner. His gaze was laden with despair and helplessness as he stared toward the dissipating fate of the demon clan, feeling utterly lost about the future of their kind. The figures of Shangqing Tongtian, Taching Laojun, and others also displayed expressions of astonishment. Shangqing Tongtian's eyes widened, mouth agape, his sword trembling in his grip. Taching Laojun's hand, which was stroking his beard, froze mid-motion, his face a mask of shock. Junti and Jian exchanged glances, both unable to hide their astonishment. Junti stood frozen in place, while Jian furrowed his brow slightly. Jinyu and Hongyun shared a look, each seeing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Jinyu's whisk was gently swaying, while Hongyun swallowed hard, both feeling a tempest of emotions within. The disciples of the and the looked at one another, all wearing expressions of disbelief. The students of whispered among themselves, debating fervently. The disciples of stood in shock, rooted to the spot, while they exhibited expressions of incredulity, as if caught in a dream. They simply could not comprehend how, at the pinnacle of their power, the demon clan could so abruptly sever ties due to Yi Lingfeng, revealing the esteemed position he held in Nuwa's heart. In contrast, on the human side, Yi Lingfeng, though equally taken aback by Nuwa's sudden decision, felt a warm surge within. Gazing at Nuwa, his eyes brimmed with gratitude and respect. The unwavering support he felt from her intensified his admiration. The human practitioners of Shoyong Mountain were initially stunned, but soon erupted into joyous cheers. Their faces radiated happiness, embracing one another, tears of excitement welling in their eyes. They understood that from this moment forth, the human clan had found genuine protection, a firm anchor in the chaotic world, ushering in boundless potential for future development. "Sister, you are too impulsive. How can you withdraw from the demon clan over such a trivial matter?" At this moment, Fushi spoke solemnly to Lady Nuwa. His eyes brimmed with concern, his tone tinged with reproach. "Brother, I insist that you also withdraw from the demon clan and return with me to the human realm." Lady Nuwa replied with a grave expression, her gaze exuding an undeniable resolve. "Your Excellency, though you hold the esteemed title of a sage and have enjoyed the fortunes of our demon clan for so long, do you truly wish to sever these ties with just a word?" Dijuan spoke gravely, his eyes fixed intently on Nuwa. Seeing the tension, Fushi, filled with urgency, stepped forward with a conciliatory smile, attempting to ease the charged atmosphere. "Indeed, sister, Tai was merely momentarily confused. Let us have him apologize to you, and you can quell your anger." He signaled to Dijuan and Dong Wangtai, hoping they would soften their stance and mend the impending rift. "Very well. I shall still assist in completing this celestial union today, thus repaying the demon clan for their years of fortune," Lady Nuwa declared with unwavering determination, her expression solemn. Fushi, still not ready to concede, gazed at her with a flicker of hope and implored, "Sister, is there truly no room for reconciliation?" His tone was nearly pleading, wishing to sway Nuwa's decision. However, Lady Nuwa simply shook her head resolutely, her eyes conveying undeniable conviction. "There is none. After this celestial union concludes, you shall accompany me back to the human realm." Fushi sighed deeply, a bittersweet smile gracing his face, his demeanor grave and serious. Alas, you may return, but I am the She-Emperor of the Demon Clan. I shall stand with my kin, sharing their fate, even unto death. Fushi, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, recognized that he had enjoyed the fortunes of the Demon Clan without earning any merits. Such monumental karma could only be repaid with his own life. Yiling Feng stood silently to the side, absorbing Fushi's words, and an involuntary thought began to stir within him. Upon hearing Yiling Feng's innermost feelings, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Gradually, she turned to face Fushi, her expression grave, her voice tinged with a final trace of hope. Brother, do you truly not wish to leave with me? Her gaze was fixed intently on Fushi, as if seeking a glimmer of wavering resolve in his eyes. However, Fushi remained steadfast, shaking his head with unwavering determination, his eyes radiating a sense of finality, as if to convey his unwavering resolve to Nuwa. What if I were to forcibly take you away? She asked earnestly. Then you may only carry away my lifeless body, Fushi replied, a smile gracing his face. With a resigned sigh, Nuwa could only respond, well then, brother, take care of yourself. In that moment, her eyes were filled with regret and reluctance. Yet she understood that everyone must make their own choices, and hers could not be imposed upon another. Soon after, the entire Demon Clan, burdened with heavy hearts, began preparations for Emperor Jun's celestial wedding. What should have been a joyous occasion filled with laughter and celebration was now shrouded in a veil of gloom. The festivities commencing amidst a somber atmosphere, the wedding venue felt oppressive, as if the very air was weighed down by invisible shackles. The faces of the demon folk adorned with forced smiles that were more grotesque than tears. The gifts they held felt as if they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, each one a testament to their inner turmoil and unease. The decorative ribbons fluttered feebly in the breeze, emitting a soft rustle, as if mourning the twisted nature of this supposed joyous event. Although the colors of the ribbons remained vibrant, they appeared glaringly out of place in the stifling ambience, like ephemeral bubbles poised to burst at any moment. Emperor Jun strained to maintain his composure, mechanically proceeding with the wedding rites under the officiant's guidance. His gaze frequently drifted toward Nuwa, reflecting a complex array of emotions, guilt mingled with unwillingness, the latter stemming from the loss of such a formidable ally for the Demon Clan. Meanwhile, Dong Wangtai stood nearby, his countenance dark and stormy, his heart tumultuous with regret for his earlier arrogance and obstinacy, which had led to this irrevocable predicament. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, as a seething anger ignited within him, his thoughts consumed with a desire to annihilate Yiling Feng, the perceived architect of his woes. Believing that only through such vengeance could his resentment be quelled, Nuwa presided over the celestial wedding, her demeanor calm as water, yet tinged with an unmistakable sense of solitude. As she observed Emperor Jun fulfill the various rites, her thoughts drifted far away, contemplating Fushi's future. She understood that should Fushi choose to remain with the Demon Clan, his destiny would be fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet she felt powerless to alter his decision, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping her heart. Yiling Feng stood silently behind her, acutely aware of the tumult within Nuwa's heart, and he felt a twinge of regret for Fushi's choice. Just as the wedding reached its final stages, the previously clear sky became suddenly overcast, dark clouds looming ominously as if poised to engulf the world. Without warning, a deafening thunderbolt struck, erupting at the edge of the wedding venue and sending a cloud of dust into the air. The crowd's expressions shifted in alarm. The elite of the Demon Clan instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their vigilance palpable. Ha ha ha, how dare you not invite me to this heavenly wedding? A boisterous laughter reverberated from the horizon, slicing through the clouds with endless mockery and derision. Who dares to disrupt my grand wedding? Dijun bellowed, his face ablaze with fury, his eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. Of course, it is your grandfather, Qiangliang. In the next instant, a muscular figure with flowing purple hair materialized amidst the lightning, resembling a small mountain. Almost simultaneously, another colossal figure, the ancestral witch Di Jiang, appeared before Qiangliang. Upon seeing the intruders, Di Jun's face contorted with loathing and rage, shock coursing through him at the sudden appearance of the witch clan. Indeed, it is your grandfather's. Surprised, aren't you? Following this, a towering figure wreathed in flames, the fire ancestral witch Zhu Rong, descended through the clouds to join the witch clan. Flames engulfed him, radiating an intense heat that distorted the very air around him. Soon, the 12 ancestral witches materialized before the assembly, exuding an overwhelming aura of power that surged forth like relentless tides. They regarded the Demon Clan with scornful gazes, as if mocking their plight. Damn the witch clan. How dare they wreak havoc in my demon territory? Let them perish. The first to lose his composure was Dong Wangtai, whose simmering anger had reached a boiling point after enduring humiliation throughout the day. The arrival of the witch clan ignited the powder keg of his fury. He could no longer restrain himself. His eyes blazed red, akin to a frenzied beast, as he summoned the Dong Huang bell, which radiated a magnificent light, surging forth with tremendous force towards the witch clan. Humph! Come at me. Xiaoliang's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Instantly, violent purple lightning erupted around him, swirling like enraged dragons. He wore an excited expression, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint as he launched a powerful punch towards the Dong Huang bell, a force capable of shattering the very heavens. Chapter 52. The distant celestial formation. A melodious chime resonated abruptly, enveloping the air with an immense power that penetrated every inch of the heavens and earth. Following this, a visibly terrifying shockwave radiated from the mysterious Dong Huang bell, spreading outwards like a surging tide. As the shockwave passed, the heavy clouds were torn apart as if by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace. The majestic structures of the celestial palace crumbled upon contact with the overwhelming shockwave, resembling fragile sandcastles swept away by crashing waves, leaving only rubble in their wake. Some lesser demons, unable to emit a single cry, were reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind beneath the weight of this formidable force. Meanwhile, the ancestral witch Xiangliang, who had attacked the Dong Huang bell, was sent hurtling away by the bell's powerful recoil, his body tracing an arc through the air before vanishing from sight. Ha ha! This is the fate that befalls those who dare to oppress my demon clan. Dong Huangtai laughed maniacally, his face a mask of rage and triumph, as if he were finally unleashing the pent-up fury within him. His eyes sparkled with a wild glint, embodying disdain for his foes and confidence in his own might. Foolish beast, do not revel too soon. I shall battle you. Zhu Rong roared, his voice echoing throughout the heavens. In an instant, he transformed into a blazing inferno, the flames embodying an insatiable heat that threatened to consume the world. He charged toward Dong Huangtai with the speed of lightning. But Dong Huangtai merely scoffed, his eyes glinting with contempt. He summoned back the Dong Huang bell, which hovered menacingly above him, radiating a powerful aura. In the next moment, a golden phantom of a great bell materialized around him, emanating a blinding light, forming an unyielding barrier. Zhu Rong's fist struck the phantom bell with tremendous force, eliciting another resounding chime that reverberated with immense power, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The backlash from the shockwave sent Zhu Rong reeling, forcing him to tumble through the air before barely regaining his footing. Damn it, you insufferable beast! Do not rely on your shell. Xiangliang roared upon his return, his face a mask of fury, fists clenched as if he could crush everything before him. Ha ha, brainless oaf. This is my innate spiritual treasure. Why should I not use the Dong Huang bell? Dong Huangtai laughed derisively, his voice laced with scorn, mocking Xiangliang and Zhu Rong's ignorance. Curse you, insufferable beast! Zhu Rong yelled in response, his voice brimming with indignation and helplessness, his eyes ablaze with fury as if he sought to engulf Dong Huangtai whole. Come back! Just as Zhu Rong prepared to charge once more, he was halted by Di Zhang's authoritative call, his tone carrying an undeniable gravity that compelled Zhu Rong to pause. Big brother! As the ancestor witch was about to continue his speech, the ancestor witch Emperor Jiang abruptly interjected. With a commanding shout, he began to ascend slowly. His gaze shimmered with unwavering determination, as if he had reached a significant resolution in that moment. Upon witnessing this, the other ancestor witches were instantly invigorated, soaring into the sky to form an intricate formation. Their movements were synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times. This formation emanated an air of mystery, instilling an inexplicable fear in onlookers. Among the 5 saints and the disciples of the 3 teachings, all except Yi Lingfeng displayed expressions of confusion. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and astonishment, uncertain of the formation the 12 ancestor witches were about to conjure. Among the demon clan, the 12 demon saints exhibited perplexed expressions, their faces revealing a mixture of bewilderment and concern. Meanwhile, the demon leaders Bai Zhe and Kuanping furrowed their brows, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, as if foreseeing impending turmoil. In stark contrast, the demon emperor Dijuan and Dong Huangtai wore expressions of disdain, their gazes brimming with arrogance and contempt, seemingly dismissing the significance of the 12 ancestor witches' formation. It is happening. It is happening. The great Pangu is about to emerge. Yi Lingfeng thought, his face alight with excitement. His heart swelled with anticipation, and his eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he were witnessing something utterly incredible. Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's inner thoughts, Nuwa trembled as if struck by lightning, her body shaking involuntarily. She cast a furtive glance at Yi Lingfeng, her expression a canvas of disbelief. Confusion and astonishment filled her heart. She could not fathom why Yiling Feng held such a notion. Form the heavenly divine formation. The 12 ancestor witches simultaneously cried out, their voices resonating through the heavens and earth. Their tones were imbued with power and authority, as if heralding their impending triumph. Subsequently, the 12 ancestor witches unleashed their respective powers of laws, which intertwined to forge an immense force. In the next moment, a colossal humanoid shadow, formed from the confluence of the 12 ancestor witches' laws, gradually materialized before the spectators. This shadow towered magnificently, as though it could uphold the very sky. It radiated a formidable aura, imposing an intangible pressure upon all present. Chapter 53, The East Sovereign's Humiliation Among the 12 Ancestor Witches. 8 stood firmly in the positions of the giant's 8 gates, while the remaining 4 positioned themselves at the limbs. Their arrangement seemed to harbor some unfathomable and enigmatic power, evoking an indescribable sense of awe. The 3 pure ones, upon clearly discerning the complete visage of the shadow, were instantly struck with astonishment, involuntarily exclaiming aloud. Their voices were laden with profound shock and deep reverence, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement, as if gazing upon their most exalted faith. Although the 3 pure ones had never beheld the true form of the great Pangu, the image preserved in their primordial memories was indistinguishable from the shadow before them. Their hearts brimmed with reverence and awe, acutely aware that the figure before them was none other than the legendary Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth. What? The great Pangu? How can this be? The others, upon hearing the 3 pure ones' exclamations, were equally astonished, their incredulity manifesting in loud cries of disbelief. Their voices were steeped in shock and profound skepticism, their eyes revealing an unmistakable hint of fear, as if they could scarcely believe the unfolding events. How is this possible? Even the previously disdainful Dijuan and Dong Wangtai now wore expressions of disbelief, shouting hoarsely. Their voices were filled with intense astonishment and deep-seated reluctance, their eyes betraying an uncontrollable panic, as if they were witnessing the advent of their own doom. No. Impossible. Pangu is dead. This is a fabrication. Dong Huangtai appeared deranged, hysterically shouting aloud. His voice was imbued with boundless terror and despair, and his eyes glimmered with a near madness, as if engaged in a futile final struggle. Behold as I shatter this illusory facade. Upon uttering these words, Dong Huangtai unfalteringly summoned his Eastern Emperor Bell and charged fiercely towards the ethereal figure of Pangu. His gaze was filled with unwavering determination and a resolute spirit, vowing to dismantle the chilling apparition with his own might. With a thunderous roar, the Pangu apparition raised a colossal axe, conjured from the elements of earth, wind, water, fire, and thunder. The axe was lifted high, descending upon Dong Huangtai with unparalleled ferocity. As the axe swept through the air, the very fabric of space seemed to fracture, and time appeared to stall, leaving only the awe-inspiring might of the descending axe in existence. Dong Huangtai hastily summoned the full power of the Eastern Emperor Bell, its resounding chime transforming into a resplendent golden barrier, attempting to thwart the cataclysmic strike. However, at the moment of collision, the golden shield crumbled as if made of mere parchment, instantly shattered, while the axe's momentum remained unyielding, bearing down upon Dong Huangtai with unrelenting force. The aftershock of the axe swept through the surroundings, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently. The myriad lesser demons below were caught unawares, mercilessly engulfed by the surging power, many of them reduced to mere dust before they could even utter a cry of anguish. Heavenly Palace, too, was not spared. The aftershock collided with its formidable barrier, which shattered instantaneously, turning the grand palaces within into ruins. The demon folk, witnessing this calamity, were thrown into disarray, fleeing in a panic. Dong Huangtai was hurled backward by the axe's residual force, blood spurting from his mouth, his complexion as pale as a ghost, devoid of color. Struggling to regain his footing, disbelief filled his eyes. He had never imagined that, wielding the immensely powerful Eastern Emperor Bell, he would find himself in such a pitiful state before the Pangu apparition, utterly unable to retaliate. Tai Dijuan was aghast, his face a mask of shock as he cried out in desperation, preparing to rush forth to rescue Dong Huangtai. The other demon saints, upon witnessing this, displayed expressions of sheer terror, recklessly following Dijuan into the fray. The Pangu apparition granted no respite, stepping forward with great strides, swinging the colossal axe once more. This time, the blade was entwined with the formidable power of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, 12 distinct laws intertwining to create a surging torrent of chaos, sweeping toward Dong Huangtai. As the torrent surged forth, the void fragmented, stars fell from the heavens, and the terrifying force capable of annihilating all seemed to dominate existence. Gritting his teeth, Dong Huangtai summoned every ounce of strength to activate the Eastern Emperor bell, its chime sharp and urgent, transforming into countless golden chains in an attempt to bind the chaotic torrent. Yet, as soon as the chains made contact, they were mercilessly consumed, vanishing without a trace. Panic seized Dong Huangtai's heart as he hastily attempted to evade, but the speed of the chaotic torrent was akin to lightning, rendering him unable to fully escape. The torrent swept past, casting Dong Huangtai like a fragile leaf caught in a gale, sending him hurtling away, the Eastern Emperor bell slipping from his grasp. Its brilliant runes now dimmed. His body plummeted like a severed kite, blood spraying through the air. With great effort, he lifted his gaze towards the towering Pangu apparition. Filled with despair and reluctance, the Pangu apparition did not cease its assault, raising the colossal axe once more, the chaotic energy coiling around the blade. As if to return the entirety of existence to primordial chaos, Dong Huangtai, utterly spent, could only watch helplessly as the axe descended mercilessly. His heart heavy with boundless regret and profound fear. In this critical moment, a clear and melodious chime resonated through the heavens. A brilliant red light streaking across the sky like a radiant meteor. Within that light, a red embroidered ball emerged, adorned with vibrant and mysterious runes. Emanating a gentle yet overwhelmingly powerful force, the red ball spun gracefully, transforming into a solid crimson barrier, positioned between Dong Huangtai and the Pangu apparition. The axe struck the barrier with a thunderous crash, and the red embroidered ball was violently repelled by the immense impact. The Pangu apparition staggered slightly, retreating several steps before finally halting. Nuwa. Dong Huangtai managed to lift his head, glancing skyward, a flicker of hope igniting within his eyes. Above, Nuwa descended upon auspicious clouds, her graceful form enchanting, her features akin to a picturesque painting, gently cradling the red embroidered ball. Her gaze was soft yet unwavering as she addressed the Pangu apparition, her voice a whisper. Ancestors of sorcery, cease your assault. Lady Nuwa, have you not withdrawn from the demon folk? Why do you still involve yourself in their matters? Ancestor Di Jiang's face contorted with fury, his already fearsome visage now even more terrifying. His eyes wide like bronze bells, ablaze with rage, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the very air around them as he questioned Nuwa. Nuwa remained composed, her attire billowing gracefully, radiating a soft and sacred light as she spoke slowly. Indeed, I have withdrawn from the demon folk, but I once vowed to see their celestial union fulfilled. My word is my bond, and thus today I must intervene, to bring a conclusive end to my ties with the demon folk. Her voice, though gentle, was imbued with an undeniable strength, each word carrying the weight of inevitability. We of the sorcery tribe care not for such matters. If you choose to stand for the demon folk, do not blame us for being unyielding. Upon hearing the news, the ancestral witch Di Jiang let out a cold snort, his voice laden with disdain and fury, his facial muscles twitching slightly in anger. He bellowed once more, and then abruptly turned to the 11 ancestral witches behind him, shouting hoarsely, "Brothers," once more. In an instant, the collective aura of the 12 ancestral witches surged, their formidable power cascading like tumultuous waves as they once again summoned the ethereal image of Pangu with all their might. The towering figure of Pangu loomed large, wielding a colossal axe that glimmered with a chilling light, embodying the cataclysmic force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth as it swung fiercely towards Nuwa. Nuwa, witnessing this, furrowed her brow, a flicker of helplessness crossing her beautiful eyes as her magical energy surged in preparation for a counterattack. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a mysterious figure unexpectedly materialized in the very path of the Pangu apparition. As the onlookers focused, they were astonished to find it was the venerable Hongjun, clad in a Taoist robe, with hair as white as snow and a serene countenance. His gaze was profound, akin to an infinite cosmos, eluding comprehension. Upon beholding the majestic Pangu image, a complex expression emerged on Hongjun's face, revealing reminiscence of the past, helplessness regarding the present conflict, and concern for the future of the primordial world. In the face of the descending axe apparition, Hongjun remained composed, merely waving his hand gently. In that moment, it was as if time itself stood still, and an intangible force permeated the air. In the blink of an eye, not only was the axe's assault effortlessly thwarted, but the imposing axe apparition also melted away like ice in the spring sun, transforming into countless specks of starlight that dissipated into the cosmos. All present, save for the witch clan, bowed in reverence before the Tao ancestor, their voices harmoniously echoing in the heavenly palace. Hongjun, do you also wish to intervene in this matter? Di Jiang questioned, his face contorted with rage, veins protruding on his forehead, his tone imbued with resentment and fury. Hongjun, gazing calmly at Di Jiang, spoke with a penetrating gaze. The witch and demon clans are both great families of the primordial realm. Their continuous strife will only bring calamity to the world and suffering to its inhabitants. From this day forth, the demons shall govern the heavens, and the witches shall govern the earth. For 100,000 years, neither side shall engage in hostilities. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an authority that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Di Jiang scoffed derisively, his face filled with contempt. Humph, Hongjun, why should we heed your words? Today, we shall annihilate the demon clan. The other ancestral witches echoed his sentiments, their fists clenched, their expressions resolute, exuding an overwhelming battle spirit. Observing this, Hongjun sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. He then waved his hand once more, causing the Pangu apparition to slowly fade away. The 12 ancestral witches were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as they beheld the unbelievable spectacle. They had never anticipated that the Dao ancestor could so effortlessly dismantle their grand formation. The ancestral witches had always believed that the might of their celestial god-killing formation was on par with that of any saint, especially after their recent clash with Nuwa, which had solidified their confidence. Thus, they had contemplated engaging Hongjun in battle, yet they remained oblivious to the true extent of his power, which encompassed a mastery over certain primordial rules. Ultimately, the witch clan departed the heavenly palace, filled with indignation. After their exit, Hongjun merely raised his hand lightly, restoring the heavenly palace to its former state before vanishing from sight. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at Yi Lingfeng, a look imbued with profound significance. Dong Huang Tai, today I have saved your life and assisted Di Jun in officiating the heavenly marriage. From this day forth, I shall have no further entanglements with the demon clan. After officiating the heavenly marriage, Nuwa spoke with solemnity, her gaze resolute as she addressed Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Hearing her words, both men felt a sense of helplessness, yet could only nod in resignation. Brother, since you insist on remaining with the demon clan, I hope you will take care of yourself, Nuwa said to Fu Shi, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Sister, the same goes for you, Fu Shi replied, his eyes glistening with helplessness as he nodded with deep sorrow. Let us go home, Nuwa said, turning to Yi Lingfeng, her voice tinged with fatigue and anticipation. You can return on your own. I have promised my friend Jin Yuanzi to visit their Wuzhuang temple. Yi Lingfeng spoke with a serious expression, a hint of apology gracing his countenance. Do you need me to accompany you? Nuwa inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. No need. He replied, I shall return shortly. It suffices if you come to fetch me when the time comes. After Yi Lingfeng finished speaking, he secretly conveyed a message to Nuwa. All right, I understand. Please be careful on your journey. Nuwa glanced at Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun beside her, nodded, and then addressed Yi Lingfeng. My dear friend Nuwa, there is no need for concern. With the two of us here, we shall ensure that nothing befalls you, Jin Yuanzi assured with a broad smile, patting his chest. Nuwa inclined her head slightly and replied, In that case, I am grateful to both of you. She then cast a lingering glance at Yi Lingfeng, her eyes filled with affection, before transforming into a streak of light and departing. Yi Lingfeng, Xinyuanzi, and Han Yun no longer delayed and flew together towards the direction of Wuzhuangguan. Along the way, the three engaged in cheerful conversation and laughter, as if the recent battle had been but a distant dream. Lingfeng, my friend, upon our arrival at Wuzhuangguan, you must indulge in my renowned ginseng fruit, Xinyuanzi remarked, his face aglow with pride. Indeed, I have long heard of the miraculous ginseng fruit. This time, I shall relish its delights, Yi Lingfeng replied, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Before long, the trio arrived at Wuzhuangguan. As they landed, two young attendants, Qing Feng and Mingyue, approached eagerly. Master, you have returned, the children said obediently. Xinyuanzi nodded slightly and instructed, quickly prepare some tea and refreshments to welcome our esteemed guests. Upon entering the temple, Yi Lingfeng curiously surveyed his surroundings. Majestic ancient trees towered overhead, and exotic flowers and herbs flourished throughout, exuding an aura of tranquility and harmony. This way, my friend, Xinyuanzi beckoned, guiding Yi Lingfeng to a courtyard. In the courtyard, a stone table and benches were arranged neatly, surrounded by an array of rare and exquisite flora, while a gentle floral fragrance wafted through the air. As they settled in, Qingfeng and Mingyue soon returned with steaming tea and delicately crafted snacks. The tea, fragrant and piping hot, and the delectable morsels heightened one's appetite. Lingfeng, earlier you mentioned knowing the opportunity for Hongyun's enlightenment. Might you share it now? Zhen Yuanzi inquired eagerly. His eyes filled with expectation. Yi Lingfeng took a delicate sip of tea and slowly remarked, "This matter is rather lengthy." In the grand and solemn heavenly palace of the demon race, where the intricate carvings and resplendent lights could hardly dispel the heavy atmosphere, Emperor Jun, who had just celebrated his nuptials, should have been filled with joy. However, his countenance was devoid of the expected delight of a newlywed, replaced instead by a profound melancholy that hung over him like dark clouds. Beneath his furrowed brow lay an ocean of concern, as if the weighty fate of the entire demon race rested heavily upon his shoulders. Damn it, if it weren't for those detestable humans, how could our demon race have fallen to such depths? Dong Huangtai slammed his hand on the sturdy table beside him, causing cracks to appear under the force of his fury. His eyes blazed with a fiery wrath, his face etched with hatred, as if he bore an irreconcilable grudge against humanity. Alas, the demon commander Buzhou sighed softly, his voice imbued with weariness and helplessness. Complaining now would serve no purpose. The pressing matter at hand was to devise ways to bolster the strength of our demon race, lest we face a grimmer future. He left the thought unspoken, yet the unvoiced sentiment resonated with all present. If we do not act, a bleak destiny awaits our kin. Indeed, our demon race has lost the protection of the sages, while the witch clan possesses formidable formations rivaling the power of the sages. If this continues, our demon race might forever remain subservient to the witch clan, with no hope of resurgence. The demon master Kunpeng spoke slowly, his voice deep and hoarse, each word seeming to be forced from between clenched teeth, tinged with reluctance and worry. He narrowed his eyes, gazing out at the vast yet perilous sky beyond the palace, his heart heavy with uncertainty about the future. Shi Huang, I have heard that Nuwa possesses a strand of primordial purple energy. Is there any possibility you could acquire it? Emperor Jun turned suddenly to Fushi, his eyes filled with anticipation and longing. If we can obtain this primordial purple energy, our demon race will surely devote all its efforts to assist you in achieving sagehood and reviving our demon glory. Useless. My sister is unwilling to give it to me. Fushi replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. He lifted his gaze to the dome of the palace, seemingly reminiscing about past moments with Nuwa, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, helplessness and an indescribable bitterness. Why, you are her brother, Emperor Jun exclaimed in shock, unable to restrain his voice. He found it incomprehensible that, at such a critical juncture for their race, Nuwa would act so resolutely against her own kin. I do not know. She merely said it was for my own good. Fushi responded helplessly, shaking his head once more, his hands instinctively clenching and then releasing, as if in that moment he felt the weight and unpredictability of fate. I believe she is not acting for your benefit, but rather intends to reserve that primordial purple energy for those humans. Dong Huangtai interjected through gritted teeth, a fierce expression crossing his face, his animosity towards humanity intensifying. Fushi remained silent in response to Dong Huangtai's words, a faint, resigned smile gracing his lips. He perhaps entertained similar suspicions, but, as an elder brother, he was unwilling to accept that Nuwa could be so heartless. Then we are left with only the primordial purple energy in Hongyun's possession, which still leaves us with a glimmer of hope. Emperor Jun took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, his countenance once again serious, determination gleaming in his eyes. However, with Zhen Yuanzi present, we have no means to act, Kunpeng remarked, his face grim, brows knitted in thought. He understood well the formidable nature of Zhen Yuanzi. Attempting to seize the primordial purple energy from under his watchful gaze would be no small feat. I refuse to believe that Hongyun can remain at Wuzhuang Temple for eternity. Emperor Jun's eyes flashed with resolve as he spoke with unwavering conviction. Clenching his fists, he seemed to declare to destiny that the demon race would not surrender easily. Buzhou, issue an order for our young demons to closely monitor Wuzhuang Temple. Should Hongyun or any humans depart, I want to be informed immediately. Emperor Jun turned to Buzhou, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Understood, Buzhou acknowledged, turning to stride purposefully out of the palace. His figure gradually faded into the shadows of the hall, leaving only the sound of his steady footsteps echoing in the vast chamber. Meanwhile, within Wuzhuang Temple, Yi Lingfeng, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun were seated together in quiet contemplation. Yi Lingfeng's expression was grave as his gaze shifted back and forth between Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, seemingly contemplating how to broach the subject. "Friend Zhen Yuanzi," he began, "the matter concerning friend Hong Yun is of great significance. We must enter your Earth book to discuss it in detail." Yi Lingfeng's voice resonated with a deep seriousness, shattering the stillness of the moment. "Very well, fellow cultivator," he said. Zhen Yuanzi nodded slightly, extending his hand as he chanted softly, summoning his accompanying spiritual treasure. The Earth Book. The tome unfurled gradually, emanating a soft and enigmatic glow, resembling an entrance to another mystical realm. "You may rest assured now, fellow cultivator. This space of the Earth Book can even isolate the heavenly Tao, so there is no need to worry about prying eyes." As the three stepped into the space of the Earth Book, Zhen Yuanzi's face illuminated with a confident smile as he explained to Yi Lingfeng, "This space is my absolute domain, and within it, I possess complete control." "Very well, however, regarding the path of our friend Hong Yun, I must advise that my forthcoming words be met with composure." Yi Lingfeng once again emphasized, a trace of concern flickering in his gaze, as though the forthcoming revelation would profoundly impact the two individuals before him. "Speak, my friend. If I am fated not to attain sanctity in this life, it is of little consequence." Red Cloud responded nonchalantly, his laughter still as hearty as ever, as if the tribulations of the world bore no weight upon him. He had always been open-minded and optimistic. To him, the attainment of sanctity was not the entirety of existence. "What if I were to tell you, my friend, that not only are you destined to be devoid of sanctity, but you are also fated to meet your demise?" Yi Lingfeng fixed his gaze upon Hong Yun, enunciating each word with precision, his expression devoid of any semblance of jest, infused instead with profound seriousness. "Ha ha, my esteemed friend possesses a remarkable sense of humor. Throughout my life, I, Hong Yun, have treated others with kindness and harbored no enmity. How could I possibly be destined for such a tragic fate?" Hong Yun could not restrain his laughter, deeming Yi Lingfeng's words utterly preposterous. In his perception, his existence was replete with light and hope. How could such a dismal conclusion be conceivable? "Do you truly believe I would jest about such matters?" Yi Lingfeng inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow, tinged with a hint of displeasure. He could not comprehend why Hong Yun so readily dismissed his assertions. Was his demeanor not sufficiently grave? Impossible. "How could I, Hong Yun, be fated for demise? You ought to refrain from such unfounded declarations." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi's countenance flushed with indignation as he rose to his feet. Having cultivated a bond with Hong Yun over many years, akin to that of brothers, he could not abide anyone uttering such a curse against his dear friend. "If you are so disbelieving, then kindly escort me out." Yi Lingfeng slowly rose to his feet, shaking his head in resignation, a flicker of disappointment crossing his visage. He had anticipated that his words would capture the attention of the two, but he was met with an unforeseen outcome. "Very well, I shall escort you out," Zhen Yuanzi declared, preparing to open the passage of the Earth Book. At that moment, his heart brimmed with anger and dissatisfaction, perceiving Yi Lingfeng's actions as deliberate disruption. "Wait." Hong Yun suddenly stood, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a stern expression. "Might you elucidate your words for me? Even in death, I wish to perish with understanding." His gaze conveyed an unwavering determination. He resolved to uncover the truth, no matter how harsh it might be. "Hong Yun, do you truly wish to heed his words?" Zhen Yuanzi looked at Hong Yun in astonishment, utterly perplexed by his friend's abrupt shift in stance. To him, Yi Lingfeng's claims seemed baseless, nothing more than alarmist rhetoric. "I desire to listen first, for I have yet to discover a reason for Taoist Lingfeng to deceive me," Hong Yun replied earnestly, turning to face Zhen Yuanzi. He was a rational individual, and after the initial surge of anger, he began to contemplate calmly, believing that if Yi Lingfeng dared to speak thus, there must be a reason behind it. "Very well," Zhen Yuanzi conceded, sitting down once more, his face etched with helplessness. Although doubts still lingered in his heart, he could only acquiesce in light of Hong Yun's resolute gaze. "Taoist Lingfeng, I beg your forgiveness. My old friend has momentarily lost his composure upon hearing your words." Hong Yun bowed in apology, his demeanor sincere and humble, leaving no room for refusal. "Truth be told, I harbor my own ulterior motives. Were it not for that particular matter and the future of humanity, I would not concern myself with your affairs. Yi Lingfeng spoke with utmost seriousness, having resolved to be candid and reveal his true intentions, believing that this might foster greater trust between the two. Chapter 56. The Causality of Hongyun. The sky loomed dark, casting a heavy and almost suffocating atmosphere within the five. Hongyun's expression was grave, his gaze intently fixed on Yi Lingfeng across from him. He clasped his hands and implored, "Might you, my friend, disclose the truth? Why is it that I am destined to meet my demise?" His tone bore traces of urgency and confusion, his brows knitted into a furrow. Yi Lingfeng's expression was solemn as he met Hongyun's gaze with unwavering composure, earnestly stating, "This is attributable to your character. It is your benevolence towards others that has led to this outcome." His voice, though low, resonated with an undeniable authority. "What? Is there a fault in being kind to others?" Zengyuanzi, standing beside Hongyun, could not suppress his exclamation. Both were left in a state of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. Yi Lingfeng slowly shook his head, a hint of melancholy gracing his expression. To treat others with kindness is indeed important, but it must be discerning. There are individuals and circumstances that do not warrant such benevolence. With that, he let out a soft sigh, seemingly lamenting the innocence of Hongyun. "Pray, enlighten me about who or what I have erred against." Hongyun stepped forward, her eyes brimming with fervent inquiry, desperately seeking to understand the reasons behind her fate. Yi Lingfeng gently tilted his head, his gaze penetrating through the window lattice of Wuzhuang Temple, seemingly peering into the distant past. He slowly began to speak. "This tale commences with the teachings at the Zixiao Palace. In those days, you had secured a sacred position within the Zixiao Palace, yet you willingly relinquished it to another. While this act may appear as a gesture of kindness, it indeed sowed the seeds of future calamity. How could relinquishing a sacred position be the root of misfortune? Should it not be regarded as a benevolence?" Hongyun and Zengyuanzi exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. They simply could not fathom how their altruistic actions could yield such dire consequences. Your decision to forego the sacred position resulted in the demon master Kunpeng seizing it, thereby binding you to an inescapable karmic debt towards him. Furthermore, the two Western saints who accepted your relinquished position now find themselves indebted to you in a manner that cannot be repaid. Pray tell, how might one resolve such a profound entanglement of karma? Yi Lingfeng gazed intently at the two individuals, his expression imbued with a sense of scrutiny. Hongyun and Zengyuanzi were momentarily taken aback, exchanging perplexed glances, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to respond. Only your life can serve as recompense, and they are now conspiring against you. The two saints of the West wish for your demise. Only then will they evade the repercussions of this karmic entanglement. Meanwhile, the demon clan is scheming to seize the primordial purple energy in your possession, thus presenting you with an imminent life-threatening ordeal. Yi Lingfeng continued, his voice growing increasingly heavy, as if shrouded in the ominous aura of death. "Ah, how surprising it is to realize that I, Hongyun, who has always been benevolent towards others, would meet such a tragic fate." After a moment of stunned silence, Hongyun suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter rife with self-mockery and desolation. "Lingfeng, my friend, do you possess any means to transcend this calamity? I implore you, save my brother Hongyun." Zengyuanzu's face was filled with earnestness as he clasped his hands together, slightly bowing, his tone steeped in desperation. "If Hongyun wishes to survive, he must either remain hidden forever within your Wuzhuang Temple, or attain sanctity instantaneously to evade this disaster." Yi Lingfeng spoke with utmost seriousness, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two individuals. "Attaining sainthood in an instant is no trivial matter. It seems I must temporarily reside at Wuzhuang Temple." Zengyuanzi sighed helplessly, his face etched with sorrow and resignation. However, Hongyun's eyes shimmered with determination, and she straightened her posture, declaring, "I appreciate your good intentions, Brother Zengyuanzi, yet evasion is not a sustainable solution, nor is it the way of my conduct." In Yi Lingfeng's eyes, a glimmer of admiration flickered as he nodded and remarked, "Friend Hongyun is truly carefree. However, if one wishes to confront this, there are indeed means available." "Oh, please, do not hesitate to elaborate," Zengyuanzi urged eagerly, a spark of hope igniting in his gaze. "That would entail the demise of friend Hongyun," Yi Lingfeng stated with utmost seriousness, his expression devoid of any jest. "Friend Lingfeng, Do not jest, Zenyuanzai replied. His countenance clouded with displeasure, his brows furrowing in dissatisfaction. Yet, Honyun responded with a tranquil smile, his gaze unwavering. Surely, friend, ye must possess a deeper meaning in his words. Yi Lingfeng smiled and said, I speak with utmost sincerity. The entanglements of fate surrounding you, my friend Hongyun, are far too numerous in this lifetime. Perhaps it would be wise to abandon the path of recultivation. Abandon recultivation? How could that possibly be feasible? Zhen Yuanzi inquired, his brow furrowed with skepticism and confusion evident in his gaze. Yi Lingfeng calmly elucidated, friend Hongyun bears numerous karmic burdens in this lifetime, making liberation quite challenging. However, should you relinquish your current cultivation and memories, and reincarnate to commence anew, you could extricate yourself from your present predicament. Moreover, I assure you, in your next life, you shall attain a status no less than that of a sage. Can this truly be the case? Zenyuanzai expressed a hint of hesitation, his eyes shimmering with indecision. After a moment of contemplation, Hongyun's gaze radiated determination. Very well, I trust you, Taoist Yi. Excellent. Allow me to share my plan. Yi Lingfeng continued to articulate his thoughts. Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest, Taoist Lingfeng. Hongyun replied earnestly, his countenance imbued with trust. Friend Hongyun, your disposition is ill-suited for the realm of cultivation. You so readily place your faith in mere words? Yi Lingfeng shook his head with an expression of exasperation, his tone laced with a hint of jest. Ha, because I can find no grounds to refute anything you have said. Hongyun replied with a hearty laugh, her mirth resonating brightly. Since we have already come to an agreement, I shall take my leave now, Yi Lingfeng declared, rising to his feet and brushing the dust from his attire. Very well, I shall escort you out, my friend, Zhen Yuanzi said, opening the passage of the Earth Book to usher Yi Lingfeng out of Wuzhuang Temple. Must we truly place our trust in him? Zhen Yuanzi inquired earnestly, concern etched upon his face after bidding Yi Lingfeng farewell. Of course not. I am not so foolish. First, I need to ascertain the truth of his words, Hongyun replied, her expression grave, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in her eyes. Chapter 57, The Spiritual Mountain of the West. As Yi Lingfeng departed from Wuzhuangguan, a radiant aura enveloped him as he soared through the air, propelled by the ethereal light of his escape. Having traveled only a short distance, the surrounding space suddenly rippled with an unusual disturbance, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone, sending concentric waves cascading outward. Amidst this disturbance, two figures materialized without warning, firmly positioning themselves before Yi Lingfeng, effectively obstructing his path. Fellow Taoist Lingfeng, it seems you have kept us waiting, one of them spoke, revealing himself to be Jane. A smile graced his lips, yet his gaze was as unfathomable as a deep abyss, quietly scrutinizing Yi Lingfeng. Beneath that smile lay an enigmatic significance that was difficult to decipher. What do you two fellows wish for me to wait for? Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Lingfeng felt an ominous premonition stirring within him, yet he managed to force a bitter smile onto his face. His gaze flitted back and forth between the two figures, Jane and Zhuanti, in an effort to discern their true intentions. My brother and I hold deep admiration for the talents of Taoist Lingfeng. Thus, we have come to invite you to discuss the Tao at our Western Spiritual Mountain. Zhuanti promptly interjected, a smile plastered across his face. Although his expression appeared warm and welcoming, it lacked sincerity, evoking an inexplicable sense of estrangement. Esteemed Taoists, your praises are unwarranted. Before such revered saints as yourselves, I possess no remarkable talents to showcase. I shall refrain from presenting my inadequacies at your sacred Western abode. Upon hearing these words, Yi Lingfeng promptly shook his head in refusal, the bitter smile on his face becoming increasingly apparent. Internally, he remained vigilant, fully aware that the sudden invitation from these two sages was far from a mere philosophical discussion. Friend Lingfeng, please do not decline. Accompany us on a journey to the west. The sage of guidance maintained his smile, yet his gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, seemingly able to penetrate Yi Lingfeng's thoughts. His tone carried an unmistakable undercurrent of insistence that left little room for refusal. Yi Lingfeng inwardly lamented the predicament he found himself in, fully aware that these two sages would not easily relent until their objectives were achieved. In the blink of an eye, a clever stratagem sprang to his mind. Esteemed friends, he proposed, if you wish to engage in philosophical discourse, might I suggest we convene at the Shoyong mountain of the human race? I assure you, once there, I shall extend my utmost hospitality to both of you. Yi Lingfeng's face once again broke into a smile, his tone earnest as he endeavored to persuade the other party to journey to the territory of the human race, thereby affording himself more leeway in negotiations. No need. This location is quite near my Ling Mountain. Let us proceed there instead. Jane maintained a cheerful demeanor. Yet beneath that smile lay an unmistakable resolve, unequivocally rejecting Yi Lingfeng's proposal. Yi Lingfeng intended to press his case further, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhuanti's cold retort. Could it be that you look down upon my Western teachings, which is why you persistently decline? Zhuanti's countenance darkened instantaneously, his voice turning icy, laced with a palpable sense of accusation that sent shivers down the spine. Not at all. I merely. Yi Lingfeng hastily gestured to clarify, but Jane offered him no opportunity. Since that is the case, my friend, please accompany us, Jane said, his smile resurfacing, seemingly gentle yet sending a prickling sensation down one's back. Simultaneously, his hand rested firmly on Yi Lingfeng's shoulder, a gesture that appeared tender yet concealed immense strength, rendering Yi Lingfeng utterly unable to extricate himself. In the next moment, before Yi Lingfeng could utter another word, the surrounding space twisted violently, and the three figures vanished from their location. When Yi Lingfeng, Zhuanti, and Jane reappeared, he discovered himself within the confines of the western Ling Mountain. Before him lay the mountain, enveloped in a thick, almost tangible golden Buddhist light, which danced like ethereal gossamer in the gentle breeze, bestowing an air of mystery upon the entire landscape. This light, however, was as formidable as an unyielding fortress, emanating an aura of reverence that completely isolated the Ling Mountain from the outside world, as if it were a sanctified haven removed from earthly concerns. Within that radiant glow, auspicious energies surged like a roaring tide, occasionally transforming into clusters of blooming golden lotuses, their petals unfurling layer upon layer, each shimmering with a sacred luminescence. At other moments, they coalesced into soaring celestial dragons, their forms alive with motion, their roars echoing faintly, creating an otherworldly ambience that transported one into a realm of transcendence. Stepping onto Ling Mountain, Yi Lingfeng found himself treading upon smooth white jade steps, each touch radiating warmth, and with every step, he sensed a wondrous energy coursing through him. Simultaneously, distant echoes of ancient mantras resonated in his ears, as if traversing boundless time and space, carrying with them an essence of antiquity and mystery, imparting profound truths of the cosmos, soothing his spirit into tranquility. Flanking the path, an array of extraordinary spiritual plants flourished. Towering rainbow glass trees reached towards the heavens, their stout trunks glimmering with prismatic light, their lush foliage resembling enormous, colorful parasols. Pearlescent dew dripped from the branches, sparkling in the illumination of the Buddhist light, as if nature itself had bestowed precious gifts upon this sacred ground. Golden lotuses blossomed freely, each petal crystal clear and resembling purest quartz, their centers exuding a subtle fragrance, delicate and lingering, calming the mind and banishing all distractions into oblivion. Venturing deeper, one could behold a grand Mahavira hall, constructed from purple gold and glass, where the weighty richness of the former harmonized perfectly with the opulence of the latter, radiating an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. The glass tiles of the hall's roof shone brilliantly under the Buddhist light, seemingly gathering all the brilliance of the world into a dazzling spectacle. Ancient runes adorned the entrance, some curving like serpents, others square like seals, each imbued with potent energy, as if ancient guardians silently protected this sacred edifice from all malevolent incursions. Above Ling Mountain, golden clouds drifted lazily like cotton candy, while ethereal birds occasionally soared through the skies, their plumage resplendent in myriad colors, sparkling brilliantly under the sun's rays. Their melodious calls rang clear and sweet, akin to celestial music, echoing in the air above Ling Mountain, infusing this hallowed land with a lively spirit, rendering the entire mountain more vibrant and full of life. And hidden deep within Ling Mountain lay a mysterious lake, its waters as pure as crystal, transparent to the very bottom, reflecting the mountain's beauty like a grand mirror. Occasionally, golden fish leapt from the surface, sending droplets of water cascading, creating ripples of gold that animated the tranquil waters. Goodness, these Zhuanti and Jane truly know how to impress. This decor style, is undeniably magnificent. Yi Lingfeng gazed at the breathtaking landscape of Ling Mountain, silently marveling at its beauty while maintaining an air of composure, quietly observing all that surrounded him. "What do you think, fellow Taoist? How does Ling Mountain strike you?" Jane inquired, his face adorned with a radiant smile, imbued with a hint of pride as he awaited Yi Lingfeng's commendation. "Magnificent and awe-inspiring, truly befitting of a sacred sanctuary," Yi Lingfeng replied, nodding slightly, his expression solemn as he spoke with a dignified demeanor. "Ha! You flatter me, dear friend," Jane chuckled, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face, the laughter resonating through the air of Ling Mountain. However, the light-hearted atmosphere was abruptly pierced by a heavy sigh from Jane. "Alas," he lamented, breaking the jovial mood. "Why the sigh, my friend?" Yi Lingfeng queried, a look of confusion etched upon his face, though an inkling of understanding flickered in his mind. "My dear fellow, you must have noticed that while Ling Mountain is grand and brimming with spiritual energy, the followers of our Western teachings remain perpetually sparse," Jane confessed, a tinge of melancholy and helplessness reflected in his eyes. Yi Lingfeng felt a stirring in his heart, confirming that my suspicions were indeed accurate. Yi Lingfeng pondered quietly, maintaining an outward composure as he patiently awaited the forthcoming words from his companion. "Indeed, the doctrines of the West are profound, yet they have remained unheeded, hindering their flourishing. Fellow Taoist Lingfeng, endowed with remarkable talent, do you possess any sage counsel?" Xiu Tai's gaze was fixed intently upon Yi Lingfeng, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if all hope rested upon him. Chapter 58. The Schemes of Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng's expression was solemn, and with a serious demeanor, he stated, "Indeed, I possess some rather superficial insights regarding the challenges faced by the Western teachings in gaining prominence." Upon hearing this, Zhuan and Jie Yin exchanged glances, utterly astonished that Yi Lingfeng truly had thoughts on the matter. A glimmer of urgency flickered in Zhuan Ti's eyes as he eagerly replied, "Oh, please, esteemed friend, do share your thoughts. We are all ears." Yi Lingfeng, with a solemn expression, slowly began to speak. "The Western teachings cannot flourish, and the root cause lies primarily with you two sages. Us too." Zhuan and Jie Yin were both filled with confusion. After exchanging glances, Jie Yin could not help but inquire, "What leads you to say this?" A profound smile appeared on Yi Lingfeng's face as he remarked, "Surely, my friends, you do not forget how you attained the status of a saint?" With a look of confusion, Chudi pressed further, "Of course I remember. But what does this have to do with the flourishing of our Western teachings?" Yi Lingfeng spoke slowly and deliberately, explaining, "Indeed, there is a connection. The multitude of karmic debts incurred at the time of your ascension to sainthood cannot be easily repaid, resulting in the inability of the Western Church's fortunes to coalesce. Thus, how can the Western Church flourish under such circumstances?" Zhuan Ti's expression grew serious as he inquired, "Are you implying the karmic ties associated with our fellow Taoist Hanyun?" "Precisely," Yi Lingfeng affirmed with a solemn nod, his demeanor increasingly grave. "It was Hongyun's relinquishment of the holy position at Zixiao Palace that facilitated your ascension to the esteemed status of saints. You cannot possibly believe that such profound karmic debts would bear no impact on your fates." Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, both Zhuan and Jie Yin fell into contemplation. In this primordial world, the principle of karma is paramount, particularly for the Western Church, which bases its teachings upon it and is acutely aware of its implications. With a serious demeanor, Jie Yin posed a question to Yi Lingfeng. "Friend, do you possess any means to help us resolve these karmic ties?" "Well," Yi Lingfeng said, deliberately elongating his tone, "to resolve this karma, one option would be for you to return the position of saint to Hanyun. The other possibility—" He paused intentionally, leaving them in suspense. "Friend, what is the other option? Please, do enlighten us," Jie Yin urged, his eagerness palpable. Yi Lingfeng's lips curled slightly as he made a gesture across his throat, slowly uttering, "The second option is to eliminate Hanyun." Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, both Putai and Jian were taken aback, their expressions reflecting profound shock. At this moment, they had yet to contemplate the complexities surrounding Honyun's karma. Thus, the mere suggestion of taking action against him elicited such astonishment. Only through death can all ties of karma be severed. Yi Lingfeng appeared oblivious to the expressions of the two, continuing at a leisurely pace. "No, how could we commit such an act of ingratitude?" Jane, with a visage full of compassion, clasped his hands together, embodying the very essence of a benevolent figure. Did he not play the role rather well? Truly, he was deserving of his reputation as a master deceiver in the primordial world. Observing Jane's demeanor, Yi Lingfeng silently scoffed, maintaining an impassive exterior. There is no need for either of you to take direct action. A mere act of leveraging another's hand will suffice. Yi Lingfeng elaborated on his scheme. Oh, how might we do so? Zhuan Ti inquired eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Lingfeng, however, only uttered 2 words regarding the demon tribe and fell silent, allowing the two to ponder the implications themselves. Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, Zhuan Ti and Jane's eyes lit up, only to be swiftly engulfed in contemplation, weighing the potential gains and losses within their minds. Ultimately, not only could they acquire a strand of primordial purple energy, but they could also resolve this significant karmic entanglement. What could be more advantageous? Yi Lingfeng continued to tempt, presenting a proposition that would be difficult for any sage to resist. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti and Jie could no longer contain the excitement radiating from their eyes. Although both had attained the status of sages, they found it challenging to remain composed in the face of the primordial purple energy, which appeared to them as equivalent to a sage. Such a profound temptation was enough to stir even their hearts. However, with Hong Yun remaining in Wuzhuang Temple and unable to emerge, they found themselves at an impasse. After pondering for a moment, Zhuan Ti, with a troubled expression, articulated the greatest dilemma at hand. I could intervene and help the two of you lure Hong Yun out. Yi Lingfeng spoke earnestly, exuding an air of confidence. Why do you assist us so readily, my friend? Zhuan Ti and Jie simultaneously cast doubtful glances at Yi Lingfeng, for in this vast and primordial world, assistance without reason was a rarity, and they had to remain vigilant. I certainly have my own motives, Yi Lingfeng replied with a broad smile, his enigmatic grin making it difficult to discern his true intentions. Zhuan Ti and Jie exchanged glances, and Jie slowly began, Pray, speak plainly. If feasible, we shall surely acquiesce. Upon hearing the words of Jane, Yi Lingfeng first offered a slight smile before responding with an air of composure. I trust that both of you are aware of my ongoing quest to gather the legendary Primordial 5 Directions banner. Thus, at this juncture, the smile on Yi Lingfeng's face blossomed even more radiantly. However, at that very moment, the expressions of Zhuan Ti and Jane turned somewhat grim after hearing Yi Lingfeng's remarks. They exchanged glances and, almost in unison, said, This may prove to be quite difficult. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lingfeng could not help but secretly disdain these so-called saints in his heart. As expected, these two fellows value those spiritual treasures more than their own lives. Nevertheless, on the surface, Yi Lingfeng maintained a demeanor of tranquility, wearing a cheerful smile. He then spoke again to Zhuan Ti and Jane, urging, Dear friends, if you continue to hesitate and dither here, once that red cloud seizes the opportunity to attain enlightenment and sanctity, it will be too late for anything. Chapter 59. Returning to Wuzhuang Temple, Zhuan Ti furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. He quietly conveyed a thought to Jane. Brother, what do you believe we ought to decide on this matter? His voice seemed to traverse endless time and space, laden with caution and inquiry. Jane closed his eyes slightly, as if in contemplation, and after a moment, responded with a measured tone. What he says holds merit. The situation has become clear, and we can no longer afford to delay. This karmic entanglement must be resolved swiftly to avert numerous potential hazards. His words exuded an undeniable decisiveness. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti's frown deepened, his face a mask of internal conflict as he quietly transmitted, But brother, must we truly surrender the Eastern Azure Lotus banner to him? This treasure is of great significance to our sect. I find it hard to part with so easily. Jane's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smirk as he replied. What harm is there in granting it to him now? Once he draws out the red cloud, not only will the treasures he possesses be ours, but he himself shall ultimately belong to our Western sect. His tone brimmed with an absolute confidence in his own strength, as though everything lay firmly within his grasp. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti's eyes sparkled with avarice, and he excitedly conveyed, at that time, whether it be him or the treasures he carries, even that invaluable primordial purple energy in the hands of the red cloud, all will be ours. At this thought, Zhuan Ti could scarcely contain his inner excitement, his gaze ablaze with fervent desire. Just then, Yi Lingfeng, who had been patiently waiting, broke the silence, esteemed elders, have you reached a decision? His voice rang clear and resolute, echoing in the stillness of the grand hall. Zhuan-Ti reined in the greed on his face and adopted a serious demeanor, saying, "We can indeed grant you the Eastern Azure Lotus Banner, but how can you assure us that you will lead the red cloud away from Wuzhuang Temple? This matter is of great consequence and allows for no mistakes." Yi Lingfeng's expression grew stern, his countenance taking on an air of solemnity. He lifted his gaze to the vast, boundless firmament and proclaimed with a resounding voice, "I now swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. With the heavenly Tao above, I, Yi Lingfeng, having received the Eastern Qinglian treasure flag, shall be condemned to death, my spirit scattered and forever trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. If I fail to remove the red clouds from Wuzhuangguan." No sooner had his words echoed than the previously tranquil sky transformed dramatically, as a tremendous thunderclap erupted. Its sound deafening, as if the celestial laws were responding to Yi Lingfeng's vow, simultaneously serving as a stern warning. Tumultuous dark clouds surged, lightning flickered, and the entire world trembled in response. Yi Lingfeng's expression remained unperturbed as he turned to Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in, speaking earnestly. "What say you? Are you both satisfied now? Ha ha ha, my friend, you truly are forthright." Jie-in Dao run threw his head back in laughter, his face adorned with a broad smile, and said, "Then let us embark at once, lest the night grows long and unforeseen events arise. He, my friend, have you perhaps forgotten something?" A subtle smirk played on Yi Lingfeng's lips as he fixed his gaze intently on Jie-in Daoren. "What?" Jie-in Daoren feigned ignorance. Continuing to play the fool, Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "Where's the Qinglian treasure flag? You too must understand that my departure will irrevocably offend the great Taoist Jinyuan. If you lack sufficient sincerity, then let us put this matter to rest." "Ha ha, do not take offense, my friend. It was merely a moment of haste that caused me to forget." The Taoist of guidance chuckled, his smile masking a flicker of pain in his eyes. He slowly extended his hand, summoning a flag no larger than a palm from within his being. Yi Lingfeng extended his hand to receive it steadily, and in that instant, a warm and overwhelming aura surged forth, as if an ancient and enigmatic realm unfurled within his palm. Upon the flag's surface, vibrant hues shimmered and danced like ethereal sprites, with a faint, elusive silhouette of a blue lotus intermittently appearing. The blue lotus exuded an air of elegance, radiating a mysterious and formidable presence. Though this flag appeared diminutive and delicate, it seemed to harbor boundless energy, as if it possessed the power to subdue the cosmos and alter the very fabric of existence. Yi Lingfeng felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an expression of serene composure, akin to a tranquil lake undisturbed by ripples. He channeled his spiritual energy and quietly absorbed the flag into his being. "In that case, you too may follow me," he declared. With that, his aura surged, and he propelled himself forward with a dazzling light, racing towards Wuzhuang Temple like a bolt of lightning. Jane and Zhuan-Ti exchanged a glance, a flicker of barely perceptible malice passing between them, before hastily invoking their divine powers to closely trail behind. As they journeyed, Jane contemplated a scheme. Upon the emergence of Han Yun, he would immediately wield his magic to ensnare Yi Lingfeng, and then concentrate all his efforts to encircle Han Yun, determined to seize that primordial purple energy. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, as if the primordial purple energy were already within his grasp. Zhuan-Ti's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he mused that once the dust settled, those precious spiritual treasures would inevitably fall into the hands of the Western sect, thereby significantly enhancing its power, heralding a glorious future for the West. Lost in thought, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his excitement, a triumphant smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. The temple stood solemn and majestic, its ancient gate exuding a heavy aura shaped by the passage of time. The venerable pines before it stood tall and strong, as if narrating the stories of countless ages gone by. Yi Lingfeng gazed upon the mountain gate before him, taking a deep breath to calm the tempest of emotions within. He silently contemplated the forthcoming maneuvers. "Esteemed ones, I shall now enter to summon Han Yun. You may proceed to notify the demon clan to lay an ambush here." Yi Lingfeng turned to Jane and Zhuan-Ti, his voice steady and resolute. "Very well, my friend. Make haste and return promptly. We shall await your return with great anticipation." Jane said with a smile that, beneath its surface, harbored a subtle hint of menace, as if to caution Yi Lingfeng against any trickery. Understood. I have already sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao. Would I dare to flee? Yi Lingfeng replied with a face full of resignation, yet internally he remained vigilant. Ha ha. My friend, you are overly cautious. How could we ever think ill of you? Zhuanti's laughter resonated through the air, yet it bore no trace of sincerity. Yi Lingfeng inwardly cursed the two cunning old foxes, then steadied himself and strode purposefully towards Wuzhuang Temple. Junior brother, swiftly inform Emperor Jun to summon the demon clan for an ambush. I shall remain here to guard, he instructed as he entered Wuzhuang Temple. Jane nodded, a peculiar luminescence enveloping him as he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the demon court, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 60. The decision of the red cloud. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a scorching glow that illuminated Wuzhuang Temple brilliantly. Yi Lingfeng, weary from his journey, appeared somewhat hurried under the sunlight as he strode through the grand entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. Two of you, I have returned. You must have completed the verification regarding the matter I mentioned, have you not? Yi Lingfeng's voice echoed urgently within the vast confines of Wuzhuang Temple. He lifted his gaze, only to behold Han Yun and Zhen Yuanzai seated in the pavilion, their faces clouded with discontent. Outside, a gentle breeze caressed the surrounding flora, yet it failed to dispel the gloom that enveloped the two. Zhen Yuanzai abruptly slammed his palm onto the stone table, rising in a fit of fury as he proclaimed, indeed, the area within 1,000 miles of Wuzhuang Temple is under covert surveillance by the demon clan. These demons are truly intolerable. His voice resonated with uncontainable wrath, reverberating through the air like thunder. Since Yi Lingfeng's departure, Zhen Yuanzai had been consumed with anxiety. Without hesitation, he retrieved the earth book. As the tome emanated a radiant glow, a remarkably vivid image unfolded before him. To his dismay, he discerned that Wuzhuang Temple was encircled by a dense throng of demon forces, forming an impenetrable barrier. The visages of the demons were grotesque and menacing, encasing the temple as if it were trapped within an iron barrel. Witnessing this scene, both Zhen Yuanzai and his companion felt a weight descend upon their hearts. Any lingering doubts evaporated in an instant. At this moment, he finally accepted Yi Lingfeng's earlier warnings. Indeed, the demon clan harbored intentions to attack Han Yun. With this realization, Zhen Yuanzai's expression darkened further, his eyes ablaze with fury. Truly, none of these cunning old foxes were to be underestimated. Yi Lingfeng sighed inwardly, his face etched with helplessness. He was acutely aware that the current situation was far more intricate than he had previously envisioned. Shall we proceed with the method we discussed earlier? Yi Lingfeng took a few steps forward and seated himself upon the stone bench in the pavilion, his countenance grave as he inquired, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two individuals. Zhen Yuanzai furrowed his brow slightly, his expression solemn, and asked, "Is it truly the case that you have promised Han Yun a position equivalent to that of a saint?" A hint of caution flickered in Zhen Yuanzai's eyes, for this matter pertained to Han Yun's future, and he felt compelled to exercise prudence. "Indeed, it is true. If you do not believe me, I shall turn and depart at once." Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened, and with unwavering resolve, he rose to depart, his garments billowing with his movements. "Friend, please wait." Zhen Yuanzi hastily extended his hand to halt him, an expression of helplessness etched upon his face. "I do not intend to cast doubt upon you, dear friend. It is merely that the matter at hand concerns the life and livelihood of my esteemed brother Han Yun. I hope you can understand." There was a hint of sincerity in Zhen Yuanzi's voice. "Ha ha ha, dear brother, there is no need for such formality. It is merely a matter of recultivation, which is certainly preferable to the demise of one's spirit." Han Yun suddenly burst into laughter, a broad smile illuminating his face as he patted Zhen Yuanzi's shoulder. "Friend Lingfeng, I beseech you not to take offense. Let all proceed according to your design," Han Yun said, turning to Yi Lingfeng with a serious expression, trust glimmering in his eyes. "Rest assured, dear friend Han Yun, I, Yi Lingfeng, hereby vow that I shall not betray your trust." Yi Lingfeng's expression was solemn as he raised his right hand and spoke earnestly. "Thank you, Taoist Lingfeng. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to face any peril for you." Zhen Yuanzi's face was grave as he performed a deep bow, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. "Taoist Lingfeng, I can only repay your kindness in another life." Han Yun also wore a serious expression, bowing in unison with Zhen Yuanzi. Yi Lingfeng hurriedly stepped forward. gently supporting the two individuals with his hands, and spoke with urgency. There is no need for such formalities. Our immediate priority is to swiftly implement the plan. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Thus, the three transformed into three streaks of light and re-entered the Earth Book. Within the confines of the Earth Book, radiant glimmers flickered, enigmatic and profound. Han Yun took a deep breath, channeling his inner energy, and directly separated his primordial spirit from his corporeal body. In an instant, a brilliant light surged forth. The primordial spirit gradually floated out, subsequently attaching itself to his treasured artifact, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Taoist Jin Yuan, you shall leave it within the Earth Book. When the time is ripe, you may send it forth for reincarnation and cultivation anew. Yi Lingfeng turned to Xinyuan Zai, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Friend Lingfeng, is there truly an issue with the primordial purple qi? Xinyuan Zai inquired, his expression one of profound confusion, his brows furrowed, and his eyes filled with perplexity. Indeed, the primordial purple qi serves as a shackle that binds your primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao. Never forget the significance of the primordial spirit for a cultivator. Yi Lingfeng's expression turned solemn as he slightly raised his head and said earnestly, if you truly cannot bear to part with this item, how about I seek out Brother Tontian in the future to acquire his treasure for you? Yi Lingfeng spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if seeking the primordial purple qi from Tontian were an effortlessly simple endeavor. No need. I trust in your character, my friend, Xinyuanzi replied earnestly, nodding with steadfast conviction. Excellent. Then, dear Han Yun, please accompany me with the primordial purple qi, Yi Lingfeng affirmed, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. Understood. Han Yun, standing beside Xinyuanzi, responded with a slight daze in his eyes. At this moment, Han Yun possessed only a fragment of his original soul, rendering him akin to a mere fleshly puppet. Such a marionette, even to a sage, would reveal no flaws, for it resembled the true essence of Han Yun, albeit in a weakened state. Let us depart. First, my friend, procure a couple of ginseng fruits for a taste. I am utterly exhausted from all this running about. Yi Lingfeng spoke to Zhen Yuanzi, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. Zhen Yuanzi responded with a hearty laugh, his mirth echoing in the vast expanse of the land. Nodding in agreement, he said, Haha, what difficulty is there in this? Please wait a moment, my friend Lingfeng. I shall fetch some ginseng fruits from the garden. With that, he performed a celestial technique and vanished from sight in an instant. In but a brief moment, Zhen Yuanzi returned, securely cradling a dozen or so glistening ginseng fruits in his hands, each one plump and radiant, exuding an enticing aroma. Please, my friend, indulge yourself. If this is insufficient, there are still more upon the tree. Do not hesitate to feast, Zhen Yuanzi said, his face beaming with joy as he eagerly offered the ginseng fruits. Yi Lingfeng received the ginseng fruit and gently took a bite. Instantly, a wave of sweet celestial energy spread through his mouth, refreshing his spirit and banishing all fatigue. Truly, this ginseng fruit, born from the roots of heaven and earth, offered an unparalleled flavor. Yi Lingfeng couldn't help but praise it, his face alight with rapture. If you enjoy it, my friend, you are always welcome to visit my 5 Zhuang temple. Zhen Yuanzi smiled, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Chapter 61. The arrival of the demon clan within the Heavenly Palace's demon court. Emperor Jun exuded the unique aura of a demon sovereign. Yet his eyes were filled with doubt as he scrutinized the figure before him, the one known as Zhuan Ti. His voice was low and laced with scrutiny. Is what you say true? Zhuan Ti, clad in a plain robe, maintained a stern and solemn demeanor, his gaze unwavering as he met Emperor Jun's scrutiny. He spoke with conviction. Indeed, Red Cloud will soon depart from the 5 Zhuang temple. At that time, I shall employ my great powers to obscure the heavenly secrets, ensuring that Zhen Yuanzi remains oblivious to it. Emperor Jun frowned slightly, his expression grave. He stepped forward, pressing further. Why do you wish to assist me? Is it not that you covet the primordial purple energy that Red Cloud possesses, just like us? Zhuan Ti shook his head slightly, his expression earnest as he replied, that is certainly not the case. I have already attained the position of a saint of the heavenly Tao, impervious to destruction. What use would I have for the primordial purple energy? What I seek is merely Red Cloud's 99 soul separation gourd. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crossed Emperor Jun's face, skepticism evident in his expression. Do you truly believe I would take your words at face value? Zhuan Ti, noting the doubt in Emperor Jun's demeanor, straightened his posture, and, without hesitation, brought his hands together in prayer, standing tall. He proclaimed, "Very well. I shall now swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Should I attempt to seize the primordial purple energy from Red Cloud, may the West never flourish again, and may my path to the Tao be severed, doomed to eternal ruin." In that instant, the heavens darkened, and a resounding thunderclap echoed, a brilliant purple lightning tearing through the clouds, signifying the approval of the heavenly Tao for Zhuan Ti's oath. As Emperor Jun observed this spectacle, he pondered deeply, questioning whether Zhuan Ti truly sought only Red Cloud's 99 soul separation gourd. Witnessing Zhuan Ti's unwavering commitment to his oath only deepened Emperor Jun's uncertainty about Zhuan Ti's true intentions. Seeing Emperor Jun still hesitating, Zhuan Ti's expression turned resolute as he urged, "My friend, if you continue to waver, this golden opportunity may slip away, and Red Cloud could fall into another's hands." Emperor Jun's eyes flickered with caution as he inquired, "Oh, beyond my demon clan, who in this wilderness would dare act so boldly?" A cold smile graced Zhuan Ti's lips as he replied leisurely, "Do not forget, the Wu clan and the river of the underworld also covet the primordial purple energy. If you are unwilling to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to seek others." Emperor Jun's heart tightened, and weighing his options, he quickly responded, "Wait. I shall summon my elite generals to accompany you." With that, he hurriedly turned to gather the formidable forces of the demon clan. Watching Emperor Jun's retreating figure, Zhuan Ti's lips curved upward, revealing a barely concealed smirk, as if everything lay within his grasp. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. Outside the Five Zhuang Temple, a number of demon clan warriors lay in ambush, their expressions weary and filled with impatience. The two saints of the West, Zhuan Ti and Jieyin, bore faces as grim as storm clouds, radiating an oppressive aura. Emperor Jun could no longer contain his simmering anger. He strode forward, confronting Zhuan Ti and Jieyin with a fierce tone. "Are you two jesting at the expense of my demon clan? We have waited an eternity, yet not a shadow of Red Cloud has appeared." Zhuan Ti, stoked by his words, responded with a cold humph. "If you are unwilling to wait, then be gone." Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai felt their tempers flare at Zhuan Ti's remarks, their demon powers surging. Yet, considering Zhuan Ti's status as a saint, they could only suppress their ire, seething in silence. Turning to Jieyin, Zhuan Ti expressed his fury, "Brother, could it be that we have been played by that Yiling Feng?" Jieyin squinted, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he spoke solemnly. "Let us wait a bit longer. If they do not emerge soon, I shall personally visit the Five Zhuang Temple to uncover the truth behind this mystery." Meanwhile, within the tranquil courtyard of the Five Zhuang Temple, Yi Lingfeng and Zhen Yuanzi sat facing each other. Before them lay a set of ancient tea utensils, the aroma of tea wafting gently through the air. Zhen Yuanzi took a delicate sip, gazing towards the outside, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "My friend Lingfeng, those fellows outside must be on the verge of losing their patience." Yi Lingfeng's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes as he gently set down his teacup and leisurely remarked, "My dear friend Zhen Yuanzi, let them bide their time a little longer. Just imagine, while they are anxiously waiting outside like ants on a hot skillet, we are here, savoring our tea in blissful tranquility. The contrast is quite amusing, isn't it?" Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head in exasperation. Yet a faint smile graced his face, suggesting an appreciation for Yi Lingfeng's whimsical nature. Meanwhile, outside Wuzhuang Temple, Jane suddenly let out a soft chuckle, his smile tinged with an undercurrent of danger. "It seems that Yi Lingfeng truly requires my personal intervention." They've emerged? At that moment, Zhuan-Ti's face lit up with astonishment, his voice laced with barely concealed excitement. The crowd, upon hearing Zhuan-Ti's exclamation, felt a collective jolt, instinctively directing their awareness like a tidal wave towards the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. There, at the temple's threshold, Zhen Yuanzi beamed with warmth as he courteously bid farewell to Han Yun and Yi Lingfeng. With a respectful gesture, he said, "Safe travels, my esteemed friends." Yi Lingfeng, adorned with a radiant smile, reciprocated the farewell with a bow directed toward Han Yun. "Take care," Han Yun replied, mirroring the gesture with a calm demeanor. After their farewells, Yi Lingfeng transformed into a streak of luminous light, soaring towards the direction of the human realm. Yi Lingfeng had just taken flight for a brief moment when, without warning, A peculiar fluctuation enveloped the space around him. In an instant, the figure of Zhuan Ti appeared before him, seemingly out of thin air. With a smile that appeared benign, Zhuan Ti inquired, "Fellow Taoist Lingfeng, where might you be headed?" "Ah, fellow Taoist Zhuan Ti," Yi Lingfeng replied. "I have completed my task and intend to return to the realm of humanity." Yi Lingfeng exhibited a faint, bitter smile, silently remaining vigilant within his heart. However, Cunny shook his head and earnestly remarked, "Your task has indeed been accomplished, yet how could you possibly miss such a splendid performance?" Yi Lingfeng hastily waved his hand. His face contorted with distress as he said, "I shall not look anymore. If Xinyuan Zizi emerges, I fear I will have no chance to escape." The smile on Xiu Tui's face widened, resembling that of someone coaxing a child, as he reassured, "Rest assured, my friend. With me here, I shall ensure your safety without fail." Yi Lingfeng, with a face full of helplessness, was forcibly brought to a void by Zhuan Ti. Chapter 62. The Emergence of the River of the Underworld. Upon departing from Wuzhuang Temple, the venerable Hong Yun should have exuded an aura of transcendence, yet at this moment, he could hardly conceal his fury and determination. Each wrinkle on his face concealed his resentment and unwillingness towards this sudden crisis. He silently circulated his spiritual energy, delicately sensing the presence of a strand of primordial purple energy within him. This ethereal energy flowed gently, yet bore an immense weight. It was the legendary opportunity to attain sanctity, radiating an alluring Taoist resonance, yet simultaneously served as his life as talisman. At this moment, the demon clans Dijuan, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Kuanpeng, and the 12 great demon saints surrounded him completely. Dijuan, adorned in resplendent golden feathers, shimmered with a solar-like brilliance. His eyes blazed like the sun, emanating an inexorable majesty as he coldly uttered, "Hong Yun, surrender the primordial purple energy, and I shall spare your life." His voice seemed to carry the weight of the heavens, rendering it unquestionable. Dong Huang Tai Yi's Eastern Emperor bell reverberated ominously, the ancient runes upon its bronze surface glowing with mysterious light. The sound of the bell surged forth like a tremendous hammer, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy into a chaotic frenzy, causing it to clash and compress, emitting crackling sounds. He laughed arrogantly, "Do not resist in vain. Today, this treasure shall belong to my demon clan." His laughter echoed through the heavens, filled with an insatiable ambition. Kuanpeng, lurking nearby like a venomous serpent, fixed his cold gaze on Hong Yun, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. The chilling sensation seemed capable of freezing the very air, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Though he remained silent, he appeared poised to pounce at any moment, ready to deliver a fatal strike to Hong Yun. The 12 great demon saints, each with their unique forms, varied from towering giants brandishing claws that stirred up foul winds, to others enveloped in a thick, inky demonic aura that tainted the surrounding space with an eerie blackness, effectively sealing off all of Hong Yun's escape routes without a single gap. At this tense juncture, the void seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, producing a resounding crack. Subsequently, a colossal whirlpool of blood emerged before everyone's eyes. Within the whirlpool, the blood surged violently, emanating a nauseating stench. These bloody torrents were forcibly drawn from the boundless sea of blood by the river of the underworld through the rift it opened. Yuan Tu, wielding the dual swords of Ubi, charged forth, enveloped in an overwhelming killing intent. The blood patterns upon the blades flickered with an eerie light, as if recounting tales of unending slaughter. The ancestor of the river of the underworld descended upon a 12-petal karmic fire-red lotus, each petal ablaze with raging karmic flames, illuminating half the sky. As the ancestor appeared, the miasma of blood spread, instantly engulfing the battlefield in a gruesome stench. As if the entire world were submerged in a sea of blood, he brandished the Yuan Tu and Ubi swords, emitting a sinister cackle. Such a lively scene. How could the river of the underworld be absent? His laughter was rife with mockery and provocation. This sudden upheaval caused the demons to stiffen in apprehension. Dijuan furrowed his brow, annoyance flickering across his face as he darkly stated, "River of the underworld, how is it that you appear here?" "Ha ha. I have been waiting here all along," the ancestor of the river of the underworld proclaimed, his laughter tinged with a sense of pride. "You best not interfere, or else." Dong Huang Tai threatened, his Eastern Emperor bell trembling slightly, as if gathering strength. "Ha ha. While others may fear your demon clan, I, The ancestor of the river of the underworld, do not. He responded without fear, filled with disdain. Then, turning earnestly to Han Yun, he said, Han Yun, if you surrender the primordial purple energy to me, I shall ensure your survival. What say you? Very well, if you can guarantee my life. I shall entrust it to you, Han Yun replied with a smile that masked his inner turmoil and cunning. Upon speaking, he summoned a swirling orb of purple energy from within, which radiated a soft and mysterious glow, inciting greed-laden exclamations from the onlookers. Primordial purple energy. Hurry, Han Yun, hand over the primordial purple energy. And the demon clan shall let you go, Dejuan urged, his greed unmistakable. There is only one strand of primordial purple energy. Who do you think I should give it to? Han Yun queried, his smile concealing a glint of cunning. Do you truly believe the river of the underworld can protect you? Dong Huang Tai retorted, his voice trembling with rage. While the river of the underworld may not guarantee my safety, once he obtains the primordial purple energy, he shall not strike against me, and you. Han Yun sneered, his gaze reflecting distrust towards the demon clan. Ha ha ha, Han Yun, you're not as foolish as I thought. The ancestor of the river of the underworld laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Han Yun's response. Very well, since you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige you. Dong Huang Tai seethed, his voice icy as if it could freeze one's soul. Charge! With a wave of Dejuan's right hand, countless demon soldiers surged toward the river of the underworld and Han Yun like a tidal wave, their cries filled with fervor, unafraid of death. Humph! You think to exhaust me with these ants? You shall be sorely disappointed. The ancestor of the river of the underworld scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. As he spoke, the blood waters beneath him suddenly surged with a terrifying, bloody aura, boiling as if ignited by gunpowder. In the next instant, the ancestors' blood avatars, resembling a swarm of locusts that obscured the sky, descended upon the demon army with relentless ferocity. Each avatar emanated an eerie bloodlight, slicing through the air with hissing sounds. This treasure belongs to the river of the underworld. In an instant, millions of blood shadows unleashed a cacophony of overlapping roars, their voices echoing from the depths of the abyss, filled with boundless resentment and greed, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. Wherever the blood avatars passed, the demon soldiers could hardly muster effective resistance, as if drained of life by an invisible, overpowering force. The once vibrant demon soldiers were reduced to mere bones in the blink of an eye, scattering across the ground, their bones clattering together, producing a chilling and horrific sound, creating a scene of utter terror. Witnessing this, Dejuan was consumed by an inferno of rage, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the heavens, scattering the clouds around him. As he roared, the true fire of the sun erupted around him, his form gradually merging with the sunlight, transforming into a blazing sun that loomed in the sky. This sun emitted an unrelenting heat, its rays striking towards the blood avatars, causing them to sizzle and dissipate, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Simultaneously, Dong Huang Tai sprang into action. He struck the chaos bell, and the ancient, enigmatic chime resonated, imbued with the primordial force of chaos, each toll echoing like the heartbeat of the universe. In an instant, time and space seemed to congeal, enveloping everything in a profound stillness. The actions of the blood god's avatar momentarily halted, its previously frenzied assault paused, fixed in place, unable to move. The Kuanpung, long concealed in the shadows, seized this opportunity. With a sudden, forceful opening of its colossal maw, it appeared as though it could devour the very essence of creation, its gaping mouth a dark abyss, unfathomable in depth. The terrifying gravitational pull of the North Sea's return surged forth from its mouth, generating an overwhelming force that ruthlessly drew everything in its vicinity. Surrounding rocks, trees, spiritual energy, even fragments of space, were mercilessly shattered by this gravity. The whirlpool of blood in the sea could not withstand such might. Instantly torn into countless fragments, blood splattering and enveloping the battlefield, reminiscent of a rain of crimson. In this tumultuous moment, the battlefield transformed into a complex tapestry of intertwined forces, each faction entangled in fierce conflict. The clash of magical artifacts reverberated, a deafening sound that seemed capable of shattering the very membranes of reality. Spells of every hue crisscrossed the air, red as blazing fire, blue like glistening frost. green as serpents in dance. Powerful spiritual pressure permeated the atmosphere, causing the world itself to tremble, as if on the brink of collapse beneath this formidable energy. Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, the supreme beings of the demon race, stood shoulder to shoulder, their combined assault akin to an unstoppable tide, overwhelming in its majesty. In Jun's hands, the river diagram and Luo book unfurled, intricate runes and celestial symbols swirling like lively sprites, swiftly conjuring a mysterious cosmic illusion. Within this illusion, stars twinkled and nebulae swirled, attempting to ensnare the ancestor of the river of underworld within a labyrinth of cosmic deception. Each rune contained boundless power, resembling miniature cosmic singularities, transforming into brilliant starlight that surged toward the ancestor of the river of underworld, scorching the air and leaving behind a trail of distortion. Meanwhile, Dongwang Tai activated the Eastern Emperor Bell. Its resounding chime rolled forth like the roar of an ancient beast. The sound waves, as sharp as blades, tore through space, creating ripples in the void, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a falling boulder. Under the bell's resonance, the surrounding spiritual energy boiled like a tempestuous sea, surging and swirling to form immense vortices of energy. The Kuanping soared high above, a phantom of the skies, at times vanishing within thick clouds, at others becoming a streak of black lightning racing across the horizon, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. Its wings, vast enough to obscure the sun, stirred a tempest with each powerful flap, the wind howling as if 1,000 ferocious beasts were unleashing their roars. The air was filled with razor-sharp wind blades, densely packed, threatening to shred everything in their path. The ground below was reduced to dust as the wind blades sliced through stone. The Kuanping's gaze was fixed intently on the crimson cloud, its eyes glinting like a ravenous wolf stalking its prey, leaving no detail unnoticed as it sought the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike. It understood clearly that with the demise of the crimson cloud, the coveted primordial purple energy would finally be within its grasp, granting it the chance to ascend to a higher realm. The ancestor of the river of underworld, unyielding, wielded the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Ubi, creating a formidable barrier of blades around itself. The Yuan Tu sword master of slaughter summoned countless blood phantoms with each swing, their mournful wails chilling to the bone as they lunged toward the demon forces. The Ubi sword, a harbinger of destruction, tore through space, leaving behind black fissures that emanated a suffocating darkness, consuming everything in proximity. Both spiritual energy and magical artifacts were mercilessly devoured upon approach. Despite the relentless onslaught, the ancestor of the river of underworld, bolstered by the ceaseless power of the blood sea and the defensive might of the fiery red lotus, continued to resist fiercely. The fiery red lotus emitted an eerie crimson glow, deflecting incoming attacks, while bizarre tendrils emerged from the blood sea to counter the enemies. However, the crimson cloud, ensnared within this encirclement, found itself at the end of its strength, its aura waning and its spiritual light dimming. Witnessing the chaotic battle around him, the crimson cloud realized that this struggle was nearing its inevitable conclusion, and he would become the sacrifice for this conflict. The 12 great demon saints each unleashed their powers, joining the fray. Some breathed fire, instantly transforming the surrounding space into a blazing inferno, where countless fire spirits leaped and roared amidst the intense heat that ignited the very air. Others wielded massive claws, the winds howling with their might, carving deep gorges into the ground, and still others cast illusions, momentarily disorienting the blood and demonic shadows of the ancestor of the river of underworld, which collided and twisted into chaotic disarray. Yet, as the battle raged on, the crimson cloud gradually succumbed to exhaustion, its body marred with wounds, blood staining its garments. After paying a considerable price, the demon forces finally breached the defenses of the river of underworld, cornering the crimson cloud once more. Quickly, give me the primordial purple energy. The ancestor of the river of underworld shouted in urgency and despair. Faced with the imminent threat, the crimson cloud understood that the moment had arrived. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he howled to the heavens. Since you all desire it, then let none of you lay claim to it. As soon as the words fell, Hongyun was enveloped in a brilliant light, ultimately choosing to self-destruct. A force of cataclysmic magnitude erupted in an instant, radiating outward from Hongyun's center. This overwhelming power resembled the force of a cosmic explosion, warping and tearing the surrounding space. The tremendous shockwave sent Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, Kunpeng, and the 12 great demon saints hurtling away, akin to kites severed from their strings, tumbling uncontrollably through the air. The expression on the face of the ancestor of the underworld river changed dramatically as he hastily unleashed the blood sea divine power to defend against this force. A massive blood wall surged forth from the blood sea, attempting to withstand the onslaught. In that moment, the heavens and earth lost their color. The previously azure sky turned dark and lifeless. The spiritual energy became chaotic and erratic. The surrounding peaks were obliterated into dust, while the earth split open to reveal bottomless chasms. An endless cloud of dust ascended into the sky, obscuring the sun as if the world were shrouded in a thick black veil. The once tumultuous blood sea was evaporated by this force. The brilliance of the fiery red lotus dimmed, resembling a flickering candle in the wind. In the distance, Wuzhuang Temple began to shake violently under the impact, its structures trembling as tiles fell. Zenyuanzi was compelled to activate the defensive array, enveloping Wuzhuang Temple in a golden light, which gradually quelled the tremors. The explosive aftermath swept across hundreds of thousands of miles, annihilating countless lives in an instant. Mountains, earth, and rivers were all leveled to the ground. The clouds in the sky were shredded to pieces, and immense fissures appeared in the fabric of space, exuding a terrifying aura as if they sought to devour the entire world. Dijuan and Dongwang Tai tumbled through the air several times before regaining their footing. Their once resplendent garments tattered and stained with dust and blood, golden ichors spilling from their lips, their eyes filled with shock and fury, unable to fathom Hong Yun's drastic choice. Kunpeng was directly thrust into a mountain, the peak collapsing and boulders tumbling down, burying him beneath the ruins. The 12 great demon saints were in a pitiful state, some with severed limbs, bloodied and battered. Others lay unconscious, plummeting towards the ground, their fates uncertain. Protected by the blood sea divine power, the ancestor of the underworld river fared slightly better, though his pallor was ashen, breath erratic, and body trembling, clearly shaken by the impact. As the chaos gradually subsided, the area transformed into a wasteland, marred by devastation, resembling an apocalyptic catastrophe. The earth lay desolate, devoid of life, strewn with remnants of walls and charred traces. Where is the primordial purple energy? Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, and the ancestor of the underworld river hastened to the site of Hong Yun's explosion, frantically searching, their eyes brimming with urgency and reluctance. How infuriating! How could it truly be gone? At that moment, Jane materialized at the site of Hong Yun's self-destruction, his face dark with fury, his muscles twitching slightly from rage. Brother, has it really vanished? Zhuan Ti and Yi Lingfeng also appeared before the crowd. Indeed, it seems the self-detonation's power was so immense that everything was swept into a spatial maelstrom. Jane spoke with a face full of anger, his voice tinged with regret. Can it still be retrieved? Zhuan Ti asked anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. Jane shook his head with indifference, his heart heavy with helplessness and resentment. Chapter 64. Imperiled Damnable Hongyun. Upon hearing Zhuan Ti and Jane's conversation, Dijuan felt as if he were a powder keg ignited, plunging into madness. His eyes widened, bloodshot. His facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, he screamed hoarsely, his voice echoing across the desolate battlefield, filled with indignation and fury. It is all your fault, Underworld River. Dongwang Tai suddenly turned, resembling a frenzied beast, glaring at the ancestor of the Underworld River with wrath. His roar resonated like rolling thunder, causing the very air around them to hum. No sooner had he spoken than he summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, which shone with blinding brilliance under his command, carrying with it a force as overwhelming as a tidal wave, striking ferociously at the ancestor of the Underworld River. However, the ancestor of the Underworld River displayed no intent to fight. His countenance was as dark as water, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he transformed into a thick fog of blood, exuding a nauseating stench, and vanished before their eyes, leaving behind nothing but an empty space. As if he had never been there at all. Seeing the ancestor of the Underworld River's figure disappear without a trace, Dongwang Tai's fury intensified, as if he sought to incinerate the very heavens and earth. His already crimson eyes burned like two blood-red suns, locking onto Yi Lingfeng with a fierce gaze. Why are you looking at me? This has nothing to do with me. Yi Lingfeng felt a chill run down his spine under the penetrating gaze of Dong Wangtai. Yet he feigned composure and proclaimed with a voice full of conviction, "Detestable human race. I will slay you, Dong Wangtai." His heart and eyes were consumed by an overwhelming hatred, yearning for a target upon which to unleash the tempestuous fury that surged within him like a torrential river. In this moment, Yi Lingfeng, with whom he harbored deep-seated enmity, undoubtedly became the most ideal outlet for his pent-up rage. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lingfeng's heart sank, and he instinctively retreated a few steps, akin to a frightened rabbit seeking refuge beside Zunti. "Zunti, you promised to protect me," he uttered, though his heart raced with anxiety. Akin to an ant on a hot skillet. How infuriating. Why hasn't Nuwa arrived yet? Did I not make it abundantly clear before I left? If she doesn't come soon, my life may very well be forfeit. Unbeknownst to Yi Lingfeng, Nuwa lurked in the void not far from him. And upon hearing his thoughts, a mischievous smile crept upon her lips, tinged with a hint of mockery, as if she were observing an amusing farce. "You wish for my protection? Not a problem," Zunti replied, his hands clasped together, a knowing smile gracing his face as he spoke leisurely. "Not a problem, but what?" Yi Lingfeng felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, an ominous premonition washing over him, causing his voice to tremble involuntarily. "However, I perceive a connection between you and our Western teachings. If you are willing to join our faith, then it would indeed be my duty to protect our followers." Zunti continued, his eyes glinting with a barely perceptible brilliance. Upon hearing the news, Yi Lingfeng's heart sank, tightening with an immediate sense of dread. Nevertheless, he forced a strained smile upon his face, akin to wearing a rigid mask. "Friend Zhuan-Ti, this matter bears great significance, pertaining to my lifelong cultivation and future. Might I be permitted a moment to contemplate?" Inwardly, however, he was seething with frustration, cursing, "Damn it, this Western sect clearly harbors ill intentions, attempting to coerce me into becoming a monk. I have no desire to spend my days in the company of flickering lamps and ancient Buddhas. What on earth is Nuwa doing? With such a commotion, could she truly be oblivious? If she does not appear soon, I shall be cornered with no escape," he mused. "Since the friend has no wish to join my Western sect, I am under no obligation to protect you." Zhuan-Ti seemed to perceive Yi Lingfeng's thoughts, yet maintained a gentle smile as he slowly distanced himself from Yi Lingfeng, as if asserting that there had never been any connection between them. "My demon clan has suffered grievously, and the primordial purple energy is nowhere to be found. Today, none shall remain uninvolved." Dong Huangtai bellowed with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead like twisted earthworms. Summoning his strength once more, he pushed the power of the Dong Huang bell to its utmost limits, the resonant clang reverberating, causing the surrounding space to fracture with delicate fissures, resembling a shattered mirror. "I agree. I consent to join the Western sect," Yi Lingfeng declared, gazing at the imposing Dong Huangtai, fully aware that confronting him with his current strength would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, a fool's errand. In this life-and-death moment, he gritted his teeth, prioritizing his survival. "Cursed Nuwa, if I am truly captured and forced to become a monk, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime." Yi Lingfeng harbored deep resentment in his heart, his face a mask of helplessness and frustration. Nearby, the ethereal figure of Nuwa, having heard Yi Lingfeng's unvoiced thoughts, wore an even broader smile, as if she had stumbled upon an exceedingly amusing spectacle. Her laughter echoed through the void, yet remained unheard by mortal ears. Chapter 65. The appearance of Nuwa. No sooner had Yi Lingfeng's words faded than Zhuan-Ti appeared before him like a specter, effortlessly intercepting the furious assault of the Eastern Emperor Bell. "Zhuan-Ti." The Eastern Emperor Tai's face was a portrait of fury, his eyes wide with rage, fixated on Zhuan-Ti. The muscles in his face twitched with ire, and the veins in his clenched fist stood out prominently, as if he were on the verge of tearing Zhuan-Ti to shreds. Zhuan-Ti's demeanor was stern, radiating an aura that demanded respect, as he solemnly declared, "You have heard it as well. My friend Lingfeng is now a disciple of our Western sect. Therefore, let today's conflict come to an end." "Damn it!" Eastern Emperor Tai gritted his teeth, the sound echoing ominously as his face twisted with reluctance and fury. He shot a fierce glare at Zhuan-Ti before shifting his gaze to Yi Lingfeng, as if attempting to pierce him with his stare. Ultimately, he could only reluctantly withdraw the Eastern Emperor's bell, his movements laden with frustration and discontent. "Tai, we must not linger." Di Jun's voice reached them, imbued with a hint of fatigue and resignation as he surveyed the unfolding situation, his mind awash with deliberation. But, elder brother, I cannot accept this. Eastern Emperor Tai responded, his face a tableau of grievance, his voice tinged with defiance. Dijun sighed deeply and replied, with Zhuani present, any aggressive action would only forge enmity with the Western sect. Our demon clan is already severely weakened. This would be a loss we cannot afford. Tai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, emitting a snort filled with indignation. Yet he could only follow Dijun's lead in reluctant compliance. Thus, the remnants of the demon clan, downcast and defeated, trailed behind Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai, gradually fading from sight like wilted flowers. Though we may not have acquired the primordial purple energy, gaining a talent like Lingfeng is not without merit for our Western sect at that moment. Jane approached with measured steps, a gentle smile gracing his features, exuding an aura of tranquility as he joined Yi Lingfeng and Zhuanti. Friend Lingfeng, please, Jane said, his smile inviting yet subtly insistent. Where on earth has Nuwa gone? If she does not arrive soon, I shall truly find myself ensnared in a den of wolves. Yi Lingfeng was engulfed in a profound sense of urgency, akin to an ant scurrying upon a hot pan, incessantly shouting within his heart, with beads of fine sweat trickling down his forehead. At that moment, in the ethereal backdrop, Nuwa concealed her form, silently observing the unfolding events. Witnessing Yi Lingfeng's frantic demeanor, she couldn't help but find it amusing. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, her laughter growing more exuberant, resonating with a hint of mischief and mockery. Ah, esteemed friends, do you not think that our human leader, poised to join your Western sect, ought to first pay a visit to the revered Nuwa? Yi Lingfeng's eyes darted with cunning as a plan formed in his mind, intending to prolong the moment further, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile. Fellow Lingfeng, there is no need for concern. We shall directly inform Lady Nuwa when the time comes, said Kunti with a beaming smile, reminiscent of a sly fox, leaving one unable to discern his true intentions. Yi Lingfeng felt a surge of alarm within, yet he feigned composure, offering a forced smile as he spoke. Esteemed sages, your generosity overwhelms me, and I am profoundly grateful. However, as the leader of the human race in its nascent stage, I must attend to numerous pressing matters before I can comfortably accompany you to the West. Friend Lingfeng, there is no need for further discussion. Let us proceed. With a darkened expression, the guide dismissed Yi Lingfeng's numerous excuses, emanating an immense force that sought to draw him away against his will. Alas, it seems my innocence is at stake. All this is the fault of that unreliable matron, Nuwa. Yi Lingfeng wore a troubled expression, his heart brimming with complaints, as if the world were on the brink of collapse. Unexpectedly, Nuwa, existing in the void nearby, clearly heard Yi Lingfeng's lamentations. Instantly, her countenance transformed, shifting from gentle to stern. A chilling aura emanated from her, as if the very air around her was destined to freeze. Simultaneously, Zhuanti and Jane bellowed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder across the heavens and earth. Swiftly, they retreated, their movements so rapid that they left only fleeting shadows behind. Yi Lingfeng, bewildered, remained rooted in place, his expression a portrait of confusion and astonishment. As Nuwa's form gradually materialized beside him, Yi Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he exclaimed with joy and fervor, as if he had grasped a lifeline. However, the only response he received was a cold huff from Nuwa, imbued with discontent and ire, tightening Yi Lingfeng's heart and prompting silent lament. Why do you linger here, my friend Nuwa? Jane inquired, his brow furrowed in concern, betraying a hint of wariness. And what is your perspective? Nuwa replied icily, her voice sharp as frost, laced with disdain. Let it be known that Lingfeng has already joined our Western sect. He is one of us now, Jane asserted with utmost seriousness, striving to emphasize his position. In response, Nuwa's only retort was a singular, icy roll. Her voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the ears of all present, causing their eardrums to ache. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhuanti's expressions soured dramatically, akin to receiving a stinging slap. Their faces flushed crimson, filled with indignation and resentment. Do you truly believe that our Western sect fears you? Jane and Zhuanti glared fiercely, simultaneously unleashing a formidable pressure that emanated from their saintly status, akin to surging tidal waves, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Observing this, Nuwa refrained from further speech, merely emitting a cold snort filled with profound contempt. Shortly thereafter, the saintly pressure that erupted from her surpassed that of both Xuanti and Jane, overwhelming them with an intensity that rendered the air stifling, as if the very cosmos lay under her dominion. What? How is this possible? Xuanti and Jane exclaimed, their faces awash with disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape, painted with shock and dread as if witnessing an unfathomable spectacle. They had presumed the disparity between them and Nuwa to be minimal, emboldening their audacity to confront her. Yet, it became evident through the sheer force of her presence that even combined, they may not stand a chance against her. A mere heaven's merit sage daring to challenge a great Tao merit sage. How laughable, Yi Lingfeng mused inwardly, a barely perceptible smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. Chapter 66. Safely returning to Shoyong Mountain, the expressions of Xuanti and Jane shifted like the tumultuous skies, fluctuating uncertainly. After considerable contemplation and weighing their options, they ultimately settled into a visage of resigned acceptance. Lingfeng, should you choose to join our Western sect, we would gladly welcome you as our vice sect master, they proposed. Having recognized the futility of their coercive approach and resorting to enticement in hopes of retaining Yi Lingfeng, I am grateful for your generous offer, dear friends. Yet my earthly ties remain unresolved, making it difficult for me to comply. Yi Lingfeng wore a solemn expression, his demeanor radiating unwavering determination. His tone was earnest and left no room for doubt. He slightly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the two. Alas, given the circumstances, we cannot impose further. However, the doors of our Western teachings remain wide open for you, my fellow cultivator. Jane sighed deeply, his exhalation laden with boundless regret, his helplessness evident in his countenance. After speaking, he shook his head gently, the light in his eyes dimming slightly. Subsequently, Xuanti and Jane faced Yi Lingfeng and Nuwa, bringing their palms together in a solemn gesture of reverence, performing a Buddhist salutation with deliberate and devout movements. Their figures then slowly turned, their garments billowing gracefully as they gradually vanished into the ether, leaving behind a faint echo of sacred sound in the air. Your Highness, why have you arrived so late? I was nearly taken away by them. Yi Lingfeng was filled with a sense of helplessness, his expression reminiscent of someone who had suffered great injustice, and his tone carried a hint of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. I have arrived long ago, Nuwa replied, her demeanor calm and her voice resonating as if it were drifting from a distant horizon, devoid of any earthly trivialities. She stood there, exuding an ethereal elegance. Why did you not come out sooner? Yi Lingfeng inquired, curiosity etched upon his face, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he leaned slightly forward, eager to uncover the truth. It is merely my intention for you to understand that a sage is not so easily manipulated, Nuwa retorted, raising an eyebrow, her gaze infused with a warning light. Despite her tranquil tone, an undeniable authority emanated from her words. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. Yi Lingfeng quickly acquiesced, nodding fervently, his head bobbing like a pestle, his expression rife with reverence and trepidation. The endeavor to acquire the Five Directions banner and assist Hong Yuan had indeed been perilous. Yi Lingfeng pondered inwardly, reflecting on how a single misstep could have led him to a fate as dire as being captured and sent to the Western sect as a monk, or worse, facing death itself. At this thought, a shiver coursed through him. Let us depart. Refrain from such actions henceforth, Nuwa stated with earnestness, her expression brimming with concern. She gazed at Yi Lingfeng, her eyes holding profound meaning. Yes, I shall not repeat it, Yi Lingfeng assured her repeatedly, his voice sincere and his gaze resolute. Then, with a light step, he soared towards Nuwa, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of departing alongside her. However, just as he reached her side, her figure began to dissipate like a candle flickering in the wind. Your Highness, take me with you, Yi Lingfeng exclaimed anxiously, extending his hand in a futile attempt to grasp her, only to clutch at emptiness. Make your way back slowly, Nuwa's voice echoed coldly, imbued with an air of frost. In the next instant, she vanished completely, leaving Yi Lingfeng standing alone, lost in a sea of disappointment and confusion. How dare he suggest that I frequently disappear? Nuwa thought to herself, casting an irritated glance at Yi Lingfeng, her eyes ablaze with an anger that seemed capable of igniting the heavens. What is happening? Why does it seem that Nuwa is in a foul mood? Has something occurred today? Do sages also experience such dilemmas? Yi Lingfeng was consumed by bewilderment. His brows furrowed into a perplexing shape, his mind inundated with an array of bizarre thoughts, leaving him utterly confounded. Alas, women are truly enigmatic, he sighed, his exhalation laden with helplessness and confusion. Subsequently, he trudged with heavy steps, a visage of resignation, towards Shoyong Mountain. Upon the unfortunate Yi Lingfeng's arduous return to Shoyong Mountain, before he could even catch his breath, he was intercepted by Ling Zhuzi. Master Lingfeng, the goddess requests your presence upon your return, Ling Zhuzi stated with utmost respect. Her voice ringing clear, her expression tinged with curiosity. What does the goddess wish to discuss? Yi Lingfeng inquired, his countenance a canvas of perplexity, his eyes glimmering with an inquisitive light. He tilted his head slightly, attempting to glean a hint of insight from Ling Zhuzi's demeanor. Ling Zhuzi shook her head, her hair dancing gently with emotion, innocently conveying that she too was unaware of the reason for Nuwa's summons. Yi Lingfeng nodded thoughtfully, and as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression subtly shifted as he inquired discreetly, "How has the Empress been feeling these past few days? Is she upset about anything?" Feeling puzzled, Ling Zhu's eyes widened with curiosity and her face bore an expression of bewilderment as she tilted her head, contemplating why he would pose such a question. "Oh, that's a relief. Let us proceed," Yi Lingfeng sighed in relief, his demeanor easing as he regained a semblance of tranquility. As Yi Lingfeng and Ling Zhu stepped through the shimmering veil of light, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the plaque from their previous visit. Upon seeing it, Yi Lingfeng's previously despondent mood lifted instantaneously. The original inscription Huahuang Palace had vanished, replaced instead by the words Holy Mother Palace. What splendid news! Nuwa has finally cast aside her identity as the Huahuang of the demon race. Yi Lingfeng wore a radiant smile, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, bright and comforting. His eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed intently at the three characters, his heart brimming with delight and reflection. This was a modification he had made after the return of the goddess Nuwa from the demon clan. Beside him, Ling Zhuzi, with a face full of curiosity, slowly spoke. "Ah, yes. By the way, Ling Zhuzi, here is a ginseng fruit I brought back from Wuzhuang Temple. One for you, and one for Jinfeng." Yi Lingfeng spoke as he waved his hand, and two plump, glistening ginseng fruits, exuding an enticing aroma, materialized in his grasp. "Ginseng fruits. Thank you, Master Lingfeng." Ling Zhu's face radiated joy, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, her voice brimming with astonishment and gratitude. After receiving the ginseng fruits, she leapt away, bubbling with excitement, clutching them tightly. With a heart full of trepidation, Yi Lingfeng slowly stepped into the hall. Inside, fragrant smoke spiraled gracefully, while the sheer curtains fluttered gently in the breeze, resembling ethereal clouds, dreamlike and surreal, imparting an air of mystery and softness to the entire chamber. Nuwa sat majestically upon her lotus throne, exuding an aura that was both gentle and imposing. Upon noticing Yi Lingfeng's entrance, she slightly raised her gaze, her eyes resting upon him, as if they possessed the ability to perceive all, a serene calmness interlaced with an elusive depth of meaning. Chapter 67. A new abode you have arrived. Nuwa's voice resonated softly within the vast expanse of the Nuwa Hall, tranquil as a placid lake, rendering it difficult to discern any ripples of emotion beneath its surface. Though Yi Lingfeng's heart brimmed with doubts and speculations, he nonetheless bowed respectfully, his voice steady and humble. "Your Majesty, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons?" In the instant of his bow, an image flickered in his mind of the fleeting anger that had accompanied Nuwa's disappearance, stirring a faint unease within him, as if an invisible hand gently tugged at the strings of his heart. Nuwa fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing her words, before she slowly spoke. "You have schemed so perilously for the Five Directions banner. Have you considered the repercussions?" Her voice was neither hurried nor slow, yet it seemed to carry an invisible weight that pressed heavily upon Yi Lingfeng's heart. "In response, Your Majesty, the Five Directions banner holds great significance for the future of our human race. Thus I had no choice but to take this risk. In a moment of impulsiveness, I indeed failed to consider all aspects thoroughly." Yi Lingfeng answered honestly, not daring to raise his head. He was acutely aware of the recklessness of his actions, and at that moment, as he faced Nuwa's inquiry, his heart was filled with guilt and self-reproach. Impulsive? If it weren't for my constant vigilance, you would likely have found yourself in a predicament from which escape was impossible. Nuwa's tone carried a hint of reproach, yet it was interwoven with a thread of concern. A warmth enveloped Yi Lingfeng's heart, for he understood that Nuwa was expressing her concern for him. He hastily replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your protection. I shall exercise utmost caution in my future endeavors and will no longer burden you with my troubles." He silently resolved to act with careful deliberation henceforth, determined not to cause Nuwa further worry. Nuwa inclined her head slightly and remarked, "Since you are aware of your missteps, I shall refrain from further admonishment. However, the world is fraught with intricate and multifaceted forces. You must not act so recklessly again." A flicker of concern glimmered in her eyes, and her gaze towards Yi Lingfeng was laden with expectation. Indeed, Lingfeng would ardently remember the teachings of His Majesty. He spoke earnestly, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. "I have constructed a palace for you nearby, where you may diligently cultivate your skills and strive to attain the status of a quasi-saint, thereby ensuring greater safety during your travels," Nuwa continued, her voice tinged with concern and hope. Must I reside here as well? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Yi Lingfeng cautiously inquired, a flicker of astonishment and hesitation crossing his eyes. He felt both touched by Nuwa's concern and sensed that such an arrangement might be somewhat inappropriate. "What? Are you unwilling?" Nuwa looked at Yi Lingfeng with a serious expression, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. No, I am merely overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Your Highness," Yi Lingfeng hastily clarified, his expression tinged with a semblance of anxiety and awkwardness. He feared that his words might lead Nuwa to misunderstand, silently reproaching himself for his indiscretion. Nuwa nodded in acknowledgement and then gestured with her hand, indicating that he could take his leave. "My lady, these are the ginseng fruits I brought back from Wuzhuangguan, and these few are specifically for you." With a graceful wave of his hand, Yi Lingfeng summoned 6 plump and lustrous ginseng fruits, emanating a subtle fragrance, which floated elegantly before him. "Ah, you are quite thoughtful," Nuwa replied, her face adorned with a warm smile, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. She then gestured lightly, and the 6 ginseng fruits gently glided towards her. Yi Lingfeng emerged from the Nuwa hall, his heart brimming with curiosity as he made his way toward the palace that Nuwa had constructed for him. Along the journey, anticipation filled his mind as he envisioned what the palace might resemble. The martial ancestor hall. The martial ancestor, perhaps? Indeed. Quite agreeable, Yi Lingfeng mused, his gaze lingering on the plaque, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded in satisfaction. His eyes rested momentarily on the 3 bold characters of the martial ancestor hall, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Upon entering the hall, Yi Lingfeng was astonished to discover that the palace was as spacious as Nuwa's, yet it exuded a masculine elegance, marked by simplicity and grandeur, perfectly arranged. His gaze wandered throughout the hall, admiring every meticulously curated detail, and he could not help but feel a deep sense of gratitude for Nuwa's thoughtfulness and attention to detail. At last, I can enjoy a well-deserved respite, Yi Lingfeng sighed with a relaxed expression. Slowly, he closed his eyes, savoring the rare tranquility and relaxation, as the weariness within him seemed to dissipate in that moment. Now, the human race merely needed to allow themselves to flourish. With the 3 ancestors of humanity present, Yi Lingfeng, as their leader, had no cause for concern. Meanwhile, the remaining plain cloud flags and the Xianyuan water controlling flag remained unresolved. And with ample time before the impending calamity faced by humanity, Yi Lingfeng resolved to take a proper rest. Yi Lingfeng's respite spanned countless epochs, a period marked by unparalleled tranquility and contentment. During this time, apart from periodically surveying the human realm, he engaged in the delightful craft of brewing spiritual wine and preparing exquisite dishes alongside Ling Zhuzi and Jin Feng. Initially reluctant, the duo soon found themselves irresistibly drawn to the tantalizing flavors, eagerly seeking Yi Lingfeng's culinary creations. Eventually, even Nuwa joined the merry gathering, partaking in the sumptuous feasts. They sat together, savoring the delectable fare and sharing the amusing anecdotes of their lives, their laughter echoing throughout the palace, infusing the once desolate space with warmth and joy. In the heavenly palace of the demon clan, as the prophesied 10,000 years drew near, the demon race faced a looming crisis from the witch clan. A palpable tension enveloped the palace, weighing heavily on the hearts of each demon member. Esteemed ones, is there any means to swiftly bolster our clan's strength? Emperor Jun inquired solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, revealing his urgency and anticipation. Your Majesty, unless we can subdue the ancient three clans, rapid enhancement of our power seems implausible, Kunping asserted, his voice deep and resonant. That is exceedingly difficult. Though the ancient three clans have waned, their current prowess remains formidable. Emperor Jun replied, a hint of resignation and concern etched on his face. He understood well that subjugating the ancient clans was no simple task, fraught with unimaginable challenges. Your Majesty, regarding our strategy against the Witch clan, I believe a shift in approach is warranted, Buzhou interjected, his demeanor calm and composed. Oh, Buzhou, what insights do you possess? Pray, share them. Emperor Jun responded with keen interest, leaning forward, his eyes fixed on Buzhou. In confronting the Witch clan, our focus should not solely be on augmenting our strength. Rather, we should contemplate how to diminish theirs, Buzhou elucidated, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Indeed, please, continue. Emperor Jun encouraged, his intrigue deepening as a contemplative expression crossed his face. As we all know, the formidable formation of the Witch clan requires the unified efforts of the 12 ancestral witches. If we can eliminate even one, that formation shall pose no threat to our clan, Buzhou explained further, his tone resolute and self-assured. That is certainly a feasible strategy. But to eradicate an ancestral witch without alerting the others seems quite the formidable endeavor, Emperor Jun remarked, his brow furrowed. Torn between the viability of Buzhou's plan and the daunting challenges it entailed. Your Majesty, we need not act directly. The fire ancestral witch Zhu Rong and the water ancestral witch Gong Gong have always been at odds. A mere suggestion from us could ignite their inherent animosity, leading them to a fatal confrontation, Buzhou proposed earnestly, a confident smile gracing his features. Excellent. This plan is most astute, Emperor Jun exclaimed, rising from his throne, his eyes alight with excitement. He envisioned the internal strife within the Witch clan, invigorated by a sense of hope. Buzhou, I entrust this matter entirely to you. Proceed at once, and upon your success, I shall bestow ample rewards, Emperor Jun declared, his tone brimming with trust and anticipation. Buzhou accepted the command, exiting the grand hall with resolute and swift steps, fully aware of the arduous nature of the task ahead, yet imbued with confidence. Chapter 68. System rewards. In the expansive span of Yefeng's journey spanning tens of thousands of years, he has gradually amassed a plethora of astonishing rewards from the system. This is largely attributable to the elevation of his celestial cultivation technique, the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, which has now ascended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Consequently, the rewards bestowed by the system have transcended mere cultivation enhancements, evolving instead into percentages of comprehension of the 3,000 laws. Presently, among the laws he has grasped, the fragments of the sword law awarded by the system are the most abundant, possibly due to his profound understanding of the way of the sword. Thus, his mastery of the sword law has reached an impressive 20%. Following closely is his comprehension of the creation law, which stands at 18%, while the destruction law closely trails behind at 17%. Various other laws exist as well, albeit their percentages are so minuscule that they can be virtually disregarded. In addition to his profound understanding of these laws, Yefeng has also received several extraordinarily powerful techniques as system rewards. The first of these is the Hand of Creation, a technique that is nothing short of miraculous, possessing two entirely distinct yet complementary abilities. With his left hand, he wields the power of creation, and with a mere wave, he can summon forth life from desolation, bestowing vitality and hope upon the world. Conversely, his right hand commands destruction, capable of shattering mountains and rivers, plunging the sun and moon into darkness, annihilating all tangible and intangible entities. The second technique is the law of heaven and earth, which, when invoked, causes Yefeng's form to soar skyward, growing to an immense height, as if he could prop up the heavens. Each movement he makes is imbued with the power to devastate the very fabric of the cosmos, rendering the world itself pale in comparison. The third technique, called the distance of 1,000 miles, is equally remarkable. Upon activation, Yefeng can instantaneously traverse distances of millions of kilometers, consuming only a minuscule amount of celestial energy, merely the essence of a single breath, allowing him to adeptly pursue foes or evade peril with ease. Throughout these years, the spiritual treasures awarded by the system have brought Yefeng immense joy. In the first millennium of his journey, he fortuitously acquired the coveted Chaos Pearl, a primordial treasure sought after by all traversers. This pearl encapsulates infinite chaotic energy and boasts of vast spatial capacity. Possessing it not only cloaks one from the perception of the heavenly Tao, but also allows for the creation of an entirely new realm within. In the second millennium, Yefeng received the time-space golden hairpin, an exceptionally unique artifact capable of transcending the boundaries of time and space to launch unexpected assaults on adversaries. Neither the physical body nor the primordial spirit of foes can evade its strike, and its covert method of attack renders it a formidable and insidious weapon. During the third millennium, he was bestowed with the 12th grade creation azure lotus, an innate treasure radiating with the aura of creation and endowed with formidable defensive capabilities. Once unfurled, it forms an indestructible barrier, safeguarding its bearer from external harm, an invaluable protective treasure. In the fourth millennium, he obtained the primordial measurement ruler, a treasure rich in the power of merit, which ensures that no karmic retribution arises from acts of violence. With its wielding, it can sever the bonds of cause and effect, rendering all evils and karmic burdens powerless in its presence. In the fifth millennium, Yefeng acquired a massive 5-colored divine stone, a resplendent gem destined for the future creation of Nuwa. Additionally, the system generously rewarded him with a unique treasure known as the Gathering Yuan Pearl, which can condense a primordial spirit for those lacking one, and enhance the primordial spirit for those who possess it. Over the passage of time, Yefeng has grown accustomed to this tranquil and leisurely existence. One day, as usual, he found himself at ease within the Yefeng martial ancestor hall, grilling meat and savoring wine, relishing the moment of tranquility and contentment. Yet, the calmness of his life was abruptly shattered. At that moment, the familiar and exhilarating voice of the system resonated, disrupting the serenity. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached the 6th millennium of sign-in and have received the reward. 50% mastery of the sword law. As the system's announcement concluded, a surge of celestial sword intent erupted fiercely from Yefeng, resembling a sword that pierced the heavens, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the sky. Concurrently, a tempest arose, howling as it swept across the land, sending dust and stones flying, causing the earth to tremble under the onslaught of the gale, as though it could scarcely bear the weight. The mysterious realm created by Nuwa also quaked violently under the impact of this overwhelming force, with the celestial mountains suspended in air-shifting positions, and the majestic palaces appearing as if they were on the verge of being uprooted by this tremendous power. In the realm where Yi Lingfeng resided, the air was suffused with a sword aura that soared to the heavens. Countless sharp rays of sword light erupted from his being, akin to a multitude of blades tearing through the void. Wherever these beams of light traversed, the very fabric of space collapsed, giving rise to bottomless chasms of darkness. As though they were gateways to another realm, the interwoven strands of sword light formed a dazzling yet terrifying domain of blades, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Nearby, the trio of Nuwa, who were savoring roasted meat, were taken aback by the sudden and fearsome phenomenon triggered by Yi Lingfeng. True to her divine prowess, Nuwa swiftly regained her composure, with a mere wave of her hand. A formidable barrier unfurled instantaneously, encasing Yi Lingfeng securely within, shielding him from all external disturbances. Your Honor, what is happening to Lingfeng? Lingzhu inquired, her face a mask of astonishment, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Lingfeng, who stood motionless with his eyes closed, urgency lacing her voice. He has attained enlightenment, Nuwa responded, a look of satisfaction gracing her features as she gazed gently at Yi Lingfeng within the barrier. Yi Lingfeng stood within the confines of the barrier, his body enveloped in a swirling aura of sword energy that danced like ethereal silver serpents, as if celebrating the monumental breakthrough that was about to unfold. In the next instant, he resolutely began to gather the 3 flowers atop his head. At that moment, a mysterious resonance seemed to ripple through the heavens and the earth. The winds shifted ominously, and the once azure sky was shrouded in dark clouds, enveloping the entire realm in an atmosphere that was both enigmatic and oppressive. A torrent of sword energy surged forth from his being, initially resembling an unrelenting river, vast and majestic in its flow. Gradually, this sword energy began to converge, forming a colossal vortex of sword chi a yard above his head. Within the vortex, countless strands of sword energy intertwined and clashed, producing a melodious and crisp resonance. as if 10,000 swords were singing in unison, their sound reverberating through the cosmos and causing the surrounding space to tremble as though it might shatter at any moment. As the influx of sword energy continued, the rotation of the vortex intensified, and the sword energy grew increasingly concentrated, as if attempting to harness the very essence of the world itself. Slowly, a faint radiance emerged at the vortex's center, reminiscent of the dawn's first light, fragile yet brimming with the power to annihilate all, akin to the primordial glimmer that heralded the birth of the universe, imbued with boundless potential. The light expanded gradually, revealing the faint outline of petals within its glow, as if a peerless flower on the verge of blooming was concealed within. Time ticked away, and more sword energy was drawn into the vortex. The radiance became ever more resplendent, and the shape of the petals grew increasingly distinct. At last, with a deafening cry of sword resonance, the first blossom of sword energy unfurled slowly. This flower, composed entirely of sword chi, boasted petals that were crystalline and translucent, shimmering with a cold, icy luminescence, as if sculpted from the hardest ice crystals in existence. Each petal was inscribed with mysterious runes, which pulsed with powerful waves of energy, as if revealing the secrets of the cosmos. Following this, the second and third blossoms of sword energy blossomed in succession. The three flowers arranged themselves in a triangular formation above Yi Lingfeng's head, harmonizing with one another, their sword energies forming a perfect cycle akin to a miniature universe. As the blossoms unfurled, the sword energy radiated outward, slicing through the surrounding space and creating fine fissures wherever it traveled. Everything in its path was reduced to dust, as if it had never existed. With the blooming of the three flowers complete, Yi Lingfeng's aura reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Chapter 69. Breaking Through the Primordial Chaos. Yi Lingfeng was enveloped in a radiant barrier of light. Above his head, three resplendent Dao flowers slowly spun, exuding an aura that instilled a sense of awe. What? Could it truly be the 12th grade Dao flowers? Nuwa, who usually bore an air of grace and composure, was now overcome with astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixated on the three luminous Dao flowers above Yi Lingfeng's head. What is the 12th grade Dao flower? Your Highness? Lingzhu, a lively little sprite, hopped over to Nuwa, her face brimming with curiosity, her eyes wide with a thirst for knowledge. Nuwa took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within her, her expression turning solemn and dignified as she spoke. Once a practitioner reaches the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, they will condense the three flowers atop their head. These Dao flowers are categorized into 12 grades. Most practitioners, despite dedicating their entire lives, can only condense flowers of the 6th grade or below, indicating their inferior aptitude among the great Luo Golden Immortals. It is said that reaching the quasi-saint realm is the utmost limit for such individuals. Conversely, those capable of condensing 7th to 9th grade Dao flowers possess the potential of a saint. The higher the grade of the flowers, the superior the practitioner's innate abilities. Then does the 12th grade Dao flower signify unparalleled talent? Lingzhu's eyes sparkled with wonder, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, filled with admiration and awe. Nuwa nodded slightly, a flicker of reminiscence and emotion crossing her features. Indeed, the 12th grade Dao flower could only be condensed by the innate demons of that primordial era, before Pangu opened the heavens. Wow, innate demons? Is Lord Lingfeng's aptitude truly that remarkable? Lingzhu's mouth gaped in astonishment, her expression mirroring that of someone who had heard the most extraordinary tale. Nuwa remained silent, her gaze complex as she observed Yi Lingfeng, a mixture of admiration, pride, and a hint of apprehension reflected in her eyes. In the fleeting moment of Nuwa's conversation with Lingzhu, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Countless inky black thunderclouds converged from all directions, swiftly obscuring the heavens. Following this, purple-gold lightning surged within the clouds, roaring like countless enraged dragons, poised to strike. This is the primordial thunder tribulation. Nuwa's expression grew grave, her voice low and serious, her demeanor tense. Your Highness, will you not intervene in such a terrifying tribulation? Jin Feng had also approached Nuwa, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. Nuwa shook her head with a hint of a bitter smile. This tribulation must be faced by the one it concerns, as dictated by the laws of heaven. Should outsiders interfere, the thunder will relentlessly pursue without end. No sooner had Nuwa spoken than two beams of light erupted from Yi Lingfeng's body. One was a pure white, emanating a gentle glow, resembling a pristine lotus. The other was ancient and heavy, shimmering in earthy yellow, akin to the central Wuji apricot yellow banner. In an instant, the pristine lotus steadied itself above Yi Lingfeng's head, radiating layers of light that enveloped him. The central Wuji apricot yellow banner plunged into the ground beneath his feet, its yellow runes glowing brilliantly, harmonizing with the light of the pristine lotus. With these two treasures, he would easily withstand the tribulation. Observing this, Nuwa's previously taut features finally relaxed, revealing a smile of relief. Indeed, under the formidable protection of these two supreme innate spiritual treasures, the purple gold lightning, though fierce, merely rippled against the protective barrier, failing to inflict any harm upon Yi Lingfeng. Thus, Yi Lingfeng emerged unscathed from this harrowing primordial thunder tribulation. Just as he successfully weathered the tribulation, a clear and melodious sound of a sword echoed from him, followed by a sensation akin to invisible shackles being released from his form. A terrifying pressure surged forth from him like a torrential tide, unrelenting and formidable, shattering the barriers set by Nuwa, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. In that moment, Yi Lingfeng's cultivation soared, breaking through from the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the initial stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Yi Lingfeng gradually absorbed the three flowers atop his head, then slowly opened his eyes, revealing an uncontrollable smile of joy that radiated with the satisfaction and confidence of having achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations! You have successfully transcended to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Nuwa, accompanied by the Spirit Pearl and the Golden Phoenix, swiftly approached Yi Lingfeng, her face beaming with genuine delight as she extended her heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, Your Majesty. Had I not acted promptly, this palace would have been lost. Yi Lingfeng was filled with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Nuwa, his eyes brimming with appreciation, as he sensed the surging power within him, akin to an ocean's vastness. He felt as though he had undergone a profound metamorphosis, his perception of this primordial world becoming acutely sensitive, as if he could discern every subtle change. Master Lingfeng, how do you feel after this breakthrough? Ling Zhu inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Lingfeng slightly lifted his head, his gaze directed towards the horizon, his expression imbued with confidence and grandeur. He felt an overwhelming surge of magical power, coupled with a deeper understanding of the laws of nature. Indeed, the realm of the Primordial Golden Immortal is extraordinary. Nuwa smiled, her eyes filled with satisfaction. To achieve a breakthrough to the Primordial Golden Immortal in such a short span is truly remarkable, a testament to your talent and fortitude. However, it is imperative that your Dao flower remains unknown to others, she continued with a tone tinged with seriousness. Yi Lingfeng nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. The Empress's teachings are etched in my heart. Deep within the boundless chaos, in the mysterious and solemn purple cloud palace, the eyes of the venerable Hongjun, which had been tightly shut, suddenly sprang open, two beams of cold light flashing through them. Immediately, his expression darkened, as if shrouded by a layer of ominous clouds. Damn it, this child possesses the innate qualifications of a demon god. He must not be allowed to continue his growth. The heavenly Dao Hongjun murmured, his tone filled with jealousy and murderous intent. Ha ha ha, you cannot hinder this child's ascent. From the moment he appeared, your schemes were destined to fail. The sound of Hongjuan's voice echoed through the purple cloud palace, his hearty laughter laced with mockery. Do not take pride too soon. This is merely the beginning. The gaze of the heavenly Dao Hongjun was fierce, akin to a beast poised to pounce. However, the venerable Hongjun merely smiled faintly, wearing an enigmatic expression. Very well, let us wait and see. Chapter 70. The Battle of the Ancestors beneath Mount Buzhou, in the dwelling place of the witch clan. The water ancestor Gonggong stormed into the fire ancestor Zhuhong's fiery tribe, his face flushed with fury. Gonggong, resembling a surging mountain of water, strode into the fiery domain with great strides. Steam enveloped him, so dense it seemed one could wring water from it, trailing behind him like a sinuous water serpent. His eyes burned red, as if ready to unleash flames. Each footfall sent tremors through the ground, revealing the extent of his rage. Zhuhong, Gonggong's voice boomed like a great bell, resonating throughout the tribe. Your people have killed members of my clan. This blood debt must be settled today. His voice, brimming with anger and resolve, echoed in every corner of the tribe. Zhuhong, lounging leisurely on the high platform, basking in the warmth of the flames. Furrowed his brow slightly at Gongong's roar, a flicker of impatience crossing his face. Rising slowly, the flames upon him flickered in response to his displeasure. Gongong, do not speak falsely. Zhuhong's voice was deep and forceful. My tribe maintains strict discipline. How could we carelessly slay members of your clan? A hint of disdain flickered in his gaze, as if finding Gongong's accusations utterly absurd. Gongong trembled with fury, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on his arms bulging like enraged serpents. Abruptly, he swung his arm, flinging a cold corpse to the ground. The wounds on the body were shocking. Charred flesh and a disfigured visage emitting a nauseating burnt odor. Open your eyes and see clearly. Gongong's voice trembled. This is the masterpiece of your clansman. A warrior from my tribe was unjustly executed by your fire methods, meeting a tragic end. His eyes glinted with ferocity, reflecting the pain and rage for his fallen kin. Zhuhong looked down at the corpse, frowning slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as he scrutinized the body, seemingly searching for something. Yet soon, he regained his composure, snorting coldly. Humph, even if it were indeed your clansman's doing, it is bound to have its reasons. Do your tribesmen have no faults? His voice dripped with skepticism, subtly suggesting that Gongong's tribe also bore undeniable responsibility. Gongong, unable to contain his fury, stepped forward, waves of water crashing around him, as if to engulf the world. What fault? His voice nearly roared. Is it a crime to have a dispute over water? Must your people face execution by fire? You treat lives so cavalierly. Today, I will not let this go. His face was etched with anger and determination, a mountain that could not be shaken. The flames around Zhuhong erupted violently, soaring high, distorting the surrounding air with heat. Gongong, cease your nonsensical ramblings. His voice was filled with anger and disdain. I see you wish to provoke conflict and expand the influence of your water tribe. A glimmer of wariness shone in his eyes, as if anticipating Gongong's schemes. Gongong could no longer tolerate Zhuhong's evasions. His chest heaved as he let out a furious roar. Zhuhong, come and face me. In an instant, countless water arrows materialized, glistening with icy light, raining down upon Zhuhong like a tempest. Each arrow carried immense power, as if capable of piercing anything. Zhuhong sneered, conjuring a flaming spear in his hand. The flames danced upon the spear, crackling audibly. He twirled the spear, creating fiery shields that deflected the water arrows. Gongong, do you think you can harm me with such trivial tactics? His voice was laced with derision, mocking Gongong's overestimation of himself. As the water arrows clashed against the fire shields, hissing sounds filled the air, steam rising and enveloping the battlefield in a misty shroud. Seizing the opportunity while Zhuhong was occupied, Gongong transformed into a swift water shadow, appearing before him in an instant. His speed was blinding, like a flash of lightning. Leaving no time for reaction, he struck with a fist, imbued with overwhelming water pressure, as if it could collapse a mountain. Zhuhong braced the spear horizontally, absorbing the impact of the blow. The force sent him skidding, carving deep grooves into the earth and kicking up clouds of dust. Gongong, your arrogance knows no bounds. Zhuhong bellowed, flames surging around him, morphing into a colossal fire serpent. The serpent lunged at Gongong, spewing forth raging flames, as if to consume everything. Gongong stood firm, a thick layer of water armor enveloping him, shimmering with blue light and exuding a chilling aura. At the same time, he conjured a massive water sword, droplets glistening upon it, resembling a lively water dragon. He struck fiercely at the fire serpent, the collision of water sword and fire serpent erupting in a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave overturned nearby structures, sending the Witch Clan's members into a frenzy of panic, cries and shouts intertwining in chaos. Gongong, if you seek a fight, I shall accompany you to the end today, Zhuhong declared, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Gongong. His eyes burned with murderous intent, as if he aimed to obliterate Gongong entirely. In the distant Shoyong mountain, within the solemn and majestic hall of the martial ancestor, Nuwa and Yi Lingfeng were drinking. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow slightly, gazing into the distance, a hint of perplexity in her eyes. My lady, what troubles you? Yi Lingfeng inquired. Curiosity etched on his face as he sat across from Nuwa, concern evident in his gaze. It is nothing. The Witch Clan Zhuhong and Gongong are fighting. Nuwa replied casually. To her, conflict among the warlike Witch Clan was commonplace, especially between the two ancestors, Gongong and Zhuhong, who often clashed, so she paid it little mind. Zhuhong and Gonggong are at odds. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Yi Lingfeng immediately rose to his feet, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. A flicker of concern crossed his countenance, as if a troubling thought had struck him. Goddess, are they truly serious, or merely engaging in a friendly spar? Yi Lingfeng urgently continued to inquire, his eyes brimming with anxiety, as if he sensed the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Gonggong had begun to reveal his true nature. Nuwa spoke with a grave expression, her gaze betraying a hint of surprise, for she had not anticipated that the two would truly engage in earnest this time. This is bad, Yi Lingfeng exclaimed, and he promptly made his way towards Shoyong Mountain. Beyond the confines of space, in an instant, his figure vanished, leaving only a fleeting shadow, as if to convey his urgency and concern. Chapter 71. Gonggong's fury affects Buzhou Mountain within the sacred realm of the Holy Mother Palace. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Yi Lingfeng transformed into a streak of radiant light, hastening toward the exterior of the secret realm. The ground beneath his feet receded swiftly, and the scenery on either side flickered by like phantoms. In but a moment, he arrived at the abode of the three ancestral figures of the human race on Shoyong Mountain. The ancient dwelling appeared particularly tranquil under the sunlight. However, at that moment, Yi Lingfeng had no leisure to appreciate the serene sight. Elder brother, Yi Lingfeng, in a state of frantic urgency, shouted as he raced towards the chamber of the three ancestors of the human race, his voice echoing with anxiety and trepidation in the vast courtyard. Brother, what causes such haste? Swearin, hearing the outcry, swiftly emerged from within, his face etched with confusion. Observing Yi Lingfeng's disheveled and anxious demeanor, a sense of foreboding surged within him. Elder brother, quickly, assemble all of humanity at once. It is of utmost urgency. Yi Lingfeng's face was etched with anxiety, his voice laced with an undeniable urgency. All right, I shall go at once. Witnessing Yi Lingfeng's distress, Sui Ren felt a tightening in his heart. Fully aware that something monumental must have transpired, he dared not linger, swiftly propelling himself towards the various tribes like a bolt of black lightning, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to emit a gathering signal. In but a moment, under Sui Ren's fervent summons, the human populace converged from all directions, assembling upon a vast plain. The plain was teeming with people, their murmurs intertwining as they exchanged glances filled with confusion and trepidation. Utterly unaware of the grave matter that had unfolded, Yi Lingfeng stood on the high platform, his expression grave as if cloaked in a layer of frost. He slowly surveyed the crowd below, took a deep breath, and spoke softly, Esteemed kin, I hereby command in the name of the leader that all clan members below the realm of Tai Golden Immortal shall enter the river and mountain national map. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Lingfeng swiftly formed a seal with his hands, chanting incantations. A brilliant light flashed, and the river and mountain national map was immediately summoned forth. The map unfurled slowly before the human race, resembling a colossal gateway to an unknown world, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. Though the people below were filled with confusion, their eyes reflecting misunderstanding and concern, they began to move towards the river and mountain national map in an orderly manner, driven by their trust in Yi Lingfeng. They hurried, yet maintained a semblance of order, each carrying a mixture of fear of the unknown and faith in their leader. Meanwhile, beneath the distant Mount Buzhou, Gonggong was filled with fury, his eyes wide as if ready to unleash fire, surrounded by swirling steam like a boiling sea, producing a deafening roar. In an instant, his form swelled, transforming into a colossal being towering millions of feet in height. The water ancestor, Gonggong, glared with eyes resembling bottomless blue abysses, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. The head of his serpent-like form was fearsome, its scales glinting eerily in the sunlight, as if reciting an ancient curse. Each black scale shimmered with a ghostly light, akin to impenetrable dark iron armor, exuding an air of mystery and majesty under the veil of steam. The black dragon beneath him roared mightily, its overwhelming presence resonating throughout the heavens and the earth, its claws gripping the ground as if to rend the very earth asunder. Each roar sent tremors through the air, stirring up waves of force. The azure python entwined in his grasp also grew larger, flicking its tongue and hissing in response to its master's wrath, its elongated tongue resembling the scythe of death, exuding a lethal aura. Almost simultaneously, the fire ancestor, Zhuhong, surged into action. Flames erupted from his body like a burning star, instantly transforming into a giant of equal magnitude. His beastly head raised high, spewing forth infernos that seemed to originate from the depths of hell, capable of incinerating everything in their path. His red scales flickered like dancing flames, each piece radiating a terrifying heat that turned nearby garments to ash in an instant. The fire serpents he commanded writhed and flickered, their fiery tongues darting about like ethereal flame sprites, yet carrying a deadly peril. The fire dragon he stood upon howled skyward, its body engulfed in flames, as if intent on incinerating all existence. With each movement, the surrounding space twisted and warped. Gong Gong initiated the assault, violently whipping his serpent-like head, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth like a tumultuous dragon, sweeping towards Zhu Rong. The ground was swiftly submerged, everything engulfed in this merciless wave. Trees and boulders swept away without a trace. Zhu Rong, undaunted, charged forward on his fire dragon, confronting the deluge head-on. With a flourish of his hands, countless fiery spears manifested, raining down upon the flood like a tempest. When fire met water, a thunderous roar erupted, sending plumes of steam skyward, forming a vast cloud that enveloped the battlefield. Within the fog, thunder cracked, and the lights of fire and water intertwined, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Inside the mist, Gong Gong manipulated the flood, sometimes condensing it into massive water fists to strike at Zhu Rong, at other times transforming it into sharp water spikes, unleashing a volley of attacks. Each strike bore the power to devastate, causing the space around to tremble. Zhu Rong commanded the flames, directing the fire dragon to unleash thick columns of fire. Attempting to break through the watery blockade, fire and water clashed incessantly, illuminating the surrounding space as bright as day, blinding to the eyes. As the battle raged on, Gong Gong began to feel the strain. Zhu Rong's flames grew increasingly fierce, each assault carrying destructive might, gradually overpowering Gong Gong's flood. Despite Gong Gong's relentless efforts and changing tactics, he could not breach Zhu Rong's fiery defenses. His breath quickened, and cracks appeared in his black scales, revealing signs of distress. Gong Gong, with such meager abilities, do you truly believe you can seek retribution from me? Such delusions. Zhu Rong's voice boomed like rolling thunder, echoing through the mist, laced with mockery, as if imbued with magic that only stoked Gong Gong's fury further. Gong Gong trembled with rage, his serpent head twisting as he let out an enraged roar. His fury ignited. He recklessly launched another attack. However, due to the exertion from their earlier clash, his strength had waned, and the flood's might diminished. Zhu Rong easily evaded Gong Gong's strikes, taunting him again. In such a state, do you even dare to stand against me? Truly laughable. As Zhu Rong ridiculed Gong Gong, neither noticed a gray-black mist suddenly materializing, swiftly darting through the battlefield's fog. This mist was extraordinarily eerie. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to corrode, rippling like water disturbed. It quickly infiltrated Gong Gong's body, akin to a lurking serpent, silently embedding itself within. In the next moment, Gong Gong's eyes transformed into a fiery red, filled with madness. The once blue abyss now a sea of burning blood. His body trembled uncontrollably, emitting deep growls, before he turned and charged towards Mount Buzhou. All of you shall perish. Gong Gong bellowed, his colossal form crashing into Mount Buzhou with unstoppable force, akin to a fallen star, driven by unbridled rage and madness. A thunderous crash echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. Mount Buzhou trembled violently, numerous enormous fissures appearing on its surface, rocks cascading like raindrops. The sky darkened with rolling clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, as the world descended into chaos. Mount Buzhou, the pillars supporting the heavens, began to sway precariously under Gong Gong's assault. Yi Lingfeng, what has transpired that has left you in such a state of anxiety? A gentle voice resonated in Yi Lingfeng's ear, imbued with concern and curiosity. Yi Lingfeng was wholly engrossed in orchestrating the orderly entry of the human race into the map of mountains and rivers, when a sudden sound caused him to turn abruptly. To his astonishment, he found Nuwa standing gracefully beside him, her presence seemingly unnoticed until that moment. With a slight furrow in her brow and concern etched in her exquisite eyes, she gazed at him in silence, awaiting a response. The imminent collapse of Mount Buzhou loomed large, I must expedite the transition of the human race into the map of mountains and rivers. Yi Lingfeng's expression was grave, and his words came forth with an urgent cadence, each syllable seemingly burdened with immense weight. What? The Mount Buzhou is on the verge of collapse? Nuwa gazed in disbelief, her eyes widening as her voice involuntarily rose, her face etched with shock and trepidation. As an ancient deity, she understood all too well the significance of Mount Buzhou in the primordial world. It served as the pillar sustaining the order of heaven and earth. Its downfall would yield consequences beyond imagination. Whether you believe it or not, my lady, I am here to save humanity. Yi Lingfeng wore a resolute expression, his gaze unwavering as it met Nuwa's eyes, revealing an undeniable determination. I believe Nuwa, too, bore a serious countenance, nodding solemnly, her eyes brimming with trust. Could it be that such trust is so easily bestowed? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, a surge of astonishment washing over his face as the thought involuntarily flickered through his mind. Little did he know that Nuwa had already gleaned from his innermost thoughts the impending calamity of Mount Buzhou's collapse. Nuwa's astonishment at this moment did not stem from any doubt regarding the veracity of the news, but rather from the sheer disbelief that it would be the ancestral shaman who would cause such a cataclysm. The human race is far too sluggish. Allow me to intervene. Nuwa's voice, gentle yet imbued with strength, resonated in the air. As her words fell, she gracefully waved her right hand, radiating a soft, yet formidable light. In an instant, the map of mountains and rivers blazed with brilliance, depicting a vast panorama that exuded an irresistible allure. Those of lower cultivation among the human race felt an unseen force enveloping them gently, compelling them to drift towards the image, and in the blink of an eye, they were drawn into it with astonishing speed. Yi Lingfeng beheld this wondrous spectacle, his eyes brimming with envy. The fluidity and grace of the divine power displayed allowed him to profoundly appreciate the might and extraordinary nature of Nuwa. Elder brother, please secure the map of mountains and rivers. You, along with our second brother and third sister, take hold of these three treasures. During the impending catastrophe, assist those lower-tiered beings whom you can save with ease. Yi Lingfeng spoke as he cautiously handed over the map of mountains and rivers along with the three flags, exuding an enigmatic aura to the three ancestral figures of humanity. Brother, what exactly is the great calamity you mentioned? Swearin received the treasures with both hands, his expression one of bewilderment, his eyes filled with confusion as he anxiously inquired. It is drawing near. Yi Lingfeng's voice was deep and grave, as if it were being squeezed out from between his teeth. His gaze was directed towards the horizon, seemingly already witnessing the impending horror of disaster. As Yi Lingfeng's voice faded, a deafening roar suddenly reverberated throughout the vast primordial world. This sound was akin to the harbinger of a cataclysm, imbued with boundless shock and terror, sending chills down the spine. At long last, the towering Mount Buzhou, under the relentless impact of Gong, could no longer bear the strain and began to topple slowly. Its majestic form, once a symbol of the primordial realm, now resembled a fallen star, descending towards the earth, shrouded in an aura of profound regret and devastation. As the mountain crumbled, an even more intense tremor engulfed the entire primordial world. This quake seemed like a roar from the depths of hell, causing all things to tremble. Countless mountains fractured under the force, their peaks disintegrating into mere dust, those once towering summits instantaneously reduced to ruins. Massive boulders cascaded from the summit like raindrops, crashing down upon the earth and raising clouds of dust. The ground appeared to be mercilessly kneaded by an invisible giant hand, forming unfathomable chasms that resembled the earth's grotesque wounds. Fiery magma surged forth from these gashes, carrying with it the heat and destructive power that flowed across the land. Wherever it spread, vegetation was instantly reduced to ashes, the earth scorched a vibrant red, and all living things were consumed in flames. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and the stench of charred remains, rendering it suffocating. In the sky, the previously stable order was utterly shattered. The celestial bodies, the sun, moon, and stars, now followed chaotic paths. The sun blazed brilliantly at times, parching the ground and creating fissures, while at other moments, it dimmed, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness and cold. The moon lost its tranquil radiance, occasionally transforming into a sinister blood-red hue, casting a chilling and eerie light. At other times, it shattered into countless fragments, raining down fiery debris upon the earth. Stars began to stray from their orbits, colliding and sparking brilliant flashes of light and immense energy. Some stars streaked across the sky like meteors, trailing long tails as they plummeted to the ground, where they detonated in tremendous explosions, shattering vast expanses of land and creating colossal craters. The Milky Way's waters, too, spiraled into chaos due to Mount Buzhou's collapse, cascading downwards like an inverted galaxy. Torrential floods inundated large swathes of land, where countless beings struggled for survival amidst the deluge, their cries echoing in despair. The waters, mingled with fragments of fallen stars and debris from Mount Buzhou, rendered the floods even more treacherous and lethal. Like a ferocious beast, the flood ravaged homes, uprooted trees, and submerged everything in an endless expanse of water. The very fabric of the primordial realm began to warp and distort, giving rise to countless spatial rifts. These fissures resembled the gaping maws of malevolent demons, voraciously consuming everything in their vicinity. Whether mountains or creatures, anything that ventured too close was mercilessly drawn into the void, vanishing without a trace. The instability of space triggered temporal anomalies, causing time to accelerate in certain areas, where a millennium could pass in the blink of an eye, while in others, time seemed to freeze, everything suspended in a singular moment. In these warped zones, bizarre scenes unfolded as past and future intertwined, transporting one into a surreal realm. Near Mount Buzhou, formidable energy storms raged. These storms were infused with the powers of water and fire, accompanied by collapsing rocks and chaotic spatial forces, amalgamating into a force capable of annihilating all. Where the storm passed, everything was shredded to pieces, even the air seeming to be torn asunder. The potent energy waves radiated outward, distorting the surrounding space into massive whirlpools. Such turmoil left those outside the protective boundaries of the mountains and rivers in a state of shock, frozen in place. They stared wide-eyed in terror at the unfolding chaos, their faces etched with fear and dread. "Elders, protect yourselves. We must head towards Mount Buzhou." Yi Lingfeng's face was etched with seriousness, his expression grave as he spoke to Swerin. His eyes radiated determination and resolve. Despite the unknown dangers ahead, he showed no hesitation. "Brother, take care," Swerin urged, concern etched on his face, nodding heavily. "My lady, let us depart," Yi Lingfeng said, turning to Nuwa with a voice steady and resolute. Nuwa nodded solemnly, her eyes sparkling with a light that embodied fearless courage and unwavering faith. Together, they made their way towards Mount Buzhou, their figures gradually fading from sight on Shoyong Mountain. Chapter 73. The Gathering of Saints. When Nuwa and Yi Lingfeng finally reached the collapsed front of Mount Buzhou, the sight before them was breathtakingly shocking. Above the sky, a vast chasm gaped open, resembling the maw of a ferocious beast, tearing apart the tranquility of the heavens. The waters of the heavenly river surged forth like a raging beast unleashed, pouring from the gap with overwhelming force. The relentless deluge of profound primordial water cascaded down, inundating everything in its path, stirring up towering waves and splashing water, creating a vast and eerie expanse, exuding a chilling aura. Barely had they steadied themselves in this chaotic realm when the air around them began to warp. The three pure ones, Taiqing Laozu, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Shanqing Tongtian Jiaozhu, along with the Western saints, Zhuanti and Jane, appeared from various directions. They emanated a powerful and enigmatic presence, yet in the face of the apocalyptic scene, each of their faces bore a grave expression. As they exchanged hurried greetings, the heavens suddenly erupted with a radiant, auspicious light, and the figure of Hongjun Laozu seemed to materialize from thin air, silently standing before them. Hongjun Laozu radiated an aura of transcendence, his gaze imbued with an unfathomable depth, as though he could perceive the mysteries of the universe. "Greetings, Master," the gathered saints exclaimed, their expressions composed with reverence as they bowed in unison, their voices resonating through the chaotic realm. "First, stabilize the earth, wind, and fire," Hongjun Laozu instructed, nodding slightly as his gaze swept over the assembly. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. "Yes, Master." The five great saints responded in unison, their voices filled with respect. As soon as the words left his lips, they each unleashed their divine powers, the energies of the laws swirling around them, radiating brilliantly. Taiqing Laozu formed hand seals, a gentle golden light enveloping him. gradually calming the tremors of the earth. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his whisk, and the fierce winds ceased abruptly as dust and debris settled. Shangqing Tongtian Jiaozhu wielded his sword energy, creating invisible barriers that held back the surging flood. Zhuanti and Jian exchanged glances, chanting incantations, their bodies aglow with a sacred light, as the flames that threatened to engulf them gradually extinguished under the radiance. Through their combined efforts, earth, wind, water, and fire were gradually stabilized, restoring a semblance of order to the chaotic primordial world. Now, the remaining issues are the ruptured sky and the merging of heaven and earth, Hongjun Laozu stated, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the assembly with a calm demeanor. Master, how shall we resolve these impending issues? Taiching Laozu stepped forward, his expression grave as he respectfully inquired, his gaze reflecting both admiration for the Taoist ancestor and concern for the challenges ahead. For this, you must seek him. A faint smile appeared on Hongjun Laozu's face as he slowly raised his hand, pointing towards Yi Lingfeng, his eyes imbued with profound significance. The 5 great saints were momentarily taken aback, their faces revealing disbelief and astonishment. Even Nuwa's eyes flashed with surprise. They could hardly fathom that the Taoist ancestor would assign such a monumental task to someone who seemed to possess modest prowess. Yi Lingfeng stood frozen in place upon hearing the words of the Tao ancestor, his mind a blank canvas, filled with astonishment and bewilderment. He could scarcely fathom that he had become embroiled in a momentous event that could determine the fate of the Honghuang world, and moreover, that the Tao ancestor had entrusted him with a significant responsibility. Master, have you made an error? How could a lowly human of such meager cultivation possibly resolve matters that even we, the saints, cannot? Yuanshi Tianzun remarked with furrowed brows, his expression rife with skepticism and a hint of disdain. It was truly difficult for him to believe that this human could possess such remarkable capabilities. Surely you know what to do next? Hongjun Laozu disregarded Yuanshi Tianzun's doubts and turned his gaze to Yi Lingfeng, softly inquiring, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Yi Lingfeng stood dazed for a moment, instinctively nodding to indicate his understanding. In truth, he felt a sense of unease within. Yet under the watchful gaze of the Tao ancestor, he inexplicably felt a surge of purpose. Indeed, it is truly deserving of the heavenly Tao, Yi Lingfeng silently lamented, fully aware that the Grand Ancestor's arrangements held profound significance, though he had yet to fully comprehend them. Very well, I shall leave the remainder to you. The Grand Ancestor Hongjun nodded in satisfaction, seemingly approving of Yi Lingfeng's response. From this moment forward, you need only follow his commands. Turning to the 5 great saints, Hongjun spoke with unwavering authority. Disciples, we heed your command. The 5 great saints responded with varied expressions. Some wore looks of confusion, others bore traces of reluctance. Yet all replied with utmost respect. They understood well that the Grand Ancestor's orders were unassailable. Despite their inner doubts, compliance was their only recourse. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Hongjun nodded with satisfaction once more, and then, in a flash of brilliance, he gradually vanished before them, leaving behind an atmosphere of silence amidst the array of diverse expressions on their faces. Brother Lingfeng, impressive. You even grasped this matter. Pray tell, what shall we do next? Command us. The transcendent celestial master broke the silence first, stepping forward with a beaming smile, patting Yi Lingfeng on the shoulder, his tone imbued with a sense of camaraderie and admiration. Indeed, my friend, do not hesitate to give your orders. Both Kunthi and Jian exchanged glances, fully aware that this was a prime opportunity to accrue merit, and thus they quickly approached Yi Lingfeng with smiles, their words laced with flattery. Humph. At that moment, the primordial heavenly sovereign scoffed disdainfully, having always looked down upon Yi Lingfeng. Now, being compelled to heed his commands only deepened his discontent. My dear fellow, is your scoff a refusal to partake? Then remain there in your coolness. Yi Lingfeng gazed earnestly at the primordial heavenly master, unflinchingly declaring his sentiments, as he had always held a grievance against him and felt no obligation to indulge him now. Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, the primordial heavenly master's face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes narrowing in a fierce glare directed at Yi Lingfeng, while his fists clenched tightly, suggesting an imminent eruption of fury. Chapter 74. The Gathering of the Ancestral Witches. Yi Lingfeng, undeterred by the razor-sharp gaze of the primordial heavenly sovereign, appeared to regard his presence as non-existent. With an air of composure, he slowly turned and fixed a gentle gaze upon Nuwa, saying, "Your Highness, this is the Qian Kuan Ding bestowed upon me by the Tao ancestor last time, along with this 5-color divine stone that embodies boundless creative power. You may first utilize this Qian Kuan Ding to refine the 5-color divine stone, and subsequently employ the refined stone to mend the rift in the sky, thereby alleviating the peril that plagues our world." As he spoke, Yi Lingfeng gracefully waved his right hand, summoning the Qian Kuan Ding and the 5-color divine stone before Nuwa. The ancestral, which Zhu Rong, turned slightly, his gaze piercing as it shifted towards the ancestral, which Zhu Rong. "What is it?" Zhu Rong queried. A palpable disdain etched across his features, his nostrils flaring slightly, his tone laced with evident impatience and contempt directed at Yi Lingfeng. "Come here and assist Her Highness in refining the 5-color stone," Yi Lingfeng replied, his expression hardening, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. "Humph. As a proud descendant of Pangu, revered beyond measure, why should I heed the commands of a mere human?" Zhu Rong retorted, his eyes wide with fury, disdain evident in his crossed arms, his words dripping with scorn and arrogance. The expressions of the nearby sages turned grave upon hearing Zhu Rong's remarks, their faces darkening as if a tempest were imminent. Only the primordial heavenly sovereign allowed a faint, barely perceptible smirk to grace his lips, a cold smile that seemed to revel in the misfortune of others, standing out starkly in the dim atmosphere. What a remarkable descendant of Pangu. As a progeny of Pangu, how can you bear to witness the world that your father sacrificed his life to create, now reduced to such a state of ruin and suffering? Do you not feel a sense of shame before your father, Pangu? Yi Lingfeng spoke with righteous indignation, his demeanor resolute, each word striking like a hammer, forcefully penetrating the heart of the ancestral shaman Zhu Rong. The ancestral shaman Zhu Rong found himself at a loss for words in the face of Yi Lingfeng's interrogation, his face shifting from pale to flushed, and could only glare at Yi Lingfeng with a visage full of fury, as if flames were about to erupt from his eyes. "What? Do you still wish to take action? Once this matter is resolved, I am ever ready to engage." Yi Lingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing past. The oppressive aura of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm surged forth like a tumultuous tide. Among the saints present, apart from Nuwa, who appeared serene, the others exhibited fleeting astonishment, clearly shaken by Yi Lingfeng's formidable strength. Zhu Rong, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yi Lingfeng, felt a twinge of surprise and a barely perceptible panic flicker in his eyes. Yet, his innate pride refused to waver, prompting him to bellow defiantly, his voice reverberating throughout the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding air to quiver. "Zhu Rong, do as he says immediately." At that moment of palpable tension, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from afar, akin to the tolling of a great bell, shattering the charged atmosphere. Following that, the other 10 ancestral witches appeared before the crowd, their formidable presence distorting the very fabric of space around them. "Eldest brother? On what grounds?" Zhu Rong turned to face the other ancestral witches, his eyes brimming with resentment and defiance as he questioned loudly. "Is there not enough chaos already? Look around you. Do you wish to annihilate the witch clan as well?" Ancestral Witch Huda's face was etched with fury, her brows furrowed deeply as she admonished Zhu Rong, her voice tinged with sorrow and helplessness. Upon hearing Hutu's words, Zhu Rong's heart jolted, and he instinctively surveyed his surroundings. The land was ravaged by floods, and many of the witch clan members lay lifeless in pools of blood. Others were desperately struggling on the brink of death, their agonized cries piercing the air. In the tumultuous waters, various beings fought for survival, their lives hanging by a thread. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Zhu Rong felt a sharp pang in his heart, and guilt finally surfaced in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he turned quietly towards Nuwa and the 5-color divine stone, preparing to assist her in refining the stone. "Friend Lingfeng, what else can we do?" Hutu, her expression filled with remorse, hastened to Yi Lingfeng's side, inquiring earnestly. "Alas, you must halt the spread of the Xian Yuan heavy water and rescue the living beings still trapped within," he replied. Yi Lingfeng wore a serious expression, his countenance heavy with concern for the suffering of humanity. Upon hearing his words, Hutu nodded gravely, then, accompanied by the remaining ancestral shaman, transformed into brilliant streaks of light, soaring towards the areas ravaged by the flood to rescue those beings struggling on the brink of life and death. "Lingfeng, what must we do? Please, tell us." inquired Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin, who approached Yi Lingfeng with benevolent smiles, politely seeking his guidance. You three, including Taoist Tai Ching, should first ascend to the celestial pinnacle. We cannot allow the realms of heaven and earth to continue merging. Yi Lingfeng's expression was grave, and his tone urgent as he gestured emphatically, declaring, "Very well. We shall proceed immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhuanti and Jiejing hesitated not for a moment, and with the addition of Ta Ching Laozu, the three soared into the air, forming a triangular formation. Their celestial energy surged around them, strenuously resisting the descending heavens. Ta Ching Laozu, possessing the highest cultivation, remained relatively at ease, his demeanor calm as he bore the weight of the sky. In contrast, Zhuanti and Jiejing, with slightly lesser cultivation, were already drenched in sweat, their faces pale, revealing the strain they were under. The burden was further intensified by the absence of Yuan Shi Tianzun, who had been excluded by Yi Lingfeng, amplifying the pressure on Zhuanti and Jiejing, making each moment of resistance increasingly arduous. Lingfeng, my dear brother, what is my role in this? What must I do? At that moment, Shangqing Tong Tian approached Yi Lingfeng with genuine concern, striding forward and inquiring anxiously. Please hold on, my elder brother. Shortly we will have more significant matters to attend to. Yi Lingfeng, with a serious expression and sincere demeanor, elucidated his thoughts, a flicker of mysterious light dancing in his eyes. At that moment, the Yuan Shi Tianzun, standing to the side, appeared awkward, caught in a dilemma of indecision. It was utterly impossible for him to inquire of Yi Lingfeng what actions should be taken. He could only remain rooted in place, his complexion alternating between crimson and pallid, his heart brimming with indignation and resentment. My lady, this matter is of utmost importance, and I entrust it entirely to your capable hands. I, along with my esteemed brother Tong Tian, must depart to retrieve a vital artifact concerning the well-being of all humanity. Yi Lingfeng gazed solemnly at Nuwa, who was wholly absorbed in the process of refining the five-colored divine stone. With a grave tone, he spoke earnestly. Nuwa responded with a slight nod, signifying her consent. The intricate hand seals she performed transformed continuously, as vibrant hues enveloped the five-colored divine stone. A fierce blaze engulfed it, as if striving to transmute the most precious material in existence into an unparalleled treasure. Upon witnessing the situation, Yi Lingfeng turned to face the Tongtian patriarch and spoke in a grave tone. Brother Tongtian, time is of the essence. We must depart at once. However, the Tongtian patriarch appeared bewildered and hastily inquired, Brother, where are we headed? Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled two words, Beihai. As soon as the words left his lips, the two figures flickered and transformed into beams of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. Yuan Shi Tianzun gazed in the direction where Yi Lingfeng and Tongtian Jiaozhu had departed, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance and anger. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that everyone was diligently attending to their respective tasks, while he felt as though he had nothing to occupy his time. In exasperation, Yuan Shi Tianzun begrudgingly set off towards Kunlun Mountain. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, he not only forfeited a significant amount of merit but also jeopardized his teachings, leading to severe losses when faced with the impending calamity due to insufficient fortune. Chapter 75, The Mysterious Tortoise of Beihai. Yi Lingfeng and the Tongtian master hastily arrived at the shores of the Northern Sea. As soon as they settled, Yi Lingfeng summoned his full magical prowess and, with a resounding voice, called out to the vast and boundless Northern Sea, Ancient tortoise of the Northern Sea, who is there? An ancient voice, imbued with the weight of time and distance, reverberated from the depths of the Northern Sea. In an instant, the entire Northern Sea seemed to be struck by a colossal boulder, shattering its tranquility. The waters began to churn violently, as if brought to a boil. The tumultuous waves clashed against one another, producing a deafening roar, as if heralding the approach of an extraordinary event. Before long, an astonishingly massive tortoise slowly emerged from the depths, its size reaching an unimaginable scale, akin to a moving continent. The intricate patterns on its shell crisscrossed, seemingly embodying some profound cosmic law. Yi Lingfeng wore a solemn expression, approaching the Xian Gui with utmost seriousness. Esteemed Xian Gui, he began, I humbly seek to borrow an item from you. The ancient creature slightly shifted its immense gaze, curiosity gleaming in its eyes as it inquired, Might I ask what it is that you wish to borrow? Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath, his expression unwavering as he earnestly stated, "I wish to make use of your physical form, esteemed senior." Upon hearing this, Tantian Jiaozhu was momentarily taken aback, his face instantly reflecting surprise. He slightly turned his head, fixing his gaze intently upon Yi Lingfeng, curiosity brimming in his eyes as he seemed to ponder the deeper implications of Yi Lingfeng's request. Xiangui, upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, darkened in countenance and responded with grave seriousness, "Dear friend, do not jest in such matters." Yi Lingfeng slightly bowed and sincerely remarked, "Esteemed Senior Xiangui, I assure you, I bear no intention of jesting. Just moments ago, the towering pillar that supports the heavens, Mount Buzhou, has tragically collapsed. The cosmos is now in disarray, and the universe is in turmoil. I am in desperate need of your 4 limbs to serve as a new pillar, to rescue this precarious world." Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's explanation, the expression of astonishment on the face of Tantian Jiao Master swiftly dissipated, replaced by a look of profound realization. "Humph. If you wish to borrow my limbs, then you must be prepared to kill me," roared Xiangui, his fury igniting as he directed his thunderous voice at Yi Lingfeng. The sound reverberated like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding waters to rise in towering waves. "Esteemed Senior Xiangui, please do not be angered," Yi Lingfeng hastily reassured, his countenance remaining earnest and resolute. "In truth, your existence in this primordial world is intended for this critically pivotal moment." "Absurd," Xiangui retorted, his eyes bulging with rage, as if they might ignite flames. "Since my inception, I have lived freely in this realm. How could I possibly exist solely for this moment?" Yet, Yi Lingfeng remained unperturbed, his tone steady as he spoke. "Esteemed elder, you may be unaware. When the great Pangu first separated heaven and earth, establishing the foundation of all existence, he unwittingly ordained the unique destinies of all beings. Observe, since your emergence, your physical form has ceaselessly grown, yet you have been unable to assume your true shape. This is not without reason. It is due to an invisible and profound connection between you and the pillars of the cosmos. Now, as Mount Buzhou has collapsed, plunging the world into chaos, only your 4 limbs can support the impending collapse of the heavens. This is the decree of fate, and it is also your mission." Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's elucidation, the initially furious Xiangui gradually calmed, sinking into deep contemplation. As it pondered Yi Lingfeng's words, it began to discern the possibility that therein lay the truth of the matter. "The ways of heaven are unjust. I am indignant." Xiangui's pent-up frustration surged forth like a torrent, no longer able to be contained. It directed a roar, laden with fury, towards the sky, and immediately, a wave of overwhelming resentment emanated from its being, spreading like a dark mist that shrouded the surrounding heavens in inky blackness. "Elder, please lend me your ear," Yi Lingfeng, noticing Xiangui's agitation, hurriedly interjected in a soothing manner. "What more is there to say?" Xiangui retorted, its face a mask of wrath as it turned to Yi Lingfeng, bellowing fiercely, "Esteemed elder, while this may seem like a perilous calamity threatening your life, viewed from another perspective, it also presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Yi Lingfeng maintained a serious demeanor, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. "Ha ha. Then enlighten me on the nature of this opportunity," Xiangui scoffed, its tone laced with disdain, yet a flicker of anticipation glimmered in its gaze as it inquired. Yi Lingfeng smiled slightly and slowly explained, "As long as you, esteemed elder, willingly relinquish this corporeal shell, allowing it to become a pillar supporting the heavens and earth, you shall then acquire abundant merits from the Tao of heaven. Once these merits are bestowed upon you, you will have the opportunity to reincarnate and cultivate anew. Thus, in your next life, you will be born with great merits at your side, ensuring that your path of cultivation will be remarkably smooth. Furthermore, you will be able to completely free yourself from the constraints of this long-held form, allowing you to truly roam freely between the heavens and the earth." Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng's words, not only did a flicker of emotion cross the eyes of the Xian turtle, but even the Tantian beside him suddenly brightened, as if he had glimpsed a delightful opportunity. Is it truly possible? The Xian turtle's eyes were filled with uncertainty, tinged with a hint of hesitation and anticipation as he inquired once more. "Certainly." Yi Lingfeng nodded earnestly, his expression grave as he declared, "When the time comes, I will personally guide you to your reincarnation, and I assure you that you will attain a status no less than that of a sage." "Is that really true?" The Xian turtle could scarcely believe his ears, his face a mask of incredulity as he sought confirmation again. Rest assured, my friend, the Tontian said with utmost seriousness. My younger brother has always been a man of his word. He speaks with conviction and has never gone back on his promises. After a prolonged silence, the anger in the Xian turtle's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a resolute expression. With a deep sigh, he remarked, very well, since this is a destined mission, I shall accept it. I only hope that you, young friend Yi Lingfeng, will not forget the words spoken today. Yi Lingfeng hastily cupped his hands in salute, and, with a solemn expression, assured, rest assured, esteemed senior, Lingfeng shall not go back on his word. The celestial master nodded slightly, signifying his acknowledgement. After Xian Gui concluded his words, he slowly closed his eyes, and a wisp of primordial spirit gently emerged from the crown of his head, drifting gracefully before Yi Lingfeng. Fellow Taoist, I entrust everything to you, Xian Gui's spirit conveyed, imbued with a sense of weariness and trust. Please, esteemed senior, take refuge here for the time being. This spiritual treasure shall safeguard your primordial spirit. Yi Lingfeng spoke, extending his hand to summon the ethereal white lotus that radiated a gentle luminescence. As the lotus blossomed, its petals shimmered with a crystalline clarity, each one adorned with enigmatic runes, exuding an aura of serenity and sanctity. Thank you, my friend. The grateful Xie Dao Yu said to Yi Lingfeng, before his primordial spirit gradually entered the heart of the pure white lotus. Chapter 76. The End of the Celestial Realm. Old brother Tontian, why are you still dawdling? Seize the moment and act swiftly. Yi Lingfeng wore an expression of exasperation as he urgently addressed the Tontian cult master, his eyes brimming with a sense of urgency. What do you mean by taking action? The Tontian cult master replied, his face a canvas of bewilderment, his gaze reflecting confusion as he instinctively countered. Dismemberment. Surely, you do not intend for me to undertake such a gruesome task? Yi Lingfeng gestured towards the massive body of the North Sea Xian turtle, his face a canvas of disbelief, seemingly astonished by Tontian's reaction. Very well. I shall take action. Tontian finally awoke from his stupor, slapping his forehead as realization dawned upon him. With remarkable speed, he formed hand seals and murmured incantations. In the blink of an eye, the four swords of Zhu Xian manifested as four streaks of piercing light, their blades glinting ominously with a chilling radiance, exuding an aura capable of annihilating heaven and earth, as they swiftly struck at the turtle's four legs. With four crisp sounds akin to slicing through tofu, the turtle's limbs were severed cleanly. In the aftermath of this decisive blow, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The remaining shell began to shrink as if enchanted by an extraordinary spell, gradually diminishing in size, surrounded by a faint halo, reminiscent of a mysterious and miraculous metamorphosis. Ultimately, the shell reduced to the size of a palm, transforming into an exquisite turtle shell. Is this a treasure of the postnatal realm? Tontian exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to contain his surprise. His gaze filled with shock and curiosity. No. Soon it will become a treasure of postnatal merit. Yi Lingfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Tontian furrowed his brow, gazing at Yi Lingfeng with a look of perplexity, his mind swirling with questions, unsure of how to articulate his confusion. Let us depart. Lady Nuwa awaits us, Yi Lingfeng said, offering little explanation as he carefully stowed away the turtle shell and the pure world white lotus, then urged him onward. Tontian nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. He summoned the turtle's severed legs to him, and, alongside Yi Lingfeng, executed a divine technique, transforming into two streaks of light, vanishing from their original location. In a fleeting moment, they returned to the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. Yi Lingfeng raised his gaze to the sky, now free from any further leakage, and hurriedly approached Nuwa. Lady, is the repair of the heavens complete? He inquired. It is nearly finished, though a little remains, Nuwa replied softly. Her gaze tenderly fixed on the heavens she was mending. Despite her weariness, her expression radiated focus and resolve. At that moment, the Qiankuan cauldron in her hands emitted a gentle and warm glow, illuminating everything around it like the balmy sun of spring. The five-colored divine stones refined within the cauldron had transformed into a vibrant stream of colors, akin to ethereal fairies, continuously merging into the striking fissures of the heavens. At this juncture, Shoyong quietly approached, presenting the final batch of refined five-colored divine stones to Nuwa. The remnants of reluctance lingered on his face. He had refrained from further protest, and his demeanor no longer bore the intense hostility it once did. Yi Lingfeng observed this scene and turned to look at Zhu Rong, sincerely expressing, "Ancestor Zhu Rong, I am truly grateful for your assistance this time. Had it not been for your intervention, the refinement of the five-colored divine stone would surely not have proceeded so smoothly." Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong merely scoffed softly, turning her head slightly away, her gaze revealing a trace of complex emotions, yet the overt sense of resistance had notably diminished. Yi Lingfeng once again directed his gaze towards the three, Ta Qing Laozi, Zhuanti, and Jian. They were exerting themselves to the utmost, straining against the heavens above. Their foreheads glistened with a profusion of beads of sweat, the size of mung beans, cascading down their cheeks and soaking their garments. Yi Lingfeng hastily spoke, "Esteemed friends, your efforts are greatly appreciated. The pillars of heaven have been successfully returned by myself and Brother Tontian. I kindly ask you to endure just a moment longer." Upon uttering these words, Yi Lingfeng and the Tontian Patriarch wasted no time and swiftly employed their formidable powers, propelling the four legs of the Xiangui toward the four extremities of the primordial world. Once they securely established the four new pillars of heaven in the four extremities, the entire land of the primordial world seemed to sense a potent and stabilizing force, gradually ceasing its tremors and finally restoring to a state of tranquility. Almost simultaneously, the repair work of the celestial dome by Nuwa was declared complete. The once tattered dome, under the restoration of the five-colored divine stone, began to regain its former luster and solidity, as if it had never endured any damage. Thus, the celestial dome of the primordial world was wholly restored to its original state. With the entire primordial realm returning to peace, the heavenly Tao, sensing the moment, began to bestow an abundance of merit. In an instant, a cascade of golden clouds of merit surged forth, enveloping the entire dome like a vast ocean of gold. These clouds radiated a gentle and sacred light, seemingly narrating the myriad efforts and sacrifices made during this great calamity. In this distribution of merit, the foremost recipients were Yi Lingfeng and Nuwa. Their contributions to the salvation of the primordial world were the most significant, thus they received the greatest share of merit. The clouds of merit surged toward them like two golden dragons, each bestowing upon them 2/10 of the total merit. Subsequently, the Xiangui of the Northern Sea, having resolutely sacrificed itself to uphold the new pillars of the primordial world, also received a generous reward. 1.5 of merit descended like golden raindrops, with 1/10 precisely settling within its primordial spirit, laying a solid foundation for its reincarnation and recultivation. The remaining 1/2 gently fused into its shell, which instantly radiated brilliant light, transforming into a postnatal treasure of merit, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. The remaining four saints, Taiji Laozu, Zhuanti, Jane, and the Tontian Patriarch, each received 1/10 of the merit. Their figures, illuminated by the golden clouds of merit, appeared increasingly sacred and solemn. The final 1/2 of merit descended like golden snowflakes, fluttering down upon the human race. Despite their frail strength during this calamity, under Yi Lingfeng's guidance, they too had saved many sentient beings. Thus, this 1/2 of merit served as a reward from the heavenly Tao to humanity. As for the Witch Clan, due to the calamity arising from their internal strife, which brought immense disaster to the primordial world, they received no merit. They silently observed this scene, perhaps harboring a multitude of complex emotions, yet they could only accept this outcome. Lady Nuwa, please summon the current leaders of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, Yi Lingfeng said earnestly after the merit distribution concluded. Has everything already reached a conclusion? What need is there to summon them? Nuwa furrowed her brows, filled with confusion, exchanging glances with the nearby saints before inquiring further. Once you bring them forth, the reasons shall become apparent. A mysterious smile adorned Yi Lingfeng's face, his eyes glinting with a hint of cunning, as if he were plotting something. In truth, Yi Lingfeng had already devised a plan in his heart. He intended to seize this rare opportunity to procure tangible benefits for the human race. Summoned by several sages, it was not long before the current leaders of the ancient three clans hurriedly arrived before Yi Lingfeng and his companions. At the forefront stood the leader of the Dragon clan, Ying Long, whose robust figure exuded an air of authority. Beside him was the leader of the Phoenix clan, Kai Feng, graceful and enveloped in a myriad of colorful radiance, epitomizing nobility, and finally, the leader of the Qilin clan, Yulin, whose majestic form shimmered with a gentle luster, radiating auspiciousness. The current leaders of the ancient three clans having encountered the sages, expressed their confusion and curiosity. "We are uncertain as to the purpose of your summons, esteemed sages." They inquired respectfully. "It is not us who summoned you, but rather her." Nuwa gently gestured with her delicate finger towards Yilingfeng, speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the three clans turned their gazes towards Yilingfeng. As they beheld him, a seemingly insignificant human, their brows furrowed, and a flicker of disdain and skepticism danced in their eyes. In their perception, the human race was but a relatively weak faction in this primordial world. And it was indeed surprising for Yilingfeng to take the stage. "Esteemed leaders, now that the great calamity of the primordial world has just passed, and the pillars of heaven have recently been established, although the land has regained its tranquility, formidable clans are still required to guard the pillars to ensure the stability of the cosmos. Would you be willing to undertake this heavy responsibility?" Yilingfeng's expression was solemn as he earnestly inquired, his gaze sweeping over the three leaders in turn. "I apologize, but our dragon clan is currently diminished in number and truly incapable of shouldering such a monumental responsibility." Yinglong slightly raised his head, a look of pride adorning his face, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. Yilingfeng, upon hearing Yinglong's response, felt a sense of inevitability within, his expression reflecting a knowing demeanor as he lightly nodded, seemingly unfazed. However, he soon furrowed his brow and retorted, "As an ancient and formidable clan, the dragon race bears a reputation far and wide. How can you shirk the responsibility that is vital to the stability of the primordial realm?" Yinglong, taken aback by Yilingfeng's inquiry, experienced a subtle change in countenance. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly replied, "We possess a collateral lineage, the Azure Dragon, whose qualifications are commendable. Perhaps he may undertake this heavy responsibility." "Then, please summon the Azure Dragon," Yilingfeng said, nodding slowly, his gaze steady. With no other option, Yinglong, albeit with evident reluctance, employed his divine powers to summon the Azure Dragon. However, reflecting on the fact that the Azure Dragon was merely a collateral descendant with strength only at the Tai Golden Immortal level, Yinglong felt somewhat reassured, knowing that even if he were to assume this role, the impact on the Dragon Clan would be minimal. Shortly thereafter, the Azure Dragon made his appearance. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Azure Dragon, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Yilingfeng's eyes, and he nodded slightly. Meanwhile, the other sages, observing this development, furrowed their brows in concern over the outcome. "Leader of the Qilin, might I inquire if your clan is willing to assume the role of the four-polar guardian beast?" Yilingfeng turned his gaze toward the Jade Qilin, posing the question once more. "Esteemed leader of the human race, to speak candidly, our current numbers are indeed alarmingly sparse. We find ourselves with the desire yet lacking the capacity to shoulder such a weighty obligation," the Jade Qilin replied, a troubled expression etched upon his face, his tone laced with helplessness as he offered a wry smile. Yilingfeng listened to the words of the Qilin leader with an air of calmness, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then proceeded to inquire, "Might you recommend a race capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility?" After a moment of contemplation, the Jade Qilin replied earnestly, "Among the beast clans, apart from my own Qilin tribe, the Tiger Clan reigns supreme. I would recommend the White Tiger Clan for this significant task." "Excellent. Please summon the members of the White Tiger Clan," Yilingfeng responded with a satisfied nod. Before long, the Jade Qilin brought forth a figure clad in silver armor, a robust man exuding the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal, radiating an extraordinary presence. Yilingfeng then turned his gaze toward the leader of the Phoenix clan and asked directly, "Phoenix leader, does your clan wish to partake in this endeavor?" "Our clan currently has the fewest members among the three tribes, making it quite challenging to undertake such a significant responsibility," the colorful Phoenix replied, her expression tinged with helplessness as she sighed softly, a hint of remorse reflected in her eyes. Yilingfeng, equally unfazed, maintained a tranquil demeanor and nodded gently. "However, I would like to recommend our neighboring clan, the Vermilion Bird, to undertake this significant responsibility," Kai Feng remarked promptly. "Very well, summon the Vermilion Bird." Yilingfeng gestured in agreement. Soon, a strikingly graceful woman clad in crimson from the Vermilion Bird clan arrived, her movements light and her gaze vibrant. "Have you all gone too far? Merely suggesting a few from the Tai realm to placate my brother?" At this moment, Tong Dian, unable to contain his frustration, erupted in a thunderous voice that resonated like a bell, causing the air around them to vibrate. The ancient three clans, taken aback by Tong Tian's outburst, instinctively glanced towards the several sages. They noticed the displeasure etched on the sages' faces, their eyes reflecting discontent. Immediately, They bowed their heads in silence, fearful of provoking the sages further, their hearts heavy with apprehension. My dear brother Tak Tian, there is no need for such ire. Perhaps this is simply fate's design. I can only hope they do not come to regret their choices later. Yi Lingfeng gazed at the heavenly teacher with a beaming smile, a flicker of profound meaning glinting in his eyes. In a calm tone, he offered words of consolation. Humph. Upon hearing Yi Lingfeng speak, the heavenly teacher, though still harboring dissatisfaction, could only let out a cold snort directed at the ancient three clans, temporarily suppressing the fury that simmered within. Where is the northern black tortoise? Yi Lingfeng suddenly turned around, his eyes gleaming like lightning as he fixed his gaze upon the north, unleashing a thunderous shout that resonated profoundly. His powerful voice seemed capable of piercing the heavens, echoing throughout the vast expanse of the world. In the very next moment, a deafening roar from a distant beast surged forth from the northern horizon, akin to the simultaneous crash of myriad thunderclaps in the earth-quaking underfoot, instilling a sense of dread. Accompanying this ferocious roar, a brilliant streak of light sliced through the sky at an astonishing speed, racing towards the gathered crowd. In the blink of an eye, this radiant flash drew near, and as the brilliance dissipated, a towering figure emerged before them, a robust man of formidable stature, embodying the pinnacle of the Daoyuo realm. This brawny individual stood over 10 feet tall, exuding an unparalleled aura of strength, resembling an immovable mountain. Chapter 78. The return of the sacred beast. The Xuanwu had encountered numerous saints and leaders of the human race, bowing respectfully before them. The reverence displayed by the Xuanwu clan towards Yi Lingfeng stemmed from his prior revelation regarding their role as the 4 cardinal guardian beasts during the acquisition of the Xian turtle's 4 limbs. Rise, Yi Lingfeng said with a beaming smile, nodding his head. Esteemed ones, I shall inquire once more. Are you certain you do not wish to assume the mantle of these 4 cardinal guardian beasts? Yi Lingfeng earnestly posed to the ancient tri-clans. The ancient tri-clans exchanged glances, and with resolute expressions, they nodded in affirmation. Since that is the case, I shall commence, Yi Lingfeng declared, his smile radiant. Heavenly Dao above. Today, I, under the decree of the Dao ancestor, bestow upon the Azure Dragon the title of Eastern Cardinal Guardian Beast to guard the position of the Eastern Wood, overseeing the proliferation of life, safeguarding the land and water, and ensuring the prosperity of all beings. Its spirit shall resonate with spring, nurturing all life with kindness and virtue, allowing the eastern lands to flourish in verdant abundance, teeming with vitality. Yi Lingfeng's demeanor was solemn, his voice resonant, as if each word bore an infinite weight of authority and power, echoing through the cosmos. The Azure Dragon returns to its rightful place. Upon uttering these words, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, enveloping the Azure Dragon like a magnificent silken drape. Within this azure radiance, the Azure Dragon lifted its head and let out a resounding roar, its scales shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. A formidable and serene aura emanated from it, expanding outward in all directions. Originally at the realm of Tai, golden immortal, the Azure Dragon, under the baptism of this azure light, felt its power surge dramatically, transcending boundaries with astonishing rapidity, breaching the Great Luo realm in the blink of an eye, and showing no sign of slowing down. Great Luo golden immortal mid-stage, late stage. Perfected Great Luo, early stage quasi-saint, mid-stage quasi-saint, late stage quasi-saint. It continued to ascend until it reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, at which point its progress gradually came to a halt. Witnessing such a remarkable breakthrough, the onlookers were left awestruck, their mouths agape in sheer disbelief. Even the ancestral witches beside them stared wide-eyed, their mouths gaping as if they could fit an egg inside, unable to fathom how a mere conferment could induce such a cataclysmic transformation in the Azure Dragon's power. A few saints, too, were slightly moved, a flicker of astonishment passing through their usually placid countenances, creating ripples in their previously tranquil minds. The leaders of the ancient 3 clans, while shocked, found themselves grappling with an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Ying Long's eyes blazed crimson, fixated on the Azure Dragon, flames of envy burning within him, rife with regret and resentment. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, murmuring to himself, "Had I known this conferment would yield such immense benefits, I would never have hesitated." Kai Feng looked upon the Azure Dragon's imposing figure with a complex expression. Feelings of bitterness churning within her heart, she never anticipated that a mere collateral branch could attain such stature. Her tone was rife with reluctance and helplessness. Yu Qilin's expression was equally intricate, a blend of astonishment, jealousy, and profound regret. With a deep sigh, he bowed his head, secretly lamenting his hasty decisions of the past. The heavenly Dao commands, today I, in accordance with the edict of the Dao ancestor, Confer the white tiger as the guardian sacred beast of the western extremity. To uphold the position of the gung metal of the West, administering execution and retribution, safeguarding peace in the region and ensuring the well-being of all beings. Its spirit resonates with autumn, and it shall instill fear in the malevolent, ensuring that the lands of the West remain tranquil and harmonious, untainted by evil. Yi Lingfeng's voice resounded once more, solemn and reverent. The white tiger returns to its rightful place. In an instant, a beam of white light descended from the heavens like a bolt of lightning, enveloping the white tiger. Within this white luminescence, the white tiger let out a thunderous roar, its silver armor gleaming with radiant brilliance, a chilling aura pervading the atmosphere. The white tiger's presence surged dramatically, ascending from Tai Golden Immortal to the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. The leaders of the ancient three clans, witnessing this spectacle, found their jealousy ignited even further. Their expressions fluctuated between shades of green and white, their hearts a tumult of emotions as they gazed upon a race they had once scorned, now endowed with formidable power due to Yi Lingfeng's conferment, leaving them filled with regret. The heavenly Tao commands, today I, in accordance with the edict of the Tao ancestor, confer the vermilion bird as the guardian sacred beast of the southern extremity, to uphold the position of the Bing fire of the south, administering illumination and renewal, dispelling darkness and chaos, ensuring the prosperity of all beings. Its spirit resonates with summer, and it shall incinerate all impurities with its blazing flames, illuminating the southern realms with brilliance and vitality. Yi Lingfeng's expression grew increasingly solemn, and ethereal symbols of the heavenly Tao flickered around him, resonating with the cosmos. Return, vermilion bird. With a commanding utterance from Yi Lingfeng, a blazing inferno, seemingly born from the primordial chaos, descended from the heavens, enveloping the vermilion bird in its cataclysmic yet life-giving embrace. The vermilion bird sang joyfully amidst the flames. Its melodious cry was both enchanting and imbued with an infinite majesty, as if proclaiming its rebirth to the universe. The flames enveloping the vermilion bird intensified, transforming its once crimson plumage into a resplendent layer of fiery feathers, each shimmering with mysterious runes. Its aura surged with a ferocity surpassing even that of the azure dragon and white tiger, ascending to new heights at an astonishing pace. From the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, it instantaneously broke through the various minor realms of the great Luo Golden Immortal, leaping directly to the initial stage of the Quasi-Saint, and then, with unstoppable momentum, advanced to the mid and later stages, achieving the pinnacle of the Quasi-Saint realm. At this moment, the flames surrounding the vermilion bird soared skyward, creating a pillar of fire that reached for the heavens, distorting the surrounding space. The onlookers were awestruck by this terrifying power, strenuously channeling their energies to withstand the overwhelming heat. Even several saints were compelled to summon their powers, erecting defensive barriers to shield themselves from this formidable force. Such a breakthrough was simply beyond imagination. The ancestral witch of the earth, Hutu, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. How many more secrets does Yi Lingfeng possess to elevate these divine beasts to such heights? The ancestral witch of Xianming wore a grave expression, internally vigilant. The leaders of the ancient three clans were consumed by jealousy and regret, their emotions reaching a boiling point. The body of Yinglong trembled slightly, his eyes filled with malice as he fixed a seething glare upon the vermilion bird, as if wishing to devour it whole. Kai Feng's gaze was filled with disappointment and resentment. She had never anticipated that her fleeting decision would lead the Phoenix clan to miss such an extraordinary opportunity. Meanwhile, Yu Qilin wore a face of dejection, shaking his head in dismay, burdened by self-reproach. By the decree of the Tao ancestor, I now confer upon Xuanwu the title of the sacred beast of the north, guardian of the northern Renwater. Tasked with preserving tranquility and nurturing the essence of all life, stabilizing the foundation of heaven and earth. Its spirit aligns with winter, steadfast and safeguarding all beings, ensuring the northern realm remains secure, serene, and harmonious. Yi Lingfeng's voice remained resolute and powerful, resonating through the already shaken realm. Xuanwu, return to your rightful place. Instantly, a mysterious and vast obsidian light surged forth from the depths of the endless void, enveloping Xuanwu like a profound ocean. The ancient and enigmatic runes upon Xuanwu's shell shimmered, as if narrating the ancient secrets of the cosmos. Xuanwu emitted a low, rumbling roar, its sound echoing like thunder rolling deep within the earth. Its aura steadily ascended. The process of breaking through was not as tumultuous as that of Zhuke, yet it was imbued with a steady and unstoppable force. Progressing from the great Luo golden immortal, it traversed through the initial, mid, and late stages of quasi-sainthood, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection. At the moment Xuanwu completed its breakthrough, the entire northern realm seemed to erupt with spiritual energy, a powerful and weighty protective force radiating outward, resonating with the powers of the other three primordial beasts, forming a solid and formidable protective barrier that safeguarded the entirety of the primordial world. Is this the power of the four polar guardian sacred beasts? Tongtian Jiaozhu furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Though this act by my younger brother Lingfeng appears to augment the protective forces of the primordial realm, what profound meaning lies behind it? Far away on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted dismissively, his eyes filled with disdain. Merely a human ant. What great waves can he stir? Yet, the faint trace of apprehension in his gaze betrayed the unrest deep within his heart. At that moment, Yi Lingfeng gazed upon the now established four polar guardian sacred beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, and a smile of satisfaction graced his face. He turned to the crowd and spoke slowly. Now that the four poles are secure, the primordial world shall return to tranquility. Chapter 79. The guardian spirit beasts of humanity with a gentle smile adorning his face. Yi Lingfeng addressed the four guardian sacred beasts in a voice vibrant with clarity and heartfelt satisfaction. Congratulations to you all for attaining this supreme fruit status. Not only will your personal strength significantly increase, but your clan's folk will also be graced by this blessing, reaping boundless merit. Having spoken, he respectfully clasped his hands in salute towards the four sacred beasts. Before him, the azure dragon of the east shimmered with the soft luster of its azure scales, and in an instant, transformed into a tall, elegant man clad in a flowing blue robe, exuding an air of grace and nobility. With a respectful countenance, he cupped his fists in greeting to Yi Lingfeng, his words sincere. Thank you, esteemed one, for your gracious bestowal. This profound kindness shall forever remain etched in my heart. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling this trust, safeguarding the eastern lands, ensuring that my kin may bask in the blessings of this merit and enjoy peace year after year. The white tiger of the west, radiating a brilliant silver light and exuding a commanding presence, swiftly morphed into a formidable man dressed in silver robes. With a robust voice, he clasped his fists and declared, "The grace of your lordship, I shall forever remember, an indelible mark upon my soul. Henceforth, I shall wield my supreme might to deter the malevolent forces of the West, preserving tranquility for our lands and ensuring prosperity for my people, never faltering in my duty." The vermilion bird of the south, adorned with resplendent crimson feathers, transformed into a graceful woman in red, her beauty enchanting. With a delicate bow, her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a lark in a sun-dappled glade. Endowed with your lordship's profound favor, I, the vermilion bird, shall strive to extinguish the darkness of the south, allowing light and warmth to prevail. Thus, the younger generations of my clan may thrive under this radiant merit, inheriting our lineage's glory. The black tortoise of the north, a fusion of turtle and serpent, exuded an aura of ancient mystery as it morphed into a resolute man clothed in black, steadfast as a mountain. With a slight nod, his voice resonated like a mighty bell. Thank you, honored one. The black tortoise shall steadfastly guard the north, utilizing my strength to repel all calamities, ensuring that my kin, under my protection, may enjoy peace and merit, basking in everlasting tranquility. Yi Lingfeng gazed at the four beings, a more profound smile gracing his visage as he waved his hand, saying, "Dear friends, there is no need for such formalities. Your current status is on par with that of the saints. Henceforth, let us address each other as fellow Taoists, without any constraints." At this moment, although the four holy beasts' strength may still lag behind that of the heavenly Tao saints, their status had ascended to the same echelon, held in high esteem. The Tongtian master appeared at an opportune moment, exuding an extraordinary aura, his countenance adorned with a benevolent smile as he addressed the four holy beasts. What my younger brother Lingfeng has said is indeed correct. Henceforth, let us refer to one another as fellow Taoists. The other saints echoed his sentiments, extending their goodwill towards the four holy beasts. The four holy beasts, taken aback by such honor, hurriedly responded, their eyes brimming with gratitude towards Yi Lingfeng. Were it not for him, they would hardly have achieved such remarkable accomplishments today. Not far off, the ancient three clans observed this scene, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Once, they too were the sovereigns of the vast primordial lands. Yet now they could only watch as the four holy beasts received such accolades, their hearts heavy with resentment. Yi Lingfeng's expression was earnest as his gaze swept over the four sacred beasts. He spoke, esteemed ones. I humbly request that you become the guardian spirit beasts of the human race. What are your thoughts on this matter? The four sacred beasts exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them. The azure dragon spoke first, his tone sincere. My friend, the favor you have bestowed upon us is indeed profound, and it is only fitting that we reciprocate. To safeguard the human race is our duty. We willingly accept the role of guardian spirit beasts. The other three sacred beasts nodded in agreement, their resolve unwavering. Together, they raised their heads towards the heavens and proclaimed in unison, O great Tao above, we, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, pledge to be the guardian spirit beasts of the human race. May the heavens bear witness to our vow. Their voices resonated throughout the vast expanse, imbued with immense power. In that instant, a grand voice echoed from the sky in response. Granted. As the words faded, the fortunes of the human race surged upward like a rocket, instantly increasing by 40%. On the land of the humans, the populace erupted in jubilant cheers, feeling the blessings brought forth by this newfound, formidable fortune. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lingfeng was filled with immense joy. This is splendid. With four guardians, the survival of our human race becomes significantly more secure. He could not help but sigh inwardly, reflecting on the considerable effort expended to achieve this outcome. Indeed, the impending calamities would henceforth be rendered much safer. However, the chieftain of the dragon clan, Yinglong, from the ancient triad of clans, interjected at an inopportune moment with a disdainful snort, his expression one of utter contempt. Azure Dragon, he remarked, as a proud member of the dragon lineage. How can you so debase yourself to serve as a guardian beast for the human race? His tone was laced with derision and scorn. Yi Lingfeng's expression darkened instantaneously upon hearing Yinglong's words, his aura turning frigid. He slowly pivoted, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed at Yinglong. His voice icy and piercing. Old mudloach, what do you mean by that? Do you look down upon my human race? In that moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 80, Teaching Yinglong a Lesson. Humph. And so what? The human race is but a frail and diminutive tribe. What qualifications do they possess to have my dragon clan lower themselves to protect them? Yinglong's visage twisted in rage, his eyes wide with fury, as he bellowed with a voice that seemed capable of shattering the very air around him. At this juncture, he was entirely consumed by the flames of jealousy, intent solely on venting his pent-up resentment, heedless of the repercussions. Hee, old mudloach, by your own words. It seems you consider yourself quite formidable, do you? Yi Lingfeng wore a cold smile upon his face, a grin imbued with endless mockery, akin to the biting chill of a winter's gale. Humph. Though I, old dragon, may not be of the highest caliber, dealing with mere mortals like you is an effortless task. The eyes of the Yinglong blazed crimson with rage, his dragon whiskers quivering violently in tandem with his fervent emotions. The once orderly scales upon his body now stood erect, resembling indomitable blades, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent, as if declaring his wrath and provocation to the world. Oh, since you are so confident, then today I shall have the pleasure of experiencing just how formidable your so-called noble dragon clan truly is. Yi Lingfeng stood undaunted, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination, as if he could penetrate the very essence of Yinglong's fearsome yet fragile facade. Simultaneously, an awe-inspiring aura emanated from him. Reminiscent of the overwhelming might of a Hunyuan golden immortal, this pressure akin to an invisible mountain, countering the ferocious presence of Yinglong. The air around them seemed to solidify, a palpable tension enveloping the atmosphere as if ignited by the electric charge of their escalating confrontation, producing a crackling sound. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, none anticipating that Yinglong would act so impulsively, brazenly challenging Yi Lingfeng. Infuriated by Yi Lingfeng's retort, Yinglong unleashed a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens and earth. With this bellow, his aura surged with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption, his already formidable presence becoming even more tumultuous. In an instant, his form expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal dragon with wings that spanned millions of miles. The immense dragon body blotted out the sun, and as his wings unfurled, it seemed as though the very fabric of the universe was enveloped within, casting a shadow that evoked a sense of impending doom. Each scale of the dragon gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, resembling impenetrable shields, exuding a terrifying aura that whispered tales of the dragon clan's ancient grandeur and majesty. Following this, he opened his cavernous maw, capable of devouring the cosmos, unleashing a roar that shook the very foundations of the world. This roar surged forth like a tumultuous tide, crashing towards Yilingfeng with an unstoppable force, causing the very space around them to tremble. Yilingfeng's expression was laced with contempt, and he felt a surge of secret delight in his heart. Fully aware that the dragon of response before him had fallen into his trap, this was the perfect opportunity to establish his authority for the human race. At this moment, a thought crossed his mind, and an ancient yet enigmatic radiance flickered. The primordial measuring rod had already appeared in his grasp. As the primordial measuring rod materialized, it emanated an aura of antiquity and profundity, as if it had traversed endless epochs, arriving from the very dawn of creation. The surface of the rod shimmered with fluctuating runes, seemingly whispering the grand, ancient tales of the universe's genesis. With each rune imbued with the mysterious powers of heaven and earth, Yilingfeng firmly grasped the Hongmeng Lia Tian, wielding it as a sword. Channeling the profound and inscrutable principles of the sword Tao inherent in his primordial realm without reservation. In an instant, the Hongmeng Liang Tian radiated an overwhelming brilliance, its dazzling light nearly engulfing all that surrounded it. Yilingfeng moved with the swiftness of lightning, his speed so astonishing that onlookers could scarcely perceive his form before he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared before Yinglong like a wraith. At that moment, his gaze was resolute as iron, and the Hongmeng Liangtian in his hand shone with a cataclysmic radiance, carrying an unstoppable force as it surged towards Yinglong's body with tremendous velocity. The fierce sword energy surged forth, akin to countless blades slicing through the void, where it passed. The fabric of space seemed as fragile as paper, effortlessly parting to reveal minute, yet profound fissures through which the essence of chaos seeped. As if connecting to an unknown realm, Yinglong sensed the terrifying power contained within this strike, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Yet, as the leader of the dragon clan, his innate pride and dignity would not allow him to show weakness. He suddenly swung his enormous wings, and in that instant, a tempest erupted, the tremendous wind pressure forming an unassailable invisible wall pressing down upon Yilingfeng. This force, akin to a tidal wave, seemed intent on utterly crushing him. However, Yilingfeng's assault was as unstoppable as a bamboo splitting apart. The principles of the sword Tao in the primordial realm displayed an unparalleled might at that moment. The Hongmeng Liang Tian in Yilingfeng's hand seemed to possess a life of its own, effortlessly breaking through the formidable wind pressure generated by Yinglong's wings, slicing through them with the ease of cutting tofu. Accompanied by a heart-rending scream, one of Yinglong's wings was severed with alarming ease by Yilingfeng. Instantly, blood cascaded like a torrential downpour, staining vast expanses of the sky crimson. The severed wing, bearing the weight of his massive form, crashed to the ground like a collapsing mountain, producing a deep and thunderous sound that sent clouds of dust swirling, as though a minor earthquake had erupted. Yinglong roared in agony, his colossal body thrashing violently upon the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. He could scarcely fathom that despite exerting his utmost strength, he had so easily lost a wing to Yilingfeng. This humiliation pierced his heart like a sharp thorn, embedding itself deeply within. Yilingfeng, wielding the Hongmeng measuring ruler, hovered steadily in the air, resembling a deity of war. He cast a cold gaze upon Yinglong, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he declared, "Old mudfish, today I shall offer you a complimentary dragon service." With that, he tightened his grip on the ruler, his aura surging once more, clearly intent on delivering another strike to Yinglong, compelling him to pay a more grievous price for his arrogance. Chief, as the four holy beasts have become guardians of humanity, Yilingfeng is also referred to as Chief. At that moment, the azure dragon flashed into view, suddenly positioning himself in front of Yilingfeng. His expression filled with resignation as he implored, "Please, show mercy." A glimmer of urgency and please shone in his eyes, indicating his desire to prevent Yilingfeng from continuing his assault on Yinglong. "Azure Dragon? Are you attempting to stop me?" Yilingfeng furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he regarded the suddenly appearing Azure Dragon, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and discontent. With a weary sigh, the Azure Dragon responded, "Chief, although Yinglong is aired gravely, he remains the leader of my dragon clan. Should you truly slay him, the dragon clan will undoubtedly become irreparably antagonistic towards humanity, which would not bode well for us. The dragon clan possesses profound heritage. Should conflict arise, it could lead to widespread devastation, severely hindering the progress of humanity." Yilingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through them as he coldly remarked. He speaks with arrogance, showing blatant disdain for humanity. Shall we let him off so easily? The dignity of humankind cannot be trampled upon by others. The azure dragon bowed its head, earnestly stating, I am willing to bear his punishment on his behalf. I implore the leader to grant our dragon clan an opportunity. It would be truly regrettable if one individual's actions were to sow deep-seated enmity between our two races. Yuling Feng pondered for a moment, his gaze oscillating between the azure dragon and the Yinglong. At last, he spoke slowly, Very well, for your sake, I shall refrain from granting him a draconic service. Upon uttering these words, a look of regret washed over his face, as if he had missed a splendid opportunity. In response, Yinglong roared with indignation, Azure Dragon, there is no need for you to plead on my behalf. I am a formidable ancient divine beast, and I do not cower before him. Though his voice was laced with fury, it also betrayed a hint of reluctance. Yi Lingfeng let out a cold grunt, his gaze piercing like lightning as it fell upon Yinglong. He spoke, Humph. The three ancient clans, ever since the Dragon Han calamity. Which of you has not borne the weight of boundless karma? If you continue to harbor such arrogance and fail to recognize your own predicament, the only path that awaits you is annihilation. Do not deceive yourselves into believing you can remain exalted as in times past. The primordial wilderness of today is no longer the era in which you could act with impunity. Yi Lingfeng's words resonated like a resounding bell, echoing in the ears of everyone present, plunging each individual into a profound contemplation. Chapter 81. The joining of the Qilin and Phoenix clans. And so what? Yinglong retorted, his hair and beard bristling, his eyes shimmering with defiance and indignation. With veins bulging at his neck, he bellowed with the voice of thunder, I shall never yield. If the Azure Dragon willingly descends into degradation, forsaking the glory of the Dragon Clan to align with humanity, then from this moment forth, he shall no longer be regarded as one of our kin. His voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, imbued with an undeniable firmness, as if to declare that the Azure Dragon would be irrevocably erased from the lineage of the Dragon Clan. Upon hearing these words, the Azure Dragon trembled violently, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Slowly, it turned its head to gaze at Yinglong, its eyes filled with incredulity. Once, Yinglong was the pride of the Dragon Clan, a leader whom it revered and followed. Yet now, the words uttered by this once respected elder pierced its heart like sharp blades. The Azure Dragon's body quivered slightly, its dragon eyes filled with anguish and confusion, as if at this moment, it began to question everything it had once steadfastly believed in. Hehehe, Yi Lingfeng remarked, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he shook his head slowly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Yinglong, you are truly unworthy of being a clan leader. Your short-sightedness blinds you to the fact that the Azure Dragon's choice aligns with the greater trend. Look for yourself. See what your obstinate decision has wrought upon the Dragon Clan. His voice was soft, yet it contained an intangible power that sent a tremor through the assembly. At this, Yinglong's heart sank, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy to sense the state of the entire Dragon Clan. In an instant, his complexion paled to a ghostly white. He perceived that the faint strands of fortune that had trickled in due to the Azure Dragon's role as the guardian beast of humanity were now swept away like a burst dam, leaving the entire aura of the Dragon Clan diminished. More alarmingly, the karmic burdens that should have gradually lessened alongside the Azure Dragon's protective actions now surged like a wildfire, resembling an oppressive mountain that rendered the Dragon Clan breathless. Today, in consideration of the Azure Dragon, I shall spare your life. Yi Lingfeng's demeanor was serene, his gaze calm as he looked at Yinglong, his voice devoid of any ripple. Be gone. Take your narrow pride and leave this place. Though his words were soft, they bore the weight of an unassailable decree, stirring a profound sense of helplessness within Yinglong. In that moment of clarity, Yinglong gradually retracted his overwhelming aura, reverting to his human form. He staggered, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. One of his arms had vanished, the severed limb bleeding profusely, rendering him particularly disheveled. He stumbled before the Qilong, casting a final, lingering glance at him, a gaze filled with regret, reluctance, and an ineffable loneliness. With a deep sigh, his figure gradually faded into the air, leaving behind an eerie silence. Qilong, do not be sorrowful. Yi Lingfeng gently patted Qilong's shoulder, his tone soothing as he consoled, from this day forth, your Qilong clan shall become part of the human race. Here, you shall find true belonging. Together, we shall forge brilliance. His voice was like the warm sun of spring, enveloping Qilong's wounded heart in warmth. The chief's great kindness. Qilong shall never forget. Qilong's eyes shimmered with tears, filled with gratitude as he bowed deeply to Yi Lingfeng. seemingly seeking to express his boundless appreciation and loyalty through this gesture. At that moment, steady footsteps approached, and the colorful phoenix and jade Qilin, with solemn strides, suddenly appeared before Yi Lingfeng, respectfully bowing in deference. "What brings you two here?" Yi Lingfeng, momentarily taken aback, displayed a look of perplexity. His gaze shifting back and forth between the colorful phoenix and the jade Qilin, inwardly speculating on their intentions. "Chief Lingfeng, our phoenix clan, Qilin clan, wishes to become the guardians of the human race." The colorful phoenix and jade Qilin exchanged a glance filled with earnestness, speaking in unison. "We hope that Chief Lingfeng will grant us this request." Their voices carried a hint of anticipation, as if awaiting the judgment of destiny. Yi Lingfeng furrowed his brow slightly, his expression growing solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed deeply at the Kai Feng and Yu Qilin, and slowly spoke. "Do you comprehend the significance of being guardians for the human race? It is not merely a matter of enjoying fortune. The responsibilities involved are profound and far exceed your imagination. Should the human race encounter peril, you must unreservedly lend your utmost assistance, regardless of the cost." His voice was deep and resolute, each word resonating like a hammer striking against the hearts of Kai Feng and Yu Qilin. Exchanging glances, a flicker of determination passed between them, and they nodded firmly. "We understand the stakes involved," Yu Qilin articulated first, his tone steady and strong. "Your recent words have illuminated our understanding of reality. The times have changed. We are no longer in the era of our ancient three-clan supremacy. It is a fortune for the human race to have a leader like you, and it presents an opportunity for us as well. We believe that by aligning ourselves with the human race, we shall undoubtedly forge a magnificent future together." Upon witnessing this, Yi Lingfeng's face illuminated with a sense of relief, and the shadows in his eyes gradually dissipated. "In light of this, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the human race as you join us," he said with a smile, his tone imbued with delight, slightly nodding as he added, "However, once you join, it is imperative that you adhere strictly to the customs of our people, never acting recklessly and tarnishing the decorum of humanity." Kai Feng and Yu Qilin promptly nodded in agreement, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. They understood well that from this moment forth, their fates would be irrevocably intertwined with that of the human race. Subsequently, Yi Lingfeng's expression turned solemn as he raised his hand slowly, a surge of spiritual energy enveloping him, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. Channeling his magical prowess, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "In the name of the leader of the human race, I bestow the title of Guardian Beast upon the Feng clan." With Kai Feng as the guardian leader of the Feng clan, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding humanity, partaking in the offerings of the human race, and nurturing our prosperity. As soon as his words fell, a radiant array of colors descended from the heavens, resembling a magnificent rainbow that enveloped Kai Feng. The brilliance surrounding her shimmered, and with exhilaration, she soared into the sky, her feathers becoming increasingly resplendent, each plume glimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if encapsulating all the beauty of the world. A powerful and serene aura emanated from her, radiating outward, breathing life into the flowers, grasses, and trees in her vicinity. Under the baptism of this light, the boundless karmic burdens Kai Feng carried were remarkably halved, and even her strength experienced a slight enhancement, as if she had been reborn. Following this, Yi Lingfeng spoke again, his voice still loud and resolute. "I bestow the title of Guardian Beast upon the Qilin clan. With Yu Qilin as the guardian leader of the Qilin clan, tasked alongside the Feng clan with the noble responsibility of protecting humanity, partaking in the lineage of the human race, and blessing the continuity of our people." A ray of auspicious light then descended, akin to a brilliant starbeam, surrounding Yu Qilin. With a piercing roar that echoed through the skies, his scales shimmered with an enigmatic luster, seemingly brimming with boundless power. His physique appeared even more majestic, muscles taut, as strength coalesced within him, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. The already potent presence of the Qilin clan intensified, as if establishing a profound connection with some mysterious force of nature, and he felt himself merging with the very essence of the world around him. Chapter 82. The conclusion. Yi Lingfeng gazed solemnly at the colorful phoenix and the jade Qilin, proclaiming, "Now that you have become the guardians of humanity, it is imperative that you join forces with the four holy beasts, uniting in our mission to protect humankind. Though humanity may be frail, its potential is boundless. The path ahead is fraught with uncertainty and challenges, necessitating our collective endeavor and camaraderie." The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with warmth as they extended a heartfelt welcome to the newly allied Phoenix and Kirin clans. The auras of the four holy beasts resonated harmoniously with those of the colorful phoenix and jade Kirin, as if forging an even more formidable alliance of guardianship. A powerful force coursed between them, evoking a palpable sense of unity. "We shall not fail in our duty," declared the colorful phoenix and jade Kirin in unison. Their voices resonating through the heavens, causing the very air around them to tremble. Their tones were imbued with unwavering resolve, as if proclaiming to the universe their commitment to the prosperity and flourishing of humanity, willing to pay any price to fulfill this vow. Yilingfeng nodded in satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing his face. "From this day forth, we shall be one family," he declared. "I shall impart to you certain formations intricately linked to the fate of humankind. In doing so, your bond with our kind will strengthen, and your powers shall mutually enhance one another. This is our shared safeguard, the key to our ascendance towards greatness." With that, Yilingfeng swiftly formed intricate hand seals, and mysterious runes flickered and danced in his palms, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. He infused the four symbols array and the great five elements array into the bodies of the phoenix, the jade Kirin, and the four sacred beasts. At the moment the formations entered their beings, they felt a warm current coursing through them, as if an invisible force was binding them closely to humanity. Their own powers seemed to establish a wondrous connection with the collective fate of humankind, allowing them to sense the joys and sorrows of humans, while also enabling them to harness human strength to elevate themselves. This secret art not only allows you to enhance your own abilities while safeguarding humanity through its fate, but also enables you to perceive crises faced by humankind and provide timely assistance. Yilingfeng patiently elucidated that this was our shared secret weapon, as well as the cornerstone of our guardianship over humanity. The phoenix and the jade Qilin felt the transformative changes within them, their admiration and gratitude towards Yilingfeng deepening. They understood that this gesture not only represented his trust in them, but also forged an unassailable line of defense for the future of humankind. With this fortification, humanity would face the trials and tribulations of the coming years unafraid. At that moment, the human clan on Shoyong Mountain erupted in fervor upon learning the news. They rejoiced, their faces aglow with happiness and delight. They recognized that with the alliance of the Phoenix and Qilin clans, the strength of humanity had been significantly augmented, promising a more stable future. They envisioned a prosperous and flourishing future for humanity, their hearts brimming with hope and aspiration. "Brother Lingfeng, with you by our side, humanity is destined to rise as a great clan, comparable to the witch and demon races," remarked the Tongtian master as he approached Yilingfeng, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, you jest," Yilingfeng replied modestly. "Humanity merely seeks self-preservation. We harbor no ambitions to vie with other races for supremacy." Yilingfeng spoke earnestly, his gaze resolute and tranquil. In the current tumultuous state of the primordial world, the human race seeks merely a haven of stability, a place where their kin can thrive and perpetuate their lineage. Tongtian, the master of heaven, nodded slightly, stroking his beard as he remarked, "My dear brother, your mindset is indeed a blessing for the human race." With that, he declared, "It is time for me to return." Yilingfeng's eyes were sincere as he addressed the several saints, his voice imbued with respect and a sense of farewell. The saints nodded gently, their expressions warm as they returned his gesture with courtesy. Subsequently, their forms appeared to meld with the cosmos, shimmering with a gentle radiance. Enveloped in the glow, their figures gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a serene space as if they had never been there. "Well then, you all may return to your respective places," Yilingfeng said calmly, turning to the four holy beasts. His gaze conveyed trust and anticipation, as though imparting the weighty duty of guardianship upon them. The four holy beasts nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. They shimmered brilliantly, transforming into four radiant streaks of light that surged forth towards the cardinal directions like bolts of lightning. These streaks moved at an incredible speed, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, leaving behind vibrant trails of light that lingered briefly in the sky before gradually fading away. Soon after, the jade Qilin and the colorful phoenix approached Yilingfeng with graceful strides. The jade Qilin lowered its head slightly, respectfully stating, "Leader, we shall return to our kin. Should there be any commands, feel free to summon us." The colorful phoenix followed suit, bowing gently and whispering, "Leader, take care. We take our leave." With a gentle smile, Yilingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. The two then turned, transforming into two brilliant beams of light as they departed towards their respective clans. "Let us return as well," he suggested. At that moment, Nuwa approached with a graceful gait, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, and softly spoke beside Yilingfeng. Her voice was tender and melodious, akin to the caress of a spring breeze, instilling a sense of warmth and reassurance. "My lady, please store away Mount Buzhou for now. It can be refined into a formidable treasure using the Qian Kuan cauldron. I have a few matters to attend to. Yilingfeng wore a broad smile as he gestured towards the half-exposed Mount Buzhou, addressing Nuwa. Nuwa nodded in understanding, her face etched with concern as she inquired. What is it? Is there danger? Her gaze was fixed intently on Yilingfeng, as if seeking to decipher any hint from his expression. Do not worry, my lady. There should be no peril. As Yilingfeng spoke, he channeled the magical energy within him, gradually releasing his consciousness like delicate threads. Ultimately fixing his focus upon the solitary figure of the ancestral witch, Hutu. Chapter 83. Huta gathers the primordial spirit. Take care of yourself, Nuwa uttered. Her eyes brimming with concern, her gentle words imbued with boundless worry. She lightly raised her hand, instantly enveloping half of Mount Buzhou within her palm, the colossal mountain. Under her mystical influence, was effortlessly controlled as if it were mere dust. Subsequently, her figure gradually faded into the horizon, leaving behind a fleeting silhouette of light. Once Nuwa departed, the spiritual energy around Yilingfeng surged, transforming in an instant into a dazzling stream of light, racing towards Hutu's location. His speed was as swift as lightning, slicing through the vast expanse, causing the very fabric of space to tremble slightly in deference to his urgency. The ancestral witch, Hutu, having encountered her companion Lingfeng, keenly sensed his approach. Her demeanor turned solemn as she clasped her hands in salute, bowing respectfully. Her voice resonated powerfully in the desolate realm, echoing through the emptiness. Having met with Hutu, I wonder what sentiments arise within her upon witnessing such a scene. Yilingfeng's countenance was grave, his expression earnest, and his gaze betrayed a profound sense of worry. He slowly raised his arm, gesturing towards the surroundings. The earth lay in ruin, mountains had collapsed, rivers had run dry, and the scorched land was permeated with an air of desolation. Countless vengeful spirits drifted above this wasteland, their forms ethereal and distorted, emitting wails that resonated like mournful laments for their cruel fate. What does this signify, my friend Lingfeng? Huta's brow knitted slightly, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. Her voice unconsciously deepening, tinged with a hint of caution and perplexity. Can you perceive these vengeful spirits? Are you able to sense their emotions at this moment? Yilingfeng's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed his gaze intently on Hutu, earnestly inquiring. I could not fully comprehend the situation, observing them. I was only enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Huta furrowed her brow, slowly shaking her head, her face reflecting a mix of confusion and helplessness. Her eyes swept over the drifting souls, striving to glean more information, yet she remained unable to grasp the depths of their anguish. Your inability to perceive this stems from the fact that your witch clan lacks a primordial spirit, hindering your awareness. If you possessed a primordial spirit, you would understand the extent of their suffering, Yilingfeng elucidated, a hint of sorrow tinged in his tone. Huta paused momentarily, a complex expression flickering in her eyes, embodying both a yearning for the unknown and a sense of resignation towards her own limitations. I genuinely wish to experience their emotions, she lamented. Yet she was acutely aware that her innate lack of a primordial spirit rendered her powerless to do so, leaving her with a visage of profound helplessness. I possess a rare treasure known as the Gathering Spirit Pearl. It can assist those without a primordial spirit in coalescing one, and can also enhance the spiritual power of those who already possess it. Would you care to try? Yilingfeng spoke, and with a flash of brilliance from his hand, a sphere emanating a gentle green glow materialized in his palm. The surface of this orb was adorned with mysterious runes, its light soft and warm, as if encapsulating boundless vitality. Could it truly be so? Huta's face was a canvas of disbelief, her eyes wide and fixated on the gathering essence pearl, reflecting both anticipation and a hint of skepticism. Of course, all you need to do is press it to your forehead, and the truth shall reveal itself. Yilingfeng smiled and spoke, and as his words faded, the bead in his hand began to gently float upwards towards Hutu, coming to rest before her. Huta gazed at the suspended bead, her heart wavering. Though it appeared ordinary, this bead held the potential to alter her path of cultivation, perhaps even change the fate of the witch clan. Yet, when she cast her eyes upon the tormented souls, her resolve solidified. Taking a deep breath, she reached out and brought the bead slowly to her forehead. The moment the bead made contact, an extraordinary radiance flashed, and the gathering essence bead seamlessly integrated into Hutu's being. It first opened up a brand new realm within her sea of consciousness, which had previously been a chaotic void, now illuminated by this mysterious force. Subsequently, the gathering essence bead began to draw in the soul power from Hutu, these energies swirling around the bead like ethereal sprites, merging into one. The first manifestation was a blazing essence fire, its flames a haunting blue, emanating a mystical aura that illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Gradually, This essence fire-cooled, transforming into a crystalline essence liquid, flowing with an air of boundless wisdom and strength. Ultimately, the essence liquid coalesced into a petite and exquisite manifestation of Hutu's true form. This form was vividly lifelike, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Hutu herself, yet radiating a gentle glow, reminiscent of newfound hope. Once Hutu's essence was fully condensed, the gathering essence bead gently exited her sea of consciousness, returning to Yilingfeng's hand. Moments later, Hutu slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, a light born of a newfound understanding of the world. "How do you feel, fellow Taoist Hutu?" Yilingfeng inquired with eager anticipation, his eyes filled with concern. "I sense an unparalleled clarity of the universe," Hutu replied earnestly, her gaze sweeping around as if she were truly seeing the world for the first time. The mountains, rivers, and tormented souls all appeared so vividly alive. "Now, take a moment to sense them." Yilingfeng gestured towards the restless spirits. Hutu nodded, inhaling deeply as she gradually released her consciousness. Her awareness extended like delicate threads towards the souls, attempting to touch their essence. Soon, tears began to stream down her cheeks. The anguish, despair, and resentment of these souls surged into her heart like a tidal wave, making her acutely empathetic. After absorbing their emotions, Hutu yearned to articulate her feelings, but her throat felt constricted, words eluding her grasp. "They suffer greatly, do they not?" Yilingfeng remarked gravely, his voice low and heavy. Hutu, weeping, nodded in painful acknowledgement, her heart overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach. They were beings at the bottom of this world, striving daily to survive. Yet the battle between the two ancestral witches had led to the demise of countless lives like theirs, now doomed to wander as restless spirits until they dissipated into the cosmos. Yilingfeng spoke with a heavy heart, each word striking like a hammer upon the heart of Hutu. "I am truly sorry, deeply sorry," Hutu expressed to the tormented souls, her voice trembling with remorse and guilt. "Lingfeng, my friend, I wish to assist them. Do you have a solution?" Hutu asked earnestly, her eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Chapter 84, Preparing for Reincarnation. "Are you truly willing? Even if it means sacrificing your own life?" Yilingfeng's expression was grave, his gaze fixed intently upon Hutu, as if he sought to penetrate the depths of her every emotion. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed slowly through the shrouded realm, imbued with an undeniable solemnity. Upon hearing his words, Hutu's form momentarily froze, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing her eyes. In that instant, a torrent of thoughts surged within her mind, the preciousness of life, the weight of obligation colliding fiercely in a single moment. Yet, as her eyes once again met the tormented souls drifting painfully in the void, their distorted, despairing visages and the haunting, mournful wails pierced her heart like sharp blades. In that fleeting moment, Hutu's hesitation dissipated, replaced by an unwavering resolve, a fearless determination to sacrifice everything for the salvation of all beings. "I am willing, even to give my life," Hutu declared, her voice resolute and steady, each word emanating from the depths of her soul, infused with the courage and responsibility of one who has burned their boats behind them. Her gaze was calm as still water, yet profound as the ocean, containing a steadfast belief potent enough to shake the heavens and earth. "Very well, let us proceed." Yilingfeng nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. In that smile lay admiration for Hutu's bravery and anticipation for the monumental mission that lay ahead. He rose slowly, his presence composed and restrained, yet subtly radiating a reassuring strength. "Where are we going?" Hutu inquired, her face a portrait of confusion, her eyes shimmering with uncomprehending light. She looked to Yilingfeng, attempting to glean a hint of understanding from his expression, yet he merely smiled enigmatically, offering no response. "Follow them, and you shall comprehend everything." Yilingfeng extended his slender finger, gently indicating the souls drifting away like a tide. Their silhouettes were ethereal and insubstantial, appearing diminutive beneath the somber sky, yet they bore an immense weight, each soul carrying a fragment of a lost life, a lingering regret. Though Hutu was filled with questions, her trust in Yilingfeng compelled her to follow him without hesitation, embarking on this uncertain journey. Along the way, they traversed desolate mountains and crossed parched rivers, the surroundings growing increasingly dilapidated, while the drifting souls amassed like a dense storm cloud. When they finally arrived beside the endless sea of blood, the sight before Hutu left her utterly astounded. Towering resentment surged like a tumultuous black tide, reaching for the heavens, completely obscuring the sky, leaving no trace of light. Within the boundless blood sea, the waves churned violently, akin to roaring beasts, each surge accompanied by the agonized screams of the souls. Those souls struggled desperately within the blood sea, their bodies contorted, faces grotesque, as some powerful souls began to frantically consume their weaker kin, the chilling cries echoing relentlessly. A scene too horrific to behold. How can there be so many tormented souls? Hutu's voice trembled, her eyes filled with shock and compassion. Her lips quivered slightly, as though she could scarcely believe the hellish sight before her. How many calamities have befallen since the dawn of the primordial era? Every time a great calamity occurs, the fallen beings arrive here, which explains the multitude. Yiling Feng's voice was deep and hoarse, as if recounting a weighty history. His gaze penetrated the depths of a sea of blood, filled with resignation and reflection. My friend, please speak. What must I do to rescue them? Ho-Tu's face was etched with urgency, her eyes shimmering with anxious light. In truth, there exists a method to liberate them eternally. Yiling Feng's expression grew solemn, each line on his face seemingly carved with the vicissitudes of time and wisdom. What is this method? Speak quickly. Ho-Tu's eyes brightened, her urgency intensifying, her breath quickening as if she could hardly contain the hope of salvation for all beings within her grasp. It is to create a realm where every soul may reincarnate after death, thus allowing the cycle of life to continue. I shall call this reincarnation. Yiling Feng spoke each word with deliberate precision, his voice resolute and powerful, as if he were proclaiming a decree that would alter the fate of the primordial world. Reincarnation? So this is what it truly means. Ho-Tu murmured to herself, her eyes initially clouded with confusion, as though she were enveloped in a thick mist, unable to discern her path. However, as she repeatedly uttered these two words, the fog began to lift, and the perplexity in her gaze gradually faded, replaced by a dawning brilliance, an illumination of understanding, a spark of wisdom igniting within her, revealing the essence of life itself. Have you come to a realization, my friend? Yiling Feng inquired eagerly, his eyes alight with excitement. He fixed his gaze upon Ho-Tu, as if awaiting a response that would determine the fate of the primordial realm. Thank you for your guidance, my friend. It is time for me to fulfill my mission. Ho-Tu replied gratefully, nodding her head with respect and determination. She understood that from this moment forth, she would bear the weighty responsibility of saving countless lives, embarking upon a grand journey. My friend, remember to swear an oath to the great Tao shortly, Yiling Feng reminded her, his voice deep and solemn, conveying a message of utmost significance. Though Ho-Tu did not grasp the full depth of his words, her trust in Yiling Feng compelled her to nod seriously in agreement. Subsequently, she slowly lifted her gaze to the boundless sky, her expression grave and solemn. Great Tao above, I, Ho-Tu, vow to devote all of myself to the path of reincarnation, to rescue the countless souls trapped in despair, ensuring that all living beings are granted the opportunity for rebirth, thus establishing an eternal cycle. Her voice was resolute and resonant, imbued with a sacred sense of purpose that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Agreed. A magnificent voice echoed from the heavens, rolling forth like the sound of a great bell, resonating in every corner of the primordial world, clear in the ears of every living being, as if the great Tao itself were endorsing Ho-Tu's vow. Ho-Tu then turned slowly, casting a deep glance at Yiling Feng. In that moment, her eyes expressed gratitude, trust, and an unspoken longing, as if she were entrusting her unfulfilled wishes to this like-minded companion. In the next instant, a tremendous power erupted from her being, surging forth like a volcano, causing the very air around them to tremble. Subsequently, Ho-Tu began to transform into her true form as an ancestral shaman, her colossal figure towering above, radiating an aura of infinite majesty and strength, just as she was prepared to plunge into the boundless sea of blood, dedicating herself to the cycle of reincarnation. A sharp voice suddenly sliced through the air. Ho-Tu, this land is my domain. I implore you to depart at once. The figure of Ming He materialized in the center of the blood sea, surrounded by a dense aura of malevolence. Wielding the sinister abyssal sword that glimmered with an eerie light, his blood-red hair wild in the wind, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Ho-Tu furrowed her brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features, but she quickly regained her composure. She regarded Ming He, her voice steady and unwavering. Ming He, this is a matter of great righteousness. Do not impede me. Her gaze was piercing, locking on to Ming He's eyes, as though conveying her unshakable resolve. Ming He let out a derisive laugh, his tone laced with mockery and disdain. This blood sea is my territory. Are you not encroaching upon my domain by attempting to enact reincarnation here? His aura surged with blood energy, the waves of crimson rising in tandem with his emotions, as if showcasing his tyranny and authority to the world. Yiling Feng stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Ho-Tu, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the river of the underworld, exuding an air of fearless determination. Do you not comprehend, river of the underworld, that if these countless vengeful spirits remain unliberated, the primordial realm shall know no peace? His voice resonated with conviction and strength, each syllable striking the heart of the river like a heavy hammer. Yet, the river of the underworld remained unmoved, letting out a derisive snort, his eyes glinting with an icy light. What concern is that of mine? The sea of blood is my foundation. The sword in his hand quivered slightly, as if eager to quench its thirst with the blood of the adversary. Huda formed seals with her hands, her aura intensifying, radiating like a blazing sun that illuminated the entirety of the blood sea. My resolution is unwavering. Today, even if I must expend all my strength, I shall transcend the cycle of reincarnation here. Her voice bore an unyielding momentum, declaring to the river of the underworld that no matter the trials that lay ahead, she would not retreat an inch. Witnessing this, the river of the underworld's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widened in fury as he brandished the sword, charging forth like a bolt of black lightning. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. His figure darted through the waves of blood with ghostly speed, the sword in his grasp emanating a fierce killing intent, bearing down upon Hutu. Hutu, my friend, fulfill your mission. I shall handle the rest. Yilingfeng, with a countenance marked by solemnity, addressed Hutu with unwavering determination and confidence, as if vowing to safeguard her. Then I shall rely on you, Lingfeng, Hutu replied, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Subsequently, she cast aside any hesitation and resolutely plunged into the boundless sea of blood. Her figure resembled a shooting star, soaring through the crimson waves before vanishing into the abyss of sanguine tides. Just as the malevolent Mingi was about to intervene, Yilingfeng swiftly appeared before him, wielding the primordial measuring ruler of the heavens. This ruler exuded an aura of ancient mystique, its surface adorned with archaic runes, each inscribed symbol encapsulating boundless power. Yilingfeng, wielding the celestial measuring ruler, stood resolutely like a towering mountain before the river of Hades. His gaze was unwavering and piercing, as if to declare to the river of Hades that he would not waver in this battle. Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Perish, roared the river of Hades as he brandished the primordial annihilation sword, summoning a flurry of sword blossoms, accompanied by a torrent of crimson flames and the thick, inky power of the blood sea, surging towards Yilingfeng like a relentless black tide. Wherever the blade passed, the very fabric of space shattered like a broken mirror, fissures spreading forth with a sharp, resonant sound. Yilingfeng's expression was austere, yet he remained unperturbed, with both hands firmly grasping the primordial measuring ruler. He channeled his internal spiritual energy into it without reservation. In an instant, the ancient runes inscribed upon the ruler radiated with a resplendent glow, unleashing a blinding golden force of merit, akin to a newly born sun, standing in stark contrast to the dark powers of the River of Oblivion. Yilingfeng abruptly swung the Hongming quantity heaven, meeting the sword strike from the River of Darkness. A deafening roar reverberated through the air as the two forces collided, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that rippled outward, stirring up blood waves thousands of feet high across the endless sea of crimson. The blood waves, struck by this formidable force, rolled back like tempestuous ocean swells, crashing toward the distance. The onslaught from the River of Darkness continued unabated. With a swift twist of his form, he ghosted behind Yilingfeng, his sword imbued with a chilling intent to kill, aimed directly at Yilingfeng's back. Yilingfeng seemed to sense something, and in an instant, his form vanished, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake. The sword strike from Mingi met with empty air. Yet Yilingfeng had already appeared above him, wielding the Hongming Liatian ruler, infused with immense power, and brought it crashing down upon him. A surge of alarm surged through Mingi's heart as he hastily raised his sword to defend himself. The clash resonated with a deafening metallic sound, sharp and piercing, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, sending pain through the eardrums as if they might shatter at any moment. The force of this strike was overwhelmingly potent. Mingi felt a colossal pressure bearing down on him, his legs weakening under the strain, causing him to kneel on one knee. The blood sea beneath him, under the impact of this tremendous force, was pressed into a vast depression stretching thousands of feet, while blood waves erupted like a volcanic fountain from the hollowed ground, creating a spectacle both magnificent and terrifying. Humph, you possess some skill. Mingi scoffed, fury mingling with a twisted smile as his blood energy surged wildly. He sprang to his feet, gripping his sword with both hands, and unleashed a peculiar sword technique. Countless crimson sword energies crisscrossed, weaving an impenetrable net of death that enveloped Yilingfeng. Yilingfeng took a deep breath, channeling the spiritual energy within him to its utmost limit. Incantations flowed from his lips, and the runes on the Hongming measuring ruler shimmered with brilliance, coalescing into a golden barrier that enveloped him. The crimson sword energy collided with the barrier, producing a cacophony akin to countless sparks flying, yet it could never breach this layer of defense. Seizing the moment as the River of Oblivion's technique faltered, Yilingfeng swiftly capitalized on the opportunity. The barrier vanished in an instant, and he shot forth like a released arrow, the Hongming measuring ruler propelled by an indomitable momentum, aiming directly for the throat of the River of Oblivion. His opponent's pupils constricted in alarm, and he hastily sidestepped, the ruler grazing his cheek and leaving a trail of crimson. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? The river of oblivion roared, rapidly forming hand seals. An endless sea of blood seemed to respond to his call, surging upward in waves that transformed into countless enormous blood-colored serpents, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged toward Yilingfeng. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yilingfeng remained unperturbed, calmly summoning his pure world white lotus to hover above his head. As the lotus manifested, it radiated a gentle and sacred luminosity, dispelling the darkness and malevolence of the blood sea within its reach. In an instant, all the blood serpents that approached Yilingfeng were purified by the lotus's divine power, transforming into pools of blood that dissipated into nothingness. What? The pure world white lotus? Mingyi exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, a flicker of panic and dread crossing his eyes. He was acutely aware of the inherent restraining effect the pure world white lotus had on his blood sea, a realization that surged an ominous premonition within him. His countenance darkened immediately, resembling the stormy sky before a tempest, shrouded in ominous clouds. Reluctant to accept defeat, Mingyi summoned his fiery red lotus. As it emerged, it ignited into a ferocious blaze, flames soaring skyward, harnessing the power of the inferno. He directly ignited the boundless karmic energy within the blood sea. In an instant, the atmosphere above the blood sea was engulfed in roaring flames, the temperature soaring dramatically, as if the very air was set ablaze, crackling with intensity. Mingyi aimed to incinerate Yilingfeng amidst this endless blood sea with the raging inferno. As Yilingfeng beheld the scene, his gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the time-space golden hairpin, a reward from the previous system. Gripping the time-space golden hairpin tightly, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the hairpin, imbued with the power to tear through time and space, shot forth like a comet, hurtling towards the river of the underworld. Observing this, the river of the underworld's eyes glinted with disdain. He regarded the approaching time-space golden hairpin with a concealed smirk, thinking it merely an ordinary magical artifact, and intended to tilt his head aside to evade it. What? However, his thoughts were naively simplistic. Before he could react, the time-space golden hairpin had already traversed through the fabric of space and appeared directly at his brow. The power of time and space contained within the hairpin erupted instantaneously, piercing deep into the very essence of his soul like a razor-sharp blade. In the next moment, a chilling scream echoed forth from the river of the underworld, resonating through the heavens as if it sought to rend the skies above the sea of blood. His body trembled violently, his face contorted with excruciating agony, as though he were enduring the most harrowing torment imaginable. Chapter 86, The Cycle of Earth and Humanity. How does it feel to have your soul torn asunder? Yilingfeng's gaze was sharp as lightning, coldly fixed upon Mingyi. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the enigmatic time-space golden hairpin, shimmering with mysterious light, soared back into his grasp in an instant. A sardonic smile graced his lips, and his voice dripped with disdain, as if mercilessly mocking Mingyi's audacity. I want you dead. Mingyi, engulfed by the excruciating agony that tore at his very soul, erupted with a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. His eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, ablaze with boundless fury. In the next moment, a tide of blood energy surged around his body, swelling with frenzied intensity. His once vivid scarlet hair now danced wildly, as if imbued with a life of its own, expressing the tempest of rage within its master. Simultaneously, the entire sea of blood appeared to be drawn by an unseen, formidable force as the crimson waters began to boil violently. Countless enormous bubbles surged from the depths of the blood sea, bursting forth with a gurgling noise, as if the very essence of the sea roared in response to Mingyi's wrath. By the heavens, this is the awakening of the legendary Super Scion. Yilingfeng gazed at the frenzied visage of the river of the underworld, and could not help but mentally deride the scene. Externally, he maintained his composure, while inwardly astonished. He noted that the river's wild demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to the transformation of a Super Scion in anime, exuding an exaggerated aura of ferocity, akin to a primal surge of fervor. Cease your rampage, river of the underworld. At this critical juncture, a gentle yet infinitely authoritative voice resonated through the air. Suddenly, the figure of Nuwa appeared beside Yilingfeng, ethereal and unannounced, as if conjured from a dream. Her expression was serene, her demeanor tranquil, as if the world's strife could not disturb her inner peace. Upon seeing the goddess, Yilingfeng's face instantaneously broke into a respectful smile. He hastily bowed in reverence to Nuwa, his expression reflecting both admiration and a hint of relief. Nuwa inclined her head slightly, acknowledging him with a gentle nod. Subsequently, her calm gaze, reminiscent of autumn waters, once more turned towards the now frenzied river of the underworld. River of the underworld. The reincarnation initiated by the Earth Mother is an act in accordance with the Great Tao and has already garnered its recognition. Should you persist in your obstruction, you will inevitably face the stern retribution of the Tao. Nuwa's tone was placid yet irrefutable, each word resonating with the majesty of the great Tao, echoing across the blood-soaked expanse. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, the river of the underworld was jolted to his core. Instinctively, he raised his gaze to the heavens, only to witness the once clear sky now swirling with ominous clouds. Dark storm clouds roiled like colossal waves, and amidst them, bolts of chaotic thunder flickered, emitting thunderous roars that seemed to proclaim the wrath of the great Tao to the world. Injustice reigns in the heavenly order. Is it fated that I, the river of the underworld, shall never attain the Tao? His face contorted with dissatisfaction, he bellowed towards the firmament, his voice laden with despair and defiance, as though he sought to unleash all his pent-up grievances. River of the underworld, you are not incapable of attaining the Tao. Rather, your vision is too narrow, and your actions excessively hasty. At this moment, Yiling Feng spoke earnestly, his demeanor grave and his gaze sincere. His voice was steady and powerful, as if conveying a crucial message to the river. What do you mean by that? The river of the underworld's countenance was one of confusion, his brows furrowed tightly, and a glimmer of bewilderment shone in his eyes. Clearly, Yiling Feng's words left him perplexed. Simply exercise patience until the Earth Mother completes her cycle of reincarnation. At that time, I shall reveal to you the true nature of your Tao. What say you? Yiling Feng gazed intently at the river of the underworld, his expression earnest as he spoke. His eyes radiated determination and confidence, as if he were utterly assured of the veracity of his words. Surely you are not attempting to deceive me merely to buy time? A flicker of skepticism crossed the eyes of the river of the underworld as he scrutinized Yiling Feng, harboring doubts about his assertions. Humph. With the presence of the goddess here, do I truly need to resort to deception? Moreover, even relying solely on my own strength, I could easily defeat you. Yiling Feng exuded an air of unwavering confidence, his chin slightly raised, and his gaze radiating a sense of pride. At this moment, he undeniably possessed the foundation of such confidence. Although inflicting any substantial and lethal damage upon the river of Hades within its own domain of blood and darkness seemed nearly impossible, he wielded the time-space golden hairpin, a peerless treasure capable of directly harming the primordial spirit. Even the river of Hades would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand its relentless onslaught. Very well. I shall trust you this once. The river of Hades sighed in resignation. He glanced at the serene expression of Nuwa before shifting his gaze to the mysterious, radiant time-space golden hairpin in Yiling Feng's hand. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he could only begrudgingly concede, this fellow, the river of Hades, has indeed done a great service by thwarting Huda this time. It seems that the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner in his possession will also fall into my hands. Yiling Feng felt an exhilarating thrill in his heart, and an involuntary, subtle smile crept upon his lips. This smile bore a hint of cunning, as if he had already envisioned the moment when the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag would be secured within his grasp. Nuwa, perceiving Yiling Feng's inner thoughts, momentarily paused, a flicker of perplexity crossing her countenance. She turned her head, casting a glance at Yiling Feng that hinted at deeper meanings, as if attempting to unravel the comprehensive plan that resided within his mind. Just as Yiling Feng and the River of Death ceased their confrontation, a vortex gradually manifested within the blood sea. Initially, the vortex resembled a delicate ripple, gently undulating upon the surface of the crimson waters. However, as time progressed, it astonishingly expanded with remarkable speed, akin to an insatiable black hole, voraciously devouring everything in its vicinity. The vortex grew larger, ultimately occupying two-thirds of the entire blood sea before it finally halted its relentless expansion. At this moment, the power of Huda surged within the vortex, an immense and enigmatic force that seemed poised to reshape the very order of this blood sea. Within the vortex, radiant luminescence flickered, and mysterious runes shimmered in and out of visibility, as though they were narrating the most ancient laws of the cosmos. The River of Death widened its eyes. Fixated on the vortex, its gaze filled with a complex array of emotions, both reluctant and tinged with curiosity. It was incomprehensible to him how Huda could possibly forge the path of reincarnation above this blood sea through sheer will alone. Yiling Feng equally fixated his gaze upon the vortex, silently yearning for the completion of Hutu's reincarnation. He was acutely aware that this moment would herald a significant turning point in the primordial world, forever altering the fates of countless beings. Nuwa, on the other hand, maintained a serene demeanor, her eyes reflecting an all-seeing wisdom. She understood that Huda's actions were in harmony with the great Tao, though the journey was fraught with challenges. The outcome would undoubtedly be splendid. As the vortex stabilized, Hutu's voice gradually emanated from its depths, resonating as if it originated from the abyss yet distinctly reaching the ears of all present. The path of reincarnation, through my being, transforms the foundation of the six paths, opening the way for rebirth. No sooner had the words left her lips than brilliant rays of light erupted from the vortex, soaring skyward in a magnificent display. These beams gradually coalesced, forming colossal portals representing the 6 paths, each exuding a unique aura, symbolizing the realms of the deities, the mortal realm, the Azura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. Concurrently, beneath the Blood Sea, a grand underworld began to materialize. The architecture of this underworld was ancient and solemn, imbued with an enigmatic aura. Streams of black runes flowed across the surfaces of the structures, as if safeguarding this nascent domain. Yilingfeng gazed at the scene before him, his heart filled with countless emotions. He understood that Huda had finally succeeded in embodying the 6 paths of reincarnation and the underworld, establishing a complete cycle of life and death within the primordial world. Chapter 87. Huda becomes a saint. As Huda resolutely transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, the once tranquil heavens were suddenly engulfed in a tempest of change. Countless golden clouds of virtue surged forth like a tumultuous tide, radiant and resplendent, as if they had gathered all the auspiciousness of the universe. Simultaneously, within the Blood Sea, peculiar phenomena emerged. Numerous golden lotuses of virtue sprouted from the depths, blooming with a gentle and sacred luminescence, casting an ethereal glow upon the Blood Sea. Under the overwhelming brilliance of the golden light of virtue, the vengeful souls drifting upon the Blood Sea found their grievances dissipating like snow meeting the warmth of the sun. Cleansed one by one. In gratitude to Hutu, in that fleeting moment, all the vengeful spirits seemed to be guided by some mysterious force. Kneeling reverently before the formless essence of Hutu, their voices united, resonating like a great bell, imbued with boundless gratitude and respect. Once all the souls had completed their reverent homage to Hutu, they began to drift orderly towards the entrance of the underworld, akin to a well-trained legion. Their figures gradually faded into the depths of the underworld, as if stepping into a new beginning. After all the souls had successfully entered the underworld, the golden clouds of virtue that blanketed the heavens cascaded down like a magnificent golden waterfall, pouring forth towards Hutu, the underworld, and Yilingfeng. Among this, 70% of the virtue descended like weary birds returning to their nest, precisely merging into Huda's essence. 20% gently melded into every inch of the underworld's soil like a soft drizzle, while the final 10%, akin to fortunate shooting stars, quietly descended upon Yilingfeng. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yilingfeng's eyes, and he could not help but exclaim. He was acutely aware of the preciousness of this virtue and did not hesitate to utilize it to enhance his own foundation. Yilingfeng had long contemplated that this portion of merit was evidently insufficient to elevate his cultivation directly to the realm of Hunyuan Daoyuo. However, it could serve to enhance his foundation, thereby broadening the horizons for his future development and augmenting the upper limits of his potential. After Yilingfeng skillfully utilized this merit, he distinctly sensed a remarkable transformation within himself. His foundation astonishingly ascended to a level akin to that of the 3 pure ones in Nuwa, achieving the status of a primordial demon deity. In that moment, he felt as if he had undergone a rebirth, emanating a unique and formidable aura. Meanwhile, the primordial spirit of Hutu, after absorbing the substantial merit, underwent an astonishing metamorphosis. Her entire being radiated with resplendent light, and in an instant, through the power of merit, she coalesced into a dazzling and magnificent golden body of merit. This golden form exuded a sacred and solemn presence, reminiscent of the recognition and commendation bestowed upon her by the Tao. Subsequently, Hutu's cultivation surged forward like a torrent breaching a dam, propelling her through the ranks of the Taoist saints, the first layer of merit, the second layer of merit, the third layer of merit. As her cultivation ascended progressively, her aura grew increasingly potent, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in response to her breakthrough. However, as Hutu reached the third layer of merit, her advancement began to decelerate gradually, ultimately coming to a standstill. How could this be? Hutu was not supposed to be limited to this realm, was she? Yilingfeng observed the breakthrough process of Hutu, a wave of perplexity surging within him, causing his brows to furrow involuntarily. He was acutely aware of the profound significance of Hutu's actions, and according to conventional wisdom, she should not merely attain such a realm. Just as Yilingfeng was lost in thought, suddenly, a radiant light erupted from the underworld, and 2 spiritual treasures soared forth like meteors. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they beheld these 2 treasures. One was an ancient and weighty tome, exuding an air of mystery, seemingly chronicling the fates of all beings in the universe. The other was a slender and agile brush, its tip shimmering with an extraordinary light, as if it harbored the power to rewrite destiny. Is that the book of life and death in the judge's brush? Yilingfeng gasped inwardly, his expression one of astonishment. He understood the extraordinary nature of these 2 treasures, and their emergence at this critical moment surely held great significance. Once these treasures settled firmly into Huda's hands, countless strands of golden rules surged throughout the underworld. These strands, akin to lively golden serpents, rushed towards Huda's body. Could this be the power of the earthly rules? Yilingfeng exclaimed in surprise, his eyes fixated on Hutu, seeking answers from her transformation. It is indeed the power of the earthly rules, interjected in Nuwa, who had been observing quietly. Thus, Hutu is merging with the earthly rules. Yilingfeng speculated, a realization dawning upon him. He keenly sensed that Hutu was on the verge of a monumental transformation, as Hutu successfully integrated those earthly rules. Her status indeed underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. She transitioned from being a saint of great virtue to an earthly saint, the representative of the earthly realm, equivalent to Hongjun. This transformation signified a sudden elevation in Hutu's standing within the Panga world, placing her on par with Hongjun. Her advancement did not cease here. She continued to ascend, earthly saint, 4th level, earthly saint, 5th level, earthly saint, 6th level, until finally, upon breaking through to the 6th level of earthly saint, Hutu's aura gradually stabilized. Now that feels right, Yilingfeng remarked, sensing the formidable realm Hutu had attained, his earlier doubts dissipating as he nodded in satisfaction. Hutu, her demeanor solemn, gracefully stepped through the air, akin to a sacred lotus, and approached Yilingfeng. Her eyes brimmed with gratitude as she respectfully clasped her hands before him, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." "Do not mention it, Hutu," Yilingfeng replied hastily, a humble smile gracing his face. "Fellow Taoist, I have a question I wish to pose." "If you would permit me?" Yilingfeng's expression grew serious as he spoke. "Please, do inquire." Hutu nodded slightly, her gaze warm and curious. "Are you still the ancestral shaman, Hutu?" Yilingfeng struggled for a moment, wrestling with his thoughts before finally asking earnestly. This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time, and he could no longer contain it. Nuwa and the river of the underworld. Upon hearing Yilingfeng's inquiry, were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting a mixture of curiosity and confusion, evidently drawn to the question. "Yes and no." Hutu replied with a serious expression, her tone steady. After speaking, a look of sorrow washed over her face, as if recalling some unspeakable events. "What does this mean?" Yilingfeng pressed further, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. "From the moment I merged with the earthly rules, I ceased to be merely the ancestral shaman of the witch clan, and became the Hutu of all beings in the Panga world," Hutu stated earnestly, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, as if perceiving the multitude of lives within the Panga realm. "Then, can you freely leave the underworld?" Yilingfeng inquired. His curiosity about Hutu's current state piqued. "Certainly. Although my primordial spirit is intertwined with the rules of the underworld, these rules do not constrain my freedom," Hutu explained slowly, her voice calm and resolute. "Ah, I see." Yilingfeng nodded in realization. He finally comprehended that merging with the Tao did not necessarily entail a loss of freedom. Much like Hongjun, who had long merged with the heavenly Tao yet remained at ease within the chaos. The Hutu he had known in his previous life did not leave the underworld not because she could not, but because she chose not to. The crux lay in Hutu's assertion post-reincarnation. Hutu is no longer a shaman. This statement elucidated everything, for without her primordial spirit, Hutu, after reincarnation, could be considered, in a sense, as having perished. The subsequent Hutu, Lady of the Yellow Sky, was merely a new being formed from the fusion of the earthly rules and the memories of the ancestral shaman. This new being was primarily governed by the earthly rules, tasked with guarding the underworld, hence her reluctance to leave and her scant assistance to the witch clan thereafter. The Hutu standing before Yilingfeng now was the ancestral shaman whose primordial spirit had merged with the great virtue and the earthly rules. This Hutu was rooted in her ancestral shaman spirit, which is why she did not utter the phrase, "Hutu is no longer a shaman." This series of changes and causations deepened Yilingfeng's understanding of the mysteries within the Panga world. "Fellow Taoist Lingfeng, now that Hutu Taoist has successfully completed her reincarnation, what of the promise you made to me?" Just as the atmosphere began to ease, the river of the underworld elder approached Yilingfeng, his expression complex. A blend of reluctance and anticipation flickered across his face, his gaze seemingly searching for something urgently, his tone carrying a subtle tremor. Yilingfeng slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping past Mingyi before resting upon Hutu. He spoke slowly, "Before I respond to you, perhaps we should first allow fellow Taoist Hutu to elaborate on the 6 realms she embodies." Hutu's expression was serene, her eyes reflecting a profound wisdom as she began to explain. "The 6 realms I embody are the heavenly realm, the human realm, the Azura realm, the animal realm, the hungry ghost realm, and the hell realm." Her voice was calm and steady, as if each word contained boundless mysteries that reverberated throughout the space. Yilingfeng nodded slightly, taking over the conversation initiated by Hutu, and further elucidated. Indeed, the 6 realms manifested by fellow Taoist Hutu each possess a Tao master of equivalent status to that of the celestial saints. His words resonated with unwavering conviction, striking the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. What? Could it be that Mingyi, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity? His lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet he found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the sudden revelation. Indeed, it is as you have contemplated. Should you assist fellow Taoist Hutu in the construction of the cycle today and subsequently establish the Azura clan, thereby becoming the lord of the Azura realm, you would then achieve a monumental breakthrough to the status of earthly sage. Yilingfeng, with an expression of unwavering certainty, gazed intently at the river of Hades, nodding emphatically, his tone imbued with undeniable conviction. No, 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 it's impossible. You must be deceiving me. The river of Hades roared in a frenzy, as if struck at its most sensitive nerve. His face was etched with struggle and resistance. Clearly, the revelation was too shocking for him to immediately accept. Why would I deceive you? Yilingfeng replied with an air of indifference, his voice calm as a tranquil lake. He regarded the river of Hades with a hint of compassion and helplessness in his eyes. The path I have been desperately seeking has, in fact, always been by my side, yet I remained utterly oblivious to it. After a lengthy pause, the river of Hades gradually regained his composure, a wry smile of self-mockery appearing on his face. His voice emerged, deep and hoarse, as if it were a sigh from the depths of his soul, laden with profound loss and regret. There is no need for such despair, my friend. The situation has not yet reached an irretrievable juncture. Yilingfeng spoke at the opportune moment, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, reverberating in the ears of Mingyi, akin to a ray of dawn that instantaneously ignited a flicker of hope within his heart. Mingyi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with fervor, gazing at Yilingfeng with eager anticipation, and asked impatiently, "Do you mean to say that you possess a solution?" His tone brimmed with longing, as though he had grasped the last lifeline. Indeed, I do have a method, although it may not enable you to attain sanctity in an instant. If you adhere to my guidance, the path to enlightenment shall undoubtedly unfold before you in the future. Yilingfeng wore a solemn expression, his eyes radiating unwavering determination and confidence. However, as he shifted the tone of the conversation, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corners of his lips. But what? He inquired directly. The urgency in Mingyi's demeanor was palpable as he stepped forward, his face etched with anxiety and impatience. In that moment, he was utterly consumed by his fervent desire for enlightenment, oblivious to the subtle implications woven into Yilingfeng's words. Yet, my friend, you have just laid hands upon me and attempted to thwart Daodong's transformation into the cycle of reincarnation. Pray tell, why should I extend my assistance to you? A cold smile appeared on Yilingfeng's face, his gaze piercing like a blade as he fixed his eyes on Mingyi, as if he sought to penetrate the depths of his soul. Chapter 89. The spiritual treasure in hand. Mingyi wore an expression filled with helplessness, his voice tinged with fatigue and urgency. What must I do for my friend to assist me? His eyes were locked onto Yilingfeng, grasping at the last thread of hope. Well, Yilingfeng replied, the corner of his mouth curling into a significant smile, if you could provide me with a little compensation, I would be more than willing to help. A shrewd glint flickered in his eyes, as though he had calculated everything in advance. Upon hearing this, Mingyi's anxious demeanor froze, his brows knitted tightly as if gripped by an invisible force. He inwardly lamented, fully aware that this time he would likely have to part with a substantial amount. Yet, thinking of the distant yet fervently desired path to enlightenment, he gritted his teeth and sighed inwardly. At this point, how can I refuse? What does my friend desire? Please, speak plainly. Mingyi's face exhibited resignation, his tone laced with a hint of determination, his gaze towards Yilingfeng imbued with both reluctance and a glimmer of hope. Hiki, Yilingfeng chuckled mischievously, I require the Northern Xin Yuan water-controlling banner from you. Would you be willing to part with it? He spoke with a broad smile, which, to Mingyi, appeared somewhat jarring at that moment. Alas, take it. Mingyi remained silent for a while, as if engaged in an intense inner struggle. Finally, he sighed deeply, his face reflecting helplessness and reluctance, and slowly raised his hand. A flash of light appeared, revealing a palm-sized banner seemingly conjured from thin air. This banner emanated a soft blue glow, with waves that seemed to contain boundless secrets of water. Mingyi cast one last glance at the banner, then waved his hand, sending it like a streak of light towards Yilingfeng. Then I must thank you, my friend, Yilingfeng remarked, a flicker of joy in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the Northern Xin Yuan water-controlling banner smoothly entered his body, disappearing from sight. Now, may I speak? Minghe suppressed his frustration and heartache, his expression filled with resignation as he urged. It is quite simple. Yilingfeng's demeanor shifted to seriousness, as he explained slowly. The Netherworld is newly established, in a state of chaos needing order. All you need to do is bring the Azura clan into the Netherworld and assist Taoist Hutu in establishing order. As the Netherworld gradually stabilizes, you will continuously accrue merit. When the 6 paths reach completion, that will be the day you attain enlightenment. He spoke unhurriedly, each word painting a beautiful vision. Is it truly that simple? Minghe's face reflected skepticism, his eyes filled with doubt as he scrutinized Yilingfeng, searching for a flaw in his expression. He could hardly believe that the path to enlightenment would be so easily laid before him. Of course, there is one crucial aspect. Yilingfeng's expression shifted. His trademark smile reappearing, you will also need the recognition of Taoist Hutu. Only she can grant you the position of the Azura Pathmaster. Minghe's countenance darkened instantly, as if drenched in shadow. He felt as though he had been cruelly toyed with, and a surge of anger flared within him. Very well, considering your earlier willingness to cooperate, Yilingfeng feigned helplessness while observing Minghe's reaction. I shall plead with Taoist Hutu on your behalf. Taoist Hutu? Might you? Yilingfeng turned earnestly towards Hutu. Since my friend has spoken on his behalf, Hutu's expression remained serene, exuding an air of detachment and tranquility. I shall no longer hold his transgressions against him. Thank you, Taoist Hutu. Both Yilingfeng and Minghe expressed in unison, one voice filled with gratitude, the other with the relief of a narrow escape. Today, I bestow upon Minghe the title of the Azura Pathmaster of the 6 Paths. To preside over the cycle of reincarnation, to govern the rewards and punishments of good and evil, thereby restoring the balance of yin and yang in the world. Hutu's demeanor was solemn, her presence radiating an awe-inspiring aura, her voice resonating like a mighty bell, imbued with supreme authority that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Announcing this momentous decree to all of Hongwang, Minghe, upon hearing Hutu's bestowal, was momentarily stunned, his mind blank as if frozen in place. Subsequently, an uncontrollable excitement surfaced. His face flushed with fervor. He quickly bowed deeply, respectfully clasping his hands towards Hutu. Thank you, Empress Hutu, for your gracious gift. I, Minghe, shall not fail your expectations and will dedicate myself to the Azura path, maintaining the order of the Netherworld. His voice trembled slightly, interwoven with excitement and gratitude. Before his words could fade, a radiant glow enveloped him, soft yet powerful. In the next moment, he donned a blood-red imperial robe adorned with mysterious runes that flickered with an enigmatic light, seemingly narrating the Azura path's mystery and majesty. The edges of his sleeves and hem, woven with crimson threads, danced in the wind like flames, signifying Minghe's newfound noble status. Yilingfeng gazed upon the kneeling Minghe and, with a subtle smile, said, Friend Minghe, now that you have assumed this significant responsibility, you must not betray the trust bestowed upon you by our ally, Hutu. In your future role as the Lord of Azura, strive diligently to accumulate merit. The day of your enlightenment shall surely arrive. His tone carried with it a blend of expectation and the wisdom of one who has traversed the path before. Minghe rose to his feet and regarded Yilingfeng. Though a hint of complexity lingered in his eyes, an intertwining of resentment from previous scheming and gratitude for his current attainment, gratitude prevailed. He responded, Friend Lingfeng, I sincerely apologize for any past transgressions and hope for your understanding. Had it not been for your guidance, I might still be lost in the shadows. In the future, should you require my assistance, I shall commit myself wholeheartedly. Yilingfeng waved his hand and said, There is no need to mention past matters. Now that the Netherworld is in its nascent stages, with countless tasks awaiting our attention, we, as beings of the primordial chaos, must unite in our efforts. At this juncture, Hutu interjected, her gaze fixed upon Yilingfeng, her eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Surely, should not the human race represented by Taoist Lingfeng also contribute to the Netherworld? Without hesitation, Yilingfeng nodded solemnly, his expression earnest and his tone resolute. Indeed. Very well. Then I shall entrust the allocation of positions in the Netherworld to you. My friend, Hutu replied with a look of seriousness. Thank you for your trust, Hutu. I assure you, I shall not let you down, Yilingfeng expressed, his face alight with gratitude. Dear goddess, might I request that you summon my second brother and third sister? Yilingfeng then turned respectfully to Nuwa. Nuwa gently nodded, her fair hand gracefully gesturing. In an instant, an invisible force seemed to surge through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, the figures of Chaoshi and Ze materialized before the assembly. Upon their arrival, they greeted the Holy Mother and Hutu with expressions filled with bewilderment, scanning their surroundings. Once they beheld the gathered company, they quickly regained composure, bowing respectfully with voices resounding in unison. Chapter 90. The Contest for Positions Hutu. These two are my elder brother and sister. They are both individuals of great virtue, and upon their arrival in the netherworld, they will undoubtedly alleviate many of your concerns. Yiling Feng raised his hand solemnly, pointing towards Yu Chao and Zi, addressing Hutu. His gaze was filled with unwavering trust and expectation towards the two, as if he were conveying an undeniable confidence to Hutu. Might I inquire what position you hope they will hold in the netherworld? Hutu nodded slightly, her gaze softening as she appraised Yu Chao and Zi, then turned to Yiling Feng with an expression of inquiry. Indeed, I hope to appoint my third sister, Zi, to the esteemed position of the Lord of Humanity. Yiling Feng's gaze lingered momentarily on the figure of the Zi clan, revealing a flicker of respect and anticipation in his eyes. He then spoke with unwavering certainty. Indeed, there is no problem. Hutu gently nodded, a look of approval gracing her countenance, poised to acquiesce. However, before the words could escape her lips, she was abruptly interrupted. Hold on. I believe this matter is far from trivial. It pertains to the destiny of the entire Hong Wang and should not be hastily decided. Accompanying this measured yet resolute proclamation, the tall figure of Junti gradually materialized before the assembly. Clad in a simple, unadorned robe, his demeanor was serene, yet his eyes glimmered with an undeniable intensity. I too believe this matter warrants careful consideration, followed closely by the ethereal appearance of Jiejing. His expression radiated compassion, hands clasped together, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and gentle, yet beneath that facade, there seemed to lurk an alternative agenda. Upon catching sight of the two individuals, Yiling Feng was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of revulsion, his brow furrowing tightly as if he were affronted by something exceedingly distasteful. The figures of the Western sect, Junti and Jian, had always appeared to him as embodiments of hypocrisy and pretense. Their sudden appearance could only signal ill intentions. What? Are you too dissatisfied with my people assuming this position? Nuwa's expression turned frosty, her countenance shifting to one of icy severity as she coldly confronted the two from the Western sect. Her gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, seemingly capable of piercing through every thread of their schemes. Not at all, Junti replied, maintaining a facade of calmness, though to Yiling Feng and the others, this smile reeked of insincerity. We merely believe that such a significant matter ought to be discussed in conjunction with all the sages, so that we may collectively allocate these positions and ensure absolute certainty. I too concur that these positions should be distributed amongst us. Just as all attention was fixated on Junti, the imposing figure of Yuan Shi Tianzun manifested before them, clad in resplendent robes and adorned with a golden crown. He exuded an air of innate nobility and authority. What? Yuan Shi, do you intend to intervene in the affairs of the underworld? Nuwa's demeanor remained composed, yet her tone betrayed a hint of displeasure. She slightly raised her chin, her gaze scrutinizing Yuan Shi Tianzun as if assessing his every move. My disciples are all individuals of profound fortune and exceptional talent, each fully capable of shouldering this grave responsibility, Yuan Shi Tianzun asserted with an air of arrogance, his voice brimming with confidence and unquestionable conviction. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes radiating absolute trust in his disciples. Friend Hutu, I recall that the position of the Tao Master of Humanity can only be held by one of the human race, correct? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a knowing smile unexpectedly graced Yiling Feng's face as he interjected in a leisurely manner. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes, as if he had anticipated such a debate. Indeed, that is correct, Hutu replied earnestly, nodding emphatically with steadfast conviction. Her gaze conveyed an unwavering adherence to the rules, leaving no room for doubt. Humph. In that case, aside from the position of humanity, the remaining positions should rightfully belong to my disciples, Yuan Shi Tianzun declared, his countenance darkening as he spoke with grave seriousness. His tone was resolute, as if this were a matter of undeniable certainty. Yuan Shi, is this action not excessively unreasonable? Jian's expression soured in an instant, his voice tinged with anger and resentment. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Yuan Shi Tianzun, unyielding in his stance. Humph. The Western sect comprises nothing but ineffectual mediocrity. What qualifications do you possess to hold such significant positions? Yuan Shi Tianzun scoffed, his face a mask of disdain, his lips curling into a slight, contemptuous smile. His eyes brimmed with derision for the Western sect, as if their worth were scarcely worth mentioning. My word. These three are indeed shameless to the utmost degree. Yiling Feng inwardly cursed as he observed the intense debate among the three great sages, his heart brimming with disdain. Their usual demeanor, lofty and sanctimonious, now seemed utterly hypocritical as they bickered fervently over the fruit position in the underworld, disregarding the dignity befitting their status. There is no need for further contention. I have already resolved to entrust the distribution of the underworld's fruit position to my friendling Feng, declared Hutu, who had been quietly observing. Her voice, though soft, resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the assembly, imbued with an undeniable conviction. Hutu, is such a decision not a mere jest? Jiejing furrowed his brow, forming a profound crease, unable to suppress his discontent. His eyes betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction and concern, as if he vehemently opposed Hutu's resolution. In matters of such gravity, what qualifications does a mere junior possess to allocate roles? Yuan Tianzun, unable to contain his fury, bellowed with righteous indignation. His countenance flushed crimson, and his eyes blazed with the flames of anger, as though Yiling Feng's mere existence constituted a personal affront. What qualifications does he possess? Only that, at the critical juncture of my transformation, he stood forth to shield me. Hutu retorted, her expression steely, her gaze piercing like a sword directed at Yuan Tianzun, coldly challenging his stance. Her eyes reflected both gratitude and trust towards Yiling Feng, mingled with dissatisfaction towards Yuan Tianzun's inquiry. Chapter 91, Striving for Humanity. I wholeheartedly concur with Hutu's sentiments. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith of tension, the jovial laughter of Tok Tian Jiaozhu echoed, his figure gradually emerging before the assembly. Clad in a flowing black robe, cinched at the waist with a golden belt, he exuded an air of nonchalance, with arms crossed and a faint smile adorning his visage. His eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Well done, my dear brotherling Feng. Tok Tian Jiaozhu beamed at Yiling Feng. Upon witnessing this, Yiling Feng could only shake his head in resigned disbelief. Humph. This matter concerns the entire wilderness. We shall never allow this young man to make the decision. Zuntai, unable to contain himself, echoed his sentiments. His gaze radiated determination, as if he would not relent until his objectives were met. Who dares to bully our little sister? Amidst the fervent debate, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. In the next moment, the colossal figure of ancestor Wu Di Jiang emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura, closely followed by a host of ancestor Wus. Each one of them was imposing, their presence akin to a tempest sweeping through. Brothers, you have arrived. The ancestor of Earth remarked, a grateful smile gracing her features as she addressed the gathered ancestor Wus. Fear not, little sister, we are here to support you. Zhu Rong bellowed, his voice resonating like rolling thunder, causing the very air around them to tremble. Observing this, the ancestor of Earth could only shake her head in exasperation, a bittersweet smile appearing on her face. She was well aware of her brother's good intentions, yet their impulsive demeanor left her feeling somewhat vexed. My dear friends, regarding the distribution of the fruits of the underworld, I have already made it clear that it is to be allocated by my friendling Feng. If there are no further matters, I kindly ask you to take your leave, she stated earnestly, her tone firm. Her gaze conveyed an unassailable authority, as if declaring that her decision was immutable. The malevolent Yuan Tianzun seethed with a deep-seated hatred, recalling how he had gained nothing during the last allocation due to Yiling Feng. Now, once again, he was to be sidelined. He knew he would end up with nothing once more, and could only glare at Yiling Feng with impotent rage. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly as the fury within him threatened to consume him. Friendling Feng, you are aware that my Western church has always faced dire circumstances, suffering greatly. Might I request a few fruit positions for our Western church? At this moment, Zhuantai and Jian exchanged glances, their expressions instantly transforming into sycophantic smiles as they approached Yiling Feng, their voices laced with flattery. There is no need for such deference. I am honored by the regard of my friend, the ancestor of Earth, and will handle the distribution of the fruits myself. However, my sole intention is to secure a few suitable positions for our human race. As for the rest, I truly have no authority to interfere. Yiling Feng spoke earnestly, his demeanor resolute. His gaze conveyed a steadfast commitment to his principles, unwavering and unaffected by any external influences. Yiling Feng understood well that, in fact, the majority of the positions in the underworld were predetermined by fate. What he could do now was to exert every effort to assist the human race in securing those few critically important primary positions. The dominion of the 6 paths of reincarnation required 2 representatives from the human race, in addition to the position of Fengdu Emperor. Beyond these, the human race would refrain from further contention. Yiling Feng wore a solemn expression, reiterating his point with unwavering authority. His tone was steady and powerful, reminiscent of a proclamation of the human race's determination and boundaries. My dear friend, your human race is thriving and numerous. Is it not a bit insufficient to only assign 3 individuals to dwell in my netherworld? Hutu furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern as she inquired softly. Her gaze conveyed a profound care, seemingly weighing the future operations of the netherworld alongside the participation of the human race. My esteemed friend, it is as follows, Yilingfeng replied calmly, elucidating his thoughts with clarity and composure. Upon my return to the human realm, I intend to meticulously select a group of individuals endowed with virtue and talent to enter the netherworld. This will not only bolster the strength of the netherworld but also enable the human race to have a greater role in this new order, aiding in the stability and development of the netherworld. The netherworld, being the safest sanctuary in the entirety of the primordial world, warranted more than a mere handful of inhabitants. Yilingfeng had long contemplated this, even considering securing a position for himself within the netherworld. Now I understand. Let it be as you say, Huta responded, her earlier doubts evaporating, replaced by a radiant smile as she nodded in agreement. Her smile resembled the warm sun of spring, instilling a sense of comfort and reassurance. Today, I bestow the title of the Master of the Human Path upon Ce Clan, to oversee the cycle of human reincarnation, comprehend the myriad facets of the mortal realm, guide the rise and fall of the human race, uphold justice, and protect all living beings. Hutu's demeanor was grave and solemn, akin to a sacred and untouchable deity. She drew upon her inner energy, her voice resonating powerfully like a great bell, reverberating throughout the heavens and earth, as if announcing this momentous decision to the entire primordial world. Upon hearing this proclamation, Ce Clan was swept by a torrent of emotions, a blend of excitement and responsibility. The exhilaration stemmed from the honor of being entrusted with such a significant role as the master of the human path. The weight of responsibility was profound, for she understood that the cycles of human reincarnation were pivotal to the future prosperity of the entire human race and allowed for no negligence. With graceful steps, she bowed elegantly, her expression one of reverence and sincerity, declaring, I am deeply grateful for the trust and affection bestowed upon me by Lady Hutu. I vow to fulfill my duties with utmost dedication and diligence to the very end. No sooner had Ce Clan spoken than a brilliant and gentle radiance suddenly erupted around her. This light resembled the birth of a new dawn, exuding warmth and sanctity. Subsequently, onlookers beheld her once humble animal skin attire transform wondrously beneath the glow. The skin gradually morphed into shimmering strands of light, which coalesced, and in the blink of an eye, had transfigured into a resplendent imperial robe befitting a queen. This robe, crafted from luxurious satin, was adorned with exquisite patterns, each stitch seemingly imbued with mysterious power. At the collar and cuffs, brilliant gemstones were embedded, their luminescence exuding an air of nobility and authority. In that instant, Ce Clan, who had previously been at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, successfully transcended to the state of perfected sage. Yilingfeng gazed upon the transformation of his third sister, his heart brimming with contentment and pride. He was acutely aware of her exceptional intellect and noble aspirations, coupled with her unique insights into the advancement of the human race. With her at the helm of humanity's path, it was certain that the affairs of mankind would be managed with remarkable precision, guiding them towards a more resplendent future. As for my esteemed brother, the Nest Keeper, renowned for his virtue and wisdom, let him assume the esteemed position of the Emperor of Fengdu. Yilingfeng wore a broad smile, his eyes radiating trust and admiration for his elder brother as he addressed Hutu. Hutu nodded slightly, her gaze resting upon Yu Chao, a flicker of approval glimmering in her eyes. She recognized that Yu Chao indeed possessed great virtue, and appointing him as the Emperor of Fengdu was undoubtedly a wise choice. Consequently, Hutu's expression turned solemn as she prepared to bestow the official decree once more. Chapter 92. Yu Chao receives his title today. I confer upon Yu Chao the title of Emperor of Fengdu, to govern the realm of the underworld, overseeing the matters of life and death inscribed in the mortal scroll of reincarnation. He shall weigh the balance between good and evil, discerning right from wrong with utmost clarity, ensuring that the order of the underworld remains harmonious and that the yin and yang achieve a state of perfect equilibrium. Hutu's demeanor was grave, her voice resonating with a solemn authority akin to the resounding chimes of a great bell emanating from the depths of the cosmos. This decree echoed like thunder, imbued with supreme dignity and power, reverberating throughout the heavens and earth, as if to engrave this mandate upon every inch of primordial time and space. Yu Chao, sensing the weight of the moment, did not dare to show any hint of negligence. He promptly bowed with reverence, his face a mask of sincerity as he prostrated himself, then proclaimed loudly, I am profoundly grateful for your grace, Empress Hutu. With this immense responsibility, I shall devote my utmost efforts, exhausting my very being, to fulfill your trust. I vow to ensure that justice and clarity prevail in the underworld, without the slightest hint of complacency. As his words faded, a brilliant radiance enveloped Yu Chao. The light soft yet powerful, pulsating with an awe-inspiring force, as if the purest essence of creation were coalescing around him, reshaping his very being. The glow swirled, weaving a mysterious and formidable dream, transforming his form and essence. When the luminescence gradually faded, the once plain and unadorned garments of Yu Chao had seamlessly transformed into a resplendent robe of deep black, reminiscent of a dragon's hide. The robe bore golden patterns that twisted and spiraled as if alive, exuding an air of nobility and authority, whispering of its wearer's unparalleled glory. Upon his head rested a crown of purple gold, adorned with lustrous pearls that sparkled like stars, illuminating his iron-like visage, revealing an indomitable resolve and responsibility. At his waist, a jade belt encircled him, inlaid with peculiar and enigmatic gemstones that emanated a subtle, mysterious glow, seemingly resonating with some arcane force of the universe. Simultaneously, Yu Chao's cultivation surged forth like a raging torrent, experiencing a series of breakthroughs in rapid succession. He ascended uncontested from the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection, before gradually coming to a halt. This remarkable transformation imbued him with an even more formidable presence, akin to a towering mountain that instills awe in all who behold it. Yilingfeng beheld the remarkable transformation of Yu Chao, his heart brimming with joy and contentment. He was acutely aware of Yu Chao's esteemed reputation, held in high regard among the human race for his wisdom and exceptional strategies. With him assuming the position of Emperor of Fengdu, it was certain that he would adeptly manage various affairs, contributing immeasurable strength to the stability and prosperity of the underworld. Furthermore, Yu Chao's control over this realm undoubtedly provided the human race with a powerful and steadfast protection, offering them a sense of security amidst the tumultuous and unpredictable wilderness of the world. "Thank you, Brother Lingfeng," Yu Chao expressed, bowing in gratitude after being conferred along with the Z. "We are all one family. There is no need for such formality," Lingfeng promptly replied, waving his hand. At that moment, Zhu Ti and Jian exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of unmasked reluctance. They had long coveted the fruits of the underworld, yet their aspirations had remained unfulfilled. Zhu Ti stepped forward, donning a seemingly amiable smile, and with hands clasped, spoke slowly. "Fellow Taoist Hutu, fellow Taoist Lingfeng. Although our Western sect is situated in a remote locale with fewer disciples compared to other sects, everyone here is united in their pursuit of the Tao and possesses an unwavering devotion. As the underworld is in its nascent stages, requiring assistance from all quarters, we humbly hope that the esteemed lady and fellow Taoist might reconsider and provide our disciples with an opportunity to contribute to the underworld, allowing our sect to play a modest role in stabilizing the wilderness." Jian hastily echoed, "Indeed, our disciples have diligently studied underworld affairs and possess unique insights. If granted the chance to participate, we would certainly fulfill our duties with utmost diligence, leaving no room for negligence or oversight." "Esteemed gentlemen," Lingfeng interjected, "I have already made my intentions clear. My sole responsibility is to advocate for the human race in securing the corresponding positions. As for other positions, I shall not elaborate further." Yilingfeng's expression was resolute as he reiterated his stance. In his heart, he was as clear as a mirror, fully aware that he would not become a pawn for these two, entangled in their intricate disputes. From this point onward, all I need is for Huda to bestow upon me the position of the Tao Lord of the Heavenly God Path. In doing so, I shall roam freely in the netherworld, living a life of leisurely ease like a contented fish. In the many calamities that befall the primordial era, the netherworld shall remain unscathed. I shall merely lend my assistance when humanity faces dire tribulations." Yilingfeng was filled with joy, secretly contemplating his future of carefree existence. Beside him, the silent Nuwa, upon hearing his heartfelt musings, involuntarily shuddered. She was taken aback by Yilingfeng's thoughts. Subsequently, she cast a profound glance at him, her eyes reflecting astonishment intertwined with a trace of concern. The companions of the earth, the two saints from the west, witnessing Yilingfeng's resolute stance and his unwillingness to speak on their behalf, found themselves at a loss. They could only place all their hopes upon the earth, calling out in unison, "There is no need for further discourse. I shall entrust the matter of distributing the fruit positions entirely to Taoist Lingfeng, as a means of repaying his immense kindness toward me, since he chooses not to partake in the allocation of the other positions. The remaining ones shall not be distributed further. These unallocated positions await those fated to claim them." Earth spoke earnestly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. "By what right? The remaining positions ought to be decided collectively by us saints." At this moment, the voice of Yuan Shi Tianzun, laced with anger and dissatisfaction, resounded once more. "Indeed," the two saints from the west hastily echoed, striving to assert their claims. "By what right?" "Simply because I am the master of the earth." Earth's countenance radiated authority, her gaze exuding an indomitable majesty. No sooner had she finished speaking than a formidable pressure emanated from her. A powerful aura that resonated with the sixth realm of earthly saints, sweeping toward the three with a tempestuous force. This overwhelming pressure seemed capable of warping the very fabric of space. Under this immense weight, the three saints' expressions turned ghastly, as if shrouded in a dark cloud. Yuan Shitianzun's face turned a deep shade of green. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeve and departed, a clear display of anger and dissatisfaction. The two saints from the west, witnessing this, could only turn away in disappointment, resigned to their fate. Meanwhile, the mighty Shoyong, seeing the turn of events, could not contain his excitement, his face flushed with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, of course. Now that my sister has become a saint, our witch clan shall soon dominate the vast wilderness." The other ancestral witches echoed his sentiments, their spirits lifted. However, upon hearing the ancestral witch's remarks, Earth felt no joy. Instead, her brow furrowed tightly, as if she were preoccupied with some troubling thought. Chapter 93. Earth's contemplation. Once Yuan Shitianzun and the two saints from the west had departed, the once tense atmosphere over the bloodied sea instantly returned to tranquility. Daoist Lingfeng, there are still 4 fruit positions remaining. I wonder which one piques your interest and who you intend to appoint for this role? Earth turned, her gaze softening as she looked at Yilingfeng, gently inquiring. Yilingfeng slightly raised his head and, without a moment's hesitation, declared, for the final fruit position, I desire the title of the leader of the heavenly divine path. As for the candidate to assume this role, of course, however, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock, his face etched with disbelief, as he realized that an invisible force seemed to constrict his throat, rendering him utterly unable to utter another word. The candidate, I shall discuss thoroughly with him upon our return, and in due time, I will provide my fellow Taoist with a response. Amidst this awkward silence, Nuwa, with a calm demeanor that brooked no argument, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing her words, Tongtian Jiaozhu and Huda both paused, exchanging puzzled glances directed at Nuwa. After all, the three of them were all in the realm of saints, possessing an acute sensitivity to power. And they quickly understood that it was indeed Nuwa who had utilized her divine powers to bind Yilingfeng. You two shall remain here to assist fellow Taoist Hutu with various matters. I shall take him back first, Nuwa stated, seemingly unwilling to elaborate on her reasons. With an impassive expression, she ignored the inquisitive gazes of Tongtian Jiaozhu and Hutu, turning instead to the figures of Wu Chao and Zi, speaking to them with composure. With a graceful wave of her long sleeves, a gentle radiance enveloped them, and in an instant, she and Yilingfeng vanished from their original location. We bid farewell to the Holy Mother. Wu Chao and Zi promptly bowed respectfully, their voices resonating with reverence as they addressed the direction in which Nuwa had disappeared. Take care, fellow Taoist Hutu. I shall take my leave as well, Tongtian Jiaozhu remarked, offering a courteous gesture towards Hutu, his tone measured and calm. After Tongtian Jiaozhu departed, Hutu took a deep breath, her expression returning to its customary solemnity. She turned to the ancestral shaman, Mingi, and the 2 ancestors of humankind behind her, saying, Let us proceed. With that, she led everyone into the netherworld's underworld. Upon entering the underworld, Huda began to methodically organize affairs. She first addressed the 2 ancestors of humanity and Mingi, stating, as the underworld is in its nascent stage, with affairs aplenty, I would appreciate your assistance in coordinating the myriad matters of the underworld. Both individuals nodded in agreement, accepting their assignments. Subsequently, Hutu, accompanied by the 11 ancestral shamans, ventured deeper into the underworld. Upon reaching a tranquil location, Hutu employed her divine powers to shield this place from the machinations of the outer world. Sister, now that you have attained the status of a saint, who in the vast wilderness can we possibly fear? Let us march upon the demon court and vanquish those 2 birdmen, avenging the Wu clan. Zhu Rong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, his eyes gleaming as if he could already envision the scene of the demon race's defeat. Indeed, with our sister here, we need not fear Hongjin any longer. Chong Liang chimed in, equally exhilarated, eager to engage in battle. Brothers, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you, Huda interjected, her expression grave, her tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Sister, there is no need for such formality. Speak freely, Di Jiang replied, his brow slightly furrowed, sensing the significance of her words. After much contemplation, I propose that our Wu clan withdraw entirely from the wilderness and relocate en masse to the underworld, thus abstaining from the conflicts of the wilderness. Huda stated with unwavering resolve, each word carrying the weight of gravity. What? Withdraw from the wilderness? Sister, surely you jest. Zhu Rong exclaimed, jumping to his feet, his eyes wide with incredulity. I jest not. I sincerely wish for my brothers to lead the Wu clan into the underworld, distancing ourselves from the strife of the wilderness. Huda reiterated, her expression earnest, her gaze revealing an undeniable determination. Unthinkable. To surrender the world painstakingly crafted by our father god to the demon race? I would rather perish than allow such a thing. Zhu Rong's voice boomed, reverberating as if to shake the very fabric of the underworld. I too cannot agree. Gong Gong's reckless act of toppling Mount Buzhou has burdened our clan with immeasurable karma, and I have remained silent until now. Yet, hearing Hudu's words, I can no longer contain my emotions, he declared loudly. Other ancestral shamans also stepped forward, voicing their dissent. In an instant, the atmosphere grew chaotic with differing opinions. Sister, what has prompted such a thought? If you do not clarify your reasoning, it is likely that none among us will consent, the ancestral shaman Xinming inquired softly. Her brow furrowed with concern and curiosity. Alas, Huda sighed deeply, her face a mask of weariness and heaviness. It is because our Wu clan can never truly dominate the wilderness, nor should we aspire to. Why not? Now that you have achieved enlightenment as a saint, what can our Wu clan not accomplish? Zhu Rong challenged, his emotions flaring, his face a portrait of defiance. If our clan were to dominate the wilderness, it would spell unending disaster for its inhabitants. Just as when Brother Gong Gong toppled Mount Buzhou, inflicting grievous wounds upon the world, Huta replied, her countenance growing increasingly grave. And what else? Xinming pressed, her gaze fixed intently on Hutu, brimming with curiosity and trepidation. And furthermore, the moment I became the lord of the underworld. Through the insights gleaned from the underworld's essence, I glimpsed the fate that awaits our Wu clan. Hutu's voice trembled, sorrow etched across her features. The fate of the Wu clan? What is this fate? All the ancestral shamans were captivated by Hutu's words, their expressions anxious and expectant. Annihilation, Huta whispered, her lips quivering as she uttered these two simple yet devastating words. However, those two words detonated like heavy bombs within the hearts of the ancestral shamans, stirring a tempest of emotions that left them momentarily reeling. Impossible. We are the bloodline of our father god. How could we ever face annihilation? Zhu Rong protested vehemently, shaking his head as if to deny every word Huda had spoken. Witnessing the disbelief etched on the faces of the ancestral shamans, Huda could only sigh again, her expression laden with helplessness. Then will the demon race assume dominion over the wilderness? Xinming inquired softly, breaking the silence once more. No, not the demon race. Huda replied slowly, her face solemn. Then who? In this wilderness, which race can possibly stand alongside our Wu clan or the demon race? Dijung asked, his brow furrowed in confusion, struggling to fathom any other power capable of such might. The human race, Huda stated, her expression grave and her tone resolute. Chapter 94. Huda's helplessness. When Huda clearly enunciated the words human race, the ancestral shamans exchanged bewildered glances, their faces clouded with shock and confusion. The human race? Those seemingly powerless, fragile beings? The voice of Emperor Jiang was laden with incredulity, his brows furrowing slightly, a look of disdain etched upon his face. In the vast expanse of his long existence, he regarded the human race as merely the most insignificant beings in the primordial world, as frail as ants, utterly incapable of contending with the formidable Witch clan. Zhu Jiaoyin could not help but interject, his tone rife with skepticism. Little sister, how can this be possible? The human race is currently struggling to survive in the crevices of the primordial realm, their strength and foundation far inferior to ours. Hotu's expression grew serious as she took a few steps forward, her gaze sweeping over her brothers, and she spoke solemnly. Brothers, do not underestimate the human race. Though they may appear weak, with frail bodies and meager power, they possess boundless potential. Moreover, they are a people favored by the heavenly Tao. Most importantly, there is a Yi Lingfeng among them. Yi Lingfeng? Is he the one who was just here with us, a member of the human race? Emperor Zhang's face was a canvas of confusion, his eyes brimming with curiosity. What was so extraordinary about him that it commanded such attention from his sister? Indeed, it is he, Hotu replied gravely. Since I became the master of the earthly Tao, I have employed its power to deduce the happenings of the primordial world, only to astonishingly discover that the fates of two individuals elude my grasp entirely. One is Tao ancestor Hongjun, the supreme ruler of the primordial realm, whose cultivation transcends all, rendering him impervious to my deductions. Yet the other is this Yi Lingfeng. Even saints can be partially deciphered through my earthly Tao power. Yet for these two, I cannot perceive even a fraction of their destinies, as if they are shrouded by an invisible mist. This is not even the most shocking part. Hotu's expression intensified, as if on the brink of revealing an earth-shattering secret. What more is there? The ancestral witches listened intently, their faces alight with curiosity, a mixture of tension and anticipation in their eyes. All those who have befriended him have inevitably experienced changes in their fates, to varying degrees. This transformation is no mere coincidence. It is an inevitable consequence. Not even Tao ancestor Hongjun, nor I, are exceptions, Ho Tu stated with a serious demeanor, her voice heavy with the weight of her words. What? Emperor Jiang exclaimed. Little sister, are you suggesting that he can alter the course of the entire primordial realm? The ancestral witches gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as if they had heard the most absurd yet undeniable proclamation. It is not a possibility. It has already begun to change, Ho Tu affirmed earnestly, nodding gravely, her gaze unwaveringly resolute. Thus, you have sought to befriend him all along? Emperor Jiang scrutinized her closely, attempting to glean further answers from her expression. Indeed, I have sought his alliance, hoping to leverage his strength to avert the tragic demise that looms over our witch clan. Ho Tu replied, her eyes reflecting determination and concern for the future of their kin. I cannot believe it. A mere human dares to attempt to change the primordial realm? Emperor Jiang retorted incredulously, his expression a blend of skepticism and disdain. Little sister, do you harbor feelings for him, hence your relentless defense of him? Before Ho Tu could respond, a tremendous pressure erupted forth, akin to a furious primordial beast, surging towards Emperor Jiang. This aura, imbued with the supreme authority of a saint, sought to obliterate any dissenting voices. The other ancestral witches, perceiving the gravity of the situation, instinctively distanced themselves from Emperor Jiang, acutely aware that proximity could spell disaster. A series of anguished cries escaped Emperor Jiang's lips, his form swaying perilously under the weight of the overwhelming pressure, akin to leaves buffeted by a tempest. The other ancestral witches gazed upon him with expressions of sympathy. Moments later, Ho Tu gradually retracted her saintly pressure. Emperor Jiang, appearing severely injured, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, rivulets of sweat cascading down his pallid visage. Little sister, your intentions may be challenging for us to accept, Emperor Jiang spoke earnestly, his demeanor grave. Why is that? Ho Tu asked, confusion evident in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend her brother's obstinacy. Because the pride of our witch clan forbids us from retreating without a fight, even if we are aware that the ultimate outcome may be our demise. How could our warriors ever cower? How could we possibly back down? Emperor Jiang's face bore a tragic smile, one that encapsulated the inherent pride and resilience of their clan. Indeed, little sister, we all understand your intentions are for the good of the witch clan and for us, your brothers. Yet, we may have to disappoint your goodwill. Strong Liang added, his smile tinged with a sense of helplessness and finality. Must you brothers stubbornly lead the witch clan to the abyss of destruction? Ho Tu's face reflected her anguish, her eyes filled with worry and a plea for understanding. No, little sister, listen to me. Upon our return, we will meticulously select a group of elite members from the witch clan to bring to the netherworld. These elites will be the seeds of our clan's future. Emperor Jiang asserted, his gaze imbued with determination and hope. Though we choose to fight, we shall not allow the witch clan to be utterly extinguished. But I truly do not wish for my brothers to meet a tragic end. Ho Tu's voice trembled, laden with concern and reluctance for her brothers. Chapter 95, The Schemes of Hong Jun within the grand yet oppressive hall of the demon court, the demon sovereigns Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai. And the 12 great demon saints gathered, their faces universally shrouded in a heavy glow. How infuriating. Dong Huang Tai's eyes widened in fury. His face flushed with rage as he swept his arm, sending a cacophony of rare treasures crashing to the ground. His voice echoed through the vast hall as he bellowed. We, the demon race, have toiled endlessly to devise the great array of the constellations to counter the witch clan, believing we could finally redeem ourselves. Yet, who could have anticipated that Ho Tu would achieve sainthood at this critical juncture? Di Jun's fists were clenched tightly, knuckles white, his eyes glinting with a lethal glare, as if ready to rend their foes asunder. He ground his teeth and remarked, Ho Tu's ascension undoubtedly bolsters the witch clan, making our predicament increasingly precarious. Bai Zhe squinted his wise eyes, his slender beard quivering slightly with his breath. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. The urgent matter at hand is that we must explore alternative strategies to confront the witch clan. Otherwise, it will not be long before our demon race falls into irretrievable ruin. Alas! Fushi sighed heavily, his face etched with helplessness and concern. The witch clan's might is formidable. Finding a way to counter them is no simple task. As the entire demon clan languished in a shroud of despair, seemingly devoid of hope, a mysterious and authoritative voice suddenly resonated in Emperor Jun's ears. Emperor Jun, you and Eastern Emperor Tai are summoned to the Purple Cloud's palace. The voice, ethereal and distant, seemed to emanate from the boundless void, belonging to the venerable Hong Jun. Emperor Jun's expression stiffened, and he immediately addressed the assembly of demon saints within the hall, his demeanor grave. Esteemed lords, we shall adjourn for today. You may return for now. We will deliberate on the matter of confronting the witch clan tomorrow. The demon saints, though filled with confusion and unable to fathom the unfolding events, respectfully bowed and exited the grand hall in succession. Brother, what has transpired? Why the sudden dismissal? Eastern Emperor Tai inquired, his face etched with puzzlement. With a solemn countenance, Emperor Jun replied, the Tao ancestor has sent a message, commanding us to proceed to the Purple Clouds Palace at once. To the Purple Clouds Palace? Eastern Emperor Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. What purpose could that serve? Emperor Jun shook his head in resignation, saying, I do not know. We shall discover it upon our arrival. I can only hope that this visit will yield a turning point. Since Emperor Jun's wedding, when Nuwa withdrew from the demon clan, he had known no peace as the demon emperor. Each day was consumed with tireless contemplation on how to enhance the strength of the demon race. Meanwhile, the witch clan's power surged, growing ever more formidable, like a colossal stone pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Soon, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai arrived at the mysterious and majestic Purple Clouds Palace. There, they beheld Hongjun seated upon a cloud bed, radiating an aura of mystique and tranquility. The two promptly bowed in reverence, stating, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai pay their respects to the Tao ancestor. Rise, the heavenly Tao. Hongjun gently raised his hand, gesturing for them to stand. His voice calm and soothing. May I inquire as to the reason for your summons, esteemed ancestor? Emperor Jun asked with utmost respect, his tone cautious. Hongjun's expression remained serene, his gaze penetrating as if he could see through their inner turmoil. Are you troubled by the affairs of the witch clan? He inquired. Indeed, ancestor's insight is profound. Emperor Jun replied gravely, his voice laced with deep concern. The witch clans might pose as an existential threat to our demon race. Hongjun nodded slightly, his expression earnest. In truth, there exists a means to counter the witch clan. You need only find a certain object to reverse your fortunes. What is this object? Please, enlighten us, ancestor. Emperor Jun's eyes brightened, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. It is the witch-slaying sword, Hongjun stated solemnly, enunciating each word. This sword is the nemesis of the witch clan, designed to pierce their unparalleled physical might. The witch-slaying sword? Emperor Jun exclaimed, excitement flickering in his eyes. Where might the sword currently reside? I beseech you to inform us, ancestor. Hongjun gently shook his head, his demeanor tranquil. This sword has yet to come into existence. Yet to come into existence? Emperor Jun furrowed his brow, his expression troubled. Then how shall we bring it forth? Hongjun's countenance grew serious as he replied. The sword's emergence requires the flesh, souls, and grievances of the human race for its forging. The more humans involved in the ritual, the greater the sword's power. What? Humans? Emperor Jun's face reflected astonishment, disbelief evident in his gaze. Indeed, it is the humans, Hongjun confirmed with a serious nod. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope in Emperor Jun's eyes swiftly dissipated like a fragile bubble. His brow furrowed deeply as he sank into contemplation. After a long silence, he lifted his head, a bitter expression adorning his face. Ancestor, the human race is under Nuwa's protection. Even should our demon race mobilize entirely, it would be a daunting task to successfully forge the witch-slaying sword. Hongjun's demeanor remained composed as he reassured him. Fear not, should Nuwa intervene. I shall personally intervene to restrain her. Is that truly so? Emperor Jun's excitement reignited, a spark of hope rekindling in his eyes. Hongjun nodded affirmatively, his expression resolute. Indeed. After a moment of internal struggle, Emperor Jun mustered the courage to voice his lingering doubts. Might I ask why you are inclined to assist our demon race? Hongjun's expression turned serious, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It is because an anomaly has emerged among the human race. This individual's presence has severely disrupted the natural order of the world. Is it that person named Yiling Feng? Eastern Emperor Tai interjected, unable to contain his eagerness. Indeed. It is he, Hongjun affirmed, his gaze filled with determination. If you can eliminate this individual, it would eradicate a significant threat to the world, restoring harmony to the cosmos. Rest assured, ancestor. Eastern Emperor Tai declared, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Our demon race holds a deadly grudge against this individual. We shall exhaust all efforts to eradicate him and honor your trust. In the hallowed halls of the Purple Clouds Palace, where an air of mystique lingered, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, invigorated by the Tao ancestor's promise, felt a surge of fervent energy. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they hurriedly departed, their urgent figures seemingly carrying the weight of the demon race's future and the flames of vengeance. Hongjun stood silently, his aura undergoing a peculiar transformation, as if he had assumed a different identity in an instant. At that moment, a gentle smile graced his face as he spoke softly. Should you attempt to use the demon race to eliminate him, you may ultimately find yourself in failure. Immediately, Hanjuan's expression turned menacing, his teeth clenched as he declared, "Humph. This time, I shall not be denied. Even if it requires enlisting all 4 saints of the heavenly Tao, I will ensure his complete obliteration." The original Hangjun, taken aback, was filled with disbelief as he admonished, "You have truly lost your mind. Should the 4 saints of the heavenly Tao engage the human race, they will inevitably suffer the backlash of the primordial rules. The consequences are beyond your capacity to endure." Yet the deranged Hangjun seemed oblivious to the repercussions. Laughing maniacally as he shouted, "I care not for the consequences. If I am to fail, then I shall drag the entire world into my demise." With resolute eyes, Hangjun firmly replied, "I will never allow you to succeed." Simultaneously, in the tranquil and serene sacred realm of the Holy Mother Palace atop Shoyong Mountain, the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Yiling Feng's face was contorted with rage, his eyes fixed intently on Nuwa before him as he furiously demanded, "Why have you imprisoned me?" Nuwa, her expression composed, met his gaze with unwavering intensity and solemnly inquired, "I ask you, to whom do you intend to bestow the remaining fruit position?" Yiling Feng answered without hesitation, his expression earnest, "Is there even a need to ask? Naturally, it is for myself." Nuwa furrowed her brow, her tone growing weighty as she questioned, "For yourself? As the esteemed leader of the human race, how can you so easily abandon your kind and seek a position in the underworld?" Yiling Feng hurriedly clarified, his expression earnest as he spoke, "I do not intend to abandon the human race. Should the human race encounter peril, I would return immediately to offer my assistance." Nuwa shook her head slightly. Her eyes filled with concern and spoke with a weighty tone, "You are perceiving the situation far too simplistically. At present, within the human race, only Swearin and yourself possess the capability to steer the overarching matters. If you insist on venturing into the netherworld, the human race will undoubtedly find itself in a dire predicament, leaderless and adrift. Although the human race has made some progress, its foundation remains fragile, and various forces within the primordial wilderness eye it with predatory intent. Should you depart, those with ulterior motives will seize the opportunity to undermine the human race, and the hard-won advantages that have been painstakingly accumulated will vanish in an instant." Upon hearing this, Yiling Feng furrowed his brows tightly, his heart already swayed. Yet he still attempted to argue, "Your Highness, even if I am in the realm of the dead, I can remotely influence the affairs of the human race through special means. Moreover, I will exert every effort to quickly nurture more individuals of both virtue and talent, capable of shouldering great responsibilities, to assist Swearin. In this way, the human race can still develop steadily." Nuwa gently shook her head, her eyes filled with even greater concern as she replied, "The situation in the primordial world is ever-changing. How can remote command be so easily achieved? A slight misstep may lead to missed opportunities. Furthermore, nurturing talent is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. You are the cornerstone of the human race. Only your presence among them can provide a sense of security, unify their hearts, and inspire collective progress." Yiling Feng fell into silence, fully aware that Nuwa's words were profoundly insightful and struck at the core of the matter. Nevertheless, the position of the Divine Path Master in the underworld presented an irresistible allure to him. It symbolized not only supreme glory but also represented a sanctuary he envisioned for himself within this tumultuous and perilous world. A tranquil haven where he could escape the clamor and strife of the mortal realm. As Yiling Feng grappled with his inner turmoil, Ling Zhuzi rushed in like a gust of wind, his face adorned with reverence as he addressed Nuwa, "Your Majesty, Empress Huda requests an audience." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's brow furrowed instantly, filled with curiosity. What does she seek? Ling Zhuzi promptly replied with utmost respect, "She claims to be here for Lord Ling Feng." The moment Nuwa learned that Huda was seeking Yiling Feng, her frown deepened further. "Seeking me? Could it be for the purpose of selection?" Yiling Feng murmured to himself as he made his way outside. Upon seeing Yiling Feng emerge from the secret realm, Huda promptly approached him, clasping her hands in salute, and greeted him. "I pay my respects to my esteemed friend, Ling Feng." Yiling Feng promptly returned the greeting, his face adorned with curiosity as he inquired, having met Taoist Hutu, "I wonder what brings you here on this occasion?" Huda's expression turned solemn, and with utmost sincerity, he replied, "To speak frankly, I have indeed come with a matter to request of you." Yiling Feng grew increasingly curious and inquired, "Pray, what matter weighs upon your mind? Speak freely, my friend." Huda let out a soft sigh and replied, "I have come to seek your assistance in acquiring that extraordinary treasure." Yiling Feng furrowed his brow slightly and speculated, "Is it to assist the other ancestral witches?" Huda nodded, her expression filled with helplessness as she replied, "Indeed, I kindly request your support, my friend." Yilingfeng pondered for a moment and said, I can agree to your request, but I hope you can reserve the location of the celestial path for me. Additionally, I desire the 9 transformations of the witch clan. Upon hearing Yilingfeng's demands, Huda displayed a troubled expression, hesitating for a long while before finally nodding with a look of resignation. After bestowing the technique upon Yilingfeng, Huda solemnly cautioned, This technique is the life essence of my witch clan, so I implore you, my friend, to refrain from imparting it to others indiscriminately. Yilingfeng nodded solemnly and said, Rest assured, my friend, I shall treat this matter with the utmost care. After Ho-Tu successfully acquired the condensed Yuan pearl, Yilingfeng meticulously selected a group of human disciples and entrusted the primordial spirit of the North Sea Xian turtle to Ho-Tu, requesting her to send it into the mortal realm for reincarnation. Once the North Sea Xian turtle is reborn, the human race shall once again gain a formidable ally. Chapter 97. Gathering the 5 element flags after Ho-Tu departed with the selected human disciples. Yilingfeng surprisingly returned to the secret realm of the Holy Mother Palace with a light-hearted demeanor, a stark contrast to his previous turmoil. Upon seeing him in such a state, Nuwa's face softened into a gentle smile as she softly inquired, Why did you not accompany Ho-Tu to the underworld? Yilingfeng let out a faint sigh, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness as he remarked, Alas, Your Highness, your previous words indeed hold merit. It is not yet the appropriate time for me to venture into the netherworld, thus, all must be deferred for future consideration. Nuwa furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of an unusual sentiment passing through her eyes as she replied, Is it truly impossible to remain here indefinitely? Would it not be delightful to dwell together in this place? Yilingfeng also furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment, and said, Sigh, if I do not leave. I fear. Nuwa's expression turned stern as she replied earnestly, Fear? Are you truly afraid that someone might harm you? If that is the case, you need not worry at all. As long as I, Nuwa, exist in this world, I shall ensure that no harm befalls you. Upon hearing Nuwa's resolute words, Yilingfeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising his gaze to meet hers. He beheld Nuwa's exquisite visage, her expression earnest and unwavering, and her sincere eyes seemed to penetrate deep into his soul. Yilingfeng felt as if his heart had abruptly halted, an indescribable emotion silently spreading within him. Yilingfeng gently shook his head and said, It is not solely for this reason. I am also apprehensive. Alas, perhaps it is best left unspoken. Just as Nuwa was about to press further, Yilingfeng hurriedly interjected, Your Highness, might I beseech you for a favor? Nuwa, her face adorned with curiosity, inquired, What is it? Please, do not hesitate to speak. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yilingfeng's eyes as he spoke. Taoist Wangmu, you must be familiar with her, right? Nuwa slightly furrowed her brow, gradually recalling, Indeed, I am acquainted with her. Many years ago, we both listened to the teachings of the Tao ancestor in the Zishu Palace, though it has been quite some time since we last met. Upon hearing this, Yilingfeng's eyes instantly ignited with the light of hope. And with an expression full of anticipation, he said, It is enough that you know her, Your Highness. Might you take me to meet her? Nuwa, increasingly intrigued, inquired, What is the purpose of your search for her? Yilingfeng slowly began to speak, saying, For the sake of the Western Plain Cloud Banner. Nuwa nodded slightly and replied, Very well, I shall take you there. Subsequently, Nuwa guided Yilingfeng to Kunlun Hill, the abode of the Queen Mother of the West. Before them stood an extraordinarily magnificent palace, as if the heavenly realm had descended to earth. To the left, the waters of the Jade Pool shimmered like a vast mirror, reflecting the sky and the surrounding beauty. To the right, crystal-clear streams flowed melodiously, seemingly performing a delightful symphony. The environment was imbued with fantastical hues, with rare and exotic beasts occasionally traversing the area, some majestically guarding the land, while others leisurely roamed, adding an air of mystery to the locale. Upon arriving at the palace, they announced Nuwa's name and quietly awaited at the entrance. Before long, a stunning woman clad in white celestial attire emerged. Her graceful figure reminiscent of a fairy descended from the heavens. 4 equally beautiful maidens followed her, gracefully stepping out from the palace. Upon the appearance of the sage Nuwa, the 5 individuals respectfully bowed in unison, their voices melodious and pleasant. With a beaming smile, Nuwa said, My friend, you were too kind. Please, come in. Thereafter, Yilingfeng and Nuwa were invited into the inner hall. Shortly, a maiden delicately presented ethereal tea and spirit fruits. The tea emanated an enticing fragrance, while the fruits dazzled with vibrant colors, seemingly infused with boundless spiritual energy. The Queen Mother of the West, her face adorned with curiosity, softly inquired, Might I ask, Sage Nuwa, the purpose of your visit? Nuwa turned to Yilingfeng and said, You may speak for yourself. Yilingfeng nodded, his expression becoming serious as he turned to the Queen Mother of the West and said, "Esteemed friend, I have come here to propose an exchange of a certain item with you." The Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brows slightly, a look of earnestness crossing her face as she inquired, "Oh, may I ask what this item is?" Yilingfeng took a deep breath and said, "I wish to exchange this purple lightning hammer for the Western Plain cloud banner in your possession. I wonder what you think of this proposal?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed intently at the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother's expression turned stern as she replied gravely, "What if I refuse to exchange?" For a moment, Yilingfeng was taken aback by her unexpected rebuttal, rendered speechless and somewhat at a loss. Yilingfeng gritted his teeth, resolutely declaring, "What if I add another innate treasure?" However, the Western Queen Mother merely shook her head lightly, offering no affirmation. Observing this, Yilingfeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his heart brimming with anxiety. Yet at that moment, the subsequent words of the Western Queen Mother transformed his despair into joy. With a serious expression, she stated, "I can bestow upon you the Western Plain colorful cloud banner. But you must agree to one condition." Yilingfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly replied, "Thank you, my friend. I am curious to know what it is, so please feel free to share." A smile graced his face. The West Queen Mother responded with a gentle smile, "I have yet to fully contemplate this matter. Once I have made up my mind, I shall certainly inform you." Yilingfeng was momentarily taken aback, fully aware that such a hollow promise could potentially lead to considerable complications in the future. However, in his quest to gather the 5 banners, he found himself devoid of alternatives and thus declared, "Very well. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I, Yilingfeng, shall never go back on my word." Upon hearing Yilingfeng's assent, the Queen Mother of the West summoned a flag the size of a palm, which gracefully floated before him. Observing this, Yilingfeng's face lit up with exhilaration as he promptly took it into his possession. At last, he had gathered them all. With this, the primordial 5 elements great array could finally be established, granting humanity a greater chance against the impending calamity. Yilingfeng's heart brimmed with excitement as he contemplated this realization. After Yilingfeng carefully stowed away the banner, he expressed his gratitude once more to the West Queen Mother. Seeing that the matter was concluded, Nuwa suggested taking her leave. The West Queen Mother did not insist on their stay, personally escorting the two to the entrance of the palace. As they departed from Kunlun Hill, Nuwa glanced at Yilingfeng, her eyes reflecting a subtle worry. This uncertain promise could potentially lead to endless troubles in the future. Yilingfeng smiled wryly and said, "Your Highness, I am aware of the inherent risks, yet for the greater good of humanity, I must take this perilous path." Yilingfeng returned to the realm of humanity and summoned Swearin, instructing him to gather the most powerful individuals from their clan. Chapter 98. The Gathering of the Demon Clan. The following morning, as the first light of dawn touched the magnificent palace of the Demon Court, a group of demon saints assembled once more. The atmosphere within the hall was heavy with tension yet tinged with anticipation. As the eyes of the gathered turned towards the radiant faces of Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai, their hearts swelled with myriad speculations. "Your Majesty," Buzhou spoke first, his eyes gleaming with hope as he respectfully inquired, "Have you devised a strategy to counter the Witch Clan?" "Haha." Emperor Jun laughed heartily, his voice resonating like thunder, joy illuminating his face. "Indeed, my dear Buzhou, we have discovered an exceptional method to confront the Witch Clan." "Is it true?" "That is wonderful news," Buzhou exclaimed, his face alight with delight and excitement. "All commanders, heed my call." Emperor Jun's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he stood abruptly, his voice echoing through the hall like a mighty bell. "We are at your command." The demon saints responded in unison, bowing deeply, their voices resolute and powerful. "Immediately relay my orders. Gather all our kin and prepare for battle." Emperor Jun continued, his words brimming with authority and decisiveness. The 12 demon saints, their faces flushed with exhilaration, shouted in unison, their voices reverberating against the pillars of the hall. Having spoken, the 12 saints turned swiftly, striding confidently out of the hall. As they exited, a surge of vitality seemed to infuse the entire demon court, which quickly became a flurry of activity. The sharp sound of war horns blared, echoing like a rousing battle song in every corner of the demon court. The sound pierced the heavens, proclaiming the actions of the demon clan to the vast wilderness. Countless demon kin converged from all directions like a mighty tide, each bearing a distinct demeanor. Some wielded glimmering weapons, while others were enveloped in mystical auras. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, a yearning for the impending battle, and an unwavering pursuit of the glory of the demon clan. Meanwhile, within the expansive territory of the Witch Clan, the keen ancestral witches immediately sensed the unusual movements of the demon clan. Strong Liang, furrowed his brows tightly. Resembling two towering peaks locked in tension, he gazed into the distance, where distant tumult hinted at an impending storm. Turning to his companion, Shoyong, he remarked, "Do you sense it? The demon clan seems to be mustering considerable forces. It appears they are preparing for significant action." Shoyong scoffed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips as he declared, "Humph. Let them come. What do we, the witch clan, have to fear? Should they dare to invade, we shall ensure they return empty-handed and let them understand the might of the witch clan." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang approached swiftly, his demeanor grave. His deep-set eyes exuded a reassuring strength. "We must not be careless. Though my sister has achieved sanctification, bolstering our confidence. The demon clan's bold actions suggest they have devised their own strategies. Relay the orders to ensure all divisions of the witch clan remain vigilant and prepared for battle." The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. There was no hesitation as they swiftly turned to arrange the defenses and preparations for battle. Their movements crisp and decisive, embodying the fortitude and resolve of the witch clan. At this moment, in the mysterious and solemn Zishao Palace, the venerable Hong Jun observed the movements of the demon court with calm detachment. Meanwhile, a sinister consciousness concealed within him emitted a chilling sneer. "Let the demon clan act and eliminate that accursed anomaly. Let us see how they disrupt my plans." In the sanctuaries of other saints, Tong Dian sensed the upheaval among the demon clan and furrowed his brows, his expression tense with concern. He turned to his disciple beside him and said, "Given the demon clan's mobilization, it seems a fierce battle is inevitable. The vast wilderness is likely to plunge into unrest once more." Upon hearing this news, Yuan Shi Tianzun in the Yusu Palace scoffed dismissively, "Humph. A group of foolish beings ignorant of the heavenly order. Their actions are bound to lead them to ruin." Lao Jun sat cross-legged in the Taiching realm, exuding a tranquil aura. His brow furrowed slightly, as if calculating the far-reaching effects this conflict would have on the wilderness. His serene countenance belying a profound contemplation of the mysteries of the heavenly path. In the west, the two saints, Junti and Jian, also sensed the movements of the demon clan. Junti's face brightened, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes as he remarked, "The war between the demon and witch clans presents a splendid opportunity for our Western teachings to recruit talent." Jian nodded slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he said, "Indeed. We must prepare early and not miss this fortuitous moment." In an instant, the entire wilderness teemed with undercurrents due to the gathering of the demon forces. Various factions lay in wait like slumbering beasts, closely monitoring the developments, tension thickening the air like a taut bowstring. A monumental battle seemed poised to erupt. Yet the transformative impact it would have on the wilderness remained shrouded in uncertainty. In the demon court, the demon army assembled with astonishing speed. Their countless figures darkened the sky like ominous clouds and blanketed the ground like a rising tide. Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai ascended a towering platform, surveying the vast legion of demon kin below, their eyes brimming with confidence and determination, as if victory was already assured. "Your Majesty, the army is fully assembled." Bai Zhe reported solemnly, stepping forward. "Shall we immediately launch an attack on the witch clan?" "No." Emperor Jun gently shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Our target this time is not the witch clan, but humanity." "Humanity?" Nearly all the demon saints widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, as if they had encountered an unfathomable revelation. "Indeed, it is humanity," Emperor Jun affirmed with unwavering resolve. "Your Majesty," Fushi interjected, confusion etched across his features. "Why is our target humanity and not the witch clan?" Emperor Jun's brow furrowed slightly, his tone brooking no argument as he replied, "There is no need for further explanations. All commanders must simply obey my orders. We are at your command." The demon saints, though filled with questions, bowed in loyalty to Emperor Jun, responding in unison. "Very well." Emperor Jun's expression grew stern as he declared, "We shall set forth immediately, encircling the entirety of humanity's territory. Remember, not a single soul is to escape." The assembly of demons erupted in a thunderous roar, their voices echoing like the very heavens themselves, heralding the commencement of the demon clan's decisive campaign. Chapter 99. The Gathering of Humanity in the Territory of Humanity at Shoyong Mountain. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, enveloping the area in a serene tranquility. Yiling Feng had just solemnly entrusted the Five Elements banner to the five most powerful Deluo golden immortals of the human race. This banner, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, harbored the elemental forces of the universe and bore the mission of safeguarding humanity's future. Yet, at the very moment he turned away, an unusual aura seized him, causing him to pause abruptly. His consciousness extended outward, keenly sensing that the demon clan was rapidly amassing its forces, a palpable tension lingering in the air. Hmm? Yiling Feng furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he pondered. What could be the intention behind the demon clan's military mobilization at this moment? Is it possible that the war between the witches and the demons has erupted prematurely? No. According to the grand trends of the wilderness, the timing is not yet right. He instinctively touched his chin, engulfed in a brief yet intense contemplation. Suddenly, his complexion turned ashen, as if he had witnessed something dreadfully alarming. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and raced towards the sacred Mother Palace's secret realm with utmost urgency. This is bad, Yiling Feng exclaimed to himself, his heart racing with anxiety. We are at a critical juncture with calamity looming over humanity. In the blink of an eye, Yiling Feng arrived before the Mother Palace. He did not spare a moment's pause, bursting into the palace and urgently calling out to Nuwa, Your Majesty. It's dire. The demon army is advancing with great ferocity. A trace of confusion flickered across Nuwa's previously serene countenance as she slightly furrowed her brow, murmuring, Hasn't the demon clan always regarded the witch clan as their mortal enemy, intending to assault them? Why have they suddenly turned to attack humanity? Your Majesty. There is no time for speculation, Yiling Feng said, his face etched with urgency, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Please. You must first intercept the demon clan's advance while I hasten to organize humanity for battle. You need not worry, Nuwa replied, her expression sharpening with resolve. A glimmer of determination in her eyes. If the demon clan dares to invade our human race, I, Nuwa, will show them no mercy. With that, her aura surged forth as she prepared to transform into a streak of light to confront the demon forces. Your Majesty, wait. Yiling Feng suddenly seemed to recall something. Hastily calling out to halt Nuwa. Is there something else? Nuwa paused, her face a mask of curiosity as she looked at Yiling Feng. Your Majesty. The audacity of the demon clan in launching such a brazen attack on humanity signifies that the situation is far more complex than it appears. Yiling Feng's expression was grave as he earnestly stated, Take these 2 treasures with you. They will significantly enhance your chances in battle. With that, Yiling Feng swiftly formed hand seals, summoning 2 resplendent treasures from within himself, the 12th grade creation green lotus and the space-time golden hairpin. The green lotus radiated a soft and enigmatic glow, each petal seemingly imbued with boundless vitality and creative power. The space-time golden hairpin shimmered with an unusual luster, concealing the mysterious force to manipulate time and space. No need, Nuwa replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head lightly. You should keep them for your own protection. Your Highness, these treasures cannot unleash their true potential in my hands. Yiling Feng wore an earnest expression, his eyes brimming with concern. Yet, with your Majesty's profound cultivation and divine abilities, wielding these 2 treasures will undoubtedly grant a significant advantage in the confrontation against the demon race. Nuwa gazed at Yiling Feng, her face still etched with worry, as if hesitant to speak. You are aware, my lady, that I possess several protective treasures capable of addressing various crises. Rendering these 2 unnecessary, Yiling Feng declared with utmost seriousness and determination. Observing the resolute demeanor of Yiling Feng, Nuwa's heart stirred slightly. Ultimately, she let out a gentle sigh, accepted the 2 treasures, and remarked, Then I shall not be courteous. No sooner had the words left her lips than a brilliant radiance enveloped her, transforming her into a dazzling streak of light that surged towards the demon army, leaving behind a resplendent luminescence flickering in the air. Yiling Feng did not dare to delay for even a moment and hurried to the human camp without pause. Upon arrival, he immediately sought out several tribal leaders responsible for the affairs, including Swearing. Esteemed leaders, the situation is exceedingly dire, Yiling Feng declared, his expression grave and his voice resonant and resolute. We must urgently gather all the elderly, women, and children of our people and arrange for their refuge within the map of mountains and rivers. Understood. The leaders of the human tribe did not dare to show any negligence towards Yiling Feng's command, for throughout the years, his every word had been treated as sacred decree. Never once faltering, he had saved countless lives of the human race through his wisdom and strength, and in the hearts of his kin. Yiling Feng was their pillar of support, their beacon of hope. Brother, Yiling Feng turned to Swearing, urgency etched across his face. You must immediately gather all cultivators of golden immortal rank and above from our clan. Brother, Swearing replied, a look of confusion crossing his features. What exactly has transpired? The demon army is about to invade. We must prepare for battle without delay. Yiling Feng bore a serious expression, his eyes radiating an unwavering determination. What? Swearing? Upon hearing this, momentarily displayed a look of astonishment, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, How could the demon race suddenly attack our human race? They have held no grievances against us in the past, nor have we had any enmity recently. Elder brother, there is no time for explanations, Yilingfeng urged, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. You must swiftly gather our forces. Very well, very well. I shall do so at once. Swearin, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not delay further. He promptly turned and hastened away to assemble the troops. Before long, all members of the clan above the golden immortal rank had convened in the center of the encampment. Yilingfeng stood solemnly upon the high platform, his gaze sweeping slowly over the human cultivators below, revealing a complex expression in his eyes. Over the years, he had tirelessly sought ways to enhance the overall strength of the human race. Yet, the limited time since their emergence hindered their progress, even with suitable cultivation methods. He had been unable to achieve his aspirations. Nevertheless, the current prowess of the human race far surpassed what he recalled from memory. Before him, there were dozens of cultivators at the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, their auras steady and exuding powerful waves of spiritual energy akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. The number of Tai Golden Immortals exceeded 1,000, their strength not to be underestimated, as the radiant energy coursed around them, forming a brilliant curtain of light. The most numerous were those at the Golden Immortal stage, amounting to tens of thousands, however. This was still a meager number compared to the vast lineage of the witch and demon races, whose deep-rooted heritage boasted an abundance of formidable beings. The disparity in strength between the human race and such ancient clans was truly immense. Yet, the numbers of those below the Golden Immortal stage were considerable. However, Yilingfeng had no intention of allowing them to engage in battle, for he understood that in such a grand conflict, the participation of cultivators below the Golden Immortal stage would render them mere cannon fodder. A single aftershock from a clash between quasi-saints could obliterate countless lesser immortals in an instant. Where is the banner of the 5 elements? Yilingfeng's expression grew solemn, his voice resonating through the camp like a mighty bell. 5 human cultivators at the great Luo Golden Immortal stage stepped forward without hesitation, responding in unison, their voices resolute and powerful. You 5 now select a deputy banner bearer from among the great Luo Golden Immortals, and with Mount Shoyong as the foundation, establish the 5 elements guardian array. Yilingfeng's expression was grave as he issued his command with deliberate precision. This formation was pivotal to the survival of the human race. We must steadfastly defend it and protect the foundation of our people, allowing not a single demon to breach our borders. The 5 banner envoys received the order. 10 individuals simultaneously knelt on one knee, their expression solemn and dignified, declaring in unison, "As long as the mountains stand and we remain, we pledge our lives to ensure that not a single demon shall set foot within our territory." Their voices resonated through the heavens, as if proclaiming to the cosmos the unwavering resolve of humanity to safeguard their homeland. Yilingfeng stood upon the high platform, his expression grave and his gaze piercing as he surveyed the vigilant human cultivators below. He took a deep breath and emphatically reiterated, "The others will be led by the remaining great Luo Golden Immortals. It is imperative that we hold our ground within the formation. Remember, we must safeguard within the array and not venture a single step beyond its bounds. Everyone must not recklessly exit the grand formation." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the camp, each word imbued with immense gravity. The human cultivators regarded Yilingfeng with a mixture of reverence and resolve in their eyes. Yilingfeng was acutely aware that the disparity in strength between the human race and the demon race was akin to an insurmountable chasm. This battle was one that humanity could not afford to lose. A rash attack would undoubtedly be akin to striking a stone with an egg, resulting only in becoming fodder for the demons. While the decision to adopt a conservative defense was filled with reluctance, it remained humanity's sole glimmer of hope. He could not permit these vibrant lives to be sacrificed in vain, reduced to meaningless cannon fodder. In the distant horizon, ominous black clouds billowed ominously, heralding the encroachment of the demon army. Under the command of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai-yi, a throng of demon soldiers darkened the sky, surging relentlessly towards the territory of humanity. The clouds conjured by the demons were thick as ink, completely shrouding the heavens, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Amid this oppressive atmosphere, ripples suddenly appeared in the space directly before the demon clouds, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone, and then the figure of Nuwa gradually emerged. Clothed in resplendent multicolored garments, she radiated a soft yet sacred light, resembling a celestial deity descending upon the darkened realm. "Emperor Jun, do you intend to assault my human race?" Nuwa's gaze was icy, fixed firmly upon Emperor Jun, her voice carrying an undeniable authority that seemed to penetrate the endless gloom. Emperor Jun's expression remained stoic, devoid of fear, as he gravely replied, "Indeed, I require the flesh and blood of humanity to forge an item. His tone suggested that the lives of humans were of little consequence to him. Audacious. Nuwa's eyes widened with fury, her aura surging dramatically. The human race was created by my own hands. How dare you trample upon them like mere ants? Her voice reverberated through the cosmos, imbued with boundless anger and strength. Dong Huangtai approached with a barely perceptible smirk, advancing a step to threaten. Nuwa, I advise you to depart while you can. Otherwise, if I refuse to leave, what will you do? Nuwa's gaze brimmed with disdain, her cold eyes piercing like daggers towards Dong Huangtai. He smirked, a sinister smile curling his lips. I may be unable to harm you. But that elongated tone suggests a dreadful consequence. Just as Nuwa was poised to retort, an enigmatic presence descended from the void. The figure of Hongjun Laozu appeared before her without warning. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure suffusing the air. Bow before the Tao ancestor. Emperor Jun, Dong Huangtai, and all the demons immediately bowed in unison, their voices rising and falling in a chorus of reverence. Master? Nuwa's face was a canvas of shock, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Hongjun Laozu's expression was austere, his gaze profound. Nuwa, the human race must endure this tribulation. As a sage, you should not interfere. His words were calm yet firm, akin to the highest decree of the universe. Must endure this tribulation? Nuwa questioned incredulously. The emergence of the human race is sanctioned by the Tao. How could such an extermination be possible? Her eyes were aflame with anger and defiance. Unable to accept the dire fate facing humanity. It is the will of heaven, Hongjun Laozu stated indifferently, unmoved, as if everything had been anticipated. The will of heaven? A glint of resolve flickered in Nuwa's eyes. Then I shall defy heaven to protect the human race. Her voice was resolute and powerful, as though declaring her determination to the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Hongjun Laozu's gaze intensified, fixated on Nuwa, his aura subtly shifting. The calm facade betraying an undercurrent of formidable authority. Nuwa, to defy heaven will incur consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Do not let a fleeting impulse disrupt the balance of the three realms. Is it not you who threatens to disrupt the three realms? At that moment, a clear and resolute feminine voice pierced through the tension. Subsequently, the figure of Hutu appeared beside Nuwa. Her arrival seemed to usher in a breath of life and hope, shattering the stifling atmosphere. Hutu? Upon seeing Hutu, Hongjun Laozu's countenance darkened, as if a forbidden nerve had been struck. Hutu, my friend, Nuwa exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Her eyes sparkling as she turned to Hutu. Hutu nodded gently in affirmation, a subtle smile gracing her features, her eyes radiating support and conviction. Hutu, do you also intend to defy heaven? Hongjun Laozu's expression was frigid, his voice carrying the weight of frost. Indeed, I too shall defy heaven, Hutu replied. Her demeanor calm yet imbued with strength, as if nothing in the world could shake her resolve. Hongjun Laozu snorted coldly, emanating an overwhelming pressure. As though seeking to crush everything in the vicinity, do you truly believe you can contend with heaven? In an instant, the pressure in the air escalated, as if the very fabric of space threatened to solidify under this force. Yet Hutu remained undaunted, stepping forward, emanating a gentle yet unwavering light. Though not as dazzling as Nuwa's, this light exuded a profound and steady strength, akin to the steadfastness of the earth. Heaven's will, your so-called fate, is merely a decision made in a fleeting moment. Nuwa nodded in agreement, her expression resolute, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hutu, their powers intertwined, forging an indomitable bastion against the encroaching darkness, as if proclaiming to the universe that they would never bow to the so-called will of heaven. Must you truly interfere in this matter, Hutu? Hongjun Laozu's face was as dark as ink, his eyes locking onto Hutu, coldly questioning once more, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of her thoughts. Indeed, I shall intervene, not only for humanity but also for my own Wu clan, Hutu asserted solemnly. Her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, her words resonating with undeniable determination. Given that, there is nothing more to discuss, Hongjun Laozu narrowed his eyes. A glint of frost flashing within, his demeanor as frigid as ancient ice, capable of freezing all existence. As his words fell, he waved his right hand lightly, causing the void to warp, and in an instant, four figures appeared beside him as if tearing through the fabric of time and space. Bow before the master. The sudden appearance of Taiji Laozu, Yuan Shitian Zun, and the two saints from the west revealed their astonishment, tinged with a hint of anger and dissatisfaction. Moments prior, they had been comfortably observing the tumult from their own domains, akin to spectators at a grand spectacle. Who could have anticipated that they would be forcibly summoned by Hongjun Laozu's supreme powers? In that moment, they fully grasped their own insignificance and impotence, even as heavenly saints. In the face of true celestial authority, what say you, Nuwa and Hutu? Do you believe you can still impede this? Hongjun Laozu's expression was grave, his gaze sweeping over Nuwa and Hutu, as if scrutinizing their resolve. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the four saints, Nuwa and Hutu's expressions shifted to one of solemnity. They understood that the situation they faced had grown exceedingly dire. "Master, I do not wish to involve myself in this matter," Taiji Laozu stated earnestly, preparing to turn away without hesitation. He had always preferred to remain aloof from conflict, especially given the vague sense of something amiss in this situation. "Humph, Tai Ching. If you do not wish to relinquish your status as a saint of the heavenly Tao, you may leave at once." The expression of Ancestor Hongjun was grave, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. He was acutely aware that Taiching Laozu had always cherished his position as a saint, and this threat undoubtedly struck at his vulnerability. Upon hearing Ancestor Hongjun's words, Taiching Laozu suddenly halted, as if ensnared by an invisible force. He turned his head, confusion etched across his face, his eyes reflecting a tumult of disbelief and struggle. "Perhaps you should take a moment to truly perceive your own cultivation," Ancestor Hongjun stated with an air of indifference. Though a hint of icy mockery lingered in his tone, how could this be possible? Taiching Laozu hastily calmed his mind, striving to sense his cultivation. In the next moment, his complexion drained to a ghostly pallor, his expression one of utter disbelief. For he had just realized that he could no longer wield the power of the rules as freely as before. It felt as if his cultivation had abruptly regressed to the quasi-saint level. Since attaining the status of a saint, he had commanded a portion of the heavenly Tao's rules, which was the fundamental distinction between a saint and a quasi-saint. Saints could manipulate the power of rules at will, unleashing devastating might, while quasi-saints could only struggle to fight with the limited understanding of the laws they had grasped. Though the difference between rules and laws was but a single character, the disparity was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, incomparable. "Humph. Do not presume that attaining the status of a saint grants you immunity from concern. Whenever I choose, I can reduce you to mere empty shells, bearing the name of saints but devoid of their essence." Ancestor Hongjun's face was a mask of scorn, his tone brimming with disdain and a desire for control over the saints. Upon hearing his words, the four saints displayed varied expressions. The two saints from the west bore slight bitterness, fully aware of their impotence before Ancestor Hongjun. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes glinted with cold calculation, while Taiching Laozu's face flushed with fury, his fists clenched in helplessness. "Now, I command you four to assist the demon race in their endeavors. And there must be no errors." Ancestor Hongjun's countenance was stern, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, imbued with an imperious tone that brooked no dissent. "Yes." Although Taiching Laozu was deeply reluctant, feeling as though his very throat was constricted by Ancestor Hongjun's control, he had no choice but to acquiesce, respectfully following the master's decree. Yuan Shi Tianzuan and the two saints from the west responded with deep reverence, each harboring their own thoughts, yet compelled to submit beneath Ancestor Hongjun's oppressive presence. At that moment, the space trembled, and the figure of Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly appeared. Upon his arrival, he cast a curious glance toward Ancestor Hongjun, as if perplexed by the unfolding events. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Tongtian Jiaozhu inquired, his expression intricate, laced with a hint of reproach directed at Ancestor Hongjun. He was utterly baffled as to why Ancestor Hongjun would forcibly instigate a war between the human and demon races, pondering what secrets lay behind such actions. "This is destiny. The human race is destined to face this tribulation." Ancestor Hongjun's face darkened, a resolute glint in his eyes, as if he were executing an unutterable mission. "Destiny? The heavenly Tao has its biases," Huda could not help but interject, but her words were abruptly cut off by Ancestor Hongjun's furious interruption. "Huda, be silent. Do you dare to battle me in the chaos?" Ancestor Hongjun's anger was palpable, his eyes ablaze as if he had touched upon a deeply sensitive nerve. "What is there to fear?" Huda replied fearlessly, her demeanor unyielding. In an instant, both she and Ancestor Hongjun vanished, seemingly swallowed by the abyss of chaos. "Friends, let us also venture into the chaos for battle," Taiching Laozu proposed, feeling a surge of determination as he witnessed Ancestor Hongjun and Huda depart. He was reluctant to engage in the conflict between the human and demon races, well aware of the intricate web of causality involved. Should he become entangled, the consequences would be dire. However, unable to directly defy Ancestor Hongjun's orders, he devised this plan, hoping to join in Wat and Tongtian in a battle within the chaos, thereby extricating himself from the impending turmoil. Upon hearing Taiching's suggestion, Inwa cast a worried glance toward the realm of humanity, her eyes filled with concern and reluctance. Subsequently, she surveyed the demon race, her heart a tumult of emotions. "Inwa, you must trust in Lingfeng. If we intervene here, the consequences will only worsen," Taiching Laozu reiterated. attempting to convey the gravity of the situation to Nuwa. Very well. Let us battle in the chaos, Tong Tian Jiaozhu asserted, his expression resolute. He too wished to avoid the senseless conflict, not wanting to be ensnared in the complexities of the situation. In the next moment, the three pure ones and the two saints from the west flickered and vanished. Nuwa took one last, lingering look at humanity, her eyes brimming with affection and concern, before she too transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from sight. Only the demon army remained, restless and poised for action, while the human race stood ready, as the specter of war loomed unmistakably on the horizon. Chapter 102. The decision of the Witch Clan by Zhe furrowed his brow. Worry etched across his features as he respectfully addressed Emperor Jun. Your Majesty, what should we do next? At that moment, he felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. Although ancestor Hongjuan's intervention appeared to bolster the demon race's chances in the impending conflict with humanity, the intricate relationships behind humanity and the potential cascade of complex repercussions should war erupt filled him with trepidation, as if he foresaw an uncontainable tempest.